Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
After walking for a while, Song-yu indeed came across a blacksmith's shop. The blacksmith was an elderly man with white hair. He was shirtless while working, his ribs clearly visible due to his thin frame. He was said to be skilled in shoeing horses. The old blacksmith inspected the horse's hooves and said, "Your horse's shoes are nearly worn out." "Yes," Song-yu replied. "Does this horse pull carts more often or is it mostly ridden?" "You're mistaken, sir. I'm not here to replace the horseshoes. I just need you to remove the nearly worn ones," Song-yu explained. "You don't trust my craftsmanship?" the blacksmith asked. "Not at all." Song-yu quickly cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. "It's just that the horseshoes are no longer needed." "No longer needed? Does the horse not get used much? Something like that?" The old blacksmith uttered a series of unintelligible sounds, as if still feeling that Song-yu didn't trust his skills, expressing some dissatisfaction. Song-yu was helpless. The horseshoes currently on the Jujubred horse's hooves were put on during the journey from southern Art County to Mirror Island Lake and Yunding Mountain. That was nearly a year and a half ago. On Yunding Mountain, both he and Lady Calico spent one night to traverse a year. However, the Jujubred horse had stayed below for the entire year, and yet its hooves hadn't grown at all and hadn't needed any trimming. This was undeniably extraordinary. The ability to prevent hoof growth certainly wasn't just about stopping growth, it also meant that it could potentially grow faster. Song-yu realized that this Jujubred horse was already quite remarkable and likely no longer needed horseshoes, at least not for the purpose of preventing hoof wear. However, horseshoes served more purposes than just preventing wear. They also protected the hooves from cracking and slipping under heavy loads. The horseshoes for pulling carts differed from those for carrying loads, so Song-yu didn't immediately decide to remove them. As they traveled along small muddy mountain paths, the Jujubred horse carried light loads, and the shoes had only recently begun to show significant wear. Thus, he wanted to test if the horse could go without the horseshoes to save some expenses. The old blacksmith worked efficiently, removing one of the horseshoes with just a few strokes and also making some adjustments. The hooves turned out to be much tougher than he expected, making what should have been a pleasing process look somewhat laborious. "That was really exhausting. Thank you for your hard work," Song-yu said. "Where did you get this horse?" "A friend gave it to me." "Aren't you worried it might run away without being reined in?" "Not at all." This was a recurring question that everyone seemed to ask. "Where is it from?" "Yizhu." "Where's Yizhu?" "Head south from here to Pingzhou, then continue south to Suzhou." "Yizhu is west from Suzhou." "That's quite a distance." "Yes, so we can take it slow." "Where are you heading?" "To see Mount Zhen." Song-yu mentioned this and then asked for directions. "Could you tell me how to get to Mount Zhen from here?" "Which Mount Zhen?" "The one with many deist temples." "Exactly. Are you looking for a temple on Mount Zhen?" "Yes." "Are you planning to join one?" "No, I've just heard that Mount Zhen is one of the famous deist holy mountains, with numerous temples and many deist spiritual masters. Since I'm passing through, I thought I'd visit to see if it's as true as they say. In that case, you might want to reconsider." "What do you mean?" Song-yu became more interested. The old blacksmith set down the horseshoe, stood up, and took a deep breath. He was clearly exhausted. He then straightened up and said to Song-yu, "On Mount Zhen, there are indeed many deist temples, but not many with real skill. Besides, I heard that during the early autumn, heavy rains caused a landslide, and it seems the path hasn't been repaired yet. It's very difficult to traverse the mountain now." Song-yu glanced around at the main road. This was an official road. Although it was a village, it had a blacksmith shop and a few taverns, all relying on this road for their livelihood. News should travel quickly through here. The old blacksmith continued. "We locals know that the truly skilled deists aren't on Mount Zhen but on the other side, at Fuyun Temple. When I was young, I was quite interested in these things myself. I saw the old temple owner of Fuyun Temple perform rainmaking and cloud summoning. He truly seemed like a divine immortal." "How do I get to Fuyun Temple?" "You're coming from this side." "Yes. And where are you headed finally?" "Hangzhou. Just keep going forward. About 40 li ahead, you'll come to a fork. Turn right to reach Mount Zhen, turn left, and you'll get to Fuyun Temple. You don't need to return, you can keep going straight." "Thank you." Song-yu hesitated a bit. On one side was the renowned deist holy mountain, and on the other was a lesser-known small local temple. One was famous far and wide, while the other was known locally. One had a great reputation, and the other had an elder who claimed to have seen celestial powers firsthand. It seemed like an easy choice. After paying for the horseshoe repair and thanking the blacksmith, Song-yu and his horse continued on. Along the way, he asked a few more people for directions. At least 2 people mentioned that although Mount Zhen was famous and known as one of the 4 great deist mountains with skilled deist spiritual masters cultivating there, the truly remarkable one was still the Fuyun Temple hidden in the wilderness of this mountain. The deist masters there were like living divine immortals, not only highly skilled but also always willing to help others. From morning until afternoon, Song-yu traveled and then turned left at the fork. By mid-afternoon, he stopped to rest by the roadside. At this point, they hadn't seen Fuyun Temple yet. The weather was crisp and clear, with the autumn sun shining brightly, making Song-yu stretch lazily. There was a small hill nearby. Song-yu glanced around and decided to walk up the hill. After taking a few steps, he stopped and turned around, only to see the calico cat following him with small steps. Seeing him stop, the calico cat had already taken a few more steps ahead before stopping as well. She lifted her head to look at him, and the two, one human and one cat, stared at each other in confusion. Why aren't you moving? Don't follow me, Lady Calico. Where are you going? Just don't follow. What are you going to do? Lady Calico, you should head back and watch the horse. Upon hearing about the horse, the calico cat finally turned around. Seeing the horse standing alone by the roadside and looking quite lonely, the cat hesitated for a moment before walking back. Song Yu then continued up the small hill on his own. Looking back, he saw the cat dutifully staying by the horse. It did not follow him, though it stood upright, stretching its neck to keep an eye on him. Song Yu decided to walk a bit further to a spot where the cat couldn't see him, otherwise, it would certainly follow. There was a waterfall that cascaded down 3,000 chi. Just as the sound of the water ceased, a shout came from behind. Where did this cat demon come from? Song Yu walked back up to the top of the slope and saw that, at some point, a middle-aged deist had appeared on the road below and was frowning as he stared at Lady Calico. The cat was sneaking up the small hill, intending to spy on what the deist was doing. Seeing another unfamiliar deist arrive, it had no intention of fighting or explaining itself. Without a second thought, it quickly sped up and tried to run up the hill. Don't go. The deist, noticing the cat's furtive and guilty behavior as well as its intention to flee, was not willing to let it escape easily. He waved his sleeve, sending a gentle breeze that stirred up the dust. However, before the dust had settled, a voice called out, "Deist master, please wait." Song Yu walked at a steady pace, blowing out a breath to disperse the dust. He then took a few steps down the small hill. The calico cat, unaffected by the dust, continued running toward him but stopped halfway. It then turned to look at the middle-aged deist with a mix of curiosity and caution, and seemed uncertain about what the deist was doing. The middle-aged deist turned his gaze towards Song Yu, then glanced at the cat, narrowing his eyes with a look of confusion and a hint of awkwardness. As Song Yu approached him, he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and asked, "Deist, why are you making things difficult for my cat?" "Fellow deist, you're the one who brought this cat demon?" the deist inquired. "That's right." "Ah, I see. Then it's a misunderstanding." The deist also cupped his hands in return. "I was wondering why the horse was left alone by the roadside without the supervision of a human, with only a sneaky little demon around. It was being stealthy, and it refused to answer my question. I thought it might be up to some mischief, hence the suspicion. In this world, no cat could suppress its desire to guard a person using the toilet. Even if the person tried to prevent them from watching, the cat would still sneak a look. Such misunderstandings, from a different perspective, were quite amusing. I am Song Yu, a mountaineer from Yizhu in Lingquan County. It is an honor to meet you, deist. Meow meow. I am Deist Baishan. Nice to meet you, fellow deist." Deist Baishan glanced at the cat beside Song Yu and added, "Why don't you put a mark on the little cat demon you're raising, fellow deist? If something goes wrong, the misunderstanding could be quite serious. She is my companion." Deist Baishan squinted again. "May I ask which temple you cultivate at?" "At Hidden Dragon Temple on Yinyang Mountain." "No wonder. How did you know?" "Although the halting wind technique I used is something I applied casually, there are few deists in the world who can break it with a single breath. Additionally, considering that you're from Yizhu, Lingquan County, and you don't address yourself as poor deist, it's easy to associate you with the renowned Hidden Dragon Temple," said Deist Baishan. "Has this generation's heir emerged? May I ask if you cultivate at Fuyun Temple?" "How did you know?" "On the way here, an old man mentioned that Fuyun Temple has true masters who excel in subduing demons and solving problems, with profound deist skills comparable to immortals. I came specifically to visit. Then, we're truly fated to meet." "Indeed. This way, please." Walking a short distance further, Song Yu realized that they were actually very close to Fuyun Temple. Fuyun Temple was a traditional deist temple, differing from Hidden Dragon Temple. They were more willing to exorcise demons and ward off evil spirits. Demons and spirits were not supposed to easily tread the paths to the human realm, let alone make their way to someone's doorstep. Given that the cat appeared to be sneaking around with suspicious intentions, it was no wonder that the first thing the deist did was question it and refuse to let it leave easily. Though, the poor cat was frightened. The three of them, a person, a cat, and a horse, proceeded toward the temple. Fuyun Temple was situated on a small hill, surrounded by lush greenery. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, there was a long stone staircase leading directly to the temple's main entrance. The entire temple was structured so that each courtyard was at a higher level than the previous one. Looking up, it gave a sense of elegance, as if observing a mountain. "Deist Song, please come in. May I ask where you plan to go after leaving, Deist Master?" "I was planning to go to Pingzhou. Nov. L. B /JNN. To Pingzhou. Yes. That's quite far." Song Yu was a bit surprised. He had taken nearly 2 months to travel from Pingzhou, moving slowly. Meanwhile, this deist seemed to be just taking a short tour nearby, but was actually intending to go to Pingzhou. "Ha ha ha, our temple differs from Hidden Dragon Temple. I am quite familiar with the deist temples along the way from here to Pingzhou. Even if I'm not well acquainted with them, they must have heard of the reputation of Fuyun Temple. I only need to reach a temple each day to rest, and I'll naturally have food and lodging." Deist Baishan tilted his head up and laughed heartily. Then, he continued, a few days ago, this poor deist heard someone mention that another person from Pingzhou encountered an immortal on Yunding Mountain in Pingzhou. This time, it seems different from before, so I wanted to see for myself whether it was truly an immortal or some demon disguised as one, causing trouble and delaying the people's time. Deist, where are you coming from? From Pingzhou. We were truly destined to meet. Deist Baishan approached the temple and waved his hand. With a thunderous sound, the mountain gate swung open. Song Yu stopped to look. Above the gate was a plaque without any writing. On either side were couplets that wrote, "The world within the pot draws near the blue sky, in the cave, the mist and clouds have a leisurely day." As they stepped over the threshold, they realized that the floor inside was paved with blue stone, and fallen leaves were left undisturbed. The deist walked slowly, and the surroundings exuded a sense of tranquility and elegance. In the center stood an ancient tree, a highlight of the scene. However, its pavilion, which was supposed to shelter the entire outer courtyard, now seemed lifeless due to neglect, leaving only its withered, yellowed branches against the sky. It was truly a poignant sight. Deist Baishan was the temple owner of the Fuyun Temple. This deist truly possessed impressive abilities. Although Hidden Dragon Temple might not be well known among the common people, masters like him would have certainly heard of it. Their chance encounter in the wilderness was indeed serendipitous, so Deist Baishan invited them to stay at the temple. They were provided with a simple and unadorned room. The disciples helped move their belongings in. After sitting in the room for a while, Song Yu thought that what Deist Baishan had said made sense. Lady Calico was, after all, a demon. Deists skilled in exorcism naturally had the ability to recognize demonic beings. While it was manageable as long as Lady Calico was by his side, once she was separated from him and encountered a deist with real cultivation skills, she would likely face some difficulties or even be frightened. However, there were not many deists with cultivation skills in the world. Along the way, he had encountered very few, so this issue hadn't been a major concern for him. Next, he was planning to head to Changjing. Changjing was known as the most virtuous city in the world. It was possible that deist masters preferred a serene environment and might not congregate there, but Buddhist masters were drawn to lively places. In the past years, they were even interested in participating in politics. Many court officials were friendly with senior Buddhist monks, and some high-ranking court ministers even had monks as their advisors. It wasn't until the last 20 years, when a deist became the state preceptor, that this situation improved somewhat. In addition to Buddhist and deist masters, there were also folk experts, as well as various supernatural beings and demons mingling among them. Indeed, while Lady Calico was a companion, it was absolutely not appropriate to mark her like other deists marking their spiritual beasts or divine immortals marking their mounts. He needed to think of another solution. Song Yu rummaged through his bag for a while and found a small wooden plaque from the bundle he brought down the mountain. The plaque was exquisitely crafted, resembling a worldly token. Both sides were adorned with cloud patterns. The front side had the words Hidden Dragon Temple in large characters, while the back side had smaller text, including Song Yu's name and the generation number. Song Yu examined it closely, holding on to one corner. Snap! He easily pinched off a small corner, about the size of a fingernail. Then he began to polish and shape it. Lady Calico climbed over to him, moving very slowly. Once she reached his side, she looked up at his face, then down at the small piece of wood as she got very close. What are you doing? Making a tag. A tag for what? Look. Song Yu picked up the original wooden plaque from Hidden Dragon Temple and showed it to her. I have a plaque with my name on it. This way, others will know who I am and where I come from. I think you should have a similar tag, but smaller. Is it for me? Yes. Song Yu explained, it can be worn as a necklace around your neck. If you don't like it or think it looks unattractive, you can also keep it with you in your human form. So others will know I'm your cat. Not exactly. Song Yu continued polishing and said without much thought, this way, others will see that you're with me and not a bad demon, so they won't cause trouble for you. Is it because I'm weak? Lady Calico, you have your own skills. What skills? Nov, L, B // JNN. You have many. Song Yu continued his work, polishing the tag and speaking as if he hadn't really thought his words through. For example, the rabbit we ate yesterday noon, you caught it from the mountain. The bird eggs we ate on the road before were also collected by you. Without you, I wouldn't have those eggs and rabbits. These are skills I don't have. Deist priest. Am I embarrassing you? Why would you? Song Yu immediately stopped his work and turned to look at her. He didn't understand why she asked that. Lady Calico looked up at him with a serious expression. I get scared by the thunder god and other deist priests. If I were really powerful, I wouldn't be afraid like this. It's normal for demons to be scared of the thunder god and deist priests. Most demons fear the thunder god and deist priests. Even many very powerful demons are afraid of the thunder god. Song Yu paused. He continued, but Lady Calico, you're naturally intelligent and diligent. You easily gained enlightenment and naturally transformed. Even though you once strayed into the divine Dao, you managed to make your temple prosperous with incense offerings. With your talent and skills, you'll likely become a great demon soon. At that time, I might even need to rely on you for protection. Lady Calico was silent for a moment, standing next to him with her front paws resting on his leg. Her head was held high as she was looking into his eyes. After a long while, she finally looked away, then suddenly twisted her body and jumped down to play with her bamao ball. Song Yu shook his head. Who knew what a cat was thinking? He continued to polish. A voice came from nearby. I want it to be like yours, with a string. I want to wear it around my neck. A test of his craftsmanship had begun. Under the bright moon and green mountains at night, with the high sky and crisp autumn dew, the Daoist temple was serene, though it was now filled with many more footsteps. One set of footsteps reached Song Yu's door. Knock, knock. Daoist master, the temple owner invites you to dinner. I'm coming right away. Song Yu opened the door and went out with the cat. Daoist Baishan had arranged a feast here to treat them. Young Daoists in their Daoist robes carried dishes back and forth, bringing one after another into the dining hall. The Fuyun Temple, being a Daoist temple of its kind, naturally did not have to pay taxes. Its local reputation was substantial, so its income was undoubtedly considerable. To some extent, it was similar to the Hidden Dragon Temple in Lingquan County. But while the Hidden Dragon Temple was sometimes open and sometimes closed, and did not welcome many pilgrims which affected its incense revenue, the Fuyun Temple was likely wealthier. For hosting esteemed guests today, the meal was not overly extravagant, yet it was certainly not lacking. As Song Yu entered, the hosts and guests took their seats. Daoist Baishan, as the temple owner, sat at the head of the table with rows of seats on either side. Song Yu and Lady Calico sat at the very front. The table had 5 or 6 unusual dishes, a lotus seed pod, and a pot of wine. Daoist Baishan first toasted Lady Calico, apologized for the misunderstanding, and then invited everyone to start eating. Song Yu glanced down at the table. One dish was roasted lamb. Another was cured meat, sliced thin and gleaming. There was also a dish that seemed to be fried vegetables, served on lotus leaves. It included deep green, seaweed-like thin slices, some lotus root cut into small finger-thick pieces that appeared raw, a whole raw fish, and a plate of vegetables stir-fried in a way that made it hard to distinguish. Finally, there was the whole lotus seed pod. Song Yu looked for a while before starting to eat. Noting that the fish was only on his table, he deduced it was specially prepared for Lady Calico and served it to her first. Then, he sampled the dishes one by one. Daoist Baishan, sitting at the head of the table, noticed his expressions and actions and cheerfully explained, "This is fried in lotus leaves, using the most tender leaves, coated in flour and then deep fried." As Song Yu ate, he could no longer distinguish the specific ingredients, just the taste of fried food. It was indeed unusual. In these times, deep-fried food was rare. They were not something you'd find unless it was a festival, a special occasion, or in affluent households, as it was too costly to use so much oil. He then tried the seaweed-like thin slices. Daoist Baishan explained, "This is moss, dried and baked into thin, crisp slices. It makes for a nice snack to enjoy in idle moments." He recognized the lotus root, though it was from an immature lotus. It was at its most tender and crispy at this stage, sweet and pleasant. The dish with vegetables was actually stir-fried with lotus leaf tips, those that had just emerged from the water and hadn't fully opened yet. The leaves were layered and wrapped, creating a distinct, layered texture that was quite intriguing. Although we have plenty of food and drink here, sourcing ingredients can be inconvenient. In such a hurry, we had to use mountain specialties. "I hope you won't mind," said Daoist Baishan. "You're too generous, Daoist master." Song Yu quickly set down his chopsticks and cupped his hands in gratitude. "But it's already deep autumn. Where did the lotus leaves and seed pods come from?" Before Daoist Baishan could respond, a young Daoist beside Song Yu chuckled and said, "Daoist master, you may not know, but there is a spiritual spring on the mountain behind my home. It's a spring that flows through all seasons. The pool formed by the collection of water is called the Four Seasons Pool. The water from it, called four-season fluid, can nurture plants from any time of the year." Before the young Daoist could finish his sentence, Daoist Baishan furrowed his brow. The young Daoist quickly fell silent. Daoist Baishan then smiled at Song Yu and said, "My disciple loves to boast. Don't mind his exaggerations. The spring on the mountain has a bit of spiritual qi, but the water is not hot enough for baths or cooking eggs. It just keeps the pool water from getting too cold, and with the spiritual qi, the lotus root can naturally grow in all seasons." "I see," Song Yu nodded, smiling. If what the young Daoist said was true, that the water could support plants year-round, it would indeed be quite extraordinary. It made sense that Daoist Baishan might not want to reveal such a secret. If Daoist Baishan's explanation was accurate, it was much more ordinary. Daoist Baishan then suggested, "Eating in silence can be quite dull. How about inviting the fairies from the painting to perform a song and dance to liven things up?" He clapped his hands and turned to look at Song Yu. Turning to look behind them, Song Yu and Lady Calico saw a large painting on the wall. It depicted a lavish palace with delicate curtains, but no one was dining. Instead, a group of elegant and beautiful women were dancing in the grand hall, some playing instruments and others performing graceful dances. Suddenly, the figures in the painting seemed to come to life. Figures began to fly out from the painting. When they first emerged, the figures were small, but as they flew forward by an inch, they grew larger by a bit. By the time they landed in the middle of the dining hall, they were as real as any living person. Unbeknownst to them, several chairs had appeared in the middle of the room, and the women holding instruments had taken their seats just in time. A pipa was strummed, and its sound was like the tinkling of spring water. The xiao and flute immediately followed suit, playing in harmony. There was no delay, the hall was instantly filled with the sound of music, as if they had been performing from the very beginning without interruption. The melody was enchanting, like celestial music. They fully experienced the charm of traditional music. In the middle of the room, a woman dressed in red and blue garments with fluttering sleeves danced gracefully. However, she was not on the ground. She seemed like a real fairy. She was light as a feather, and was floating in the air most of the time. She touched the ground lightly on her toes occasionally, only to rise again, her movements ethereal. She stretched her elegant figure, her clothes appearing weightless as they floated in the air. At times, she would flick her sleeves, which would sweep past Songyu. Occasionally, she would tap the ground lightly, mimicking the grace of flying to the moon. She gently rose to mid-air, hovering for a moment, and then descending slowly. It was the Phetian dance one. Though her attire was minimal, it was not revealing. There was no hint of sensuality, only the otherworldly grace of her dance and the exquisite beauty of the woman. This kind of magic was essentially an illusion. Common in classic literature, it involved summoning moon palace fairies to enchant mortals, making them impressed with the power of the one who cast the spell to summon fairies. Such spells were indeed powerful, requiring years of cultivation and leisure time to master. Songyu, following the example of the other deists, took a lotus seed pod and removed the seeds before enjoying the dance and eating the sweet, refreshing lotus seeds. He also glanced at the other deists. Although they faked a look of excitement, their expressions showed little awe. It seemed that deist Baishan's performance was something they had seen many times before, and perhaps every performance was similar. The Phetian dance refers to a specific style of dance depicted in the famous Dunhuang murals, particularly from the Tang dynasty period. As the fairies in the painting completed their performance, they all returned to the artwork. Deist Baishan then called his disciples to perform. These disciples were of various ages, some even appearing older than Deist Baishan himself. Each had their own skills and could be considered masters in their own right. Some people, who knew a few purely ornamental or aesthetically pleasing spells, were called upon by Deist Baishan to entertain the guests. The disciples did not dare refuse. One blew a breath, creating a field of flowers in the mist. Another performed a gesture, causing a dragon to emerge from a wine cup. One more cast a spell to extinguish the oil lamp, projecting a starry sky onto the ceiling. These were minor spells, some of which were recorded in the texts of Hidden Dragon Temple, while others were not. Songyu didn't concern himself with whether the deists were willing to perform or not, he enjoyed watching the performance while eating. After the meal, the disciples dispersed and the food was cleared, leaving only the lotus seed pods and wine. The oil lamp continued to burn, leaving Songyu, Deist Baishan, and Lady Calico as the only occupants in the dining hall. The dim, yellowish oil lamp swayed, casting a flickering light in the room. Deist Baishan moved from the main seat to sit beside Songyu, engaging him in casual conversation. Lady Calico sat attentively beside them, her eyes reflecting the candlelight, sparkling brightly. I offer a toast to you, fellow Deist Song. Thank you. Songyu also raised his cup, taking a small sip since he did not particularly enjoy drinking. Deist Song, when did you descend the mountain to travel? About 2 years ago. Since your descent, have you encountered many interesting events and seen many scenic spots? Do share, perhaps I have traveled the same paths and can compare the old scenery with the present. Songyu smiled. Speaking of the interesting things he had encountered since coming down the mountain, there were too many to count. He was destined to remember the countless landscapes and people for a lifetime, and it was difficult to recount them all at once. However, there was one thing he had been wanting to discuss, but had found no one to talk to. Deist Baishan was not an ordinary person. He was well-traveled, knowledgeable, and powerful, having lived in seclusion here for many years. With the meal and wine, it was the perfect opportunity to engage in conversation. So, Songyu considered for a moment, then turned to look at Deist Baishan under the dim light of the oil lamp. He peeled a lotus seed as he spoke. On my journey, I often hear people speak of the underworld and reincarnation. These ideas and beliefs seem deeply ingrained in the humans' hearts, but I wonder when they began. Deist Baishan's expression shifted immediately, his gaze became serious, and his brows furrowed slightly. With his level of cultivation skills, Deist Baishan naturally understood the implications. The reason why there were gods in the world, and why gods were considered divine, was because people believed in them. For instance, Duke of Thunder Zhou was originally just the chief constable of Changjing and a mere mortal with a fleshly body in his previous life, otherwise how could he have possibly been surrounded and killed by schemers? Yet now, he resided in the heavens as the Thunder God, wielding the power of divine retribution. Demons and evil beings everywhere feared him, but where did this divine position and power come from? How did the heavenly palace come to be? How did the great Emperor Chaijin arise? And now, everyone was beginning to believe in the underworld and reincarnation. Deist Baishan did not answer immediately but instead asked casually, fellow Deist, since you have only been down the mountain for 2 years, you haven't traveled through many prefectures, have you? This is only the 4th prefecture. Oh, Deist Baishan thought for a moment and then understood his route. You haven't been to Changjing yet, nor the northern or eastern regions. I am planning to go to Changjing. That's good, that's good. Deist Baishan, clearly having been to Changjing himself, smiled and said, I wonder what expression the state preceptor would have if he knew that the current heir of Hidden Dragon Temple had come to Changjing. Have you been to Changjing? Yes. Have you met the state preceptor? I have. Deist Baishan took another sip from his cup, smiling as he said, the state preceptor hails from Mount Lumming, as you may know. I see. Song Yu had already heard about the state preceptor's achievements and abilities and had suspected that he was the heir of Mount Lumming. Now, it was confirmed. Mount Lumming, like Qingcheng Mountain and Mount Zhen, was one of the great Deist mountains. It was said that Mount Lumming hosted the renowned Fengtian Temple. Although the Deist masters there did not have the abilities to exorcise demons, make clouds, or summon rain, they were well versed in scriptures, history, and divination. They were highly knowledgeable and skilled in predicting fate and the future, possessing a range of esoteric skills. Their expertise was comparable to that of the legendary Grand Master Tianshuan back then. They were naturally suited to be advisors and strategists. Over the past 3 dynasties, high-ranking officials, princes, and even emperors have favored consulting the Deist masters from Mount Lumming, often appointing them as advisors. However, there was only one who held the title of state preceptor, as the position was rarely established in the court. This reflected his exceptional abilities. Deist Baishan continued, the state preceptor, skilled in manipulating power and human nature, as well as in devising strategies, has been a great help to the country with his sound policies that benefited both the people and the country. His contributions were notable during the northern region's victories and the nation's impressive achievements, though these victories came at a high cost, causing great suffering and hardship for the common people. The current state of the northern regions remains chaotic, and the merits and demerits are beyond my assessment, and even future generations may not fully explain them either. Song Yu asked, could the spreading of the idea of the underworld and reincarnation be the state preceptor's doing? To Deist Song, Deist Baishan smiled and raised his cup, nodding. The idea of the underworld and reincarnation has long been in the making, and its development is related to many factors. At that time, the state preceptor likely had not yet been born. It's a naturally evolving concept, but its current widespread acceptance does indeed bear the state preceptor's influence. How do you know this, fellow Deist? Hehe, Deist Baishan did not elaborate further. Since it was merely a casual conversation, Song Yu did not press for more details. Instead, he inquired, does the state preceptor intend to create the underworld and reincarnation? He's merely fostering and facilitating its development. Impressive. Indeed, the world was full of remarkable individuals, and history was truly fascinating. Song Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Though there was the heavenly palace above, it is essentially a construction of deities bound by heavenly laws and duties. The heavenly palace itself had little other power. However, if the underworld were merely a simple construct of netherworld deities akin to the heavenly palace, it would be easy enough. But involving reincarnation, that was a matter of the heavens. Was it something that could be achieved merely through the will of living beings? When discussing this with Deist Baishan himself was unsure. I do not concern myself with how the state preceptor or the court manipulate matters or seek divine positions and benefits, Deist Baishan said. My worry is that if the underworld and reincarnation really take shape, and if the heavens grow closer to your hidden dragon temple, I wonder how your temple would fare. After we cultivators die, do we still have to depend on others' favors? What does the heavenly palace think of such worldly matters? I do not concern myself with such trifles. Indeed, most deists were indeed in pursuit of a carefree existence. Song Yu smiled and brought a lotus seed to Lady Calico's mouth, but Lady Calico only sniffed at it and turned its head away. He had to eat it himself. They continued discussing the chaos in the north, the city of Changjing, the legendary land of phoenixes and dragons, and the heavenly palace. Occasionally, deists would pass by outside. They would catch snippets of the conversation and, alarmed, would not dare to listen further. As the night grew late, the two stood up and exchanged farewells. Deist Baishan said to him, why not stay a few more days with this poor deist? Thank you for your kindness. It has been a pleasure conversing with you, Song Yu replied. However, there are still worldly affairs and scenic spots waiting for me. I shouldn't stay too long. I will leave tomorrow. Then I won't keep you here any longer. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll go to rest now. I won't disturb you any longer. May you have a good night's sleep. If you need anything, just tell my disciples. All right. Song Yu then took Lady Calico back to their room. After washing up and lying on the bed, Song Yu was still lost in thought. It was common for deists traveling the world to stay in deist temples, and it was not unusual to chat with kindred spirits for an evening. It was a kind of refined pleasure. However, for a fake deist who had visited few temples in his journey like Song Yu, this kind of interaction was rare. He was also wary of discussing deist doctrines he didn't understand, so it was rare for him to initiate conversations with other deists at deist temples. Deist Baishan was well informed, and conversing with him was indeed interesting. Such discussions were naturally just casual talk, sharing opinions, and serving as reference. The specifics still required personal exploration, but it was nonetheless informative. However, he had indeed startled Lady Calico, so Song Yu decided not to linger. He then slept soundly through the night. The next morning, after having breakfast, Song Yu packed his belongings. Leading his horse into the courtyard, he couldn't help but stop and gaze at the withered tree before him with a look of regret. He said to Deist Baishan, who was seeing him off, since the spring water behind the mountain has such spiritual chi that allows summer lotuses to bloom continuously in winter, it is evident that it has boundless vitality. Why not use it to save this withered tree? You may not know, deist Baishan replied, this tree is already beyond recovery. The spiritual chi of the spring water dissipates quickly once it leaves the pool. It cannot save the tree. I see, Song Yu pondered for a moment, then raised his hand, releasing a few strands of spiritual chi. I am deeply grateful for your hospitality. As a token of my appreciation, I will revive the old tree in your courtyard. It will add a touch of elegance to your Fuyun temple. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual chi flew toward the ancient tree. Ordinary people could not see the changes in the tree, but deists could sense that the vitality within it had been revived. Fellow deist, your gesture is much appreciated. Thank you. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I should be the one thanking you, fellow deist. Deist Baishan escorted him to the temple gate. Oh, by the way, I got so caught up in our conversation last night that I completely forgot about the nearby Yunding mountain in Pingzhou. Deist Baishan suddenly remembered and asked Song Yu at the gate, since you came from Pingzhou, have you been to Yunding mountain? Of course, I have. Song Yu could not avoid answering. Deist Baishan then asked, were you also there seeking immortals? Exactly. Haha, I thought that the deists of Hidden Dragon Temple on Yinyang Mountain were like immortals, but I didn't expect that even the immortals of Hidden Dragon Temple would be seeking immortals. Deist Baishan laughed. Did you find what you were looking for? I saw ancient inscriptions on the mountain and glimpsed the figure of an ancient person in the spiritual resonance of the great mountain. I know he lives hidden in the mountains and possesses a noble character, so I feel that the journey was worthwhile, Song Yu answered truthfully. Then it's not the immortal encountered by County Magistrate Kui in recent rumors. Naturally not. You must have heard about the rumors of County Magistrate Kui meeting an immortal. Haven't you thought of going back to Yunding Mountain to search again? To get to the bottom of it? No. Oh, why is that? Deist Baishan was puzzled and didn't understand. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. Deist Baishan frowned and fell into thought. Deist Baishan said, glancing at Song Yu, I originally planned to visit Yunding Mountain to search for the immortal encountered by County Magistrate Kui. Whether it was a true immortal or some demonic force deceiving and killing mortals, I wanted to check it out. However, by the time the news reached me, it had been quite a while. I wondered if I could still find it. Just as I was about to leave, I met you. Since you've come down from Yunding Mountain, do you think I could still find that immortal? Probably not, Song Yu said honestly. But Yunding Mountain is indeed beautiful with its ancient inscriptions. It would be worthwhile to visit. I see, Deist Baishan nodded and smiled. Oh, safe travels, fellow deist. Farewell. Song Yu took a step and exited the temple. Looking back, Song Yu noticed that a sign had appeared above the gate with the words Fuyun Temple inscribed on it unbeknownst to him. The door couplets on either side had also been changed to heart like drifting clouds, always free, intent like flowing water, moving east and west. It seemed this was the usual appearance of the temple's gate, while what he saw yesterday was its former look. Fuyun Temple must be an ancient legacy. In ancient times, the mortal Dao was prosperous, and attaining eternal life was relatively easy, leading to many powerful cultivators. However, as time progressed and the heavenly Dao evolved, immortality of the mortal Dao became rare, and divine Dao rose in prominence. This resulted in fewer powerful cultivators and legacies in the world. Hidden Dragon Temple was an exception, containing many mysterious secrets. Let's go. With that, Song Yu, accompanied by the cat and the horse, descended the mountain gate without looking back. The cat now had a small red cord around its neck with a wooden pendant, which made it appear a bit more charming. The large gate of the temple slowly closed behind them as a deist behind the gate clicked his tongue in amazement. They passed through Jingzhou and Angzhou. They would set off at dawn and rested only at dusk. With streams and mountains as companions and clouds and moon as company, they journeyed from late autumn into winter. The winters of Jingzhou and Angzhou were colder than Yizhu and Suzhou. Eventually, it became impossible to camp out in the wilderness. They had to stay in shabby inns or stables to seek shelter from the wind, where the conditions were often quite rough. From winter, they journeyed until early spring. They took breaks along the way, continuing their journey toward Changjing. In the 4th year of Ming, at the end of the 1st month, Donghe County was less than 100 li from Changjing City, but spring rain had been falling continuously for 3 days. Song Yu had also stayed here for 3 days. Since descending the mountain, Song Yu's favorite pastime in the cities had been listening to storytelling. Next to the inn was a tea house where storytellers performed. Listening to stories was a good deal. One could hear many things, true or false. For just a few wen, one could spend half the day there, chatting with the storyteller in between. This was particularly suited for Song Yu, whose funds were running low. The storyteller on the stage was narrating, in the world of martial arts, the 3 greatest sects with the highest skills and the most fame are, first and foremost, the Yunhe sect from Changjing. In Yizhu, with its myriad martial sects, the Zishan sect stands out as a leader. The sect is renowned for its sword and blade techniques, and is also recognized as one of the 3 great sects. In the northern regions, plagued by constant strife, the Changqiang sect remains steadfast with countless disciples and is considered another of the great sections. The tea house was relatively elegant, built by the river. Song Yu had taken a seat by the window, sipping tea and listening to the stories while gazing outside. The rain was light and finer than hair, yet dense, creating a sand-blasted effect on the originally mirror-like river surface. The storyteller's voice drifted in as he drank a cup of tea, and that was how he spent an entire afternoon. About an hour later, the storyteller had finished and was collecting tips from the audience. Someone asked, "Sir, you are well-traveled and knowledgeable. Do you know of any places for leisure and entertainment in Changing?" The storyteller looked up, and so did Song Yu. They saw a group of scholars who appeared to be new arrivals in Changing, stranded in Donghe County due to the rain. These scholars had been generous with their tips earlier, so the storyteller did not dare to be negligent and replied, "Well, it depends on what kind of entertainment you are looking for. It seems you're indeed very knowledgeable. I make a living from this." The storyteller politely cupped his hand with his fan. "Then we shall seek your advice." "Not at all, just last year when I was in Changing, I heard there are 10 wonders of the city." "Which 10 wonders?" Amidst the bustling crowd in the tea house, many continued to leave, but some stopped to hear more and expand their knowledge. Song Yu remained seated, not moving. There was still a sip left in his teacup. The storyteller, with a fan in hand, continued with a storytelling flair even in casual conversation. "As for the 10 wonders of Changing, the feast at Yunchun restaurant is one of them. It is commonly said that these dishes originated from the palace, but that's mostly a misconception. If they were truly palace recipes, the noble ladies and princesses would not need to order from Yunchun restaurant. So if noble ladies and princesses order from there, it must be quite expensive, right? That depends on what you eat." "Oh, I haven't personally dined there, but I've heard that a basic meal at Yunchun restaurant costs at least 2 or 3 taels of silver. For a better meal, you'd need to make a reservation in advance and it would cost at least a dozen taels. If you want to eat like the palace nobles and princesses, I wouldn't know the cost." "Is it really that expensive?" "It's true. They can procure anything rare, birds from the sky, fish from the water, and creatures from the land. Whether it's worth it depends on each person. I certainly can't afford it. It's all hearsay for me." "And what else?" The storyteller continued. "The porcelain from Jinjiao is another wonder, as well as the evening performances by Miss Wanjiang in Changing is another. There's also the apricot blossoms on Mount Cheng outside the city, the bustling of the east and west markets, and the night market is another. Additionally, there's the midnight ghost market, the efficacy of the incense at Tianhai Temple, the girls at Qinghong Courtyard in the south and Luo Garden in the north, as well as the tea at Onal Pavilion. Finally, the housing prices in Changing is another wonder." The scholar replied, "That sounds repetitive. Sir, you might not be aware." Song Yu left the tea house and walked back with an umbrella. He remembered these 10 wonders well, especially the last one. During his time cultivating on Yinyang Mountain, he had never imagined a day when he would be troubled by housing prices. As Song Yu was about to reach the inn, he saw a calico cat walking from the opposite side. The cat, naturally, wasn't carrying an umbrella and was strolling in the rain with its fur soaked through. It seemed completely unfazed, looking left and right, occasionally glancing up at the sky as if observing the raindrops. Suddenly, an umbrella appeared, shielding the cat from the rain. Looking up, the cat saw that it was a Daoist priest. Upon closer inspection, it was its own Daoist companion. The person and the cat walked into the inn together. Back in the room, Song Yu took out a cloth and wrapped the cat in it, carefully wiping her down. Her head bobbed up and down as her fur fluffed up, almost making her unrecognizable from before. The Daoist's voice was gentle as he asked, "Where did you go, Lady Calico?" "Just out for a stroll." "Why go out in the rain?" "You went out too." "I borrowed an umbrella from the shopkeeper." "It's just rain." The soft and casual tone was a familiar one. Since he'd known the cat, Song Yu often heard such expressions. He didn't know what the cat thought, but he often felt a sense of ease from her words, which frequently moved him. Today was no different. However, today he also thought of that heroine. 100 li away was Changing City. Nearly 2 years had passed in a blur. He still remembered the promise made back then, but he wondered if she was still in Changing. Song Yu's wiping slowed as the calico cat, ever perceptive, curiously peered at him. Daoist priest. What are you thinking about?" "I think the rain might stop by tomorrow morning." "How do you know?" "Just a guess." "And you say you can't tell fortunes." Song Yu shook his head inwardly and continued wiping. The next morning, the rain had indeed stopped. The Daoist, along with the horse and cat, set off again. Today happened to be the first day of February. As they traveled along the road, they soon reached the west gate. They journeyed from dawn until dusk, and as they climbed a small hill, Changing City appeared before them. It was an immensely tall city wall. Even though they had descended from the small hill, there was still some distance to the wall, which seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions. The rain had ceased, but the twilight was exceptionally dense. Everything in the distance, including Changing City, was shrouded in heavy twilight and appeared dreamlike. Song Yu paused to gaze at it, silent.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Although Changing was just a waypoint on his journey and not his final destination, the 2-year trek from Yudo had been significant. In these 2 years, he had indeed traversed countless mountains and rivers. He had once driven away water demons at Lingbo, witnessed the great Liujiang gathering in Anqing with countless heroes of the Jianghu battling, conversed with a millennium-old fairy, and encountered a peerless swordsman who slayed ghosts. He even wandered through a marketplace of demons and ghosts in the mountains, drank with the mountain god in the wilderness, sought immortals on Yunding Mountain, and moored at Mirror Island Lake under the starry sky, with reflections of starlight on the water and fishing lights hovering just above the horizon. He experienced countless sunrises and sunsets, countless landscapes and human connections. The journey of the tens of thousands of li he traversed all merged into a single painting in his eyes. A person's life was composed of all the paths they had walked, all the scenery they had seen, every person they had met, every word they had spoken, every piece of writing they had read, and every small choice they had made. Of course, Song Yu also remembered his gratitude for a Jianghu woman's earnestness in friendship, and the agreement made to meet in Changjing. And now he had finally arrived in the world's most prosperous city, the center of the era, and a dream for countless people. The time had come to fulfill the promise. From afar, he saw the city shrouded in mist. The broad city wall, while clearly visible up close with people coming and going, became indistinct in the distance. Would the heroine be outside the city? Song Yu was unsure. Thinking about it again carefully, heroine Wu had been heading straight to Changjing back then, which wasn't far from Suzhou if she didn't take a detour. Even if she traveled slowly or was delayed, she should have arrived by the spring of the second year of Ming, at the latest by early summer. If not then, at least by late summer. Now, a year and a half had passed since the late summer of the second year of Ming. Song Yu was uncertain whether the heroine was still in Changjing, whether she was well, or whether her words at the time had been a mere whim and spoken impulsively in a moment of excitement. She might have come to Changjing, found it uninteresting after a few visits or months, then decided it was meaningless and thus gave up. Or perhaps the wait had been too long, over a year, and she might have thought that he would not come. Or perhaps she decided that he had not sought her out even if he had come to Changjing, and thus she stopped waiting. Or maybe the cold in Changjing during this early spring was too harsh, and she simply did not want to venture out anymore. He could not say that he longed dearly to see her. When the two first met, their acquaintance was brief and limited, so their bond was not particularly deep. But Song Yu was very curious to know if there were truly people in the Jianghu of this era who would wait for over 20 months and come to the West Gate every day for a month and then every first day of the month, simply to preserve a friendship and a rare bond. Such dedication itself was something precious. Song Yu stood for a long time before finally taking a step forward. He walked down, and he walked on. Peach blossoms dotted the path as the city wall grew closer and larger. At the city gate, people bustled about and carts and horses moved in a continuous flow. The grand capital of Great Yan was gradually revealing its majestic and prosperous side. Next to the city gate was a notice board, similar to those outside Yudo, featuring announcements, wanted posters, and reward notices, among others. Many people gathered around to read them. Among them was a figure heavily wrapped up in grey-black winter clothing with frizzy, disheveled hair. She stood among the crowd, looking up at the notices with interest. But soon she lost interest and turned around, then she began to pace around the open space, waiting idly as if for a job to come. After a while, she kicked at the small stones on the ground, inadvertently sending them toward the feet of a constable. The constable scolded her, and she quickly apologized. Turning again, she saw a Daoist priest, a Juju-bred horse, and a calico cat. They were all covered in dust, staring back at her. Song Yu watched her silently, deeply moved. It was true that someone could spend 2 years waiting for a friend, coming every month for a bond of fate. The woman, too, stared at him in surprise. She looked like she was keeping a distance, yet she also seemed to be in disbelief. As a person of the Jianghu, she soon broke into a smile and walked over with large strides. Daoist master, long time no see. The Daoist also greeted her respectfully. Heroine, long time no see. It had been 2 years of wind and frost since their last farewell. The peach blossoms did not break their spring vow, and neither had an old friend failed to keep their promise. This meeting was as rare and precious as it had been back then. The city walls were towering and majestic, with a bustling scene below. There were commoners discussing among themselves, guards conducting checks, scholars elegantly discussing the spring scenery, and old friends catching up. Did you come from outside the city? Did you arrive just in time for the first day of the month? The heroine asked. Just as planned, Song Yu replied. Why did you arrive so late? She inquired. I was delayed on the road, he admitted. The Daoist and the heroine stood face to face at the city gate. I was worried that you might not come to Changjing at all, or that you might have come but not sought me out, heroine Wu said with a smile. Or perhaps you remembered the wrong gate. I was concerned that you might have forgotten the agreement we made, or that I might have arrived too late, and you would no longer be in Changjing, Song Yu confessed. Or that you might be here but think I would not come. The heroine tucked her hands into her sleeves and continued chatting with him. People of the Jianghu value trust and integrity. If we didn't have an agreement, that would be another matter. But since we did, how could we easily breach our trust with each other? I had some business to attend to and arrived late that day. By the time I got here, it was already dark and the city gates were about to close. I kept waiting but never saw you, so I suspected you might have come that day and we just missed each other. When was that? Song Yu asked. Last May, she answered. Then why did you continue coming after that? I just had a suspicion. If not, wouldn't I disappoint you? She continued. If you could deliver a letter from so far away, surely you wouldn't possibly come to Changjing and not seek me out. Indeed. Song Yu couldn't help but reflect on how she must have been disappointed many times over the past 2 years when she had been waiting here every day for a month, and then every first day of the month for over 20 months. Let's go, let's enter the city. The heroine then led the way into the city. As they walked, she glanced back at his horse and remarked, your horse has grown even more beautiful, and its coat is so shiny. What do you feed it? It seemed like things were much the same as they had been back then. Song Yu followed behind her, glancing up at the city gate. He crossed thousands of mountains and rivers to get here. At last, he arrived at Changjing. As they walked through the bustling streets of Changjing, the city displayed its grandeur and prosperity. The streets were crowded with people coming and going and heavy traffic, yet it was different from the busy scene in Anqing County. Anqing County was too small, with narrow streets that were crowded only during the Great Liujiang gathering. In contrast, Changjing had wide avenues and the entire city was immense, still packed with traffic and people. If one looked closely, many faces from the west and even farther lands could be seen, with varied hair colors, skin tones, and eyes. Song Yu moved through the city calmly, taking in his surroundings. In this moment, the Great Yan was undeniably a grand empire, and Changjing was undoubtedly a magnificent city. Its splendor was dreamlike, boasting the largest area, the most people, the greatest wealth, and the most powerful authority in the known world. There was no one in this era who did not marvel at it. Yet, as Song Yu walked through it, he also sensed much demonic aura. It was as if demons and monsters were as enamored with the city's prosperity as the people from distant lands. You haven't changed much in these 2 years, the heroine said. You remain as charming as ever, Song Yu replied. Say what you will, I don't even have a mirror to verify your remarks, she joked. Every word I say is true. Song Yu shifted his gaze from Changjing to the heroine. Her round face still looked youthful and did not look aged at all. 2 years ago, she had looked young, and often hid her face to avoid being underestimated. It seemed that nothing had changed. By the way, where are you staying? Do you have a place to stay? Not yet? This heroine was the only old acquaintance Song Yu had in Changjing, making it a perfect opportunity to seek her advice. On the way, I heard that the housing prices in Changjing are very high. Do you know if there are any affordable inns or cheaper places to stay? I plan to stay in Changjing for a while. How cheap are you talking about? Something comparable to Yude. Forget about it. Renting or buying a house here is much more expensive than in Yude, the heroine said with a glance at him. Many people who come to Changjing on official business, or even officials who live here, can only rent a more modest place. Even high-ranking officials can't afford to buy property, so you can imagine how expensive it is. I only need a cheap rental. In that case, you might want to look into the rental properties from the Housing Bureau. I rented my place from the right wing of the Housing Bureau. The heroine slowed her pace slightly, scratched her head, and continued, but with the imperial examination going on, their properties might be fully occupied. Plus, as a deist with no official business in Changjing, it might be difficult to get a place through them. Their properties are usually in high demand. Are there any haunted houses in Changjing? Dream on. The heroine laughed. You still don't understand how sought-after housing is in Changjing. Even I would consider renting a haunted house if it meant I could secure a place to live. Do you have any other suggestions? Actually, I do, if you're willing. Please, go ahead. Heroine Wu said, the place I'm renting was originally rented by a friend of my master when he was young. The rent was paid in advance until next year, but last month, he got involved in some trouble and died outside. The place is vacant now. I took over his rental agreement and got the place cleaned up. I was planning to rent it out to someone in the Jianghu who wouldn't mind it to earn a bit of extra income. If you can't find anywhere else, you could be my neighbor. When the lease ends, you could talk to the Housing Bureau and perhaps, with a bit of money under the table, you could continue staying there. Song Yu hesitated. Is that okay? Why wouldn't it be? He's dead and has no relatives here, and the agreement is in my hands, so I have the final say, the heroine said with a smirk. However, the place is in the western part of the city, among poor common folk. The house is small, close to the street, and it gets quite noisy in the morning. If you prefer peace and quiet, you might want to look elsewhere. Then I'll accept your offer. Just make sure you don't shortchange me on the rent. It saves me the trouble of finding someone else, which can be quite a hassle. I can offer you a bit of a discount, let's say 1,000 yuan per month. Nov. L. B /JNN. Deal. One more thing. I assume you have your own business to attend to, and so do I. Generally, we'll go about our own affairs. When we meet up, we can have a nice meal together and chat. If you need anything or need help, just let me know. Otherwise, we won't interfere with each other's lives. You don't have to concern yourself with what I'm doing. Understood. By the way, how long do you plan to stay in Changjing? Until next year. That works out perfectly. The heroine then led him to her residence. Changjing was indeed vast, and it took a long time to navigate through the city. Heroine Wu was a talkative and carefree person, and it didn't take long to dissolve the awkwardness of their 2-year separation. Remarkably, those 2 years of no communication didn't seem to have diminished their connection. They felt even more familiar with each other meeting again now than before. As Song Yu conversed with her, he pondered and looked around. This was the Western District, primarily inhabited by merchants and commoners, with many people from foreign lands also residing here. The place where heroine Wu rented her house was quite remote, almost on the edge of the city. The advantage was that the rent was cheaper. Through the Housing Bureau, it was even more affordable. The area was spacious, and many houses even had a small plot of land where people grew vegetables or raised livestock. Heroine Wu opened her door. Come in. I'll find the key. You can take a look around. The houses here are all quite similar. Ours is considered one of the better ones. It's a 2-story building, and it's not easy to find such a big place in the capital. She continued to rummage through the cabinet while lamenting. When I first came to Changjing, I lived in a single-story cottage that was truly uncomfortable. All right, Song Yu looked around casually. The houses here were all two-story buildings facing the street, which was convenient for shopping but likely noisy in the morning. Generally, the downstairs was used for cooking and receiving guests, while the upstairs was for sleeping. Even though the space was small, it was well equipped. This worked fine too. If it were a whole courtyard, he definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. Even if he could, it would probably have to be shared with several tenants. Living here wasn't as comfortable and serene as the elegant small courtyard in Yude, but it was not uncomfortable either. It offered a sense of freedom and was closer to the everyday life of the common people, possibly providing a different kind of experience. This place doesn't have space for keeping a horse, but there's a place nearby that specializes in horse boarding. They have boarded many horses and charge reasonable fees. You just need to visit regularly, take the horse out for exercise, and clean it. I can take you there later, Heroine Wu said as she found the key. As they walked outside, Song Yu said, I noticed there are many barren mountains outside the city. I'll let the horse roam freely, and I'll look for it later. Will you be able to find it? If fate allows it. What if you can't find it? Then it must have found its own way of life. Heh, Heroine Wu smiled broadly, having opened the door and handed him the key. She didn't enter but leaned against the door, watching him and asking, have you had dinner? Not yet? Heroine Wu continued to lean by the door. Unfortunately, it's already dark. Recently, the city has been plagued by demons and ghosts, and the palace has imposed a curfew. The guards patrol every day. We'll have to postpone our meal until tomorrow, and I'll host you then. By the way, you'd better bring your horse inside tonight. I happen to have a pot of vegetable porridge left over from yesterday. I'm worried it won't be good by tomorrow. If you don't mind, you can have it to fill your stomach. Song Yu said, I still owe you a meal. Right, then you can treat me tomorrow. Do you have any recommendations for good restaurants? There's a lamb soup noodle place down the street that's quite good. Lamb soup noodles. What's wrong? Don't you eat lamb? It's too simple. Isn't it good enough if it's tasty? I owe you a good meal. Oh, Heroine Wu, leaning by the door, thought for a moment and said, then I'll add 2 more slices of lamb. Song Yu couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the heroine noticed that Song Yu had just arrived in Changjing and that his finances might be a bit tight. She couldn't bear to have him spend too much money. Her response was quite charming, and not wishing to argue further, Song Yu decided to save up a bit more money and take her to the legendary Yunchun restaurant for a meal. It was already dark. Heroine Wu brought an oil lamp so he could settle into the house. By the time he finished tidying up, the vegetable porridge was already warmed up. The so-called vegetable porridge was just chopped vegetables cooked with rice, without any other flavors. It seemed to be something the heroine usually ate, and it was not suitable for receiving guests. But under these circumstances, she didn't feel embarrassed about taking it out to make do for a friend. Each of them had a bowl of porridge and sipped it. The porridge was steaming hot and quite comforting. By the time he finished drinking, he had raised the bowl and tilted his head back with an open heart. Even the thin porridge tasted like a delicacy. Only the cat refused to eat it, looking around with its head up. It was already aware of the world inside the walls and underground nearby, pondering whether to eat from its own home or someone else's tonight. The oil lamp's light struggled to fill the room upstairs. The calico cat scurried around the wooden floor, sniffing left and right. Meanwhile, Song Yu stood in the center of the room, looking around. The room upstairs was quite spacious. The wooden floor creaked with every step, and in some places, it even squeaked. There was a wooden bed and a table with a small stool all made from the same kind of wood and similar in color. They were likely the original furnishings, and were sufficient for daily use. There was also a wide bench, which was clearly a later addition. It was probably purchased and put here at a later time by the current tenant. The previous tenant had left some bedding behind, which Heroine Wu hadn't removed or discarded. She likely intended to leave it for the next tenant, possibly to increase the rent a little with this. However, Song Yu noticed an unpleasant smell on it and decided not to use it. For tonight, he would use a woolen mat to sleep on and cover himself with a fleece blanket and thin quilt. He planned to go buy new bedding tomorrow and wash and store the woolen mat and blanket for future use. They might come in handy when he traveled east and north after leaving Changjing, and they might prove useful for many years to come. Looking around, he thought the space by the window would be suitable for a long couch, with a low tea table in the middle, and a cloth mat for sitting. This way, he could enjoy tea, write, and watch the street scene from the window. He could also hang a curtain to divide the room, and buy a small bed for the calico cat to sleep on. After a bit of planning, he had a mental image of how the room would look. With these additions, the room would be quite nice. A soft, delicate voice came from behind. Is this going to be our home for the next year? Pretty much. Are you going to sleep now? Why? I'm going out to catch mice. Make sure you recognize which room we're staying in when you come back. I'm very clever. If you encounter other deists, monks, monsters, or patrolling gods who trouble you, just say you're from Hidden Dragon Temple, and that you're merely out to catch mice. Got it. Go then. Song Yu took out the oiled paper package from the bedding bag and unwrapped the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. Upon arriving in Changjing today, there were many things he had to remember. But the calico cat, which had just said it was going to catch mice, suddenly sprang up from under the table just as he laid out the paper on the table. When asked, it only said it would catch mice later. But as soon as Song Yu started grinding the ink and picked up the brush to write, the cat reached over and played with the brush's tassel as it lay entirely sprawled on the table. So, it seemed they had temporarily settled in Changjing. The room seemed a bit drafty, with a chill in the air. In the middle of the night, the sound of patrolling soldiers' heavy footsteps and the clinking of armor could be heard. Meanwhile, the streets were noisy in the morning. Despite this, he slept well that night. He couldn't remember when the calico cat had returned or whether it had caught any mice and had a good meal. Song Yu had previously established a routine with her generally. She would finish eating the mice outside before coming back, leaving any unwanted parts outside as well. When she came back to bed, she would clean herself up and wipe her paws on a wet cloth placed at the bed's headboard. Since hearing that woolen mats and blankets were expensive, she seemed to value them even more than Song Yu did, carefully cleaning her paws before getting into bed each time. When he got up, he didn't see her. After dressing and going downstairs, he still couldn't find her. It wasn't until he opened the door that he discovered she was lying in the street, basking in the sun with her eyes half closed. Passers-by carefully avoided stepping near her as she clearly enjoyed herself. The door next to his was tightly shut and locked. Song Yu went back into the house, let the horse out, and quickly freshened up. After locking the door, he led the horse out of the city. As soon as the calico cat opened her eyes, she leaped up and trotted after him with small steps. The man and the cat walked together, making sure to remember the route to avoid getting lost later. Until they left the city, there were still many houses on both sides of the road. There were inns and shops of various kinds, making it quite lively. However, as they continued, the houses became sparser. After crossing the small slope from yesterday and taking a small path, they finally reached the desolate mountains. In the distance, a large mountain could be seen. Song Yu patted the gingerbread horse and said apologetically, "Our place in Changjing is cramped, and keeping a horse there is inconvenient. Even if I were to send you to a horse sitter, you'd likely be miserable. It's better for you to run freely and graze in the wild. Please try your best to head toward the depths of that mountain, where people rarely go. Don't wander too far, I will come to find you in a year." The gingerbread horse merely snorted in response, "PFFTTTT. Song Yu removed the bell from the horse's neck and replaced it with a red string. On the string was a small tag, similar to the one the calico cat had, which was also a piece torn off from the plaque of the hidden dragon temple. "You already have some spirituality in you. I believe ordinary people won't be able to trouble you now. With this tag, even those with cultivation skills will probably find it difficult to bother you," Song Yu said, pausing for a moment. "If you find freedom in the wild more comfortable, then go and seek your freedom. If you wander farther, I won't come looking for you." Neigh, the gingerbread horse lifted its neck and neighed. Song Yu merely smiled, not feeling the need to restrict it with words. A fleeting thought might not last forever. A horse should run freely in the wild, and it had waited for him for a year at Yunding Mountain. But this time, he told the horse in advance. After all, it might change its mind if it found other wild horses to play with after staying in the wild for a long time. The calico cat behind him also raised its right front paw, touching the horse's hooves. It raised its head high, expressing a different opinion from Song Yu's. "Horsey, wait for us to find you. Go on." Song Yu patted it gently. The horse ran a few steps, looked back at them, and then galloped toward the distant mountain. While the calico cat seemed especially reluctant to watch it leave, Song Yu only smiled. Reuniting with the horse would be great, but if they didn't reunite, it wouldn't be bad either. The outcome a year from now was bound to be positive, so there was no need to feel anxious. "Let's head back." With this, the man and the cat turned and walked back. The calico cat looked back repeatedly until the gingerbread horse was completely out of sight. Only then did it turn its gaze back and look up at Song Yu. "Will it grow bigger next year?" "It has already grown. Will it grow even bigger?" "It won't." This morning, the woman next door said she was going out and would only return in the afternoon. "She asked you to wait for her at home early tonight so you can go out for a meal. Did she tell you that?" "Yes. Lady Calico, you're starting to take charge." I'm taking charge indeed." "Right. What does that mean?" "It means you're smart and reliable." "That's right." Then, the man and the cat slowly made their way back to the official road. Yesterday, perhaps due to the late hour or preoccupations in his mind, he hadn't paid close attention to the scenery outside the city. Today, however, the view revealed a flat expanse with winding dirt roads. Along these winding roads, there were scattered homes, some sparse and some dense. It was early spring, and most plants were withered, but the peach blossoms were in full bloom. From a distance, people appeared as small dots, with horse riders and carriage drivers being slightly larger. Occasional wisps of smoke rose, and in banners fluttered. Together, this scenery looked like an ancient painting. Just then, Song Yu stepped into this picturesque scene. Children chased after small dogs, and cats darted around on the roads, while literati and scholars strolled out together to enjoy the spring. Elders sat at their doorsteps awaiting the passage of time, and lower-class folks labored tirelessly at their trades. He had lunch at a street stall outside the city. Even inside the city gate, the scene was much the same. The bustling main streets were filled with vendors calling out their wares and crowds of people. Among them were those dressed in fine clothes, as well as elegant young men and beautiful young women. After Song Yu turned around and walked into the alleyways, he saw artisans quietly weaving bamboo baskets and brooms, their blackened hands thick with calluses and deep cracks. Laborers carried heavy loads in silence, while women sat at their doorsteps, worried about the day's troubles. Everything here depicted the myriad facets of life. Song Yu walked with measured steps, as if moving through an ancient painting or history itself. He planned to explore more thoroughly on another day. Today, he had other tasks to complete. Song Yu returned to his newly rented house, bought rice and flour from a nearby market to fill his rice and flour bins, then drew water from a nearby well to clean and refill the water jar. After that, he bought a load of firewood from a woodcutter selling at the alleyway to ensure he had fuel for cooking. N/O/vel/b/c/n.c//om. He also needed to buy oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, and new bedding. After spending half a day sending off the horse, he had spent another half day completing these chores. Yet, with every moment occupied with tasks, it left him with a sense of fulfillment. This was the life of an ordinary person. When he finished his tasks, it was close to the evening. The setting sun cast its light across the street. The remaining time was his own. Song Yu took a stool and sat at the door with the calico cat, basking in the sun while watching the myriad of people passing by on the road and observing the clouds change shapes in the sky, savoring this moment of contentment. A neighbor cast a glance at him. As the sunlight turned the floor tiles to gold, Wu Suaoiai wandered over from the end of the street and immediately spotted the large and small figures sitting at the door. The larger one had his arms crossed, eyes squinted as the sunlight illuminated his face. Without seeing his face, one might think he was an old man. The smaller one sat properly on the ground beside him, also squinting and occasionally licking its paw. This made her feel as if she was a newcomer to Changjing, while the person and cat seemed to have been here for many years. While others enjoyed life, she was busy working for a living, which made her feel a bit envious. Yet, she couldn't help but smile at the beauty of the moment. Hey, sunbathing, huh? The cat had long noticed her and had stopped licking its paw to stare at her. Only then did the deist turn his head. Back already? You two seem quite comfortable. There's nothing much to do. Did you send off the horse? Yes, it's gone. Have you finished tidying up the house? Bought everything you needed. I've bought most of the urgent things. And the non-urgent items. I'll buy those slowly. Tisk tisk, Wu Suaoiai took out her keys and opened her own door. She didn't do much inside, she simply pulled out the short sword hidden in her clothing and tossed it onto the table before turning back around. At this moment, she noticed that the cat had somehow already made its way to her doorstep, staring up at her with a contemplative look in its eyes. Heh, Wu Suaoiai grinned and stepped back out before she closed the door behind her. At a street-side stall, 2 bowls of mutton soup noodles with added meat were served, with the two seated opposite each other. The deist had brought an extra bowl and placed it on the nearby stool, where a calico cat was crouching on. Heroine Wu slurped the soup noodle and said, though we of the Zishan sect are based in Yizhu, we're still a major sect in the Jianghu, so we have some connections in Changjing. When I first arrived, I used the connections of an old friend of my master to get a job with the Yongning escort agency. But it was tough work, and I felt it had no future. I worked there for about a year, and last summer and fall, I happened to meet a benefactor. Now I'm working for that benefactor, and I'm thinking that I might be on my way to success. Song Yu asked, didn't you say you had no acquaintances in Changjing? That was my master's acquaintance, not mine originally. But he's quite loyal and has helped me a lot. Without him, I might not have managed to gain a foothold in Changjing at the beginning and be where I am now. She shook her head. It's a pity that just as I was preparing to repay him and bring him to work for the benefactor, he passed away. Sigh. At his age, he still chased after wealth and treasures like the others. It's really. So, you're like a retainer. Close enough. That's not too bad. Being a retainer to a noble in the capital usually meant a leisurely life with fewer fights, good food and clothing, and a decent income. It was a better fate for many Jianghu martial artists. Not many Jianghu people, who wanted to leave behind the chaos of their former lives and settle down, could get such a great job. However, it was clear that this woman was not a retainer. Song Yu didn't press further. He passed all the thin slices of lamb from his soup noodle to the calico cat with his chopsticks and asked quietly, do you remember the swordsman from the Great Liujiang gathering? Which one? Heroine Wu looked up at him. Shu Yufan. Yes. How could I forget? Heroine Wu lowered her head. She blew on her soup noodle before she took a bite and said, in the past year, he has gained great fame in the Jianghu. Unless someone is very out of touch with the latest news, they would have heard of him. I heard about him on the way here. Who told you? Some Jianghu person at a tea stall, a storyteller. Is it true that they're all saying he's the #1 swordsman in the world? That's what the storyteller said. Storytellers like to rank such things, but these rankings don't mean anything. It wouldn't be surprising if one day some unknown person defeated the so-called #1 swordsman, Heroine Wu said. But, Shu Yufan did make quite a stir last year in Zhaozhou, so his fame is not without reason. Tell me more. Don't you want the meat? Wu Suaoiai realized he had given all the meat to the calico cat. It's fine. Heh. This story goes back to a major event in the Jianghu, from 20 years ago. I heard this from others. 20 years ago, there was a family with the surname Fei. They were wiped out by Lin Dihei from the Hanjiang sect of Zhaozhou after a night of drinking. Heroine Wu shook her head and continued, outsiders make it seem like such incidents are common in the Jianghu, but in reality, they're very rare. We've only ever heard of such things in stories. Moreover, if such massacres are handled badly, the authorities won't let you off easily. So, back then, it shocked the entire Jianghu. Was Xu Yufan originally a member of the Fei family? How did you know? But yes, Xu Yufan was originally from the Fei family. He was the sole survivor? The Hanjiang sect is the largest Jianghu faction in Zhaozhou. Lin Dihe was also the most formidable person in Zhaozhou, known for never having been defeated in his travels with his cold iron ghost-headed saber. Heroine Wu temporarily set down her chopsticks and said, "Many people said he was the #1 swordsman in the world. This man was extremely arrogant. When he wiped out the Fei family, he left only the Fei family's son alive and told him to train hard and seek revenge. Now, after 20 years of hard training, that child has grown up and actually returned to exact his revenge." She paused for a moment and then added, "At the Great Liujiang gathering, I had initially wanted to spar with him. On the one hand, I felt I probably wouldn't be able to beat him and feared losing face. On the other hand, I sensed something was off about him." What was off about him? He specifically targeted people who used sabers. Really, Song Yu only then realized this detail. You see, Heroine Wu said, he didn't just come with great martial skills, he also came well prepared. What happened next? As if she were even more enthusiastic than when she first heard it, Heroine Wu recounted with gusto, "Later, I heard he took advantage of Lin Dihe's arrogance. The Hanjiang sect is a major faction in Zhaozhou, with no less than 80 skilled members. Even if Xu Yufan was indeed the #1 swordsman in the world, it would be impossible for him to challenge the entire Hanjiang sect alone with just one sword. But guess what? He sent a letter directly, telling Lin Dihe that he was coming for him and asking him to be ready." Song Yu asked, "Did he disband his disciples?" "Something like that." Heroine Wu sighed, "I heard that happened on a stormy night during last year's Jange. Yet, the flash of knives and swords was even brighter than the fierce thunder and lightning." Song Yu could almost visualize the scene in his mind. On a cold rainy night with lightning and thunder, Lin Dihe, the #1 person in Zhaozhou, wielded the cold iron ghost-headed saber and annihilated an entire family but left one boy alive to seek revenge. He must have believed himself to be invincible in the world, obsessed with martial arts, and filled with pride. The young swordsman, burdened with a blood feud, had trained hard for years. He prepared thoroughly, with courage as deep as the sea and sword energy sweeping through autumn, capable of slicing even demons and evil spirits with ease. If the Jianghu had a history book, this battle would undoubtedly be recorded in its annals. What happened next? Isn't it all well known by now? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Heroine Wu picked up her bowl and continued, "But Lin Dihe had an illegitimate son with his mistress. The year before last, he brought that woman back and took her as his concubine. So at home, besides the servants, it was just him and his wife, his concubine, and his son. He probably never thought he would lose and didn't send them away." She paused here. Her chopsticks clanged against the bowl as she almost finished the entire bowl of soup noodles. Then she said, "Guess what Xu Yufan did? Do you want another bowl?" "Yes." So they ordered another bowl, still with extra meat. Heroine Wu said with a laugh, "Everyone thought he would repay him in kind, and it was almost like that. He also left Lin Dihe's son alive, telling him his surname and name, and advised him to train hard in martial arts so that he could seek revenge for his father's murder when he grew up. This man is also filled with pride. No wonder the storyteller praises him so highly. But he didn't kill Lin Dihe's women." Song Yu nodded. "I see. Do you think I tell it better than those storytellers?" "Yes. Aren't you a deist? You enjoy listening to these stories. I can get a taste of the Jianghu essence." "What Jianghu essence? We're all just a bunch of miserable people. If we could make a better living, who would want to do this kind of work?" "Oh, except for those mentally disturbed individuals." Heroine Wu shook her head and focused on eating her soup noodles. Song Yu also lowered his head to eat, with half a bowl remaining. This lamb soup noodles was also made with wide noodles, but unlike the 3-finger-wide noodles from southern Art County, these were stretched out and were only about 1 finger wide and thinner. The lamb bone broth, combined with coriander, scallions, and a few slices of thinly cut lamb meat, had quite a rich flavor. With careful tasting, one could even detect a hint of spices in the broth. Right, this was the Western District. Many merchants from the West were here, and they saw quite a few on the streets during the day. The West Market might have the most diverse spices in all of Great Yan, and he wondered what the prices were like. When he had some time, he should explore more. Unlike Song Yu's leisurely pace, the Jianghu people tend to eat quickly, as if someone were competing with them. By the time Heroine Wu finished her second bowl, Song Yu had only just finished his half bowl. Full. Of course. Still want another bowl. I don't have that much room in my stomach. Besides, it's getting dark. I haven't heard any news about the curfew being lifted. We should head back. Heroine Wu stood up. Let's settle the bill. Okay. Song Yu then paid the bill. The total turned out to be quite a few dozen yuan. The three of them, 2 people and a cat, walked back along the street, which was now almost deserted. This area couldn't compare to the lively, bustling streets known for their nightlife or entertainment. At night, there was little illumination, with only a strip of fiery red on the horizon which then blended into a beautiful gradient. The eaves of the ancient buildings on both sides and the smooth stone-paved ground occasionally reflected these colors. Walking among them, one felt a sense of tranquility. There are curfews these days, shops close early. Once it gets dark, there aren't many people out. Usually, there would be more people, and a few shops would still be open. Why the curfew? It's because of the demons. Even under the Emperor's nose, demons are so rampant. Even under the Emperor's nose, there are daily murders. The constables in Changjing are probably the busiest in the world. Even humans can kill people, let alone demons. And demons are even more powerful and harder to catch, making them even more likely to cause trouble. Have there been any murders? Not just murders. They've killed high-ranking officials, and not just one. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a big commotion. I heard that Changjing has a city god. It's not effective. Song Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Don't be surprised. Heroine Wu chuckled. It's the same everywhere. The more people there are, the more money there is, the more complicated the power struggles are, and the more chaotic it becomes. It happens even under the Emperor's nose. But if the Emperor weren't here, it might not be this chaotic. Is that so? I didn't say anything. Right. We should speak more quietly. Otherwise, if someone hears us, we might have to face some trouble. Anyway, you should rest up. Until the army and local officials sort things out, it's best not to go out at night. Make sure to close your windows tightly, and don't go out to check if you hear any noises at night. Even if you're capable, it's better to avoid unnecessary risks. Since you've come to Changjing, take the time to explore and enjoy the city's splendor. That sounds reasonable, Song Yu nodded. After a pause, he added, I've spent most of my money on the road. Do you happen to know any good ways for a deist like me to make money? Heroine Wu looked at him with curiosity. The calico cat, happily prancing ahead with small steps, turned its head to look back as well. Heroine Wu seemed interested, a smile tugging at her lips as she pondered for a while. I don't really know how someone like you makes money. I haven't seen other masters in need of money. Let me think. Got it? You must know some spells, right? Like that trick in Yu-Do where people steal money out of thin air. Can you do that? If you can, I can take you to a corrupt official's house. I don't have that ability. Then what can you do? Fortune telling? You could go find some high-ranking officials. I think that could earn you some money. I don't have that skill either. Then what are your skills? Oh, I remember now. The woman slapped her forehead and slowed her pace. You make great beef stew? I've traveled far and wide, and I love eating more than anything. But out of everything I've tasted along the way, your beef ranks among the best. You should open a shop, just use the first floor as a storefront and sell beef exclusively. I know where to get the best beef. I do excel in cooking, but running a restaurant is too laborious. I'm already quite tired from traveling. Recently, I've been feeling quite lazy. Perhaps someday if I feel like being more hardworking, I'll consider opening a shop as you suggested. Then what else can you do? Exorcise spirits, subdue demons. How skilled are you in that? Very skilled. There are often bounties and wanted notices at the city gate. Some are for demons and ghosts causing trouble nearby or in the city, and they're searching for a master to ward them off. You could check them out when you have time. Heroine Wu paused for a moment. She continued, but these tasks are either very difficult or troublesome with little reward. If it were easy, the temples in the city and the deist temples outside, not to mention the many civilian cultivators, would have already taken care of it. Even among Jianghu warriors like us, who have great courage and vitality, we can usually only deal with a few minor demons for some extra money. Did you see anything interesting at the city gate yesterday? Oh, Heroine Wu scratched her head. I'm not very good with words. I just saw that everyone was looking, so out of boredom, I pretended to look too. If you want to know the specifics, you'll have to check it out yourself. Got it. We've arrived? Farewell then. We're neighbors. Don't be so formal. I'll hear you walking around upstairs if you make any noise. Heroine Wu grinned from ear to ear. I just hope you don't snore. If you do, keep it down. All right. The two of them each opened their own doors. The window on the second floor was wide open, and the night breeze filled the room. There was no moon outside, only a sky full of stars. The scattered starlight gathered on the ground. After his eyes adjusted to the nighttime light, Song Yu could make out shapes and objects. While he couldn't see the subtle movements on the ground or far away, he could discern the outline of the city. The roof eaves stretched far into the distance, blending into the darkness, creating a serene beauty. A soft voice came from behind. What are you looking at? I heard there are demons causing trouble in this city, Song Yu replied, leaning by the window without turning around. Did you see any demons walking around last night while you were out exploring, Lady Calico? I didn't see any. A shadow leaped up beside him. Lady Calico perched on the window ledge, stretching out its body as it said, but there were many people on the street, and they made a rustling sound as they walked. That's the patrol. The patrol. The Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards. They are the human army guarding this city. I haven't asked yet. It's fine. But I did feel that there were demons far away while walking on the roof last night. But they were too far off, and I didn't dare to run over and check. Keep your distance from them. Are you looking for demons? I'm just casually checking. Did you find any? Of course not, Song Yu said softly. Maybe it's because this place is too poor, and the demons don't want to come here. Too poor. Lady Calico, do you think it would be good to buy a long couch and place it here? The couch would be about this high. I'll place a tea table in the middle, roughly this high. Song Yu gestured the height next to the window, the highest point of the tea table barely reaching below the window. He continued, this way, it will be more convenient for us to enjoy the view from the window, and you won't have to jump onto the ledge every time. I won't fall off. But the tea table can be used for lying down. I saw some people sitting on rocking chairs. They looked like a lot of fun. You like those, huh? Song-yu turned his head to assess the upstairs space by the dim light, feeling that it could fit. Do those things cost a lot of money? We can only know after we go see. Lady Calico turned to look at him closely. Don't we have any money left? A little bit. Just a little bit, I guess. Is it impossible for humans to get by without money? The question made Song-yu pause and think deeply. It wasn't fully true that people couldn't live without money. In these times, many people in remote areas used very little money throughout the year. Some didn't use money at all. When they needed salt, they carried goods down the mountain to trade. For the rest of the time, they lived self-sufficiently, leading a very primitive life. But saying that this perspective was incorrect also seemed not quite right. In the novels about heroic figures in the Jianghu, a mere wen could sometimes become an obstacle, and many in the Jianghu toiled endlessly for money. Even the cultivators revered by everyone, apart from a few mountain recluses or orthodox ascetic monks, still needed money to varying degrees. The reason there was a hidden dragon temple on Yinyang Mountain, and why so many petulant temple owners over the generations hadn't torn it down despite their capriciousness, was precisely because the temple offered the convenience of interacting with the mundane world. When they were feeling lazy, they could even rely on it to collect some income from incense offering and live an idle life. Song-yu, too, needed money to travel in the human realm. However, the Jianghu people were often carefree, splurging their money on wine while they had it and enduring hunger without complaint when they didn't. In contrast, deists had a calm and indifferent nature. If they had money, they lived a little better. If they didn't, they just made do with what little they had and didn't mind at all. After thinking for a while, he simply said, I guess. The little cat's brow furrowed instantly. It was clearly a cat's face, but for a moment, it seemed to show a hint of sorrow. What should we do? Make money. How? Find a way. I saw someone selling kittens on the street when I was out exploring during the day. Lady Calico lifted its chin and pointed in a direction. You could sell me. Song-yu couldn't help but smile. Lady Calico, you know that's not possible. You could sell me, and when you get the money and leave far away, I could sneak away and come find you. That's not right. Can catching mice make money? I'm not sure. Song-yu reached out and patted its head. We're just short of money, not no money at all. Besides, not having money won't lead to starvation. Lady Calico, you don't need to worry about that. We won't starve. We won't. Oh, under no circumstances should one make money through stealing, robbing, or cheating. But Lady Calico, you're an upright cat, so I'm sure you wouldn't need me to explain this simple principle. Right. You're indeed upright. The woman next door was eavesdropping on us. It doesn't matter. She quietly went back. It doesn't matter. She's now in bed. Stop eavesdropping. My ears heard it by themselves. Let's go to sleep. Song-yu picked Lady Calico up from the windowsill. The room was quiet for a moment before Lady Calico's voice sounded. What are you doing? Put me down. On the third day after arriving in Changjing, Song-yu woke up early. This time, he happened to encounter the heroine leaving. She was still dressed in thick, dark gray clothing, which was probably convenient for carrying weapons. When she saw Song-yu while closing the door, she let out a few awkward laughs, seeming a bit embarrassed. Haha, did you sleep well last night? Quite well. I thought I heard someone talking next door last night. I wasn't sure if it was you or the neighbor on the other side. I listened closely from both sides and it seemed like it was coming from your side. It's no problem. Are you heading out? Why yes, I'm going out to work. Nov, L, B // JNN. Take care. Thank you. The woman locked the door and turned to leave. The morning was foggy, and her dark clothing quickly made her hard to see. It was unclear what she was up to so early. The heroine's remarks the day before had been quite apt. Everyone had their own tasks to attend to, and they should maintain a certain distance even if they were old acquaintances. Therefore, Song-yu wasn't interested in knowing her plans. Once she was out of sight, he turned his attention back to his own tasks and calmly began preparing breakfast. He cooked a pot of gruel. He went to the meat shop at the east end of the street to buy a small amount of minced meat of just a tail and some green vegetables. When it was finely chopped and the gruel was just the right consistency, he tossed them all in, and now he had a pot of minced meat and vegetable gruel. After finishing his meal, he asked a neighbor where he could find old wooden furniture. With the cat in tow, he headed in that direction. It seemed he might have taken a wrong turn. But it was no big deal. When one had time to spare, no path was a detour. Suddenly, someone stopped him. It was a middle-aged man with a long beard, dressed in a deist robe, holding a fortune-telling banner that doubled as both a banner and a walking stick. He started speaking as soon as he saw Song-yu. Sir, I see you glancing around anxiously, your eyes troubled, and you seem to be plagued by misfortune. Recently, your endeavors might not be favorable. If you are here for the imperial examination, why not have your fortune told? I am skilled in fortune-telling, including palm reading and divination. Knowing what's to come can give you some assurance. Song-yu turned to look at him. The cat, Lady Calico, also looked up at him. The divination banner was composed of a wooden staff and a banner with only one character on it, G1. This word was similar to the one on the in banner, which read Jutu, and was a signature of the fortune tellers in Great Yan. Song-yu looked at his own clothes and then smiled, cupping his hands in greeting. Fellow deist, I am also a Deo cultivator. I am not an examinee coming to the capital. I'm just out today without my deist robe. Official, why are you deceiving this old man? I speak the truth. Fellow deist, please seek business elsewhere. Fine then. The fortune teller shook his head and walked away. As Song Yu continued on his way, he encountered several more fortune tellers like this. In Great Yan, fortune-telling, divination, and dream interpretation were quite popular. This was especially true with the court's endorsement of Daoism. The current state preceptor was renowned for his divination and fortune-telling skills, so fortune-tellers were numerous in Changing. Besides these basic traveling fortune-tellers, there were also stationary fortune-tellers who set up stalls or even tents on the street, each hanging a banner with the character G so that people could easily see what they were offering. The best established ones even had their own shops in busy areas, with lines of people, including scholars and officials, seeking their advice. Indeed, the imperial examinations were approaching. In Great Yan, people liked to consult fortune tellers before important events like examinations or travels. Now that many examens had gathered in Changing, it was likely that fortune tellers from neighboring counties and commanderies, or even those who usually engaged in other trades, had donned fortune tellers' robes to make money from these out-of-town examens. The government was lax about such businesses and was unable to distinguish between genuine and false fortune tellers, so they dared not offend them. This gave Song Yu some insight. He then continued searching for places selling old furniture. Along the way, he occasionally overheard discussions about the recent shocking news. The vice minister of the Ministry of Works had been devoured by a demon at home. This news had alarmed the entire court and the populace. Especially since the demon had yet to be captured, common people were unsettled, and the dark forces and monsters seemed emboldened and more active. And the imperial examinations were near. With the cat in tow, Song Yu walked through bustling marketplaces and narrow alleys. His pace was leisurely compared to the hurried passers-by, as if he scorned time itself. He walked, looked, and listened. He absorbed the stories of Changing and observed the lives of its people. By the afternoon, he had finally bought a satisfactory long bench, a tea table with cushions, and an old rocking chair. He had spent quite a bit of money. He also bought a few shop banners. Upon returning home, Song Yu took out his writing materials. He wrote the word Dao on one piece of paper and slanted it against the door, placing it outward to attract attention. On the other two long banners, he wrote the specific services he was offering and hung them on either side of the front door: exorcism and rodent extermination. Song Yu looked at his handiwork with satisfaction. He then turned to Lady Calico and said, "If someone comes to the shop for exorcism, that's my job. If someone comes seeking help with rodent extermination, it will be up to you, Lady Calico." Meow. I don't know. Song Yu smiled. Whether it was helping people with their misfortunes, driving away evil spirits, or dealing with rodents and pests, it was all considered good work. As for Lady Calico's question on how much money they could make, he didn't know yet. Much of it depended on the customers. Wealthy and generous ones might give more, while the poor and less fortunate might offer less. Earning more meant better meals, while earning less meant simpler fare. It was just a different way of living, a new perspective on the world. 1. The Chinese word is, which means to solve or understand. 2. The Chinese word is, which is short for, which means inn or tavern. Splash. He wrung out the cloth, and all the dirty water fell into the bucket. Song Yu continued to squat on the floor, wiping down the wooden planks on the second floor. He found this moment quite profound. It seemed like this was always the case with chores before starting. He felt a lot of internal resistance, but it didn't feel that tiring once he got going. In fact, there was a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction that made it hard to stop. It wasn't until he had cleaned all the wooden planks on the second floor and disposed of the dirty water that Song Yu went back upstairs. The deist now sat on the windowside long couch, while Lady Calico lay on the rocking chair. They watched as the moisture gradually evaporated from the planks, the color shifting from dark to light, the planks turning from wet to dry. Let's start. Okay. Thud. A bamao ball, that was so dry that it became brittle, fell onto the floor. Immediately, a tricolored shadow darted across like lightning, making a series of dull thuds on the wooden planks. Lady Calico caught the ball and brought it back to the deist, then turned and dashed back to the spot to get ready for the next throw, eyes focused intently. The deist tossed the ball, and the cat jumped to catch it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Thud thud. Swish. Lady Calico almost flew into the air while clutching the ball with its front paws. After landing, it turned its head to look out the window. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. There's someone knocking, it said in a tone that was all business. It then set down the ball, jumped onto the coffee table by the window, and leaned half of its body out to look down. At this time, a woman was looking up at her. Seeing this, Lady Calico retracted and looked at the deist. It's from next door. All right. Song Yu then headed downstairs. When Song Yu opened the door, it was indeed Heroine Wu. She stepped back a few paces, tilting her head to carefully examine the 3 newly bought shop signs. She then looked down and asked, "What does it say? Dao? What's this about asoricism and rodent extermination?" "It's exorcism and rodent extermination." Rodent extermination? Does that mean catching rats for people? Lady Calico excels in that? Interesting. Heroine Wu then held up a wrapped item in her hand, covered with oiled paper and tied with straw rope. "I was passing by on my way back and smelled this delicious roast chicken. So, I bought one." Let's eat together. I'd like to introduce you to a business opportunity. Come in, then we'll talk. Have you not cooked yet? Not yet, I've been busy. Heroine Wu made herself comfortable and stepped inside without hesitation. She then placed the roast chicken on the table. The aroma was faintly perceptible. A little less than half an hour later, Song Yu had fried the tofu blocks he bought in the afternoon until golden brown on both sides. He had also made a chicken egg and vegetable soup, added a small dish of pickles, and prepared 2 bowls of rice. The small square table was quite tiny. It was just about right for one person, and it felt very cramped with 2 people. The woman sat opposite him, tearing apart the chicken meat. The roast chicken was perfectly browned on the outside and very tender on the inside. The meat came off easily with just a gentle pull, and some parts even separated from the bone effortlessly during the tearing process. The clearly visible strips of chicken looked even more appetizing than when they were cut in proper chunks, and they seemed much more casual and effortless. I'm taking advantage of you, he said. What taking advantage? We're just sharing a meal. The woman continued tearing the chicken without looking up. I actually ran out of rice at home, but I felt too tired and lazy to buy more today, so I came over to borrow a bowl of rice. Besides, I have to thank you. How so? Heroine Wu thought for a moment and shook her head. It's hard to explain. Before this deist arrived, she had noticed the roast chicken being sold by the roadside. It smelled good, and she was craving it, but living alone made her hesitate. Though she was familiar with the man next door, who were old friends of her master and had been very kind to her, he was already quite elderly. The age difference made interactions less comfortable, so she often refrained from buying such things. It wasn't that she couldn't finish it alone. It just wasn't as appetizing to eat alone. Now that there was someone to share the meal with, it was more pleasant. Although she didn't consider them close friends, they got along well and could chat a bit during meals. So, without much thought, she paid for it. After buying it, she realized that spending money today felt much more refreshing than usual. Let's eat, Heroine Wu said, wiping her hands and picking up her chopsticks. She took a piece of chicken with her chopsticks and tried it, then said to Song Yu, didn't you say last night that you can exorcise demons and ward off evil? I heard today that a man in a household is possessed. He was fine when he came home last night, but this morning he started having a high fever and babbling nonsense. He was shaking and shouting, don't hurt me. The roast chicken is really tasty and flavorful, by the way. He's still unconscious. Song Yu tried a piece of the chicken as well. It lacked the strong aroma of spices, but it was flavorful, with a salty taste throughout the chicken leg and breast. It was unlike the roast chicken he had in Xiong'al County, which only had flavor on the outer layer. Thank you, Heroine Wu. No need to thank me. Anyway, I've accepted the job for you. You'll be fine, right? You managed to travel with a swallow from Anking, after all. I'll check it out. Expect them to come looking for you tomorrow morning. If they don't, just forget I mentioned it. Got it. Song Yu focused on his meal, while Heroine Wu clapped her hands and left quite casually after she was done eating. After she departed, Song Yu cleaned up the dishes and went to bed early for the night. Early in the morning the next day, someone indeed came looking for help. It was a middle-aged woman. People in this line of work faced predicaments similar to that of a country doctor, where younger people were often less trusted. The woman immediately asked Song Yu if his master was present. Since she had come all the way, Song Yu told her that he wouldn't charge her until the person was awake. Filled with hope, she took Song Yu to her home. On the way out, they ran into Heroine Wu, who was buying rice. They exchanged greetings and went their separate ways. The woman's home was also in Western District but quite far, requiring over half an hour to walk there. As they walked, Song Yu asked the woman about her situation. He learned that her husband was a roaming gardener. In Changing, some wealthy households did not hire their own full-time gardeners. The usual servants had poor gardening skills, so they would specially hire people like him to manage the flowers and plants in their courtyards. Although he had returned home a bit late that night, he had not broken curfew and had been fine upon returning. For some unknown reason, he could not get up the next morning. Song Yu then followed her into a narrow alley, which was a slope. An old woman was pouring out dirty water from above, which flowed down the slope. Song Yu, the woman, and the cat quickly moved aside. A child was urinating against the wall, and the calico cat approached, tilting its head to look. It immediately showed a look of disgust and raised its paw, as if it wanted to slap the child. An old, filthy dog lay sunning itself by the roadside, though only a small ray of sunlight reached the alley. Just then, the woman stopped in front of a wooden door. In Changing, finding a decent place to live was challenging. This was just a small single-room house. It had to serve as a living space, a place to store tools, and a cooking area. There was only a corner toilet for them to relieve themselves, making the smell inside rather unpleasant. This was typical of the impoverished families in Changing. Upon entering, the bed was to their immediate left. The cat, with its keen sense of smell, wrinkled its nose. But when it immediately followed Song Yu inside when it saw him walk in there. Song Yu himself was not bothered by it and moved closer to inspect. A thin middle-aged man lay on the bed. He was sweating profusely with his face pale and lips trembling, and he was occasionally twitching. From a glance, Song Yu could tell it was a case of misplaced soul, usually caused by shock. It was similar to the child in Suzhu, though an adult soul was more resilient and less likely to be lost due to fright. If someone were skilled in this deo, they might be able to determine whether the person was carrying any demonic, malevolent, or yin energy to pinpoint what had frightened them. Such a tragic fate. Song Yu sat down beside the bed and picked up a cloth, then he casually wiped the sweat from the man's face while asking, I heard he was speaking nonsensically. He's not shouting now, but he was yesterday. What was he saying? He was shouting for mercy, asking not to be eaten. The woman, though anxious, answered truthfully. She initially found the young deist to be somewhat unreliable, but for poor families like hers in Changjing, what other options were there? They couldn't afford medication for many days, nor could they afford to hire a master from a temple. Otherwise, the woman could only watch the man die. This gentleman had come empty-handed, without any artifacts or talismans. Once inside, he hadn't prepared anything. Besides having a particularly spiritual cat, he didn't seem like an expert in exorcism. Just when she was feeling desperate, she saw the gentleman put down the cloth and lean over to blow a breath. Huff. He didn't resemble a deist priest, a monk, or any folk expert with various strange methods from stories. He only blew a breath, and he was more like a demon or a divine immortal from a tale. Strangely, after he blew out that breath, the room seemed to cool significantly. The person on the bed immediately stopped twitching, and his lips stopped trembling. He was calming down as if soothed. Sir. He's just been frightened. He's fine now. Fine. The woman looked at the person on the bed in disbelief, though the coolness in the room made it hard to doubt. So, when will he wake up? In a day. What is it? Well, the woman hesitated, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. Song Yu understood what she was implying. Sometimes, it was precisely the simple and effective methods that are harder to believe. Song Yu had considered making things more complicated, which might have earned him more money. However, the idea of making more money didn't motivate him. And to complicate matters just to gain someone's trust would either mean putting himself through unnecessary trouble or inconveniencing the poor family. He didn't want to trouble himself or them. After he wakes up, make sure he eats something good to recover. That will be sufficient, Song Yu said gently. And bring the payment once he's awake. You know where to find me. Is that all right? It's perfectly fine. How much will it be? The woman asked cautiously, her heart anxious. Any amount is fine, Song Yu replied with a smile, adding after a moment, since you're not wealthy, a meal's worth will be enough. But let's settle it after he wakes up. The woman hesitated, and as she was about to ask something else, she noticed that the man on the bed had already woken up. The woman didn't think twice. She quickly knelt before Song Yu with a thud, her excitement overriding everything else as she called out, Divine Immortal. Song Yu, of course, couldn't accept such an excessive show of gratitude. But, he decided to stay a little longer. After the woman had given the man on the bed some water and he had regained his composure, Song Yu asked, Do you remember what happened before you fell unconscious? The man took a while to recall before he began to explain. The Eastern District and Western District were quite far apart, and the affluent residents often lived in the Eastern District. Sometimes, he would be working in the afternoon and return very late. In the past, there were no curfews, and the city was relatively peaceful. Although there were occasional fights, crimes or disturbances from the Jianghu people or others, these did not usually trouble ordinary people. However, things had recently changed. Fierce demons and evil creatures could affect people just by making eye contact, so it was wise to be cautious of the time. 2 days ago, after finishing work, it was already getting dark when he returned and passed through an alley. The alley was lined with bamboo on both sides. As he passed by, he heard a faint noise coming from the bamboo grove. He was a bit scared, but since the bamboo grew against the wall of a wealthy household and didn't form a forest or have space for monsters or people, he thought it was probably just a wild cat or dog. He didn't pay much attention and walked a little faster. That night, when he got up to use the restroom, he heard some noise outside. Unable to resist his curiosity, he peeked through the gap in the door. What a huge demon! How terrifying! It was looking at me too. The man still felt a chill of fear when he recalled it. Seeing this, Song Yu had to calm him down and advised him not to be too agitated. The deist and the cat returned along the same route. As they passed an empty alley, the cat looked up and asked quietly, How much did that person give us? 30 yuan. Is that a lot? Not a lot. Is it a little? Not a little. What can we buy with that? You can buy 2 bowls of lamb soup noodles. That's not much. But if it's the small crucian carp that you usually eat, you can eat many days' worth if you eat one each day. That's a lot. The deist smiled and said nothing. He knew that doing the work first and collecting payment later naturally did not favor bargaining, and he understood that the common folk each had their own thoughts, some perhaps more honest, while others might be more calculating. But the money collected this time was only a small part of what was gained. Encountering all kinds of people and their various mindsets was, in its own way, a form of reward too. Understanding the world and human nature was part of cultivation. Halfway through the alley, they smelled a fragrance. It was the scent of scallion pancakes. He didn't know why, but it was rare to come across something truly good these days. Perhaps that was why the aroma from a simple scallion pancake stall by the roadside seemed to waft through the entire street. Drawn by the enticing smell, the deist followed it to the source, and feeling the small string of copper coins he had just earned in his pocket, he couldn't resist buying one. One was only 2 yuan, wrapped in a large piece of bamboo leaf. He took a bite, and he could smell its rich aroma. On the road, he encountered an old fisherman carrying fish into the city to sell. The deist bought 2 small crucian carp, which were just over 2 fingers wide. In Changjing, people didn't consider fish as meat, so these 2 small crucian carp only cost him 2 wen. Both the deist and the cat were content. Out of the 30 wen earned, 26 remained. All in all, quite good. Song Yu's current goal in earning money, besides wanting to stay in Changjing City for a while, was simply to be able to afford the rent and not starve. However, he had one more idea in mind: to save up enough money to treat Lady Calico and the neighboring heroine to a banquet at Yunchun restaurant, so they could experience another one of Changjing's specialties. There was no rush, he would save up gradually. When he returned home, it was just noon. Having eaten the scallion pancake and the 2 fish, neither Song Yu nor the cat was hungry. They both sat by the window on the 2nd floor, basking in the sun. Song Yu gazed down thoughtfully, while the cat seemed to sense his thoughts and came over to him, saying, "Are you thinking about that demon that terrified the man?" Song Yu was actually thinking about whether he might accidentally drop something from the 2nd floor and hit someone. However, he had indeed thought about the demon, as the cat had mentioned, so he nodded and complimented her on being perceptive. The cat stared at him with its amber eyes and asked, "Should we go find that demon?" "We could, but it's not our responsibility." "I don't understand. I heard that Changjing has a city god and also worships other gods, so we should first pay our respects. When shall we go? Do you also want to go?" "Of course. Let's wait a bit." The cat turned and retrieved a ball from the side. In the mid-afternoon, the sun made people drowsy. Those who were busy remained occupied, while those with free time took their afternoon naps. Only a rare few, who either had a genuine reason to burn incense or chose not to nap, would visit the city god temple at this hour. The city god temple was situated on a small slope. Song Yu, having learned from his previous experience with Duke of Thunderzhou, was determined to get the etiquette right this time. He bought 3 incense sticks from outside, intending to present them to the city god to avoid any accusations of rudeness. Just as he was about to go up, someone stopped him. "Young man." The one who stopped him was an old man, who looked like a temple attendant but also somewhat not. He was quite old and had set up a stall at the entrance of the city god temple, where he sold incense. Everyone passing by had to buy incense from him. "You can't offer incense here if you bring your own. Incense brought from outside is ineffective." Song Yu was taken aback when he heard this unusual claim. He turned around and bowed to the old man with a smile, asking, "May I ask why incense brought from outside is ineffective? Is there a special reason for this?" "Because your heart is not sincere." "Why is the heart not sincere if the incense is brought from outside?" "Our incense is better." "Ah, I see." Song Yu understood what was going on. He smiled, and then looked at the incense he had bought. He said to the old man, "I'm only here for peace of mind, not for effectiveness. No, I won't allow it." The old man grew agitated, his eyes widening and showing a hint of anger. "Incense brought from outside can only be burned outside. It should be placed on the roadside. If you want to burn it inside, you must buy incense from here. Bringing your own incense inside to burn is disrespectful to the city god. I cannot let you in." The old man made a motion as if he intended to pull him back. Song Yu looked at the old man, paused, and then smiled slightly. "In that case, I will buy 3 sticks of incense from you. However, as I am new to Changjing and not familiar with the city god, could you please give me an introduction so that I don't inadvertently show disrespect? Just lighting the incense is enough to pay respects." Although the old man said this, seeing that Song Yu was holding money and still didn't intend to buy, he spoke up while pointing to the side. "If you buy this kind of large incense, I will explain it to you." "How much for the large incense?" 100 wen per stick. "That's really expensive. It's effective, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Alright then." Song Yu thought for a moment, put away the copper coins. Then, he took out a small piece of silver from his sleeve worth roughly 3 or 4 chien, and he held it in his hand. The old man explained, currently, the city god was once the father-in-law of a former emperor. However, he had poor health. On the day the empress was granted the title of empress, he was supposed to enjoy the rewards of his status, but he fainted from his excessive joy and never woke up. Thus, he passed away. The emperor was deeply saddened, so he was honored as the city god of Changjing and received the incense offerings from the people of Changjing. Song Yu nodded. "So that's how it came to be. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone else. Was there no city god in Changjing before?" "Of course there was. There must have been one. And the previous city god? Probably promoted." "Thank you, old man." Song Yu smiled and handed over the piece of silver, buying 3 large sticks of incense. "Can the cat come in with us?" "The cat? I didn't ask you for my change. Don't let it jump onto the altar." Of course. With that, Song Yu climbed the stone steps. Halfway up, Lady Calico quietly tugged at his pant leg and looked up at him with a worried expression. "This little cat." Song Yu shook his head and said to her, "It's fake money." He then continued walking forward. As expected of someone who was once a father-in-law to an emperor, the city god temple was very large, even bigger than many monasteries. It was resplendent with gold and jade and very impressive. Upon entering, one had to pass through a gateway, then into a courtyard. Beside the courtyard was a small shrine, about half a person's height, dedicated to local gods such as the land god. The main hall ahead was adorned with red pillars, golden walls, and glazed tiles. The doors of the temple were wide open, with the central god being the city god, flanked by 2 deputy officers. To the left and right of the main hall were statues of 6 military officers. Song Yu entered the hall. Lady Calico, having seen the thunder god before, was much bolder now. It followed him inside but did not venture further. It simply sat down after crossing the threshold, watching Song Yu and the glittering deity statue. Indeed, there was no one else around. The incense burned at noon had just finished, leaving behind numerous blackened bamboo sticks, still faintly smelling of incense. Meanwhile, the fire in the bright lamp continued burning, used for lighting offering incense. Song Yu took out the 3 large sticks of incense but did not light them. Instead, he placed them casually aside. "Please, city god, come forth and meet us." His voice was not loud, yet it seemed to echo endlessly. The statue of the city god on the altar already gleamed with a golden radiance, as if it were cast from pure gold, exuding an air of great majesty. At this moment, it shimmered even more brilliantly with clouds of mist rising around it, making it appear all the more divine. Then, with a loud bang, the temple doors shut. The only light left in the temple was the faint glow of the lamp and a beam of daylight coming through the side window, illuminating the dust floating in the air. The smoke swirled around, and the statue seemed to come alive, looking down with an imposing presence at the lone figure and cat below. "Who is calling upon me? I am Song Yu, a mountaineer from Yizhu of Lingquan County." Song Yu bowed respectfully. "City god, greetings. What is your purpose in summoning me? And why have you brought a cat demon?" "This is Lady Calico. She has committed no wrongs." Song Yu paused for a moment before getting straight to the point. "I am new to Changing and have heard that there are rampant demons and ghosts here, causing harm not only to court officials but also to the common people. I am puzzled as to why, with the city god in place, such occurrences still happen. I have come to seek answers." "Are you questioning me?" "I won't consider it questioning." Song Yu paused and added, "It is just that the city god is supposed to protect the city. If the protection is lacking, I simply wish to understand if there are difficulties you are facing. From what lineage are you, to dare question me?" "Hidden Dragon Temple of Yinyang Mountain." The city god's imposing demeanor immediately softened, and the mist dissipated. In the daze, the statue on the altar reverted to its original form. Next to it appeared an elderly figure, wearing an official robe and shorter than Song Yu. "I did not realize Hidden Dragon Temple's immortal had come to visit. Forgive me, forgive me. You know of Hidden Dragon Temple, city god?" Song Yu was somewhat surprised. At this moment, the city god was not related to the underworld but had transitioned from a natural god to a human god, and he was incorporated into the deist heavenly palace. Although not every city had a city god, in those that did, the position was often held by a historical figure of great renown. They were usually someone known for their exceptional virtue, outstanding moral character, or extraordinary talent in either the literary or martial arts. As the guardian god of the city god was of great importance. It was normal for the city god of Changing, the imperial capital of Great Yan, to have heard of Hidden Dragon Temple. However, given that this city god had been in position for a relatively short time and seemed different from other city gods, they were shocked that he knew of Hidden Dragon Temple. The city god cupped his hands in greeting and responded, "Hidden Dragon Temple is renowned, of course I know it. Have you met my master?" "I have had the honor of meeting him once." The city god seemed almost to bow to the ground. "Very well." Those who had benefited from the actions of their predecessors were in a better position to negotiate. This made the conversation easier. Song Yu gave a nod of approval to his own master, something he didn't do often. "The disturbances caused by demons and ghosts in Changing, as you have mentioned, are indeed within my purview." The city god revealed his difficulties, "but I too face challenges." "Do tell." The city god pretended to wipe sweat from his brow. "Firstly, these are not minor demons or ghosts that can be easily dealt with. Previously, officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Magistrate of Changing County had submitted petitions, requesting my assistance in bringing these demons and ghosts to justice. However, right now, due to the turmoil in the north from the ongoing war, all the gods of the Heavenly Palace's Thunder Department have been sent north." Song Yu nodded. "I have heard about that." Song Yu glanced at the 6 military officers, 3 on each side of the temple. "Is it that all the incense offerings in this city god temple have been monopolized by you, starving and leaving these military officers as nothing but empty statues?" "Well, not exactly." The city god looked around awkwardly, hesitated for a long while, and finally said, "This brings us to another issue. Gods are gods, and humans are humans. Though there are many connections between the two, there are also boundaries and distinctions. Some matters of the gods are not for humans to interfere with, and some matters of humans are not for the gods to meddle in," the city god said. Realizing that his words contained a negative tone and might be misinterpreted, he quickly added, "Of course, you are neither a god nor a human, immortal master." "That is, not what I intended to imply." Song Yu roughly understood his point. Gods had their own duties, and humans had theirs. Ordinary people seldom dealt with divine matters, but it was also true that many humans could influence the gods. Wasn't this city god appointed by the emperor? Throughout history, there had been numerous cases where gods were renamed or even discarded and abandoned by the human courts due to the taboo of using the emperor's title or other reasons, and some gods were even slain by powerful mortals. Naturally, gods were meant to oversee human affairs, one of the primary purposes of their existence. However, exceptions did exist. Some gods were known for their strict or irascible natures. Even if they failed in their duties, mortal authorities might be wary of challenging them. Conversely, some powerful individuals were too influential to be easily judged by the gods, even if they committed crimes. In essence, it was a matter of protecting the powerful and shunning the weak, a form of mutual protection among officials. Regarding the city god's role, his duty was to protect the city, prevent demons and ghosts from causing chaos, and handle malevolent spirits. For matters between mortals, the Sanchi Yaman was responsible, and these were not within the city god's jurisdiction. Song Yu thought for a moment before asking, could it be that these troublesome demons and ghosts are actually humans in disguise? Not exactly. Are they the spells of cultivators? They are indeed demons and ghosts. Then isn't it within your duties as the city god to manage them? Well, but, the city god hesitated for a long time and appeared troubled. But if these demons and ghosts are being manipulated by influential and high-ranking humans, and the matter is of significant importance, how should it be handled? Has the power struggle in Changjing reached the point where demons are used to harm people? That seems rare in history, doesn't it? I don't know the specifics. That's not something I should manage or dare to manage. I see. Song Yu couldn't help shaking his head as he realized the situation. Power struggles had existed throughout history, and they were beyond the reach of both deists and immortals. Even if one could control such struggles, the situation would quickly revert to its original state as soon as attention was diverted. This was an unchangeable aspect of human nature. But people harming people was different from demons and ghosts harming people directly, wasn't it? Power struggles and the pursuit of one's own interests were the rules of human society, and bloodshed was a common occurrence. Yet, for a high-ranking person in the human realm to use demons and other worldly creatures to commit atrocities, what kind of trend was this? Throughout history, even when palace conflicts led to the destruction of entire families, there were rules governing such disputes. There were very few instances of direct assassination, let alone the use of demons. Song Yu shook his head repeatedly. Human affairs were complex and burdensome to think about. The deist told the god in front of him, just focus on exterminating the demons. Immortal Master, what is it? This matter is significant. If I act recklessly and cause dissatisfaction, wouldn't that? That's a different matter. The deist remained calm. If it were other city gods, who themselves possessed virtue and prestige, as well as capability and integrity, and were revered by the masses, they would not allow demons and ghosts to create chaos in the city merely because of the political struggles among humans. Nor would they worry about being dismissed by earthly authorities for taking such actions. However, this particular city god was different. He should not have been in this position in the first place. To survive eternally, he must find other means. This was understandable, but it should also be known that this was inherently wrong. The city god's gaze flickered, and he could only say, these demons are not that simple to deal with. Without the assistance of the heavenly palace's martial gods, relying only on the few martial gods in this temple might be. I am willing to help. I will do my best. Thank you, city god. Immortal Master, the city god spoke cautiously, is there anything else? Since you ask, city god, Song Yu paused before he continued, I did come across an interesting matter on my way here. Please, Immortal Master, tell me. Song Yu said slowly, I am just an ordinary mortal, not deserving of the title Immortal Master. I only wish to share this with you. Previously, I sought out Duke of Thunderzhou in Pingzhou. Duke of Thunderzhou was displeased with me because of my disrespectful behavior toward him, so I have learned my lesson. On this trip, I specifically brought 3 high-quality incense sticks for you, with excellent ingredients. The city god glanced sideways and noticed the 3 incense sticks placed on the table, still unlit. Just then, a sudden chill ran through him. But when I reached the entrance, someone stopped me, saying that incense purchased outside lacked sincerity. Song Yu smiled, I've been cultivating for many years and have heard that incense made and brought by oneself is more sincere, but this is the first time I've heard the opposite. I apologize for offending you, Immortal Master. It is my fault. Isn't it detrimental to your incense offerings to trouble the incense buyers? Song Yu looked at him with confusion. Why do you tolerate this? The city god appeared humble and troubled. You do not understand. I truly haven't received any benefits from this temple, and what use is worldly wealth to a minor god like me? Making things difficult for worshippers only results in fewer incense offerings and less sincerity from the people, which in turn leads to fewer tributes for me. But since those people are connected to the Ministry of Rites, I am powerless and can't afford to offend them. I see. Song Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He felt both helpless and empathetic toward the pitiful city god. Indeed, gods originated from humans. In ancient times, human emperors ruled over all things in the world. Even now, the reason why the great Emperor Chaijin was the lord of the heavenly palace was because Great Yan had established its rule. However, as the divine Dao had evolved, they had become exalted in the eyes of the people. In the eyes of those in power, divine and human authorities mutually respected each other. Thus, it was rare to find a god of such high rank as the city god of the imperial capital who still must cautiously appease the influential court officials. It was because of the same reason, unlike other city gods, this one lacked the necessary standing to be here. He dared not offend the influential figures in the court, especially the officials of the Ministry of Rites, fearing that a single complaint could lead to his downfall. Song Yu had gained insight from this experience. He sighed, lamenting the past ruler's incompetence. However, as he said, this was a different matter. What about the previous city god? Nov. L. B /JNN. The city god shivered. The previous city god was a prime minister of the Qing dynasty and is now the divine sun lord of the heavenly palace, responsible for directing the earth gods. Since you are the city god, you should understand the difference between gods, humans, and demons. To endure through the ages, you should not seek to please human authorities or protect yourself. Instead, you should act with integrity and fairness. The faith of the people and other living beings is the only true basis for a god's enduring existence. Yes, the city god trembled again. I reside on Willow Street in the Western District. There is a Daoist banner hanging at my door, with a sign offering services such as exorcising demons and exterminating rodents. If you need help with eliminating demons or evil spirits, you may come to me in my home in a dream, and I may be able to offer some modest assistance, Song Yu said, then bowed. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Immortal Master, please take care. I will visit again and bring 3 incense sticks next time. Thank you, Immortal Master. The city god respectfully saw off Song Yu. The cat also left. Then, the city god showed a bitter smile. Although weak and incapable compared to his predecessor, he understood the Immortal Master's implied message. What was the difference between gods, humans, and demons? Gods and demons were naturally different from humans, but the greatest difference was that while humans and demons were born from nature, gods existed based on human incense and faith, carrying the beliefs and expectations of people. Here, humans referred to all sentient beings. In their positions, they must fulfill their roles. Humans could sit around and do nothing, but officials could not. Demons might be able to just dilly-dally around, but gods could not. If gods failed to fulfill their roles, they had no meaning or value, and no reason to exist. The city god could only let out a deep sigh. Originally, he thought that since the Immortal Master's demeanor was gentle during their interaction and different from the Immortal Master he had encountered at the Hidden Dragon Temple decades ago, he might be easier to deal with. However, it turned out he was even more difficult to fool. He said he would bring incense again the next time he came. But wasn't Song Yu just trying to monitor him? Song Yu left the shrine. A few scholars were walking by outside, most likely to pray for success in their exams. Seeing someone coming out, they were a bit puzzled but didn't pay much attention. As they passed by, they only glanced briefly at the calico cat he was carrying, muttering complaints about the high price of incense sold at the foot of the mountain. As Song Yu walked to the center of the courtyard, they had almost reached the shrine and could still be heard commenting in surprise about someone who had brought the big incense but hadn't lit it. Passing through the courtyard, he reached the mountain gate. Now you understand that a god's statue is not defined by their dullness or brilliance, nor is bigger always better. Only those gods with outstanding virtue and who serve the people can earn the admiration of the masses. I don't understand. There are too few gods like you in this world, Lady Calico. Lady Calico looked up at him. Although it didn't fully understand his words, it could tell that he was praising it, so it nodded decisively. Correct. Song Yu smiled. He then glanced back and saw the couplet written at the entrance, "Why rush to commit misdeeds, knowing this life may not last long? Since fate has already been set, why not live an honest life and be a good person?" He shook his head, withdrawing his gaze and looking downward. As the afternoon rest period passed, more people came to offer incense, all purchasing from the old man's stall below. He slightly raised his gaze, and saw that the mountain was low but still higher than most residential houses in Changing. Houses stretched densely, their countless tiled roofs merging into one. If it weren't for the good weather today, the end would hardly be visible. The roads crisscrossed straight like lines on a chessboard, bustling with traffic. While he couldn't see the scenes within the Imperial Palace, he could glimpse the tall walls of the Imperial City, exuding an air of majesty. The prosperity of Changing was all within view. Yet beneath this prosperity, there lay almost as many demons and monsters, and hidden bloody struggles. Although the emperor was still in good health, he was gradually aging, and no crown prince had yet been chosen. Some had already begun their open and covert struggles for power. Today, by chance, he had heard a bit of the bloody conflicts over the imperial throne in the capital. "Aren't we going back? We're leaving now." A man and a cat descended the mountain, passing by the crowd that came to offer incense. As soon as they entered the streets and alleys, they were back in the human realm. The people in these streets and alleys couldn't just walk into the city god temple and converse with the city god. Perhaps they were unaware of the struggles among the high officials and nobles, and the storms within the palace. Perhaps they knew, but didn't care, or perhaps they cared, but it didn't stop them from living their trivial lives. This made Song Yu feel much more at ease. Every era had its own rules. The struggle for the position of the crown prince and the fight for imperial power were not his concerns. The idea of equal punishment for both princes and commoners was a beautiful ideal, but if it were to be forced into reality, it might lead to chaos across the land and the deaths of even more commoners. However, it wasn't so difficult to make them restrain themselves a bit, allowing the people in the city to live slightly more peacefully. The only one who wasn't at peace was the old man selling incense. Just now, a puff of smoke had come out of his money box. Not knowing what had happened, he hurriedly opened it and found nothing unusual until he looked closely and noticed an extra small stone among the many coins. A few more days passed in Changing. The shop sign seemed to have some effect, as there were a few visitors these days, but not many deals were made. Some people saw that Song Yu was young and assumed he was like those fortune-telling charlatans who recently appeared on the streets, taking advantage of the situation to deceive people. After all, there were always students who suddenly felt dazed and mentally confused due to various reasons, and believed they were possessed by spirits or haunted by ghosts. The recent unrest in Changjing had also provided an opportunity for such tricks to thrive. A few did invite Song Yu over. However, Song Yu only took on jobs of exorcising evil spirits and demons. Many people believed they were possessed by evil, haunted by ghosts, or thought they were being harmed by demons, but in reality, it was either their own minds playing tricks on them or other people stirring up trouble. Other folk fortune tellers might put on a show and still get paid, but Song Yu refused to do so. He spoke only the truth. To deal with psychological issues, he would suggest to the family members to find ways to calm the patient's mind. For physical ailments, he would advise them to see a doctor. For cases where someone was causing trouble, he would hint at it subtly. Sometimes he earned a bit of money, sometimes he didn't. Still, there was a modest income coming in. Meanwhile, the weather gradually warmed up. They spent every day basking in the sun or going for walks, so they didn't notice the change in weather. By the time he noticed, it was already warm enough to wear just a single layer of clothing at home without feeling cold. This weather was perfect for listening to storytelling. There was a tea house across the street that had storytelling sessions every afternoon. Song Yu felt that the storytellers at the tea house were not as good as those in the theater, and their tales were often fragmented and disjointed, while the price was also higher. Thus, he often went to the theater to listen instead. However, this tea house was so close to the rented small building that it was very tempting. It was just across the street, only a few steps away. He went over, ordered a cup of tea, and sat down. The storyteller had not yet arrived, but he could hear the chatter and discussions of the other patrons in the tea house. At the next table, there were 4 or 5 well-dressed people, including a person from the West. This was a testament to the openness and inclusiveness of Changjing. It seemed they had arranged to meet here for tea. They gathered together, cupped their hands in thanks to the one treating them, then sat down and ordered the teas they liked. Some chose brewed tea, others powdered tea. The person from the West was particular. He even specifically called for a tea expert to serve him, suggesting he was a regular customer. Before the tea was served, someone spoke with great seriousness. I heard there was a big commotion near the West Gate last night. Many people were woken up from their sleep by the noise. There were shouts of killing and even roars from some demon. Quite a few people were so frightened they didn't dare sleep the whole night. I heard about it. What happened? The man said, news came out this morning that they found the man-eating demon from before hiding in the Eastern District. The Imperial Guards and Master from Tianhai Temple fought it in the Eastern District. No one knows the extent of the damage, but it seems the demon couldn't stand against the Imperial Guards and the Master from Tianhai Temple. It fled from the Eastern District all the way to the Western District. Tisk, tisk. They say, at the end, there was a crack at the city gate. According to rumors, the demon actually slipped through that crack. The other person said, and they still couldn't catch it. Judging by the noise, they deployed quite a lot of troops. That sounds terrifying. But what I heard was a little different. Oh, what did you hear? I have a merchant friend who lives nearby. He's a brave man. When he heard the commotion at night, he opened the window to peek. He said it wasn't the master from Tianhai Temple fighting the demon, it was a few golden, glowing gods. They looked a lot like the ones inside the city god temple. If that's true, then it's a good thing. The city god has finally manifested. But even if the city god did manifest, the demon was still not captured, right? True enough. The group looked at each other, both fearful and excited. Looking closely at their expressions, they were afraid of being harmed by the demon. Yet, they were thrilled by the idea that they might have been living right on the demon's escape route last night, and were just in time to open a window and see what happened. Perhaps they were even imagining themselves transforming into some kind of unrivaled hero, effortlessly subduing the demon and becoming famous, earning the admiration of all. Well, at least they found its whereabouts, even if they couldn't catch it or kill it on the spot. It wasn't a waste of all these days of searching. But who knows when the curfew will be lifted? Yes. This curfew is wearing people out. They then began to discuss a certain courtesan from a brothel. Song Yu withdrew his gaze and sipped his tea. However, after a while of talking about the courtesan, they switched to the market prices of spices and silk, and then back to various trivial matters in the city. I heard something else. What is it? It's also about the city god temple n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What happened? You probably remember that the previous temple attendant of the city god temple was greedy, only allowing people to buy incense from him and forbidding them to bring their own. I heard that a few days ago, the temple attendant was replaced, and those old men who used to force people to buy incense at the base of the temple have all disappeared. No one knows what happened. Perhaps the city god has opened his eyes. Most likely. After that, they continued to drink tea and chat leisurely, clearly enjoying themselves. It was evident they had deep bonds and were at ease in each other's company. Song Yu turned his head to look outside. The sunlight was bright and strong, making one instinctively squint. A large lacquered cart slowly passed along the street, carrying many passengers. It was a shared ride. There were smaller horse-drawn carriages with a small drum on top that would beat once for every li they traveled. Many young servants were seen running through the streets, carrying food containers or bowls of rice. It often gave people a sense of fleeting, dreamlike unreality. In this city, where one could take a public carriage, ride a distance measuring drum cart, rent a horse, or even have meals delivered to their door, having a bit of spare money meant they could enjoy life like these people nearby. On a nice day, they could gather with 3 or 5 friends and find a spot to sit and drink tea. They could chat, bask in the sun, enjoy the tea, and savor their friendship. But if they had no money, then they would be the ones providing this leisure for others. Finally, the storyteller arrived. This storyteller was slightly plump and smiled cheerfully. He began with, "I've heard a few stories in the past 2 days, and I will share them with everyone." This was the difference between a storyteller in a tea house and one in a theater. The storyteller in the tea house told fragmented stories, for the primary purpose of the patrons was to drink tea, chat, and socialize with friends. A storyteller in the tea house shared amusing little stories and recent rumors, which was fitting and tested their access to information. On the other hand, people who went to the theater truly went to listen to storytelling, where the storyteller often recited long sagas, which demanded a deeper storytelling skill. As soon as the storyteller began, the noise below gradually quieted down, and everyone turned their attention to the plump storyteller. The storyteller snapped his folding fan with a smile and said, "The first piece of news is that General Chen Ziyi has been summoned back to the capital. He might arrive in the capital in a few days. As for the source of this news, it comes directly from General Chen Ziyi's household, told by his own parents. Why was General Chen suddenly summoned back to the capital? That, I do not know." The Great Yin Empire had always been an open society, and public discussions about state affairs were common. But as a storyteller who made a living this way, he naturally couldn't speak his mind or speak as freely as the general public. The audience below began to discuss among themselves. Some speculated that the emperor had intentions of waging war in the north again. Others thought that General Chen Ziyi might be about to receive another promotion or be granted a new title. There were also those who believed that Chen Ziyi's achievements in the Battle of Lanshui a few years ago, his repeated victories against the northern nomads and his success in quelling the southern indigenous rebellion 2 years ago had made his merits and reputation too great, and he might now be facing suppression. To Song Yu, it all felt like listening to history. But this history was happening right around him. Just then, a cat suddenly darted out in front of him. The waiter of the tea house immediately shouted, "Where did this stray cat come from? Get out, get out." The cat turned its head to look at him, then turned to look at Song Yu, and finally looked toward the entrance diagonally across from them. Someone was standing at the doorway, examining the shop sign. Song Yu glanced at the remaining half bowl of tea in front of him, feeling a bit regretful. He had originally planned to rely on it to linger here all afternoon. But now, he could only pick it up and finish it in one gulp. He got up and walked out of the tea house. "You've been observing this place for a while. Are you troubled by some evil spirit and want someone to drive it away?" Song Yu asked slowly as he walked to the entrance. "Are you the owner of this shop?" The man turned his head. He was a thin, middle-aged man, dressed like the steward of a wealthy family. "I am." "What does this sign about rodent extermination mean?" Song Yu glanced down at the calico cat at his feet, and the cat just happened to look up at him, puzzled. The cat then sat up a bit more properly. The deist cupped his hands together and said, "I have a method to exterminate rats. If your home is plagued with stubborn rats that are hard to eliminate, I am at your service." "What method?" "The cat by my side is excellent at catching rats." "A cat?" The man glanced at the calico cat beside him and immediately looked disappointed, waving his hand repeatedly. "If an ordinary cat could catch those rats, would I need to ask for your help?" Just as he finished speaking, he noticed that the cat beside him suddenly raised its head and stared at him with bright, wide eyes. The man was momentarily stunned. "Don't be so hasty," Song Yu said to him. "Since I dare to make such a claim, it means my cat is far from ordinary. If you don't believe me, we can settle the payment based on the number of rats caught. My master's residence indeed has a rat problem lately, but those rats are all fat and strong. I'm afraid even smaller cats would struggle to catch a single one. They are also very cunning. We've tried everything but managed to catch only 1 or 2. The household has been unsettled for a while now," the man replied. "Are you really confident? Don't try to fool me." "Of course, I'm confident. What if you fail to catch any? I won't take a single wen. But how will I know you caught them? My cat is clever. It will place the caught rats at your doorstep, and we can settle the payment then," Song Yu said, then noticed the cat raise its head again, prompting him to add, "However, my cat might take away 1 or 2 of the rats." "Is that true?" "Of course." "How extraordinary." Seeing his confidence, the man believed him a little, assuming the cat was well trained and might actually have a knack for catching rats. "All right then," the man furrowed his brow, thinking further. "If your cat catches only a few, it won't make much difference. There are at least 20 or 30 rats in my master's residence. If you only catch 1 or 2, don't bother asking me for money." He continued, "If you catch more than 5, I'll pay you 2 wen per rat. If you manage to catch 10 or more, I'll acknowledge your expertise and pay 5 wen per rat. If you can catch 20 to 30 rats and clear them out, my master is generous, and I'm not a miser. As long as we can have peace at night, I'll pay you 10 wen per rat. How about that?" "Deal." Song Yu agreed enthusiastically, then smiled. When he first hung the shop sign, it was just a casual idea. He hadn't expected that Lady Calico would actually get a job catching rats, and with such generous pay. He looked down, and the cat seemed the happiest of all. The man asked, "When can you start catching the rats?" "Tonight." And how long will it take to clear them out? Just one night. How could you possibly catch them all in one night? I have a special method. Don't toot your own horn. After I'm done, no new rats will dare to come for at least a month. The man said, I still have some shopping to do at the moment. I'll come back later to fetch you and your cat. If you don't catch even one rat, I won't let you off easily. The man initially threatened, but then his tone softened. Our whole street has a rat problem, and it's full of high-ranking officials' residences. The rats have been feasting on their meat and fish so much, it's like they've turned into spirits. The nobles are all quite troubled by it. If your cat is effective, I can introduce you to them. Thank you, then I'll be off. The man cupped his hands in farewell and left. Song Yu withdrew his gaze, still smiling broadly. As he walked back into the house, he spoke to the cat by his side. It seems I'll be relying on you to make a living from now on. Of course. The calico cat's response was quick and enthusiastic, as if it had suddenly found the purpose of its feline life. Song Yu couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment. That was right. Lady Calico was originally a cat god, not just any ordinary cat. Helping people catch rats was not only a means of survival for her, but also her duty and the way she attained divinity. This gave her a sense of joy and fulfillment. By the way, the man earlier didn't know that you're a cat god. He just thought of you as a stray. Please, Lady Calico, don't take offense or let it bother you. I'm used to it. Halfway through the afternoon, the steward returned. This time, he introduced himself, saying his surname was Yang and that his master was an official in the Ministry of Works. His master was busy with government affairs during the day, but the rat infestation at home made it impossible to get a good night's sleep, which was becoming quite a nuisance. It was especially problematic since there were children in the household studying, and a lack of rest at night was a serious matter. We should hurry up. You'll need to return later, otherwise, you'll get caught by the curfew. If you run into the guards, you might get caned as a minor punishment. But if you run into demons, it could cost your life. Thank you for the warning. Steward Yang quickened his pace, while Song Yu took the situation seriously and followed closely behind him. The cat trotted alongside them. The two of them, along with the cat, made their way through the city, finally stopping in front of a courtyard. This is the place. Steward Yang pushed open the gate of the courtyard and turned to ask, how do you plan to arrange things? No need for any arrangements, Song Yu replied. Just let my cat know which household this is. She will hunt mice here tonight, and I'll come to pick her up tomorrow morning. And how will you get the mice hiding in the holes to come out? I have my own methods. Then please explain it to your divine cat. Sure. Song Yu then turned to the calico cat and said, Lady Calico, I'll leave you here. Tonight, it's up to you. Tomorrow morning, I'll come to fetch you. Meow. Steward Yang observed the man and his cat, finding the situation rather curious. He recalled how this man had previously traveled with the cat, not carrying it but letting it run on the ground, and the cat had closely followed. Now, he was speaking so earnestly to the cat, even calling it Lady Calico, and the cat seemed to understand him. This, combined with the exorcism sign outside the man's shop, made Steward Yang think that perhaps this was indeed a man of some peculiar abilities. But, considering that Changjing had its fair share of strange people, he wasn't too surprised. Is that all? That's all. Song Yu smiled and cupped his hands toward Steward Yang. Please take good care of my cat, and don't let her be mistreated. Rest assured, my master is kind and gentle, and the young masters are of the age to study for their imperial exams. They're well-mannered and won't mistreat your cat. Steward Yang paused. But you'd better hurry back, it's almost time for the curfew. As I said before, a beating is the least of your worries if you encounter a demon. Thank you. Song Yu cupped his hands in farewell and turned to leave. Steward Yang remained at the doorway, watching him walk away at a slow, steady pace. He was about to call out a reminder but then reconsidered and held back his words. He closed the door. When he looked down, he saw the cat sitting upright, staring straight at him. After thinking for a moment, Steward Yang cupped his hands and said to the cat, I'm counting on you, Lady Calico. Meow. The cat turned its head to glance at the setting sun. Steward Yang felt as if he had understood what she was saying. Although this was the eastern region of the city, it wasn't far from the west region. On the way, Song Yu bought 2 mantou to eat. As he crossed the main street between the eastern and western districts, the curfew drums began to sound. By the time the drums were beating, night had fallen. There were already few people on the streets, and even fewer shops and residences remained open. At the sound of the drums, those few open businesses quickly closed their doors, and the people still lingering outside hurried back to their homes. The drums would beat a total of 300 times. The sound of the drums mingled with the slamming of doors. By the time half the beats had passed, there were no pedestrians left in sight. Under the moonlight, the city quickly became quiet. The streets grew empty, with only a solitary traveler still walking. It was as if he were just taking a stroll, bathed in the moonlight. Some houses along the street still had lights on, their windows glowing with dim firelight, from which voices and the cries of children could be heard. Some gambling dens and taverns, though their doors were shut, were brightly lit inside with the sounds of lively conversation spilling out. From the intricately constructed pavilions came music, laughter, and the sound of string instruments. The streets themselves were cold and lonely, lit only by the moon and occupied by a lone wanderer. But inside the buildings was the hustle and bustle of life in Changjing, filled with songs and dances. Occasionally, a patrol of imperial guards marched down the street. The wanderer would simply step into the shadows by the side of the street, and it was as if they couldn't see him, they would pass right by without notice. Every now and then, golden-armored divine officers floated across the sky, resembling some of the martial gods from the city god temple. Their sharp eyes scanned the streets below. These officers could see the deist, but mostly they would descend to inspect him more closely. When they found that he was human and not a demon, they would leave. Sometimes, noticing that the deist was also looking at them, they would come down and ask a few questions before departing. He then reached Willow Street and returned home smoothly. The deist felt no disappointment. Although he hadn't encountered any demons, he had gained a different perspective on the city at night, enjoying more freedom than during the day. He fetched water to wash up and then went upstairs to rest. At some point, he fell asleep, drifting into a hazy slumber. Yet, suddenly, his mind became clear. Looking around, he found himself dressed neatly and sitting by the bed, with 3 figures standing beside him. There was a man in official robes and 2 deputy officers, 1 civil officer and 1 military officer surrounded by mist and clouds. They were none other than the city god of Changjing and his 2 deputy officials. Song Yu was not surprised. He cupped his hands and greeted them. Greetings, Your Excellency City God. Nov. L. B //JNN. Greetings, Immortal Master. What brings Your Excellency to see me tonight? Following the advice you gave me a few days ago, my subordinates and I have been investigating for several nights. We have identified one of the demons. However, that demon is highly skilled, and he managed to escape the city even after a long battle with several military officers and the Imperial Guards. City God replied with a bow, I suspect he will return, and I fear he might escape again. Thus, I humbly seek to borrow 1 or 2 artifacts from you to catch the demons. I have no artifacts to lend, but I can give you 2 talismans. Come and collect them in the morning. Thank you, Immortal Master. I only wish to help you protect the people and eliminate evil. Then, I will take my leave. Please, take care. At that moment, the dream abruptly ended. When Song Yu opened his eyes, he was still lying in bed. It was already nearing dawn outside. He decided to take another quick nap, and by the time he awoke again, it was broad daylight. He retrieved the talisman paper from his bedding, along with a brush and cinnabar. He drew out his spiritual energy and effortlessly drew 2 talismans, 1 for lightning and 1 for fire. After pondering for a moment, he also wrote a note on a piece of paper to remind the city god that the talismans were to be used only for this demon exorcism task. Satisfied with his preparations, he tidied up the writing materials and set out to pick up Lady Calico, who was working a night shift at the residence of official Lu of the Ministry of Works. In the courtyard, 4 neat rows of mice were lined up, each one robust and fat. They were so large that they might be even bigger than small cats. All the mice lay motionless, their heads and tails all aligned in the same direction, spaced at regular intervals. Next to these mice sat Lady Calico, perfectly poised, and diligently licking its paws. It's truly miraculous. Everyone couldn't help but marvel. If not for the curiosity of a servant who had peeked through the window all night and witnessed the cat bringing each mouse from different rooms of the residence and arranging them here, they might have suspected that someone had scaled the walls, placed the mice, and then left. Suddenly, the cat moved. It noticed that one of the mice was slightly misaligned, so it extended its paw and adjusted it to the correct position. Truly miraculous. Everyone exclaimed again. Some were counting the mice, others were observing the cat. Meanwhile, some were recounting the chaotic noises from the previous night at the residence, painting vivid pictures of the events for their listeners. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and someone quickly went to open it. They saw a young deist standing outside, smiling as he greeted them. I am the one who brought the cat to catch the mice last night. May I ask how many mice my Lady Calico caught? Please, come in. My master invites you in. Thank you. Song Yu followed them into the residence. A crowd had gathered in the courtyard. The servant who opened the door quickly introduced him, saying that the elderly man in the middle was the master of the residence, Official Lu of the Ministry of Works. Official Lu looked at him with shining eyes and said, Sir, your cat is truly remarkable. Thank you for the compliment. May I inquire if you are willing to sell your cat? I am not selling. How about 1 or 2 taels of silver? Not for any amount. The current empress is a lover of cats. If she were to learn of your cat's extraordinary abilities, she would surely be thrilled. If you present it to the empress through my introduction, you would undoubtedly achieve great success. Official Lu, you're mistaken. Lady Calico is merely a companion, not my cat. Song Yu bowed. She travels with me as a friend, not as a pet. I see. Official Liu's face showed regret, and he returned the bow. If you truly regard the cat as a friend, that is indeed a refined sentiment. I apologize for my presumption. May I ask how many mice my Lady Calico caught? Have you counted them? The elderly man turned to the steward. We've counted. The steward, greatly astonished, said, 46 mice more than we expected. Another round of amazement and excitement followed. The crowd buzzed with whispers, discussing the tumultuous noises from the previous night and the cries of the mice, while the elderly man continued to lavish praise on Lady Calico. Song Yu, however, ignored the chatter and focused on his cat. Despite her pride, she was feigning casualness while licking her paws. Seeing her happy made him happy too. When Song Yu returned home, he noticed that the 2 talismans on the table were missing, but the note had a few more words added. He picked it up and read, I'll strictly follow the immortals' decree. Song Yu shook his head. If he could be considered an immortal, then immortals would be quite ordinary. Lady Calico had jumped onto the long couch when he took out half a string of copper coins and said, "Congratulations, Lady Calico. The first business deal was quite successful, and after several days of work, you've earned quite a bit. How much is it? You caught 46 mice, and the steward promised 10 wen per mouse. However, the gentleman said you were so impressive and greatly helpful that he gave us a little extra. We ended up with 500 chien. How much is 500 chien?" Song Yu thought for a moment on how to explain. Here, the rent for a house is the highest in the world. To stay here for a month costs 1,000 chien, so 500 chien can cover half a month. Is that a lot? It's a lot. Lady Calico was very pleased to hear this. Then Song Yu continued, "The steward also mentioned that the whole street is plagued by mice and will likely need you to help. We might really rely on you to stay in Changjing." Lady Calico became even happier. Right. It seems people really can't do without cats, and can't do without a good cat god like Lady Calico. Right. This is your money, Lady Calico. Please accept it. It's for the rent. Let's keep it in this drawer for now. Okay. Since you worked hard all night, rest early. You might have to work again tonight. Next time, don't say that I can finish catching the mice in just one night. Did it tire you out? No. The cat looked up at him with a serious expression. It's just that there are too many mice over there. I can catch a lot every time, but if I catch them all in one day, I can only eat one or two. It's too wasteful. If it takes a few more days, I can eat more. The cat was quite clever in its calculations. Song Yu helplessly thought for a moment and said, "Then we'll just tell them that catching all the mice in one night will tire you out, and we need to spread it over several days. Tell them that. Of course, we're just tricking them." Right. Lady Calico stared at him for a while, her eyes gradually becoming drowsy. She yawned and lay down, still keeping her eyes open, occasionally glancing at the pile of coins. She was very tired but happy, unable to fall asleep. In the afternoon, someone indeed came looking for them. Following the agreement with Lady Calico, Song Yu informed them that catching so many mice in one night would exhaust the cat, and that it might not be possible to catch all the mice in one go and might miss some of the mice. Therefore, he suggested spreading the work over 5 days. As for the fee, it was the same as with official Lu 500 chien per session. Thus, every afternoon, he would send Lady Calico out to work. In the morning, he would pick her up. Each night, Lady Calico would catch about 7 to 10 mice, eat 1 or 2 herself, and the rest would be fed to the city's stray cats. After a few days, when Song Yu went to pick up Lady Calico in the morning, he often encountered people from the noble families who were curious about the commotion. It seemed that these nobles had shared the amazing story with their friends, who didn't believe it and came to see for themselves, and they were all greatly astonished. He had not yet gained fame in Changjing as a deist exorcist, but Lady Calico had already become well known among the scholars and gentry. At the same time, he had not seen Heroine Wu for several days. The heroine next door generally got up very early and left as soon as the sun rose, and he didn't know where she had gone. In the evening, Song Yu had to send Lady Calico. Recently, he had also developed a fondness for evening walks. The feeling of walking alone on the ancient city streets on a cool night, with the sounds and sights from the surrounding doors seeming like the city's own murmurs, made him feel at ease. Thus, with one leaving early and the other returning late, it was rare for them to cross paths. February approached its end. After sending Lady Calico out for work one evening, Song Yu returned home very late. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he heard a creak overhead. The window of the apartment above was wide open, and a head poked out. Seeing him, the voice asked softly, "Why are you only coming back now?" "No, why have you been coming back so late these past few days? Aren't you afraid of breaking the curfew?" "Oh," Song Yu stood at the door and looked up, cupping his hands in greeting. "Recently, we have customers asking Lady Calico to catch mice. I've been walking back slowly after sending her to the Eastern District every evening, so it's this late by the time I return." "Catching mice?" "Yes. Someone really hired you to catch mice. I was surprised too. How much do you charge per session?" 100 chien per day for one household, and it usually lasts 5 days. Nov. L. B //JNN. Is it really that profitable? Are you crazy? The Eastern District has a street where the mice problem is severe. The mice are almost becoming demons. No matter how you try to catch them, you can't get them all. Song Yu smiled and said, "The nobles don't lack money. Some seek peace and quiet, while others are just curious." "Really? Do you have something on your mind, heroine?" "Nothing, I'm just concerned because you come back so late every day," Heroine Wu said from upstairs. "A few days ago, the Imperial Guards and the gods from the City God Temple fought with demons from the Eastern District all the way to the Western District. Didn't you hear about it?" "I heard some rumors." "Oh, so you're so well informed. I heard it at a tea house over there. Even after hearing that, you still dare to go out at night. Seems like you have quite a lot of courage. It's all right. Just be careful and don't get eaten by demons or caught by the Imperial Guards." Heroine Wu paused and said, "Otherwise, they'll definitely ask about me. If they find out you're renting from me without a contract, I'll have trouble." "Don't worry, heroine. I hope that you have extraordinary skills in the deist arts. If you encounter any evil or demons while traveling, feel free to ask me for help. I won't charge you." Song Yu still stood below and cupped his hands in greeting, appearing calm. If you hear any news about demons, do let me know. I'll split any reward with you. Stop boasting. Get inside quickly, the Imperial Guards might come soon. Clang. With that, the window upstairs was already closed. The deist withdrew his gaze and went back inside his home. He fetched water to wash up and then went upstairs. Just as he lay down and was preparing to rest, he suddenly heard a knocking sound from the wall next door. Knock knock. Hey, are you there? Song Yu couldn't help but fall silent. He had known the thin wall might not provide good soundproofing, but he hadn't expected the sound to be so clear. What's up, heroine? Are you really short on money? To be honest, if it weren't for the recent earnings of Lady Calico, the money I have left would only be enough to pay next month's rent. Hey, I've seen poor deists, but I've never seen one so short on money. The voice from next door seemed to carry a hint of amusement. The deist merely has modest desires. Poverty can also bring peace. Song Yu responded through the wall without feeling embarrassed. If there's a need for money, then it's naturally a time of financial shortage. So what do you need money for? A good meal. Stop joking around. Are you really skilled in exorcism? Especially skilled. Did you see the notice at the city gate? I checked it out once when I first arrived in Changjing, but it had already been taken down. I heard it was removed by local experts and martial artists. I inquired a couple of days ago. It's true that some notices were removed, but while some have been fulfilled, others were put back up. Recently, a new one was added, Heroine Wu said. She continued, coincidentally, I also need some money urgently recently. How about this? I'll go check the notice at the city gate and gather some information. If we find something suitable, we can take it down together, and we'll split the reward according to our contributions. How does that sound? What are you going to use the money for? I said we wouldn't pry into each other's affairs. But you just asked me. Sorry about that. The apology was rather straightforward. A few seconds later, a voice came from next door again. Why are you silent? What do you think? I've personally fought demons and ghosts before. I might not be as skilled as you deists, but I'm good with martial arts, and I'm brave. No matter if we encounter demons or ghosts, strong or weak, I won't hold you back. I'm also well informed and can gather intelligence. Exorcising demons and driving away evil is meant to help the people. Even without a reward, it should be done if encountered. Since there is a reward, how could I refuse? Agreed. I'll go check when I'm free. All right. Both sides then fell silent. Without Lady Calico prowling and coming and going in the bed, it felt like something was missing. However, he was gradually getting used to it over the past few days. Song Yu slept soundly and had a pleasant dream. In his dream, he saw the old deist from the temple. The dream was fragmented and disjointed. Sometimes he saw the old deist walking through the wild mountains of Pingzhou, lifting and beating up the mountain god, and also beating up a leopard demon in the market town on the great mountain who refused to sell her ham. At other times, he dreamt of the old deist arriving in Changjing and beating up the city god. He also dreamt of the old deist traveling the world and using the 5 elements spell to exorcise demons, visiting all the prominent figures and great demons. He woke up in the middle of the night. Deists with cultivation rarely dreamt, and it was either because he missed the old deist deeply or the old deist missed him deeply. He did miss her a bit. After all, she had raised him. Needless to say, they had a deep bond. It was unfortunate, though. The reason he woke up wasn't just because of the dream but because he heard a thunderclap. He then had a vague sense of intuition that one of his talismans had been used. Among the 2 talismans, one contained the complete spiritual energy of the Jingj and the Dasha one. The spiritual energy of the 4 seasons rotation method was very mysterious. Once activated, one would be able to sense it. Song Yu opened the window and looked in that direction, but there was no movement in that direction anymore. Moreover, only one thunder talisman had been used. The fire talisman had not been activated, so the situation likely wasn't very urgent. After waiting for a while and seeing that the second talisman hadn't been used, it was most likely that the situation had been resolved. It made sense. After all, the 2 Jingj spiritual energies Song Yu had cultivated since coming down the mountain were derived from insights gained in the mortuary of Suzhu and the retrospective experience on Yunding Mountain. Jingj spiritual energy was best suited for activating thunder magic. No matter which one was used, the power of the thunder magic would have an impressive celestial might. Even if the power was reduced when used in talismans, it should not be something an ordinary demon could withstand. At this moment, Song Yu had no intention of going back to sleep. He sat by the window, listening to the night wind and thinking about the old deist. It had been nearly 3 years since he came down the mountain. He wondered how the old deist was doing. He didn't know when he would return. A faint sense of worry lingered in Song Yu's heart. He was worried that he might never see her again. The old deist went through the same thing back then. When she traveled down the mountain, by the time she returned to the Yinyang mountain, deist Tianshuan had already passed away. Only a ghostly friend deist Tiansun had met during his travels was left to collect her body and guard the temple. He had also heard that many ancestors of the Hidden Dragon Temple had met the same fate. For various reasons, they refused to extend their lives, and the long travels exhausted them. By the time they returned after their studies, they were already old. They would raise a disciple, and by the time the disciple came down the mountain, the master would be an elderly person. Then would find it difficult to hold on until the disciple returned. He wanted to send a letter, but the temple felt as distant as the heavens. The night seemed to last as long as years. He could only use this method, hoping that the old deist would dream of him and experience a sleepless night as well. Suddenly, the sound of a drum echoed outside. It was already the 5th watch of the night. 1-U is the 12th solar term. It begins when the sun reaches the celestial longitude of 120 degrees and ends when it reaches the longitude of 135 degrees. At the break of dawn, vendors from outside the city were already carrying their wares and pushing their carts into the city. Changjing was indeed a bustling place. Every morning, both sides of this street would be lined with stalls. Many vendors had their own fixed spots. For example, in front of Song Yu's door, there was a woman selling eggs, an old man selling vegetables, and a short man selling tofu. Changjing provided them with ample opportunities to earn a living, and it also brought countless conveniences to the people within the city. Yet, before the sun had even risen, who knew how far these common folks had traveled from the mountains at this hour? Voices began to rise from below. It was the vegetable farmers and vendors discussing in low voices, negotiating the prices of vegetables and setting a minimum price. Sometimes they sighed and complained. Other times they chatted and laughed. Their emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness came in through the window. Song Yu glanced out and suddenly noticed 3 figures approaching from the left side of the street. An elderly man, not very tall and dressed in officer robes, were accompanied by 2 deputy officers. One was a civil officer and the other military officer, whose attire was either grand or imposing. The commoners around them seemed unable to see them. Before they reached the building, the military officer noticed Song Yu at the window and mentioned it to the elderly man, pointing in his direction. The elderly man then stopped, cupped his hands, and bowed to Song Yu from afar. Song Yu didn't speak, but he returned the gesture and waved for them to come up. It wasn't long before the 3 of them were upstairs in the loft. Greetings, Immortal Master. I'm merely a mortal, unworthy of being called Immortal Master. Since your excellency is a person of this dynasty, you may address me according to the customs of this dynasty. Sir will suffice. Greetings, sir. Congratulations, city god. I merely slew one of the rebellious demons, and that was only thanks to the talisman you bestowed upon me. I'm hardly deserving of such congratulations. The city god cupped his hands repeatedly. I came here today to report that one of the demons was indeed slain by my military officer on the spot, using the thunder talisman you provided. But it seems you anticipated this outcome and already knew. The city god paused before continuing. Although the demon who killed the court officers some days ago was indeed that wolf demon, now brought to justice, I fear that some of its accomplices are still lurking in the city and hiding deep. But rest assured, my subordinates and I will patrol day and night to uncover their tracks as soon as possible. Song Yu nodded. The city god had come not only to report on the battle last night but also to explain why the second fire talisman remained unused, likely to prevent Song Yu from misunderstanding and thinking it had been kept for another purpose. However, I'm curious if the wolf demon's accomplices are hiding so well, how did you come to know they are still in the city? In response, sir, the city god showed a look of shame. Though I'm not very capable, I am still the city god of Changjing. I often pay close attention to the happenings in the city in secret. This is my divine duty, which makes it easier to manage. It seems that you indeed have a heart set on serving the people. It was not necessarily the case that the city god has a genuine heart for serving the people. It could be that he was unwilling to humbly serve as a god, or perhaps he had realized that if things continued this way, being discarded was only a matter of time. There might also be other considerations at play. Regardless, it was best to speak in pleasant terms. Song Yu paused and then said, earlier, I congratulated your excellency, but it wasn't for successfully eliminating the demon last night. I'm not sure what you mean. Since the beginning of the month, I've often heard the people discussing you, city god. I imagine the incense offerings in your temple have been much more abundant lately. This was indeed true. On one hand, the city god's military officer was seen slaying demons at night, and the news spread among the people. On the other hand, Song Yu had sent a dream to the vice minister of the Ministry of Rites, instructing him to withdraw the people from the base of the mountain. Although this matter had not been publicly discussed, the people who had been forcing others to buy incense at the city god temple disappeared overnight. This led to some speculation among the common folk. More importantly, the incense offerings purchased by the people themselves to honor the city god were made with more sincerity than before. With more people offering incense and doing so with genuine intent, the power and faith the city god received naturally far exceeded what it was before. The city god could only repeatedly cup his hands in thanks. It's all thanks to you, sir. The 2 officers standing behind him, 1 civil officer and 1 military officer, also cupped their hands in gratitude. I don't dare accept such praise. Song Yu waved off their thanks. Once the news of the wolf demon's death spreads after today, it will undoubtedly enhance your reputation, city god. As a god, you must have prestige. I'd never dare to. Initially, I too thought you were weak, and that it would be better to replace the city god if Changjing were to have peace. However, finding a suitable replacement isn't something I, as a mere deist, can decide. Now it seems that you, city god, are not as incapable as I thought. It's just that your reputation during your lifetime wasn't prominent, so you didn't know how to properly assume your role as a god. Song Yu turned to look at him. I wonder if, from this experience, you've found another way to fulfill your duties as a god. I'm not naturally incompetent, but rather I lack the power. No matter the past, now that I've come to Changing and will be staying for a year, I'm willing to lend you a hand, city god. I hope that Changing can have a guardian god who is dedicated and responsible. Song Yu continued to lock eyes with the city god. What are your intentions, city god? Would he continue to scrape by as a god, merely to avoid a second death after his mortal life? Or would he, like other city gods, stand tall and command the respect of many worshippers? For a human, this might be a difficult choice. But for a god, the choice was clear. Gods depended on the faith of their followers for existence. A legitimate god, restrained from evil, had an innate tendency toward good. Simply surviving in this manner wasn't a long-term solution, and being deposed was only a matter of time. After a brief moment of contemplation, the city god bowed deeply once more. I humbly request your guidance, sir. It's not so much guidance, Song Yu replied. But Changing is in chaos, with many demons hiding among the people. If they're merely indulging in the pleasures of the human realm without causing trouble, they needn't be eradicated. But those who have caused trouble cannot be tolerated. These matters are best handled by you and your officers. Even if I tried, I could only manage it temporarily. However, I can assist you in bringing peace to the people of Changing. Song Yu paused, then added, since you have the heart of a good god and wish to endure, you must no longer remain idle. Share more of the incense offerings with your subordinates, especially the military officers. They are the foundation of your standing here. I will strictly follow your teachings, sir. From now until next year, you may freely expel evil spirits and subdue demons. If you encounter one with great power, come to me for talismans. I doubt anyone would want to depose you just because you've done good by protecting the city and ensuring the people's livelihood. Song Yu paused again. He continued, I'll leave Changing next year, so there are still more than 6 months left. I hope you can accumulate enough prestige to secure your place. Thank you, sir. Remember, city god, that gods are rooted in the people. Only by working for their benefit can you stand tall and endure for 1,000 years, Song Yu said. A true golden body is one forged by the people's faith. Yes. Where is the wolf demon now? It's behind the city god temple, awaiting transfer to the county yamen. The city god thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth. On second thought, it would be better to display it at the entrance of the city god temple. Song Yu said, you are wise, my lord. I'll take my leave. The city god and his 2 deputy officers bowed and took their leave. Unlike before, even the 2 deputy officers now showed much more respect. Take care. Song Yu watched them leave, narrowing his eyes. He wasn't sure if this city god could succeed. Deposing a minor god was easy, but deposing the city god of Changing was not so simple. It would likely require the emperor's intervention. Even if deposed, finding a replacement would be a problem, and it would take time to gather new faith. Seeing that the city god, though weak, wasn't entirely incompetent, it might be better to give him a chance. Only time would tell in a year. As Song Yu calculated the time, he decided it was time to make breakfast and go out to pick up the pillar of his household from work. In truth, over the past few days, Lady Calico had already figured out the route and could easily travel back and forth on her own. However, she still insisted that Song Yu escort her every evening and come to pick her up in the morning. She claimed that in the morning, she worried she couldn't count properly and feared that others might shortchange her on the offerings, but she never explained why she needed him to escort her in the evening. By this time, the outside was already bustling with noise and activity. In the afternoon, the heroine next door returned a bit earlier than usual today. She knocked on Song Yu's door, stepped in and glanced around before she naturally sat down. Did you hear? Last night, around midnight, somewhere between the 4th and 5th watch, there was a thunderous clap at the East City Gate. It was truly a thunderbolt out of a clear sky. Some people thought it was going to thunder or rain and opened their windows, only to see a sky full of stars, a few golden-armored divine officers, and a demon lying on the ground. Isn't that something? I've heard? Heroine Wu was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit disappointed that her story didn't have the desired effect. How is it that you're so well informed? Do you have some kind of deist technique that lets you know everything without leaving your house? If I had such a technique, I wouldn't have needed to leave the mountain. True. Heroine Wu waved her hand dismissively, not dwelling on it. I wonder if they've caught all the demons yet. If they have, the palace might lift the curfew, and then you'll be able to properly enjoy the splendor of Changing. Though I never understood what good the curfew did. Those demons, while they do eat people, don't seem to target ordinary folks. It's just a nuisance. The sound of light footsteps came from the stairs. A cat walked down, paused at the sight of her at the bottom of the stairs and yawned, and then lay down right there. Look how tired your cat is. She's worked hard. Song Yu said with a smile. How did your information gathering go, heroine? I had someone read a few of the public notices for me today and did some asking around. It's pretty much what I expected. The ghost troubles inside and outside Changing. Some of it is handled by local scholars and wanderers, some by the monks from Tianhai Temple. The rest, the jobs that no one takes, are either too difficult or not worth the trouble for the little pay. Heroine Wu explained. She continued, I'm not an expert in this, but I've picked out 2 or 3 that seem promising. What do you think? We can choose one together. We'll tackle them one by one. What? We'll tackle them one by one. Ha. Heroine Wu laughed. You're not afraid of death or trouble, are you? Quite the opposite. I dread trouble more than anything, Song Yu replied calmly. But with nothing else to do and with a heroine like you to assist, and since it's about eliminating threats for the people, why not give it a try? Then why not take care of the demon in the city? The city has the city god, the outskirts do not. You always have a reason, don't you? Please, tell me more, heroine Wu. Nov, L, B // JNN. Alright, I'll start with the most troublesome one. Alright. The first one, 30 Tales. 40 li outside the city, there's a village called Peach Blossom Village. The village has a mountain called Peach Blossom Peaks. An official road to Changjing passes right under it. Apparently, around 3 years ago, merchants traveling under the mountain at night or local villagers returning from the mountain after work would occasionally spot a pavilion on the mountainside filled with enchanting women. At this point, heroine Wu glanced at the deist to see if he reacted. Seeing that he remained calm and composed without any visible change in expression, she continued. Some were terrified, while others couldn't resist the temptation. Foreign merchants, unaware of the situation, thought they were nearing Changjing and walked right in. Did they meet their end? It's hard to say. What do you mean? The woman explained. Well, the next morning, those people would wake up in the wilderness under peach blossom trees with nothing more than sore backs and aching bodies, with no serious harm done. But that was 3 years ago. Back then, the demons causing trouble there probably weren't very powerful, so they didn't appear frequently. Although rumors of their allure started to spread, many thrill-seekers, especially lustful and courageous ones, deliberately sought them out. Local men often roamed around the mountain at night, but you still needed quite a bit of luck to encounter them. Have some tea. Song Yu handed her a cup of tea. After taking a sip, the woman continued, in my opinion, the demons there are quite considerate. Or perhaps not considerate, but restrained. They never drain people completely, they just leave them with a few aches and pains for a few days. It's still the same now, but as the demons absorbed more yang qi over time, they grew stronger. What used to be a once-a-month occurrence became every 10 days or so, and now it happens every few days. More and more people are getting harmed. They still wouldn't drain people completely each time, but the men kept going back. Once their addiction kicked in, they couldn't control themselves, and eventually, people from the nearby villages started dying. Song Yu asked, and what did the authorities do? She replied, the government had noticed early on, but since it wasn't happening often and no one had died initially, they didn't take it seriously. They sent people to investigate a few times, but nothing was found, so they stopped caring. They just hung up warning signs along the road, telling travelers to be cautious of ghosts on that road. But by then, many were going there on purpose who cared about warnings. When the soldiers arrived, some even told them not to meddle. Heroine Wu paused, then leaned in curiously, asking Song Yu, hey, is this sort of thing really that addictive? To the extent where people don't even care about their own lives anymore. Song Yu remained calm. Since it involves demons, perhaps there's more to it than mere lust. So, do you think they're going there voluntarily? Maybe, maybe not. Song Yu paused. But regardless, once lives are lost, it's unacceptable. Oh. Heroine Wu dragged out the sound, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. However, she didn't forget the task at hand and continued. Later, the authorities sent soldiers, sought out local exorcists to deal with the demons and ghosts, and even sought out experts from Tinhai Temple before posting the notice. But those demons are cunning. Every time the government sent people, whether soldiers or experts, they could only see an empty mountain. I haven't even heard of any wandering martial artist with vigorous chi and life force encountering them. It seems they only prey on the weak. Song Yu asked, an empty mountain? Isn't the mountain full of peach blossom trees? Some suspected that the peach blossom trees on the mountain had become spirits, so they cut them all down, but that didn't help. Heroine Wu rubbed her chin, her eyes reflecting the fierce resolve of a seasoned Jianghu wanderer, her mind ticking over with the typical methods of her kind. In my opinion, those are likely wild ghosts hiding deep within the mountain. If we want to rely on the soldiers to get rid of them, I'm afraid they'd have to empty out the entire mountain. Perhaps. Her thinking was simple but aligned with the effective demon slaying and ghost hunting methods of the time. If some place was haunted by ghosts, they would just dig up graves. If a mountain spirit caused trouble by the roadside, they would just burn the mountain. Their methods were brutal and straightforward. Heroine Wu took another sip of tea and said, I think this one is the trickiest. Mainly because it's impossible to find the demons. If we could spot them, I'd take them out with a single strike. But all she heard from the deist beside her was, it's not that difficult. If your information is correct, I believe they can distinguish who approaches. The first challenge is to hide one's own cultivation skills, chi, and blood force. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Can you do that? I'm quite skilled in this. Are you confident? Very. Then let's give it a try. It's a bit late today. We won't be able to cover those 40 li before dark. Besides, tonight is Lady Calico's last night catching mice at Lord Yes' house. I have to escort her there. You make the call. The next one is Minister Zhou's residence. I'll go inform him that the cat is tired and needs a few days rest before returning. A soft sound came from nearby. Meow. Oh, right, I meant lie to Minister Zhou, not inform, Song Yu added, correcting himself. We'll set off tomorrow afternoon. We should arrive before nightfall. Does that suit your schedule, Heroine Wu? It's settled then. I'll have to trouble you to take the notice from the board. No problem. You're better at catching demons than I am, so I'll handle all the small tasks. Thank you, Heroine Wu. I'll be heading off then. Heroine Wu downed her tea in one gulp, placed the cup down, and strode out. As soon as she reached the neighboring house, she pulled out her key and was about to unlock her door when she heard a faint, clear female voice from next door. Are you going out to catch demons? Something like that? What about me? Unfortunately, it's not convenient to bring you along this time. But the main reason is that we've left quite a bit of money at home, money that you worked hard to earn. We need to pay the rent, and we can't afford to have it stolen, so I'd like you to stay home and watch over the place. Okay, but it's not an easy task. No problem. Heroine Wu shook her head and pushed open her door, pretending not to have heard anything. The next afternoon, just outside Changjing, 2 people and a horse left the city. I took down the notice but didn't give your name. If I had, the authorities would have asked where you live, and that would have been a hassle. Don't worry, we're from the same hometown, I wouldn't set you up. That's for the best. Do you think we'll make it before dark? We will. You've got some stamina, then. Dressed as a man, Heroine Wu lay on her small yellow-maned horse and turned her head to glance at Song Yu. It's a pity your horse isn't here with you, huh? Walking has its benefits. Benefits like being very slow and getting tired. Not long after, the woman climbed off her horse to walk alongside Song Yu. The horse was small, and her movements were agile, so the transition was smooth, though it looked rather comical. The green mountains loomed far away, one ridge after another, with a winding dirt road weaving through them. There were no ruts, so the road was fairly flat and easy to walk on. The 2 people and the horse walked further and further. As the sun set, the twilight deepened along the horizon. Soon, only Song Yu remained on the road. Suddenly, the sound of hooves approached. The yellow-maned horse, carrying the female warrior, trotted back and slowly came to a stop. The rider said, looks like I didn't lose my way. Peach Blossom Village is just ahead, and Peach Blossom Peaks isn't far either. Good. Can you tell that I'm a woman? I can, but it'll be hard to tell at night. Besides, I doubt they rely solely on appearances to distinguish men from women. However, as a martial artist, you have more yang qi than the average person. When I mask your energy, I'll leave a little extra, so you'll seem even more like a man to those demons. Impressive. Song Yu raised his hand. Many esteemed folk experts and Buddhist monks had come here, yet all had left empty-handed. The malevolent spirits haunting Peach Blossom Peaks must be hiding deep within. They would need to be lured out on their own. Song Yu's fingertips suddenly emitted a strand of spiritual energy. The energy resembled a shooting star, and was snowy white at its core. It was radiating a white light, with an outer layer like frost, appearing both ethereal and semi-transparent. Winter represented the end, a time when all things retreated and were stored away. In the winter solstice, spiritual energy had the ability to close off and conserve vital energy, halt processes, and induce hibernation or concealment. Without a sound, the spiritual energy dissipated. Brrrrrr. The woman suddenly shivered, trembling slightly. Why did it get so cold all of a sudden? It's done. Done. Yes. So, am I a man now? Your yang qi now exceeds your yin qi. In the eyes of night spirits, who can't clearly see your face, they'll perceive you as male. Impressive, Daoist master, she repeated the phrase, as if it slipped out naturally. The 2 figures continued onward. As soon as they reached Peach Blossom Village, they could see many peach blossom trees planted along the roadside. Some had already sprouted leaves, while others were still adorned with pink blossoms that appeared even redder under the setting sun. This whole area is dedicated to growing peach blossoms. Most of the peaches supplied to Changjing in the summer come from the few nearby villages, Heroine Wu explained. Last year, I came here to buy peaches. It's much cheaper than buying them in Changjing, but I didn't visit Peach Blossom Village, I went to Celestial Peach Village on the other side of the mountain. Around this time, apricot blossoms should be blooming too, right? Yeah, probably in the next few days. I've heard the apricot blossoms in Changjing are quite famous. I've never gone to see them. I see. The 2 continued their conversation in low voices as they passed through Peach Blossom Village. Soon, they saw the only mountain without any peach blossom trees or blossoms, just countless bare stumps. This was Peach Blossom Peaks. They sat down, pretending to rest, and ate some dry rations. As the sky gradually darkened, a faint light appeared. Looking back, they saw that a brightly lit building had mysteriously appeared on the desolate mountain. A woman stood on the upper floor, watching them from a distance. We actually saw a demon, Heroine Wu whispered. Yes. Song Yu's voice remained calm. I thought even if your method worked, we might have to wait here for a few days. It seems that recently there have been more deaths and fewer visitors, so they must be quite hungry. You're quite perceptive. Hehe. Heroine Wu grinned from ear to ear, then led the horse over. Her expression relaxed as she glanced around. The building had 2 floors and exuded a classical charm. It was adorned with lanterns and was brightly illuminated. Before they even reached the entrance, they heard a voice from above, inviting them in. It was soft and alluring, almost like a whisper by the ear that made one's bones feel weak. Would you like to come in and have a look, gentlemen? How about a drink? In the Jianghu, few feared ghosts, especially the young and skilled ones. Heroine Wu showed no fear. She tilted her head, meeting the gaze of the woman upstairs, her eyes sparkling with interest. Her only thought was, she's really beautiful. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, a wave of fragrant perfume hit them. What a lovely scent. The fragrance was perfectly balanced, not too strong or too faint. It carried the delicate, sweet floral notes one would associate with women, yet it was neither overpowering nor vulgar. Upon closer inspection, there was more depth to the scent. Unfortunately, of the two people walking in, one was a Jianghu woman, and the other was a cultivator, neither of whom were easily swayed like ordinary men. Greetings, gentlemen. Two women stood at the entrance, one in red and the other in yellow. They had slender waists, full chests, and beautiful faces. As they waved their sleeves, the fragrance became intoxicating. However, just as they uttered their first greeting, their voices trailed off. The lantern at the entrance illuminated their visitors' faces. Both women's gazes fell upon Heroine Wu. Although her face still bore some signs of wear from traveling, after staying in Changjing for 2 years, her skin had improved significantly compared to her days in Anqing. Her brows and eyes clearly marked her as a woman. The two ghostly women at the door exchanged confused glances. The guest is a woman. Nonsense. Heroine Wu didn't hesitate, immediately responding, I just happen to look like a woman. Even the voice is that of a woman. I just happen to sound like one too. As Heroine Wu spoke, she tied her horse to a post at the entrance and ignored them as she strode boldly inside. The two seductive female ghosts exchanged uneasy looks. One of them raised her hand, as if to stop her, but it was more for show given the soft and delicate motion. When they saw that Heroine Wu was determined to enter, the outstretched hand dropped to her side. Is this your first time here, dear guests? Yes. Heroine Wu replied, her demeanor calm, as if she was quite familiar with the place. You are a woman, aren't you? If you say so. Realizing she could no longer keep up the act, Heroine Wu decided not to argue. The two of us were traveling by night and saw this inn. We thought we'd come in and stay the night. Is that fine? Well, this isn't exactly a place for women. Heroine Wu's eyes narrowed. Is that so? All right, you can come in. Then stop wasting time. The guest rooms are upstairs. We're not in a rush. Heroine Wu walked over to the large hall on the first floor, found a table, and sat down. I may need to sleep, but my companion may not. We'll sit here for a bit first. Call out all your girls so my companion can choose one. He's a real man, and whichever girl catches his eye, he'll go with her to her room. He has plenty of money. I'll get right on it, the two women replied coquettishly, flashing charming smiles before running up the wooden stairs. Footsteps echoed from the upper floor, leaving the hall momentarily empty, save for them. Heroine Wu glanced around, while Song Yu remained calm, looking up to examine the pavilion. The structure was both ancient and elegant, with intricate carvings and painted beams. Though it was merely an illusion, a closer look revealed its architectural beauty, reminiscent of the charm from the previous dynasty. A figure approached them and whispered, are those two demons or ghosts? Ghosts. How do we exorcise them? Song Yu initially thought of saying he could simply set the place on fire, and that would take care of them. However, after some thought, he turned to Heroine Wu and asked, what do you think of this pavilion? It must be an illusion. Song Yu explained, I've heard that some ghosts cannot forcibly trap people within their illusions if their powers aren't strong enough. They need people to willingly step inside. Even if there's some hesitation, one can still pass through it. To break such illusions, those within must be made to fall asleep. Otherwise, if there's even the slightest unwillingness, the ghosts can't dissolve the illusion, and they themselves will be trapped. Heroine Wu remarked, that's quite peculiar. It's the truth. At that moment, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Heroine Wu lowered her voice again and said, so what are you suggesting? He said, there are already others trapped in this pavilion, completely absorbed in the illusion and believing it to be real. If the illusion suddenly shatters, it could harm them. Song Yu paused and continued, we could stay a while longer. If we decide to act, we should wait until they fall asleep and are free from the illusion before making our move. If we prefer not to act, we could go upstairs and rent a room, then place talismans on the door and simply stay awake until dawn. Once the sun rises, the ghosts will naturally dissipate. There's a method like that. It's how common folks break illusions created by ghosts and demons. Sounds quite simple. Most things are, once you know the trick. It's just a matter of understanding the trick. Song Yu paused. However, if an ordinary exorcist were to come here and try the second method, these ghostly women would certainly find ways to make them fall asleep. It would be a battle of wits. Interesting. The footsteps upstairs had already reached the middle of the staircase, and Heroine Wu turned her head to look. 6 women descended in a line, each moving gracefully and lightly from the upper floor. One was tall and slender, her body soft and supple. Another had full curves with a narrow waist to match. One carried herself with poise, like a noble lady. Another was lively, resembling an ethereal spirit from another world. One appeared youthful and charming, just reaching the bloom of adolescence. The last was mature and gentle, in the prime of her allure. Some wore gentle smiles, others were cold and ethereal. Some had a look of sorrow in their eyes and stirred pity, while others radiated warmth and made one desire to fall into their arms. Some were so gorgeous that one needed only to cast a brief glance, and it would strike deep into the heart. In no time, they had all gathered in front of them. It wasn't just men who admired beauty, sometimes women appreciated it even more. As these women stood before them in unison, it wasn't only the men, even Heroine Wu nearly lost herself in admiration. Yet Song Yu remained composed, seeing through the illusion. Heroine Wu snapped back to her senses. She turned toward the woman speaking. Her eyes, once focused straight, were now glancing sideways at the 6 who had come down from upstairs. Which one does your companion favor? The woman speaking glanced at Song Yu, and so did Heroine Wu. However, Song Yu's expression remained calm, seemingly unaffected. This brought Heroine Wu back to her senses, restoring some of her composure. Though she was still inwardly amazed, she quickly adjusted her expression. After all, she had spent 2 years in changing and couldn't afford to act as if she was some country bumpkin. Sir, I'll choose for him. Heroine Wu's eyes darted around. Are these the only 6 ladies you have? We have a total of 10, but 4 are upstairs entertaining other guests. Are those 4 prettier? Each has her own charm. Then why did they get to choose those 4 first? Everyone has their preferences. I don't believe it. Heroine Wu slammed the table, mimicking Major Lu, intentionally making things difficult for Zhang Tu-1. Call those 6 down as well? I want to choose from all of them. How could that be? Why not? You think I can't afford it? The woman looked troubled. That would be impossible. We can't do that. Fine, I won't make it hard for you. Then I'll wait until they're done. Once they finish, call those 6 down too, so I can make a proper choice. Heroine Wu said, can these ladies dance? I'm afraid not. Then send them back up for now. We'll sit here for a bit. Go, go, go. The 2 women who had been at the door waved their hands. The 6 ladies, with expressions ranging from playful to eye-rolling to aggrieved, gracefully made their way back upstairs with light and delicate movements. The 2 women also left. Heroine Wu leaned closer to Song Yu, her face full of curiosity. Which one do you like? Song Yu just smiled and shook his head. The white, delicate faces were but a facade for the skeletal remains beneath, and the rose-painted cheeks of peonies, who's to say they weren't instruments of death? So beautiful, Heroine Wu couldn't help but click her tongue, muttering under her breath before asking quietly, how's my stalling going? Quite well, hee. Before long, the 2 women at the door returned, each carrying a tray. One tray held small dishes and snacks, while the other had a pot of wine and 2 cups. They placed the trays on the table in front of them, and one of the women knelt down to pour them both a drink. We wouldn't want to keep you waiting, so please, enjoy some wine and snacks in the meantime. Just leave it there. Very well. And don't just stand there. Go hurry up those people upstairs. Tell them to finish quickly and send the girls down so we can make our selection. The 2 women exchanged glances once again. These 2 were truly strange. The one doing all the talking was clearly a woman, while the man just sat there silently, as if examining the building and the lanterns. Yet, despite their odd behavior, the women couldn't detect anything that made them seem like skilled martial artists or practitioners, leaving them uncertain. Hurry, hurry. With another push, the 2 women gave a soft bow. They didn't head upstairs, but they didn't linger in the room either. Heroine Wu glanced at Song Yu again. It's just dew and peach leaves. It's harmless, though it might taste like fine wine and delicacies. Really? Heroine Wu shot a look at the table, appearing tempted to try it. However, she held herself back. The night deepened. The people upstairs finished one by one. As they fell asleep, they left the pavilion. 10 women descended the stairs, standing delicately in front of the 2. Each had their own unique charm, though 4 of them still had a flush on their faces, not from the passionate night, but from having just absorbed enough yang energy. Dear guests, they are all here. These are all of them. These are all of them. No more hidden away. Of course not. You're not hiding any, are you? If there are, we won't let you off. Oh, how could we dare? Good, then. Only then did Heroine Wu turn to Song Yu and say, they claim there are only these 10, and I don't think they're lying. How will you choose? There's no one else around now. Let's take action. All right. Heroine Wu, never one to hesitate, reached into her clothes and pulled out a small sword. Seeing this, the expressions of the 2 women instantly stiffened. You are. With a swish, the small sword was drawn. They're ghost hunters. This is injustice. The 2 female ghosts reacted in an amusing way. First, they refused to admit it. Then, when they realized they couldn't argue their way out, they claimed they'd never harmed anyone. When told that dozens of people had died, they said those people were willing participants. As the ghostly deception was revealed, they tried to beg for mercy. But once they realized that no matter what they said, the 2 wouldn't leave, a fight became inevitable. That's when their true ferocity emerged. AHH. A sharp shriek pierced the air, painful to the ears. The 2 female ghosts who had been greeting guests at the entrance were the most powerful, while the remaining 10 were just minor spirits under their control. Enraged, they all reverted to their true forms. Gone were the delicate faces and elegant makeup. Now their once fair faces were decayed, their cheeks shriveled, and the beautifully styled hair was reduced to a few strands clinging to their scalp. Where there had been bright eyes and pearly teeth, now there was something even more withered than skeletons. The more beautiful they had been, the more grotesque they now appeared. The female ghosts lunged at Heroine Wu, and Heroine Wu met them head-on with her sword. She moved with agility, dodging the ghosts' lunges and bites with precision. Despite their ethereal movements, they couldn't lay a hand on her. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. However, this revealed the weakness of martial artists. While Heroine Wu struck and slashed at the ghosts multiple times in mere moments, her sword was just an ordinary weapon with no divine power. It could not harm the ghosts. If she were alone, the best strategy would be to stall them until sunrise. But she wasn't alone. There was a deist priest beside her. The deist priest opened his mouth and blew. Whoosh! In an instant, flames illuminated the room as if it were broad daylight. The light gauze curtains, the intricately carved beams, and the dried-up female ghosts, all of it was reduced to mere kindling. Wan Zhengtu and Major Lu, Zishan, are fictional characters in Water Margin, one of the 4 great classical novels in Chinese literature. Boom! The fire engulfed everything, revealing the original night sky. As the flames subsided, the once elegant and refined pavilion, the colorful and beautiful lanterns, and those seductive yet grotesque female ghosts all vanished, as if they had never existed. All that remained was a pitch-black desolate mountain. Even though Heroine Wu had good vision, the sudden shift from the brightly lit ghost pavilion, combined with the dazzling firelight, left her temporarily unable to see anything. However, she could hear voices nearby, some filled with suspicion, others with fear, causing her to grip her sword tightly and swiftly turn around. But since the voices were from ordinary men, she held back from attacking immediately. Relax, came a familiar voice from behind her. Heroine Wu exhaled in relief. As her eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, under the crescent moon and the twinkling stars, she could vaguely make out the desolate mountain. Countless tree stumps surrounded her, with horses from the southwest tied to them. Her companions from Yizhu stood behind her, and several terrified men had already sat up on the ground. Though the night concealed much, the pale forms of the men were faintly visible, suggesting they weren't wearing any clothes. Your clothes should be nearby, Song Yu said. Feel around and put them on. Who are you? Where is this place? Wasn't I just? Isn't it still night? 4 different voices spoke in confusion. It was clear that some of them were regulars of this haunted pavilion, having been here more than once, while others were unaware and likely experiencing this for the first time and were completely unfamiliar with the situation. Some voices still carried strength, while others were weak. A few even groaned, likely from aching backs and sore muscles. Soon followed the sounds of them fumbling to put their clothes on. Just as they finished dressing, there was a sudden sound of fire bursting into life. Boom! A flame appeared in the night. It was Song Yu, who had picked up a branch from somewhere. The branch had ignited on its own, illuminating a small area on the desolate mountain. The flickering firelight cast shadows over their faces, each showing different expressions. The shadows of people, horses, and tree stumps stretched across the uneven ground, creating an eerie contrast that made the flickering fire seem even more like ghostly figures than the pavilion's bright lights and painted faces had earlier. Where are the ghosts? Wu Suaoyi asked Song Yu. They're gone, he replied. Just like that? They're gone. They're only minor ghosts, Song Yu said calmly. This kind of thing is still the expertise of Udaists. Wu Suaoyi frowned. Too bad there's no keepsake left behind. Each has their own specialty. If you ever encounter such ghosts in the future, and blades can't hurt them, it's best to leave, Song Yu advised. But if you must fight, you can smear fresh blood on your blade. The blood of martial artists is rich with vital energy, which can counteract the yin spirits. I know that, Wu Suaoyi retorted, but with you here, why should I go cutting myself for no reason? The other 4 men, overhearing the conversation, finally understood what had happened. The 4 men's expressions were all different. One had wide eyes, still in fear from the ordeal. One was relieved but had a lingering aftertaste of the experience. One felt disappointed but was also somewhat relieved. One blamed them for meddling unnecessarily. The flames on the branch cast shifting shadows across their faces. The deist observed their expressions with a calm demeanor, trying to gauge their thoughts. Indeed, fire was indispensable in this world. You're all a bunch of lustful idiots. Wu Suaoyi was furious and kicked the man who had been complaining. Song Yu did not intervene and remained where he was. The night is cool in the mountains. There might be villages nearby where you can find lodging. If you live close, you should return home. If you live far, find a place to stay. Some thanked him, some were resentful. One of them stayed behind because of Wu Suaoyi. The ghost was burned away completely by your fire, leaving nothing behind. Although catching demons and ghosts often ends like this, according to the official rules, we will only receive the reward if no further ghostly incidents occur in the next month to 6 months after we report it, Wu Suaoyi said. However, there's an eyewitness who was awakened by your fire. With his testimony, we might be able to get the reward in a few days. Heroine Wu, you're truly thoughtful, Song Yu said, bowing slightly. He then turned to the disheveled man dressed like a scholar. I am Song Yu from Yizhu. I accepted a job notice and came here to exorcise the ghosts. Pleased to meet you. I am Wu Suaoyi. And I am Gu Yi from Jingzhou. I am deeply grateful for your help. I am truly ashamed. Gu Yi was patting his own head. I was really foolish. I must have lost my senses. I know full well that this is a desolate mountain. How could there be such a magnificent pavilion here, one that even cities in other provinces don't have? And how could there be so many charming and alluring women? But somehow, at that moment, I didn't find it strange at all. I even thought the prosperity of Changjing was just naturally like this. Truly, I feel ashamed before the classic works I've studied. Song Yu said, demons and ghosts can easily confuse the mind, it's not so easy to distinguish. Song Yu knew that even if there had been a bewitching spell, given the meager abilities of those 2 little demons, it must have been their own lust clouding their minds that gave them the opportunity to take advantage. Still, if they wanted him to testify on their behalf, he didn't mind offering a few comforting words. Remember this in the future, lust is one of the 7 deadly sins. Especially in desolate areas, you must be more discerning. I understand, I understand. Can you still walk? Yes, yes, Gu Yi answered, fearing they might leave him behind. Take your bundle and come with us. If we head to Changjing now, we should reach the city gate just around dawn. All right, all right. Song Yu and the female warrior walked back together, while the scholar hurried to follow them. Don't be afraid, scholar, Wu Suaoyi said, leading the horse as they walked. The female ghost only drains people's yin energy, she doesn't eat people. You might just lose a bit of lifespan, and you might feel some back pain and weakness for a while. Even if you were heading to Changjing for an exam, you've already finished it, right? Yes, yes, I just finished the exam and wanted to enjoy the peach blossoms. I got lost by mistake. The scholar, now more frightened, asked, will I really lose lifespan? What's the matter? You've had it easy. Wu Suaoyi, carefully navigating, grinned and said, yesterday morning, I saw the notice, and the county magistrate said that dozens of people had died from having their yin energy drained. There are probably many more we can't account for, and many more who are weakened but haven't died yet. Over the past few years, I can't even count how many have had their lifespans shortened. Huh. The scholar was greatly alarmed. The female warrior seemed to take some twisted pleasure in this, showing a grin. The stars were countless, and a small fire in the mountains grew more distant as they traveled. If they had traveled through the night as planned, they would have arrived at the city gate around dawn, as Song Yu had said. However, the night journey was arduous, with both people and horse struggling. They had to find places to take breaks and shield themselves from the wind. They rested briefly whenever they got cold and walked again. By the time the sky began to lighten with the first light of dawn, they had covered about half the distance, and they managed to complete the remaining part in one stretch. Song Yu returned to Willow Street in the morning. As soon as he inserted the key into the lock, he heard a series of urgent noises from the wooden stairs inside. When he opened the door, he found a calico cat sitting in the room, licking its paws and glancing at him. I'm back. The calico cat lowered its paw and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Weren't you supposed to be gone for a few days? It went smoother than I expected. Did you catch the ghosts? I did, Song Yu replied while heading upstairs. JNN. The calico cat followed him, looking up and asking, guess where our money went? Didn't you hide it, Lady Calico? Guess. I don't know. I hid it. Where did you hide it? In the rat hole. Lady Calico, you're amazing. The cat talked a lot, and Song Yu made an effort to keep up with the conversation. When they reached the second floor, he lay down on the bed. Are you tired? I'm just sleepy. Are you going to sleep now? Pretty much. You've been sleeping during the day too. Yes. Song Yu's voice grew fainter. He could only vaguely sense the calico cat rubbing its feet against the head of the bed, then cleaning itself before jumping onto the bed and coming closer to observe him. Song Yu found it both amusing and comforting. In this comfort, the elegant pavilion from last night, the alluring female ghosts, and the different faces of the 4 other customers all faded from his mind. He fell asleep very easily. When he opened his eyes again, it was dusk. It felt like he had taken an unusually long nap. Waking up from a nap always felt strange, just like now. Upon opening his eyes, the room was empty, and Lady Calico was nowhere to be found. He got up, walked a few steps, and pushed open the window. The dim light of the evening sky gave him a feeling of having reached the end of time. The curfew had not yet lifted, so there were no people on the street outside the window, only rooftops stretching in a continuous line. The world was silent and still. It felt as if a whole day had been stolen, and with it, the entire world of that day. The sensation was truly peculiar. So Song Yu sat by the window, draped in his clothes, enjoying the evening breeze and savoring the feeling until it completely faded from his mind. Only then did he get up and slowly go downstairs. The door downstairs was open, and in the dim light, the cat was playing with a ball in the street. Heroine Wu, holding a small stool, was sitting under the eaves of her house while resting her chin on her hand and watching the cat. When she saw Song Yu come out, she turned around with a bright smile. Hey, you're finally awake? I thought you were going to sleep until tomorrow. Didn't you sleep? I napped just a little. You should rest more. Heroine Wu replied nonchalantly, people in the Jianghu are in good shape. I just need to go to bed early tonight, and I'll be fine. I took that scholar to the county yamen today to deliver the list, and it went pretty smoothly. The scholar's words seem to be trusted by the county official. They'll send someone to check the mountain in a few days. As long as no more pavilions show up in 7 days, they'll come and give us the money. Don't worry, as long as we truly have the ability to deal with the demons, he won't dare to withhold the payment. Song Yu said, you handled everything. I truly feel ashamed. Why be ashamed? It's just a division of labor. You burned those ghosts with a single blaze, after all. I'm the one who feels ashamed. I'll make sure to give you a bigger share of the reward. You're well informed, Heroine Wu. Song Yu also took a stool outside and sat by the door, resting and watching the cat play with the ball on the ground. This cat is quite arrogant. I just said I'd play with it, and it refused and almost scratched me. Lady Calico has her own ideas. It felt as though the past day had been just an ordinary one. I'll check tomorrow to see if there are any more job notices that I can accept. If there's one available, I'll bring it back, Heroine Wu said. If we accept a new job before the reward for the previous one is given, the county official will surely be shocked. Haha, do you need me to accompany you? It's up to you, Heroine Wu thought for a moment and then continued. You earn money for your brains, I earn money for hard work. You handle the methods, I handle the information. You do your part, I do mine. I usually pass by the city gate often. If you'll only feel at ease by seeing it for yourself, or if you'd feel awkward not going with me, you're welcome to come along with me. Sorry for the trouble, Heroine Wu. Not at all. I'm naturally restless, Heroine Wu replied. But it's good if you come with me. That way we can discuss and decide on the spot, so we don't lose out to someone else. I can accept any job. You're impressive. I heard the apricot blossoms outside the city have bloomed recently. Yes, but it's outside the east gate. You can go see for yourself. There should be many people there. Just follow the crowd, Heroine Wu said. I'm too busy, and flowers and plants don't interest me much. Then I'll go check it out. Clang, 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 the sound of the curfew gong echoed in the air. Unlike the eastern district, the western district wasn't as bustling, and the people there weren't as leisurely. Everyone was tired from the day and went home early to rest, so the streets were already deserted. The deist and the heroine, who had been chatting while cooling off at the door, also got up and took their stools inside. By the way, Heroine Wu suddenly stopped. That day, didn't I find 2 or 3 job notices? Today, we've only dealt with 1 out of the 2. I remember there was another one about a mountain outside the city where mountain demons have been causing trouble, attacking passersby and merchants, and consuming quite a few people. I'll check tomorrow to see if anyone has accepted it. Thank you for your hard work. If it hasn't been accepted, should I take it on? Just mountain demons. Yes, mountain demons. They're not hard to deal with, but the mountain is very large, and they can hide well, so they're hard to find. Soldiers, hunters, and people from the Jianghu have all tried to hunt them down, but they're quite clever. Heroine Wu glanced at him. Do you have any ability to sniff out demons by their scent? No. Then, maybe we can try other methods. All right, it's settled then. If there's nothing available, choose another one, preferably a challenging one. Get some rest. Heroine Wu picked up her stool and went inside. As the sound of the curfew gong faded, the city was locked up tight. Song Yu, unhurried, prepared some flour and kneaded a dough, then he started a fire and cooked a pan of pancakes to eat. His dinner was just this pan of pancakes, and breakfast would be the same. Although he had slept from morning until dusk and went to bed very late the night before, the deist was in good spirits. He kept the door open, ate his pancakes, and watched the people coming and going on the street. The calico cat came down from upstairs again. Deist priest, are you going outside the city to see the apricot blossoms today? Apricot blossoms. Apricot blossoms. Yes, I will go with you. The calico cat jumped up onto the table and stared at him. I naturally would like to have you accompany me, Song Yu said, making eye contact with her as he ate his pancakes. But since you've been out at night and resting during the day ever since you started catching mice in the eastern district, your routine has, well, I'm not sure if it's reversed or just returned to normal. In any case, you must have stayed up all night, right? Yes. Then you should rest at home. This afternoon when I return, I'll take you to Minister Zhou's house to catch mice. Will you go alone? I can. Being alone is lonely. Lonely is quite nice. Not being lonely is nice too. The calico cat stared at him, thought for a moment, and said, I will go with you. Aren't you tired? I'm not tired. Song Yu had been smiling for a while. Before descending the mountain, he could hardly have imagined that such a small cat could bring him so much warmth. It seemed there was really no other reason. Even the money at home had been hidden by her in a mouse hole. She had shown him where she hid it last night, and it was well hidden. Then thank you, Lady Calico. It's nothing. Why do you have a bit of red on your lips? Where did that come from? The deist smiled and reached out to wipe it off. I just ate a rat. The deist silently pulled his hand back. There were still 3 or 4 pancakes left on the plate. He carried them with him, planning to eat them for lunch as well. The deist soon strapped on his bag, closed the door, and set off. He passed through the city and headed toward the east gate. Once he exited the east gate, the terrain looked quite different from the west gate. In the distance, there were many large mountains, with beacon towers faintly visible on the peaks. Although still far away, he could already see the mountains covered in apricot blossoms, turning the rolling hills into a sea of white and pink. A dusty road led into the distance. As Heroine Wu had said, there were indeed many people going outside the city to admire the apricot blossoms. Especially since the spring examinations had just ended, many scholars still remained in Changjing. These scholars, both enthusiastic and free, formed the main group of flower watchers. Their voices filled the road, chatting and laughing heartily. There was no need to find the way, he just had to follow the crowd. The cat took small, quick steps, walking ahead. Whenever it stopped to wait for him, it would open its mouth to yawn and shake its head to stay awake. Are you tired? I'm not tired. We still have to walk a bit further to reach Mount Chang. Why don't you come into the bag? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Okay. Song Yu took off the bag and placed it on the ground. The cat obediently climbed in, allowing him to pick it up. This bag was also made recently in Changjing, not the one sewn onto the bedding. However, it was similar. This bag had 2 pockets, one for coins and small items, and the other for the calico cat, specifically made for carrying her. The deist slowly walked forward, enjoying the spring scenery. The cat was very tired but still poked its head out of the bag, squinting to observe the world and occasionally glancing up at the deist. Along the way, besides students, there were also many scholars and women, both married and unmarried. Some had attendants with them, while others were groups of women traveling together. One could also catch a glimpse of the openness of the Great Yin era. He remembered that when he came to Changjing at the beginning of the month, although spring had already arrived, it was still before the Jingge. The wild grass by the roadside was still the withered yellow from last winter. Now, as he ventured out of the city again and approached the spring equinox, the view was filled with the vibrant colors of spring. When he stopped, he had already arrived at the foot of Mount Chang. The mountain with the best apricot blossoms was named Mount Chang, and it was the highest mountain seen from the city gate. The distance from Changjing to Mount Chang was over 20 li. People who left the city early to enjoy the spring and the flowers would leisurely walk to Mount Chang, setting up a picnic on a patch of grass at noon and having a meal. They would admire the flowers while reciting poetry. By the afternoon, they would return to Changjing, enjoying a beautiful day of the era. Because the literati and scholars of Changjing all loved to go to Mount Chang to view the flowers, the previous dynasty had allocated funds to build steps, long corridors, and pavilions on Mount Chang to make it easier for everyone to climb and rest. As the deist walked, he saw countless flowers and plants, and the surrounding slopes were filled with peach and apricot blossoms. But when he reached the foot of Mount Chang and looked up, he realized that the apricot blossoms he had seen before were sparse and ordinary in comparison, and understood why so many people from Changjing traveled such a distance to see them. Have we arrived? The cat's voice was very soft, as if afraid of being overheard. We're here. Let me down. Aren't you tired? I want to see the flowers too. All right. The deist set the cat down. It seemed that either from being tired or from curling up in the bag for so long, the cat wobbled a few steps after touching the ground. The deist shook his head and smiled, then continued up the mountain. Mount Chang was steep and perilous, forming a natural barrier for Changjing. Beyond this mountain, troops were stationed on the mountains behind. The mountain was so steep that only monkeys might manage to climb it. The rocky cliffs were exposed, yet the mountain peaks were covered in blooming apricot flowers despite their danger. There were so many flowers, in clusters after clusters, turning the rolling mountain ranges into a sea of white and pink. It was hard for those who had never seen it to imagine this scenery. Throughout history, countless soldiers had fought and fallen here in wars, many of whom had tumbled down the cliffs. Yet, on this land tainted with blood and countless buried bones, such beautiful flowers had bloomed. A long corridor wound from the base of the mountain up to its midsection and descended from another side. Along the path, people were admiring the flowers, composing poetry, painting, drinking, and chatting. Some were carrying baskets of cooked food, tirelessly moving up and down the mountain to sell to those who were simply strolling around. People came here, and so did demons. Some people played with the calico cat, while others invited the deist to drink. And some tried to stop him to ask him to tell fortunes. The calico cat was incredibly sleepy, yawning as it walked, swaying unsteadily but still stubbornly trying to stay awake. In a pavilion halfway up the mountain, someone was preparing to paint. The woman holding the brush was wearing a veil, which served both to cover her face and to protect her from the sun. Many wealthy young ladies traveling outside did the same. With a maid and a retinue by her side, she had spread out her drawing paper on a stone table in the pavilion, and had already prepared ink, inkstone, and paints. She initially intended to paint the nearby scene, the pavilion's columns and eaves, along with a protruding apricot blossom, which would have been lovely. However, an inadvertent glance led her eyes to something else: a young deist and a calico cat. The calico cat had a thin red string around its neck with a small wooden ornament hanging from it, making it look particularly well behaved. The deist walked slowly, seemingly to accommodate the cat beside him. The cat, appearing still half asleep, wobbled unsteadily and swayed with every step. It yawned frequently, yet it followed the deist closely. Whenever the deist moved, the cat moved with him. When the deist stopped to admire the flowers, the cat squatted down as well, looking up with him. The pair, one man and one cat, walked past the edge of the pavilion and continued farther away. It was unclear what the people there might have said to them, perhaps advising them to rest a bit. Thus, without much fuss, the deist and the cat sat down on the stone steps of the mountain right under a protruding apricot branch. They had their backs to the pavilion, and not too close. From the woman's vantage point, she could only see their backs. The deist wore an old deist robe, but old clothes suited him well, making him appear most natural. The calico cat sat upright next to him, its tail wrapped around his feet. Although there was a slight distance between them, the cat could not help but lean against the deist, with its body leaning to one side as it was overcome by sleepiness. A breeze blew, causing petals to fall. The cat was alternately attracted by the bees, gazing up at the flower petals drifting down from the sky, and then nuzzling against the deist's side. To anyone observing, it all appeared naturally harmonious. The woman holding the brush fell silent, in awe of the scene before her. "Sir, the stone steps are quite cold. Why don't you come over and sit with us?" "Thank you, but I'll leave once I've finished my pancakes. We have wine and meat here. Isn't it more pleasant to enjoy a drink and chat rather than just eating a few pancakes? I wouldn't want to impose." "Then at least try a chicken leg." "Thank you very much." The meal consisted of pancakes made the previous night and mountain spring water, simple fare, but comfortable nonetheless. A kind-hearted scholar sitting at a distance, who was drinking wine, wanted to form a friendly connection with the deist. He tore off a chicken leg from his roast chicken and handed it to him. This time, the deist accepted it with gratitude, though he only took a single bite and then tore the rest into pieces to feed the cat. The calico cat took a couple of bites but then looked up at him, whispering so softly that only the deist could hear. What are you eating? Last night's pancakes. Let me try. Song Yu tore off a piece of pancake and gave it to her. The calico cat chewed loudly. As the calico cat had said, cats didn't usually eat fruit, and they naturally didn't eat pancakes either. Yet, after traveling together, she had eaten fruit and pancakes. When did she start to take the initiative to eat human food? The first time seemed to have been during their stay in Jingzhou. Not far from the Fuyun temple, Song Yu had stopped by the roadside and taken out the lotus seeds prepared by the northern mountain deist and steamed buns bought from the road. The calico cat had come over, looking up at him and asking for a taste. Since then, whenever Song Yu ate congee or buns, the cat would eat some too if it wasn't just finishing a rat or planning to catch one. Is it good? I don't know. After we finish eating, we'll head down the mountain. We've enjoyed the flowers enough by now. There's no need for you to accompany me down the mountain, Song Yu said. Please rest in the bag. If you feel well in the evening, you can go to Minister Zhou's house to catch the mice. If not, it's fine to skip it. After all, we've taken several days off, so it's no problem if we go a few days later. Okay. Soon, the deist and the cat rose to leave. The cat nestled into the bag, and the deist cupped his hands in thanks and farewells to the scholars nearby before heading down the mountain. As he walked, he had a sudden sense of something and turned back. Behind him, in a pavilion, several people stood. Some were painting, others were watching the painting, and some were observing the painter, with a few even looking in his direction. The deist looked away and continued down the steps. The painter, having just finished the last stroke of the apricot blossoms, noticed a few scholars gathered around to admire the use of color and the artistic mood of the painting. The discussion was lively, but when the painter looked up to see if there was anything more to add, the deist and the cat were no longer in sight. The mountain remained the same, the stone steps unchanged, and the apricot blossoms still hung down beautifully. Yet, without the deist and the cat, the scene seemed to lose its highlight. The painter stared blankly for a moment, then immediately looked up to see where they might have gone. Not knowing how far the pair had gone, the painter found it hard to absorb the praise around her. What was on her mind was to give the painting to the deist, thinking that such an encounter would be truly wonderful. In the afternoon, they returned to the East Gate. The East Gate, naturally, also had announcements and notices posted. The deist walked over to take a look. There were new policy updates and explanatory notices, wanted notices, and calls for experts to exorcise demons and ghosts. The deist read through them carefully. However, there were many local experts in Changjing who dealt with demons and ghosts. Many of them made a living from this skill, and those with a bold nature or who were driven to desperation might take on such jobs. Sometimes, even temple and palace personnel would take on such work. Since Song Yu would only stay in Changjing until next year, he didn't need to take on all these tasks. He would only choose the difficult ones to help the people and earn some money for living in Changjing. The rest could be left to those who lived in Changjing permanently and relied on exorcising demons and catching ghosts for their livelihood. Just like the city god in the city, they could ensure the safety of Changjing both inside and out even better than Song Yu. The deist also avoided trouble and did not wish to deal with the authorities, so he only glanced at the notices and did not post any. He was just waiting for the heroine to handle it. Speaking of which, the house he rented was still not legal. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of horses' hooves. The hoofbeats were rapid and thunderous. Everyone at the city gate and the deist turned to look. Outside the city gate on the Yellow Earth Road, a cavalry unit was galloping in, stirring up a cloud of dust like a dragon. It was not until they neared the city gate that they gradually slowed down, and the sound of the hooves became softer. At the head of the group was a tall horse with a black and white coat. This coloration might make one think the horse was gentle, but a closer look revealed its majestic and imposing nature. The rider on the horse was also tall and mighty, around 30 years old, with somewhat weathered skin and a resolute face. He wore a loose, red robe resistant to wind and sand that concealed a heavy dark armor underneath, making him appear particularly imposing. His horse was equipped with a long spear, stained with a deep, sanguine hue. It was unclear how much blood it had absorbed. Behind him were dozens of light cavalry, all around 30 years old, dressed in full gear and bearing faces weathered by the elements. The cavalry halted at the city gate, and someone immediately stepped forward with documents to negotiate. Countless people at the gate stopped to watch them. The deist stood among the crowd, observing from a distance. While waiting, the leading general turned his head and scanned the crowd with his gaze. In the crowd, a person dressed in deist robes was somewhat conspicuous. The general couldn't help but look a bit longer. Their eyes briefly met before the general's gaze shifted away. It was difficult to discern much from a glance alone, only accumulated prestige and understanding through prolonged interaction could reveal more from a single look. At first glance, the deist saw nothing but the person's resolute and calm gaze. However, there was still an inexplicable feeling like he was encountering someone he had heard about for a long time. Let's go. The cavalry moved into the city. Someone hurriedly approached the city guards to ask about the identity of the group. At this time, with the apricot blossoms in full bloom outside Changjing, there were many distinguished guests coming out to enjoy the flowers. The city guards, not daring to be negligent, replied that the leading general was Chen Ziai, who had been recalled from the northern borders. The crowd then erupted in excitement. The surrounding voices suddenly became chaotic. Some praised the general's might. Some discussed the emperor's intentions. Some speculated that the demons and ghosts in Changjing would soon have to retreat, and perhaps the curfew would be lifted soon. In these times, while some might not know who the current prime minister was, it was impossible not to have heard of the state preceptor and General Chen Ziyi in Changjing. That was because the storytellers in the tea houses talked about them every day. Even Song Yu felt a bit disoriented. Chen Ziyi was a person he had often heard of since descending the mountain, someone whose stories had been told for half a year in Changjing, a figure who originally existed only in stories and the words of others. Though he had never thought of meeting this general, when he suddenly appeared before him like this one day, it was still quite remarkable. It always felt like he was a legendary figure. Indeed, he's quite young, Song Yu remarked as he entered the city. He could still faintly see the cavalry's retreating figures. Chen Xin, with style name Ziyi, was a scion of the Chen family from Hangzhou. Though he came from a distinguished family, it was in the military that he first made his mark, initially gaining recognition as a dueling general. What was a dueling general? Contrary to the tales and oral accounts in novels, it's not possible for the personal strength of a general to decisively determine the outcome of a battle or significantly impact its result. However, historically, this land had a tradition of dueling generals. They were not the primary commanders but specialized generals kept within the army, not usually in command but possessing extraordinary martial prowess. Their role was to challenge enemy generals or to be sent out when the enemy general issued a challenge. In battles, the dueling general would fight first, the victor would naturally boost their own side's morale, while the loser would affect their side's morale. In the current dynasty, this practice had waned. Tales of dueling generals had become rare, mostly found in the north. The people of the northern borderlands esteemed martial prowess and liked to provoke others. If someone came to the battlefield and taunted but shrank away or was shot dead, it would affect the morale of their side and make the great Yan seem lacking in formidable talent. At just 16, Chen Ziyi fought for the first time, and stories say that he defeated the renowned great general Yinma of the northern border in less than 10 exchanges with his red-tasseled spear. Since then, his reputation soared. Under his long spear, countless brave generals perished. It was said that even after he became a main general, he still often challenged the northern border generals, but no longer just the dueling generals. Now he faced the enemy's main commanders. The people of the northern borderlands, being skilled in martial arts and not daring to refuse, often felt deeply embarrassed. Even the foot soldiers felt humiliated. Whether true or not, though this general was famous as a dueling general, he was indeed from a powerful family and well-versed in military strategy from a young age. Besides being able to challenge enemy generals and daringly charge into battles, he was also courageous and strategic, known for leading elite troops straight to the enemy's headquarters and often capturing it before the main battle even began. For over 10 years on the battlefield, he had never suffered a defeat. He was not just a figure from stories but someone destined to be recorded in history. Not only was he renowned in his time, but even 1,000 years later, he would be remembered as a shining jewel in the annals of history. Such an encounter was truly marvelous. It felt as if history had appeared before him. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. A cat's head emerged from the bag, looking around at the many people with a puzzled meow. At the nearby houses, it then produced another curious sound, which was somewhere between a and a mew. We'll be there soon. Song Yu patted her on the head and gently pressed her back into the bag. Gradually, they walked back to Willow Street. At the entrance, they spotted the figure of the heroine. She was still sitting on the same wide bench under the eaves, holding a bowl in one hand and using chopsticks to scrape at something in the bowl with the other. From time to time, she glanced up at the passers-by in the street, seemingly observing something, or perhaps nothing at all. It seemed even someone with great martial skills could be absent-minded while eating. Song Yu glanced over and saw that the bowl contained a thick, indistinguishable paste with 2 pieces of pickled ginger, one of which had already been bitten into and had strings of ginger hanging from it. Heroine, the ginger is a bit old. What do you know? This is the taste of home. The woman gave him a sidelong glance. Although the food was poor and the taste was rather bland, she wasn't embarrassed to let others see. You wouldn't believe it, but this jar of pickled vegetables was actually found in your house. After my senior passed away, I went to clean out his place. I didn't find much money, but I did discover this jar of treasure. Hey, I don't even know how to pickle things myself. Is that so? Do you think the apricot blossoms are beautiful? They are quite spectacular, like a painting, Song Yu replied. On the way back, I even saw someone. Who? The Emperor. General Chen Ziyi. Oh, he's famous. The woman said this with a calm expression, her gaze unfocused as she stared at the street ahead. She took another bite of the food, as if the poor quality had left her feeling disillusioned. Feeling a tickle on her leg, she looked down to see the daist's cat scratching at her leg. It was standing up on its hind legs and stretching its neck to peek into her bowl. The woman lowered the bowl to show it to the cat and even picked up a small piece of ginger to offer it. The cat sniffed it and then turned away, walking off. Have you finished reviewing the notice, heroine? I've seen it. Wait until I finish eating. The woman, expressionless, took another bite of the ginger and finished the last 2 spoonfuls of the paste in her bowl. Then she turned and went back into the house. Song Yu also opened his own door. As soon as he entered, he saw the neighboring heroine following him in. Unlike her earlier disillusioned demeanor, she now appeared full of energy while holding a notice. I heard the reward was 20 taels before, but this job was only accepted a few times at the beginning. The people who went to check the mountain monster either couldn't find it or were eaten by it. After that, no one dared to post notices easily. I heard that yesterday the mountain monster ate 2 more people, causing a lot of panic. Now, the reward has been increased to 30 taels. She also placed the notice on the table. The bounty notice is here. I trust you. When shall we set off? Since it's been eating people, it's best to deal with it as soon as possible. How about tomorrow morning? All right. I'll knock on your wall tomorrow morning. All right. That was indeed a good idea. The woman took the bounty notice and left, while Song Yu went out to buy ingredients and came back to cook. In the early days of his arrival in Changjing, he had been short on money and had eaten gruel for several days, with his stomach constantly growling and his lips cracking. However, thanks to Lady Calico, he had been eating better recently. He prepared a pot of mixed grain rice and stir-fried some poor-quality meat with peas. Lady Calico transformed into her human form to help him with the fire. While tending to it, she said, "Deist priest, we won't be catching mice tonight. All right. We'll go after we return." Song Yu glanced down at her. "Do you also want to catch the mountain monster?" "Yes." All right. Song Yu had somewhat figured out her personality. Lady Calico, being a cat god, had an independent personality. However, her nature was simple, and after spending time with people, she could become quite attached. Right. Lady Calico tossed another handful of firewood into the stove and suddenly looked up. "Deist priest, how much money did you make from catching ghosts?" "We haven't received it yet." "You didn't make any money. We just haven't collected it. So how much is it?" "We agreed to split 15 taels each." Song Yu smiled slightly. Today, they discussed how to divide the reward. One person had been checking the notices, gathering information, and putting up and taking down notices. Meanwhile, the other had burned all the female ghosts dead with a single fire. It was hard to determine who had contributed more, but oddly, both felt that taking half the money would be unfair to the other. They both felt guilty in their hearts. Perhaps this way of getting along was quite nice. Lady Calico, however, didn't understand. It stared at him with a blank expression, tilting her head in confusion. "What are you smiling about? Thinking of something happy? How much is 15 taels?" "It's 15 taels. Is that a lot?" "A lot. How does it compare to 500 when?" 15 taels is slightly more. By how much? It's hard to say. How many days of catching mice would it take to earn 15 taels? How many days of catching mice would it take to earn 15 taels? Probably several days. How many days? If you work hard, you could earn it. 10 days. Longer. How long? Half a year. The girl lowered her head, quietly adding more firewood. Sizzle. Ginger and garlic sizzled in the pan, bubbles popping up from the hot oil. The heroine, huddled in the building next door, listened to the sizzle of the cooking pan and smelled the gradually emerging aroma with a blank expression. The next morning, the sound of knocking on the wall woke them up. The stew of meat and peas was delicious. Song Yu hadn't even finished a third of the bowl he had cooked yesterday, and he didn't know how many days they'd be out, so he had no choice but to invite the heroine next door to share the meal. After breakfast, the heroine set out with her sword. She preferred using a sword over a blade. Long swords were best. In Changjing, there were both blacksmith shops and weapon shops selling swords and blades, so it was naturally permissible to bring a sword into the city. However, one could not carry a sword openly in the streets. Now that Heroine Wu had taken up the bounty to exterminate demons from the Sanshi Yamen, she wasn't worried about encountering any patrolling officials or soldiers. They bought some dried provisions along the way, with the heroine insisting on paying. Before long, the two of them were out of the city, along with a yellow-maned horse and a calico cat. The calico cat trotted ahead, occasionally looking back at the yellow-maned horse, feeling quite satisfied that it was smaller than Song Yu's own horse. Yanhui Peaks is about 80 li from Changjing. "We should take this route," Heroine Wu said, pointing with her sword. "That's quite a distance." That's how it is in Changjing. Except for this recent time, the city has been very peaceful. After all, it's the capital, and rarely do demons and monsters dare to cause trouble inside the city. Outside the city, though, there are fewer demons and monsters, but with so many people coming and going, demons and monsters are quite common even just a few dozen or 100 li away. Heroine Wu paused and glanced at him. "If you knew you'd be doing this often, you should have kept your horse in the city." "I don't ride it anyway." "Oh, you don't ride? Just consider it a spring outing." "How leisurely." Heroine Wu didn't continue to insist. She looked around and continued, "I've heard that Yanhui Peaks is quite large, with lush vegetation. Finding a mountain monster that grew up there and is skilled in transformations probably won't be easy. We'll see what kind of immortal methods you have, Deist Master. As long as you find one, leave it to me first. I want to see if this mountain monster is like the ghosts, where a blade can't cut them." Song Yu said, "We'll see when we get there. I've heard this mountain is also a bit malevolent n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. What kind of malevolence?" Yanhui Peaks is always home to some malevolent monsters and spirits. Whether they are monsters, wild ghosts, or demons, there's always something to capture or kill, and they never seem to be completely eradicated. It's probably due to the abundant spiritual energy, which fosters many demons and monsters. With so many demons and monsters, there will always be some that succumb to temptation and cause harm. Impressive, Daoist Master. Heroine Wu's words sounded as casual and unremarkable as if she had just pointed out a stone by the roadside. 80 li was a long way. Even if they moved quickly, it would take until the afternoon to cover the distance. Heroine Wu often rode ahead to ask for directions, ensuring they didn't stray off course. Sometimes she would wait ahead and amuse herself, and other times she would come back to check on them and chat about various things. They were getting close to Yanhui Peaks. Just then, they encountered an old man by the roadside, and Heroine Wu asked him for directions. Old man, is Yanhui Peaks up ahead? What are you going there for? We're heading to the county beyond the mountain. There are just the two of us, and we're a bit apprehensive, so we wanted to confirm our route, Heroine Wu said, her eyes darting around. We're not sure if we've passed Yanhui Peaks or if it's still ahead. If we've already passed it, that would be great. Well, you'll need to be careful. Yanhui Peaks is just ahead, about 10 li or so. The old man scrutinized them with his cloudy eyes. There have been reports of a mountain monster causing trouble up there, said to be as big as an ox and quite frightening. The authorities have sent people several times but haven't been able to capture it. They say if they can't catch it soon, they'll send soldiers to burn down the mountain. Many people passing through there have been traveling in groups for safety. The demon doesn't dare to cause trouble when there are lots of people around. She said, thank you, old man. No need to thank me. The old man waved his hand and walked away with his bundle. Heroine Wu glanced at Song Yu, and Song Yu merely smiled. Be cautious, heroine. I heard this mountain monster can change its form and turn into plants or rocks. I wonder if it can turn into a human, Heroine Wu said, pressing her lips together. In the Jianghu, it's never a bad thing to be cautious. Agreed. After traveling a bit further, they arrived at Yanhui Peaks. The mountain was so high it seemed to pierce the clouds. Heroine Wu looked up, her brow furrowing. With such a huge mountain, even if immortals were searching for a monster or demon, they'd probably have to search the entire mountain, wouldn't they? Perhaps. What's your plan? Heroine Wu turned to look at the Daoist beside her. The Daoist, however, was looking up at a large tree nearby. Upon closer inspection, they could see a bird's nest in the tree. What did that mean? As Heroine Wu was pondering this, she saw some movement in the nest, and a black bird's head emerged. Was it a crow? The Daoist then cupped his hand and bowed to the crow. My name is Song Yu. Greetings. I've heard there's a mountain monster causing trouble on this mountain. Since you reside here by the roadside, I wonder if you've seen it and if you could tell me where it usually resides. This could actually work? Heroine Wu blinked, first at the Daoist, then at the crow. Caw. The crow turned its head and looked toward the peak of a distant mountain, letting out a mournful cry. Is there a path up the mountain? Caw. Thank you. The Daoist bowed slightly and took out a bundle wrapped in leaves from his bag. He opened it to reveal strips of meat. He selected a few pieces and hung them on the nearby palm leaves. Here are a few strips of meat. They're a small token of respect. Caw. Let's go. The Daoist led the way toward the mountain peak. Heroine Wu's eyes widened. To be honest, she had never imagined that the Daoist's method would be like this. Impressive, Daoist Master. Heroine Wu chuckled and followed along, holding her knife. May I ask, esteemed one? A bellow could be heard in response. Thank you. So that's how a deer sounds like. Heroine Wu watched the little deer gradually disappearing into the forest with some reluctance. She smacked her lips, after eating porridge for several days except this morning, tears almost welled up at the corners of her mouth. However, there were certain etiquettes in the Jianghu, especially for those from prestigious sects. Even though the Daoist didn't say anything, she knew that since the deer had pointed the way for them, she couldn't immediately draw her blade and attack it right after they asked it. That would be unethical. Moreover, since the Daoist had been courteous and respectful in all his questions, a little bit of wisdom would reveal that it wasn't the time for savagery. What did the deer say? Heroine Wu turned to the direction the deer had looked at, which was now the mountain peak. Did it say it's on that mountain peak? Exactly. Song Yu nodded. It's very frightened. Frightened of what? You don't think mountain monsters only eat people, do you? I see. Let's go. Song Yu started walking toward the mountain peak, explaining to her along the way, mountain demons, mountain spirits, mountain monsters, and mountain ghosts. The world often mixes up these terms. People use whichever term rolls off the tongue best. Some are creatures who attained enlightenment and transformed from flowers, plants, and animals in the mountains. Others are spirits nurtured by the natural essence of the mountains. Both good and bad exist. From the intel you've gathered, it's likely a spirit nurtured by the natural essence, hence it's as large as a cow and hard to find and capture. She asked, why's that? Because these mountain monsters usually have the ability to change forms. They generally can't transform into humans but are skilled at becoming rocks or plants in the mountains. That's both good and bad news, Song Yu said. He added, if the demon sees you approaching with a long knife, it definitely won't come out easily. But if it transforms into a rock or plant, as you mentioned, even a god or immortal would have a hard time finding it unless they are exceptionally skilled, and it would require searching the mountain kun by kun. So what should we do? Beasts and spirits in the mountains fear loud noises and fire. We can use these to scare them out. How should we scare them? By shouting? Burning the mountain? Coincidentally, while buying vegetables yesterday, I came across someone selling firecrackers. I haven't used firecrackers in years. Song Yu seemed a bit nostalgic. He then reached into his bag and took out a few firecrackers. Impressive, Daoist Master. By this time, the two had slowly made their way to the mountain peak. In the distance, the sun was setting, casting a fiery red glow across the sky. Heroine Wu held her sword in one hand and gripped the hilt with the other. She scanned the surroundings, only to find dense vegetation and rugged rocks. Squirrels climbed the trees, and birds flitted about the branches. There were no signs of any mountain monsters. SSSSS. There was the sound of a fuse being lit. Heroine Wu turned to see the deist holding a lit firecracker, casually tossing it away. She immediately focused intently in that direction. Bang! A thunderous explosion and a burst of flames erupted. The area remained silent. SSSSSS. Bang! Still, no response. Could it be that the mountain monster has gone down the mountain to cause trouble and isn't here? Heroine Wu glanced down. You've only brought 5 firecrackers. What if they run out? I have some knowledge of thunder magic. The 4th firecracker was thrown. Bang! At that moment, a rock larger than a water tank nearby suddenly shifted. In the blink of an eye, it uncurled and stretched out, revealing a mountain monster the size of a cow. Its form quickly changed from a gray rock into a pale-skinned, upright, muscular, and fearsome mountain monster. It appeared to be a combination of various animals. With a body like a monkey, it had cow hooves, goat horns, a mouth full of sharp teeth, long arms like an ape, and talon-like claws. The mountain monster seemed startled and turned to flee. Not so fast. With a swift motion, Heroine Wu drew her long knife and chased after it. Song Yu stood on the mountaintop, observing. Although the mountain monster was large, it moved nimbly through the mountains. Heroine Wu, however, was even more agile and fast. She was also adept at anticipating movements. As the mountain monster made a turn and glanced back, sensing no immediate threat, a figure had already closed in on its face. The blade gleamed like icy snow, its chill overwhelming. The mountain monster, in a panic, raised its hands to fend off the attack. SHHHH. Blood sprayed out, and its arms were severed completely. Arg. The mountain monster roared in pain or rage, then retaliated fiercely, lunging forward to bite. In the Jianghu, even the most skilled warriors might not claim to be godlike, but dealing with a wild mountain monster was relatively simple. As long as the blade could cut something, they could kill it. In the past, Shu Yufan could chop evil creatures into pieces with a long sword. Similarly, Heroine Wu's long knife was more than capable of slaughtering the mountain monster today. As the sun set, the light diminished rapidly. Soon, the mountain grew quiet. A rustling sound came from the woods. A shadow emerged, holding a long knife in one hand and a strange head in the other, making its way to the mountaintop. Song Yu arrived from the other side. Huh? Where did you go? The climate is dry, and there's a lot of dead grass. I went to check if the firecrackers had ignited any of it, to prevent a mountain fire. Hey, you're quite meticulous. It's my duty. Look. The heroine tossed the head onto the ground, seemingly amused, and said, this mountain monster has caused trouble here for quite some time, and many Jianghu people and local experts have failed to find it. I thought we'd be stuck here for a few days, but it was surprisingly easy. You just need to understand the tricks. I got it. Heroine Wu sighed deeply, appearing tired. She said, you deserve more credit for this. You should get a larger share of the reward. It's best if we equally divide the reward. You should get more. I want to avoid future disputes. Fair point. Then it's settled. When will we head down the mountain? I think the view from the mountaintop is nice. I'd like to stay here overnight and watch the sunrise tomorrow morning, Song Yu said to Heroine Wu. What about you? It's too dark to see the way down, so we can't go back tonight. But the wind at the mountaintop is too strong, Heroine Wu replied. Moreover, your blanket is still on my horse. Do you expect to sit here and freeze all night? It's not entirely out of the question. Then you stay here. I'm worried about my horse, so I'll go back to find it. Heroine Wu picked up the demon's head again and sniffed it. This thing stinks. I won't leave it here to gross you out. Tomorrow morning, after the sun rises, I'll wait an hour at the base of the mountain. If you're not down within that hour, I'll take this head back to Changjing to claim the reward. It seems people who have encountered it and survived can get paid immediately at the yamen. After I get the money, I'll treat you to a meal. That sounds good. Heroine Wu's figure gradually disappeared from sight. At that moment, there was more rustling in the grass. As the light dimmed, several streaks of color emerged from the undergrowth. A calico cat, holding a rabbit in its mouth. The mountain monster has been dealt with, and the heroine has taken it down the mountain. She plans to stay here overnight and watch the sunrise tomorrow, Song Yu said, looking at her. You're indeed impressive. Eat the rabbit. There's no water here, so you should eat it instead, Song Yu replied. And what will you eat? I'm not hungry. Song Yu looked regretfully at the rabbit. It wasn't just the lack of water, water could be found nearby. The real issue was that they had set out without any seasonings, and eating the rabbit meat plain was quite unappetizing. He had no choice but to decline her kind offer. Unexpectedly, as night deepened, Heroine Wu returned, bringing her beloved horse with her. However, no matter how skilled the horse was at navigating mountain paths, it couldn't reach the mountaintop and had to wait among the rocky outcrops below. Heroine Wu delivered Song Yu's blanket, food, and water, and returned the talismans that had been attached to the horse. She then found a wind-sheltered spot and slept there with her horse. The next morning, just as the first light had appeared, Song Yu sat cross-legged on the mountaintop with a blanket and a mat underneath him. His hair and eyebrows were already covered with dew, and the cat curled up between his legs, deeply asleep and making his legs numb. Slowly, Song Yu opened his eyes. The sky was ablaze with crimson, but Song Yu frowned, deep in thought. The clouds in the east were thick, and it seemed unlikely they would see the sunrise. Yet, after a brief wait, the clouds parted on their own. Moments later, the first rays of sunlight emerged from behind the distant mountains, and a streak of orange appeared on the mountaintop. The morning light that had initially aimed at the sky gradually descended, spreading across the world and painting the mountaintop. It also bathed Song Yu's face in its glow.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He could feel a hint of warmth, and Song Yu's frown finally relaxed. A fluffy head poked out from between the gaps in the blanket in front of him. The cat looked at the distant red sun, then up at Song Yu's orange face and eyes reflecting the morning light. It shook its head and stepped out from its special blanket tent. It then shook its legs, yawned, and then stretched lazily. The red sun gradually rose, seeming to carry a touch of moisture. But it quickly changed from red to white, rising higher and higher. By the time the world was fully illuminated, the colorful clouds had dispersed, and this rare visual feast lasted only a short while. Heroine Wu had somehow arrived at the mountaintop and witnessed the sunrise. Although her thoughts remained unknown, she merely remarked, "It's quite peaceful here." Song Yu smiled and then turned to her, saying, "I find the scenery in these mountains enchanting and would like to stay a few more days. Would you mind?" "So, you want me to go back alone?" "Yes. That's fine. I'll leave you the remaining provisions and water. Just be aware that the headless corpse of that mountain monster is right nearby. Isn't that disturbing?" "It's of no concern. Do you want me to leave the felt blanket for you?" "I can't carry it back, so please take it with you. Won't it be cold at night?" "I'll find a sheltered spot and light a fire." "All right then." Heroine Wu only said what needed to be said and did not linger. She stood by while Song Yu folded the felt blanket and took it before turning to leave. The figures of the person and the horse gradually disappeared into the forest. Song Yu turned his gaze back to the mountain. There were undulating greenery, occasional clusters of peach blossoms, and morning mist. According to Heroine Wu, this mountain often harbored malevolent spirits, ghosts, creatures, and monsters, suggesting it might be a place of concentrated spiritual energy. However, despite his insight on the spiritual essence of the natural world the previous night, he hadn't sensed anything particularly unique about this place. Compared to the remote mountains of Pingzhou or even the famous scenic spots he had passed, the spiritual energy here seemed somewhat thin. There must be another secret to uncover. There's no mountain god here. Among the countless peaks in the world, only 1 in 10,000 had a mountain god. Mountain gods could be divided into inherent and nurtured types. Inherent mountain gods did not rely on the faith of living beings. When a mountain's spiritual resonance gained intelligence and took on a form after attaining enlightenment, it would become an inherent mountain god. These gods were often incredibly powerful and, especially in their place of origin, were akin to the embodiment of the mountain itself. Nurtured mountain gods, on the other hand, arose from faith. They were further divided into natural gods and human gods. Some people, upon seeing the majestic and towering mountains being imposing and magnificent, or perhaps sacred and transcendent, naturally begin to revere them as divine mountains. Over time, with the offerings and incense, mountain gods were born. Others were spirits, demons, ghosts or monsters that inhabited the mountains but had not become evil. Instead, they had formed benevolent relationships with humans. If people offered incense and there were many followers, they also became mountain gods. Sometimes, the court would decree with the heavenly palaces consent to appoint a virtuous person as the god of a renowned mountain. Inherent mountain gods typically emerged in remote areas with rich spiritual energy far from human settlements. Nurtured mountain gods usually arose around densely populated areas or even within cities. The more prosperous the place, the more likely it was for a mountain god to be born. Many mountains around Changjing had their own gods. Yanhui Peaks was not a nameless mountain, it had a name. It was majestic and grand, and was located near Changjing by the official road. Although it was not surprising that it lacked a mountain god, having one would be more typical. Adding to this was the frequent appearance of demons, ghosts, spirits, and monsters. Song Yu closed his eyes, attempting to sense the mountain's spiritual resonance. As expected, he found nothing. He then consulted with the mountain's animals but still came up empty. It was to be expected. Since this place was near Changjing, if a powerful demon or evil spirit were to dwell here and send out minor demons and monsters to cause harm, it would certainly possess a skill for concealment. However, Song Yu was not in a hurry. He found a spot under a tree on the mountain to sit, bask in the sun, and enjoy the spring scenery. Tomorrow would be the spring equinox. During the spring equinox, day and night were evenly split. The energies of yin and yang, as well as the forces of heaven and earth, were perfectly balanced. It was truly harmonious and profoundly mysterious. Demons, spirits, and ghosts often cultivated either the yin-yang method or the heaven and earth spiritual energy method by absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and gathering the essence of the sun and moon. Even human cultivators mostly follow these two paths in their cultivation. When the spring equinox arrived, the balance of yin and yang was achieved, and spiritual energy was in harmony. However, should a powerful spirit, ghost, or human cultivator be cultivating in any place, they would inevitably disrupt this balance and disturb the harmony. Such disruptions could not remain hidden, no matter how well concealed they might be. If anyone else aside from heaven and earth could achieve such perfect balance and harmony, they could be considered almighty. At noon, he ate some dry rations and drank a little water, not forgetting to take a nap. The calico cat jumped around him, chasing butterflies or insects. It climbed trees and scratched the bark, making a rustling sound, and sometimes disappearing into the grass. It would reappear after a while, smacking its lips and sniffing around his nose before wandering off again. As for what the deist was doing on the mountain and why he wasn't leaving, the calico cat didn't ask many questions. It wasn't from lack of curiosity but rather from habit. The deist always engaged in peculiar activities, taking obscure paths and climbing to mountain tops. She used to ask questions, and he would answer, but she found it tedious and eventually stopped asking. As long as she followed him, that was enough. During this warm and blooming season, small animals occasionally passed by Song Yu. He usually urged them to leave quickly, lest they encounter trouble from his calico cat upon her return. As night fell and deepened, the balance of yin and yang gradually settled, and the spiritual energy became increasingly harmonious. The deist, accompanied by the dazed calico cat, once again made his way to the mountaintop under the starlight. Looking out, everything the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and the starry spiritual resonance appeared serene and peaceful to him, except for one area that seemed unusual. There, the yin qi was slightly heavier. Usually imperceptible, it now stood out like a smudge of gray on a pure white sheet, very conspicuous. The deist pointed in a direction and said, "I need to go over there." The calico cat, still half asleep, lifted a paw to rub its eyes and asked, "What for?" "To urinate. There's a demon over there." "Another demon? It's a great demon. Can't I go?" "You can." Song Yu paused. "But you should stay in the bag." "Stay in the bag the whole time." "Depends on you, but regardless, you must stay in the bag once we get there to avoid getting separated from me." The calico cat thought for a moment, knowing that human eyes were not as good as a cat's for seeing in the dark. It said, "I'll go ahead a bit." "All right." The cat led the way, with the deist following behind, aided by a bit of starlight. The starlight on the mountain seemed to brighten just a little. Not much, just a bit. The starlight was only faintly enough to make out shapes, and the road conditions remained unclear. Even now, the path could barely be discerned. Even the calico cat only vaguely noticed something, lifting its head to glance up. It assumed it was just a cloud blown away by the wind, and didn't pay it much mind. "Go this way." The calico cat found the path that the deist could follow. After crossing one mountain and then another, they finally reached the area with slightly heavier yin qi. Song Yu followed the source of this somewhat abrupt yin qi and arrived at a cliff face. Under the starlight, the cliff appeared as a pale gray. Touching it revealed a rugged stone wall with a rough, sandy texture, even shedding powder when touched. "Quite realistic," Song Yu said with a smirk. This was a demon's spell. Such spells not only obscure the mind but also the body. Forcing one's way through would be difficult, but by seeing through its true nature and realizing that it was not actually a stone wall but an entrance, one could easily pass through by closing their eyes and applying a bit of spiritual energy. Inside might be a grand hall, or it could be just an entrance. There might be traps or restrictions, or there might not be. In any case, it was not appropriate to barge into someone's residence unannounced. Uncertain whether there were any spirits or demons on guard or if there were other exits, Song Yu looked around but found nothing. As dawn approached, he knocked on the stone wall and said, "Is anyone there?" Faint echoes of the knock could be heard from within, reverberating endlessly. This ordinary-sounding knock seemed to resonate far inside, as if it was being echoed perpetually. Unless someone was deaf, they would have heard it. After a while, there was no response. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. "I am Song Yu, here to pay a visit. Since you are residing in this cave, why not come out and meet me?" The calico cat, already back in the bag with only its head poking out, looked up at the deist and made a curious sound upon hearing him talk to himself. A hand reached out and pushed the cat back into the bag. "It's refusing to come out? Then I'll do this." Song Yu casually exhaled. His breath turned to fire, and the flame took the shape of a dragon. The fire struck the stone wall but did not spread along it. Instead, it easily penetrated inside, disappearing from view. The deist seemed to be speaking to himself. "It's such a fine cave, it would be a pity to destroy it." Boom. A muffled sound echoed through the mountain. Then, a somewhat sharp voice rang out, "Who dares to intrude upon my cave?" Song Yu instinctively took a few steps back. Under the starlight, an ominous wind surged out and stopped at the cave entrance. As the wind dissipated, a figure emerged, staring directly at him. Song Yu took a deep breath. It was a dark yin qi. "My surname is Song, and my given name is Yu. I am from a mountain in Lingquan County, Yizhu. I traveled to Changjing, but due to a lack of funds, I came to the mountains to exorcise demons. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon your esteemed cave." Song Yu cupped his hands and bowed slightly. He continued, "Judging by the thick dark yin qi surrounding you, you're either a 1,000-year-old great ghost or an evil demon. How did you find your way here?" "I have my methods." "What are your intentions in coming here and knocking on my door?" "You have been nurturing demons and spirits in these mountains and directing them to descend and capture mortals for your own cultivation," Song Yu said. "Have I said anything wrong?" "Nonsense." Have you seen me consume humans? Are you a ghost?" "What of it? With such a heavy dark yin aura, why deny it? Did you come alone?" It's just me, Song Yu answered honestly. Won't you introduce yourself? I'm your grandfather, ha, it mocked. Indeed a ghost, Song Yu thought to himself. Listening to him speak, it was clear he was a ghost. What do you intend to do? I urge you to turn to the path of righteousness. And how do you propose I do that? You've devoured countless people and committed numerous evil deeds. Dying would be the righteous choice. You talk too much. If you want to act on behalf of the heavens, let's see what you're capable of, the ghost said. I've been cultivating here for many years, and you are the first to find this place. Since that's the case, you might as well leave your life behind. Very well, Song Yu spoke and casually exhaled, as if blowing a breath, but the flame took the form of a dragon. Humph, the ghost had experienced this flame in the cave earlier. It was merely ordinary fire, and common ghosts naturally feared it. However, having cultivated here for 3 eras, he was not afraid. Boom! The flame reached him in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to wave it away, he sensed the unusual nature of the flame, as if it was making his very soul tremble. Damn it! This was true fire. The great ghost quickly transformed into black mist and dodged. The flame struck the wall and vanished swiftly. Turning to look at Song Yu, the ghost's eyes widened. He realized this was no ordinary deist but someone of profound cultivation skills. In times of chaos, not only did demons and monsters emerge, but also those who could subdue and eliminate them. The great ghost's first experience of chaos was 600 years ago when he was still a mere minor ghost. The last time he encountered such chaos was 200 years ago, by which time he had already achieved a significant level of cultivation and had managed to stay hidden. For the next 200 years of peace, there were fewer demons and fewer deists. He rarely engaged in combat with anyone. In recent decades, he felt his cultivation had deepened to the point where, even in the chaotic times of old, he would have been powerful enough to become a ghost king. And since there were few highly skilled cultivators in Changjing, he started targeting travelers from the foot of the mountain. However, he was still quite unfamiliar with fighting against cultivators of the Dao. This encounter brought both a sense of panic and excitement. After years of hard training, he finally had a chance to put his skills to use. Where are all the monsters, demons, ghosts, and spirits in the mountains? At his furious shout, the mountain trembled, and birds flew up in a flurry. A series of sounds came from the forest, grass being pushed aside, branches being snapped. Soon, a dozen or so monsters, demons, ghosts, and spirits gathered. Among them were the mountain monsters from the other day, other mountain animals that had become demons, and various other evil creatures. It seemed these were all nurtured by the great ghost. Unless there were exceptional circumstances, the mountain monster that was slain should have been replaced by these monsters, demons, ghosts, and spirits, who now all came in response to the call. The foolish ones looked at the great ghost, while the clever ones focused their attention on Song Yu. Thank you. The deist smiled at him and, with a snap of his fingers, released a few streams of spiritual energy that landed on the ground. He then imitated the great ghost's earlier action and asked, "Where is the mountain god?" Suddenly, the earth trembled with a series of rumbling sounds. The cliffs below were already full of large rocks, which now shook and rolled together, quickly forming several stone giants that stood 2 or 3 jong high. The mountain demons and spirits, who had been preparing to attack, were momentarily stunned as they looked up at the stone giants. Compared to the mountain god's incarnation from the great mountains of Pingzhou, which were as grand as mountains themselves, these stone giants were far inferior. They might even be smaller than a single fist of those of the mountain god's incarnation. However, they were still taller than most of the trees in the mountains. Even mountain beasts as large as water buffalo only reached their waists. Moreover, the stone giants were immensely sturdy and imposing, with a commanding presence. Song Yu cupped his hands and said to the giants, "Please, mountain god, exorcise these demons." Rumble, the stone giants immediately began to run. Song Yu turned his attention back to the great ghost. The great ghost's expression was grave but fearless. He waved his sleeve, releasing countless vengeful spirits and ghosts. Ah! These spirits screamed and howled, their faces twisted in agony, as they charged toward Song Yu. Song Yu frowned, his expression showing pity and compassion. It seemed these spirits were the remnants of the beings the great ghost had tormented. Since there was no reincarnation in this world, the best he could offer them was freedom from their suffering. Boom! A burst of intense flames engulfed everything. Just like outside the demon market town in Pingzhou, these ghosts and spirits were incinerated into ashes in an instant. Even the great ghost beside flinched, while the surrounding vegetation remained untouched by the fire. "What else do you have up your sleeves?" Song Yu asked the great ghost. The great ghost's face grew more panicked. In a hurry, he used all his tricks, emitting countless black smokes that transformed into vengeful ghosts and sharp blades. However, under the opponent's flames, these quickly turned to ash. He bared his teeth and lunged a few times, but not only did he miss, he nearly got burned to death. He even summoned the jade he had been buried with, but it was shattered by a casual flick from his opponent. In his panic, fear started to creep in. With no other options, he looked around frantically. The deist said, "It's almost dawn. Even if you escape, where can you go? You're pushing the line." The great ghost gritted his teeth and, not only extending his sharp fangs and claws, but also rapidly expanding his size. In an instant, he transformed into a towering demon several jong tall, lunging at Song Yu. Boom! Hiss! Even before the flames appeared, just the sparks alone made the great ghost panic, turning into black mist and retreating to the side. The great ghost glared at Song Yu, took a deep breath, and spewed out an endless amount of black smoke. It was so dark that it looked like it had darkened the sky and blocked the sun. However, the great ghost did not dare to attack amidst the smoke. Instead, he quickly turned and crashed into the cliffside. As the deist had said, it was almost dawn. Even if he ran, he couldn't escape far. After hundreds of years of cultivation, he wouldn't be killed by the sun, but the world in daylight was not meant for a yin ghost. His powers would be greatly diminished in the daytime, making him slow, and he would be unable to resist or escape. It was better to return to the cave. The cave had been his domain for many years, it was filled with yin qi during the day and it was well connected with many places to hide. He could hold out until nightfall and then escape in the dark. Who knew how far he could run in one night? It was a pity that the cave he had maintained for hundreds of years would be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the great ghost's figure had disappeared. At the same time, the black smoke at the cliff's edge dissipated quickly. The deist waved his hand and stepped out. He glanced around, took a step forward, and passed through the illusion. Inside was not dark but filled with blazing fire. A fire specifically burning for yin ghosts, glaringly bright. The flames were unrelenting and had no tangible source. Since the deist had blown them into the cave, the fire had remained here and had been burning continuously, never extinguishing or fading. It transformed the once yin ghost's cave into a blazing inferno. As soon as the great ghost entered, he crashed directly into the flames, his entire body curling up like a shrimp. He collapsed to the ground, struggling and shouting in agony. "Ah, immortal master, spare me! Immortal master, please spare me! I have rare treasures." But the flames did not lessen. "Immortal master, spare me! I have a secret that will shake the heavens. I can tell you, please spare my life." This time, he finally got a response. "Speak. Immortal master, please stop the fire. You have nearly 1,000 years of cultivation. You can afford to suffer this much. If I tell you, will you spare me? No. Then why should I tell you? If you insist on speaking, I will listen and fulfill your desire to confess before you die," Song Yu said, pausing. The fire only burned yin ghosts, so he stood within it without feeling the heat. He reached into his bag to pat the head of the confused calico cat trying to peek out, while maintaining a calm gaze on the contorted and struggling face of the malevolent demon. "If you choose not to speak, that is fine too." The ghost's cries grew increasingly shrill. Half of the great ghost's body was already gone. When he could no longer hold on and his resistance was depleted, the remaining half of the great ghost turned to ash in an instant amidst the flames. Song Yu waved his hand, and the flames before him retreated deep into the mountain, vanishing around a bend in the cave within the blink of an eye. It was unclear where this cave led. The ground was strewn with countless fragments of stone and wood. Song Yu bent down, picked up a branch, and shook it. With a whoosh, flames ignited on the branch. Using the fire, he continued into the cave. He occasionally brought the flame closer to the stone walls, hoping to find any murals or inscriptions. Unfortunately, all he found were numerous claw marks and rough stone walls. However, there were frequently small passages on either side, the destinations of which were unknown. Not far in, he came upon a spacious stone chamber. This appeared to be the end of the main passage. It was likely where the great ghost had cultivated. Though it might seem like just a cave and the ghost here was merely an evil spirit, he was once a human. In this stone chamber, there were even a stone table, stone chairs, and a stone bed, along with stone steps, as if he were trying to pretend that it was still alive. Along the walls, there were many stone coffins, most of which were uncovered. Inside, there were human bones, not scattered but neatly arranged in intact skeletons. These were likely people the great ghost had consumed. In his spare time, he had assembled their bones neatly and placed them in the coffins for constant viewing. Once he was human, but no longer so. One stone wall had his name carved on it, perhaps to remind himself. Other names were also written, possibly those of his family from his previous life. From left to right, part of it was scratched out, perhaps a moment of madness or resolve to erase these names. But halfway through, it stopped. Perhaps regret set in, and the names were recarved on the other side. His internal conflict and struggles were etched into the wall, and it was unclear how much time had passed since the etchings were made. The torch illuminated only a small area. Song Yu examined the coffins one by one, trying to find out nothing else but insight into how this evil ghost came to be. In the final corner, beside the last stone coffin, he unexpectedly discovered two living people. There were a man and a woman, one large-sized and one small-sized. They seemed like father and daughter. Perhaps they had just been captured by a mountain demon to serve as food for the great ghost and had not yet been consumed. The demon had only used its demonic powers to imprison them here. However, the purifying fire had clearly burned away all the demonic magic on them. Now, the two were awake, huddled together and shivering in the stone coffin. As the light from the fire illuminated the chamber, so the deist saw them, and they saw the deist. One side was filled with terror, while the other was calm and composed. The deist blew a breath of air, and both of them fell asleep immediately. A moment later, outside the cave, all the mountain monsters and demons had been subdued, but none were killed. Song Yu went over to take a look, snapping his fingers to scatter a few flames. Some of the monsters and demons turned to ash in the flames, while the remaining ones were terrified and trembled uncontrollably. Although you achieved enlightenment because of that ghost, gaining enlightenment is not easy. Considering that you were under its control and have not harmed any humans, I will let you off this time, Song Yu said to them. He continued, I hope you will remember the fate of that ghost and the lesson from this incident. Cherish your cultivation and cultivate diligently. No matter what, you must not harm humans. Otherwise, even if the heavens and earth do not punish you, there will certainly be others who come to seek your demise, and you will find no good end. The monsters and demons seemed stunned, unable to believe it. Once they recovered from their shock, they were immensely grateful. They bowed, nodded, and even cried. The mountain god I asked for help from is a bit clumsy. Could someone more agile assist me in getting these two people to the roadside? Is no one willing to help? Roar, one of the mountain monsters stood up. Thank you. Song Yu then bowed to the stone giants. Thank you as well for your assistance, mountain gods. With a rumble, the giants disintegrated, and the stones scattered across the ground. These were not actual mountain gods but were created using a method that turned stone into soldiers. The beings within the stones were only scattered spirits of the earth. With Song Yu's cultivation, these soldiers could be considered generals. People often referred to such conjured stone giants as mountain gods out of habit and respect, similar to how one might call a constable captain or a soldier lieutenant and so forth. Sending someone off with more respect was never a bad thing. Let's go n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Song Yu took a step forward and left the place. The mountain monster carried the two people carefully, following him, while the remaining mountain monsters, ghost spirits, and demons hurriedly scattered. Faintly, one could hear the deist speaking to them. No matter how you came here, since you have gained enlightenment, you should cultivate properly. As a monster of this mountain, protect it well. Do not let the other beings cause trouble, and help people whenever possible. Then, you will naturally be rewarded. The mountain demon did not speak, merely trudging along. The sky was beginning to lighten. By the time they reached the roadside, the sky was fully bright. But with recent rumors of mountain demons causing trouble and no nearby village or inn, no one dared to pass through this area so early in the morning. The mountain demon placed the two people on the roadside. Thank you, Roar. Please take care and remember my words. Seeing the mountain demon leap away and disappear into the dense forest, Song Yu finally withdrew his gaze and blew a breath at the father and daughter. He then determined his direction and walked away as the persistent questions from the calico cat echoed in his ears. Spring truly brought delightful scenery. Among the 4 seasons of the year, spring, summer, autumn, and winter each had its own unique charm and benefits. However, if one were to choose the best season for traveling, it would undoubtedly be spring. Even the golden autumn paled in comparison. Spring was full of vitality and renewal. Walking through such a world lifted one's spirits considerably. The deist walked at a leisurely pace toward Changjing, appreciating the scenery along the way. His demeanor was so serene that it was as if he had simply slept in the mountains last night and this morning. The same road offered different views when traveling back and forth, with the scenery changing each time. He walked from morning to mid-afternoon, and finally arrived back in Changjing. Once in the city, he made his way slowly toward home. Then, he suddenly passed by a restaurant. The restaurant was magnificently built, with an ancient charm and an eye-catching sign. If it weren't for the government regulations, the entrance might have taken up half the street. The sign displayed the words Yunchun Restaurant. The deist couldn't help but stop and look up. It was only mid-afternoon, and many of the city's prominent residents had already adapted to the 3 meals a day routine, yet the restaurant still had a table of customers dining. As soon as the deist paused at the entrance, a waiter promptly came over to greet him. Would you like a meal or to make a reservation? Good afternoon. The deist bowed in courtesy. I've heard that your restaurant has a great reputation. I happened to pass by today and wanted to ask how much it would cost for a table. Oh, I'm unworthy of your bow, sir, but you've come to the right place. Our Yunchun restaurant is renowned far and wide. The stir-fried dishes that are now popular throughout the entire Great Yan were originally created by us, and now everyone from the north to south imitates us. Many restaurants are essentially our apprentices, the waiter said proudly. He continued, even the palace nobles sometimes order from us, and high-ranking officials, princesses, and princes are regular guests here. Despite his boasting, the deist simply asked, how much? For reservations, we usually offer 3 tiers, the smiling waiter explained. He added, the first is the bouillon set. This includes a feast of big fish and meat, with cold and hot dishes totaling 16 courses. Whether you're entertaining friends or having a small family gathering, this meal will satisfy and delight. For a table like this, we only charge 3 taels and 3 chien of silver. It's not expensive, consider it a friendly gesture. If you enjoy the meal, come back again. Song Yu pondered. This amount was what he usually spent on a month's worth of lodging and fine dining in Yudo, and leaving Yudo might require 2 to 3 months' worth of funds. Still, it was surprisingly cheap for Yunchun Restaurant, one of Changjing's most prestigious restaurants. No wonder business here was thriving. The waiter said, the second tier is the jewel set. Our head chef will personally prepare your meal for you. We'll serve you the latest dishes and the best chefs in Changjing and the entire Great Yan. Our dishes were even favored by the Prime Minister and the State Preceptor. This meal features 16 courses of hot and cold dishes. There are also some dishes where each person has their own bowl, totaling 8 bowls, but they're counted as one dish. And it includes our signature drunken Yunchun wine, which even the Prime Minister praised after drinking. It costs 12 taels and 8 chien of silver per table. Song Yu asked. And the third tier? The third is the delicacy set. As the name suggests, it includes exotic dishes and exquisite delicacies. Whether it's locally produced, imported, from the sea, from the lakes, or even from the sky, we can prepare the most exquisite and luxurious dishes for you, ones that even the nobles in the palace order from our humble shop. We can even serve you the finest wine from the western regions right at your table. This table costs 28 taels and 8 chien of silver. However, the delicacy set requires a reservation 7 days in advance. The bullion set and the jewel set are best reserved in advance as well, otherwise, you might have to wait a bit longer. The waiter paused here and glanced at the daoist. Although the daoist was only wearing an old robe, the current dynasty revered Daoism. Plus, the state preceptor was a daoist, so he dared not underestimate him. When it came to this robe, sometimes the older it was, the more remarkable it became. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. Of course, if you wish to enjoy an even finer meal, we can discuss it in detail. While our shop can't serve dragon liver or phoenix marrow, we can still offer bear paws, tiger hearts, and the princess's favorite fish lips. Though these delicacies are troublesome and costly, we can arrange them. However, such treasures are either hard to come by or require significant effort, and the price. If the opportunity arises, I'll come by. Please take care, daoist master. Song Yu cupped his hand toward him and left. It seemed that the bullion set was for ordinary wealthy guests, while the jewel set was for officials of Changjing. Though, ordinary minor officials probably wouldn't dare to host such a grand banquet, at least not publicly. Currently, an official in Great Yan's County would earn around 40 taels of silver a year. It was rather laughable to say, but ever since Song Yu came down from the mountain, he couldn't afford 2 delicacy sets even at his wealthiest. Even the demons and ghosts that wreaked havoc around Changjing for years without being eliminated wouldn't be worth enough. 2 of them together could barely trade for a single set like this. Interesting. Song Yu adjusted the strap of his bag and walked away slowly. He spotted a vendor selling clay jars on the way and picked one out. Yunchun Restaurant was a renowned restaurant in Changjing and the pioneer of stir-fried dishes. Since he was there, he naturally wanted to try it. However, for him, ordinary dishes were the staples of daily life. By dusk, he returned to Willow Street. At that time, the door to the neighboring house was still closed. Song Yu and the calico cat went upstairs to their home. After they sat in the rocking chair for a while, the neighboring heroine finally returned and started knocking on the door downstairs. Just hearing the knocking, Song Yu knew it was her. He quickly got up and went downstairs. Sure enough, it was the heroine. The temperature in Changjing had warmed up significantly since he first arrived, making it uncomfortable for the heroine to wear her thick grey black coat. However, she was still dressed more warmly than the pedestrians on the street. Naturally, she couldn't hide a short sword in such attire, so she had switched to a dagger. Song Yu sniffed the air, faintly detecting the scent of blood. Heroine Wu appeared as usual, leaning against the door frame and grinning at him, asking, "How was the scenery on the mountain?" "It was beautiful. Sounds relaxing." Heroine Wu reached into her clothing and took out a silver piece and a half, placing them on his table. "This is the reward for the mountain monster. Yesterday at noon, I handed the monster's head over to the authorities in the yamen. They sent people to identify it, and this morning, they settled the reward. This is your share, half of it." "Thank you." Song Yu took a piece and a half of silver. The piece was a 10-tael hole with the half being a cut from the middle, approximately half of a 10-tael silver. "Have you eaten, Heroine Wu?" "Not yet." "Are you going to treat me to a meal?" "That was my intention." "Where to?" "Do you have a place in mind?" "How about Yunchun Restaurant?" "Yunchun Restaurant? Yes. That place is very expensive. I just got paid." "Even if you just got paid, you can't spend it like that." "Before coming to Changjing, I passed through Donghe County and heard about Yunchun Restaurant's reputation. I also learned that Yunchun Restaurant was the pioneer of stir-fried dishes. I've always wanted to see it for myself." "Do you know how much it costs to have a meal there?" Heroine Wu smiled. "I happened to pass by Yunchun Restaurant in the afternoon and inquired about the prices," Song Yu answered honestly. "You?" Heroine Wu was about to say something when her eyes suddenly widened. "You took the job and made money just to have a meal there?" "Pretty much," Song Yu replied earnestly. "If it were just me, I could probably eat only a tenth of a table of dishes. But since I see that you have a great appetite, perhaps you can eat more to avoid waste. Even then, I can't eat the entire table of dishes. We can take it to go. Are we the only ones going?" "And Lady Calico?" Heroine Wu turned to look, and a calico cat was sitting on a bench, staring intently at her. Suddenly, it spoke up, "And me." Its voice was soft and delicate. Heroine Wu was momentarily stunned. Even back during Anking, she knew this cat was extraordinary. After the reunion in Changjing, she was already aware that the cat could speak. The thin wall really didn't block out much sound, so she often heard the daoist and the cat talking. However, the cat usually kept some pretense in her presence and meowed when speaking to the daoist. Because of this, she had always pretended not to know. She hadn't expected that pretense to be dropped so abruptly this time. If it was going to drop its pretense, it should at least give her a heads up. The cat speaking so suddenly left her unsure of how to respond. Should she act as if she already knew, or should she pretend to be surprised? Heroine Wu scratched her head, then turned to Song Yu. "When are we going? With the recent curfew and this place being so far away, we can't go tonight. When are you free tomorrow?" Noontime. All right. The two of them agreed on a time to have a meal together. Heroine Wu was a straightforward person. Not knowing what else to say at the moment, she cupped her hands and turned to leave. But then she remembered something and turned back. Since you're using this money for the meal, what are you planning to do with the money you earned from Peach Blossom Peaks? At this point, she understood that the deist probably wouldn't even go to the city gate to take down the job notice if it weren't for these expenses, despite being capable of going out of the city to catch demons and subdue monsters. I've heard that Chinjao Porcelain 1 is quite nice. That's also very expensive, ridiculously so. A single cup can cost several dozens of taels, Heroine Wu said, shaking her head in disbelief. Though, unless you specifically want to buy the kind used in the palace or by high-ranking officials, a set of dishes or tea utensils should cost around a dozen taels of silver at most. I just want to broaden my horizons. Then what about after that? Will you continue to accept more jobs? Song Yu didn't read any concern in her eyes. Still, he said, I've heard that changing has 10 wonders. I want to see if these 10 wonders are truly extraordinary and if there are more wonders to discover in changing. Then, you will have plenty of things to spend money on. Changing has more than just 10 wonders. Even just to experience or witness it for yourself, it would still cost a considerable amount of money. Then I'll rely on you for guidance. Got it. Heroine Wu waved her hand and headed next door. She had long heard of Yunchun Restaurant's fame. As a food lover, she had always wanted to try it. However, the prices were so high, and she had many other expenses, which was why she had not gone there yet. It was indeed thanks to the deist that she would finally get to try it. The next morning, Heroine Wu had purposely stayed home that day and skipped breakfast. She got up early, took a shower, and dried her hair. She intended to carefully style it, but lacking the skill, she could only arrange it as best as she could with her hands. Without a mirror at home, she had no idea how it looked messy or neat. She changed into clean clothes, habitually tucked a dagger into her belt, and prepared to enjoy the meal. When she went next door, the door was still open. Upon closer inspection, she saw a deist and a little girl in 3-colored clothes inside. The deist was currently brushing the girl's hair. Seeing this, Heroine Wu fell silent. One Chinjao refers to a type of porcelain produced during the Qinjue period of the Ming dynasty. Was it not pretending anymore? It just directly turned into a human form? As Heroine Wu walked, she couldn't help but keep glancing at the little girl beside her. The girl wore a halter top and a skirt in different colors. The fabric looked quite nice, once vivid in color but now softer and more subdued, yet still finely made. It was probably custom-made somewhere, and in changing, it would be considered good attire. The little girl's face was fair and tender, like a finely carved statue. Her hair was braided into pigtails, and she had a serious expression as if she was deep in thought. In that outfit, she was incredibly cute. Earlier at home, Heroine Wu had not asked many questions, pretending she already knew to avoid seeming overly surprised or inexperienced. Now, however, she couldn't help but take a closer look. Yes, she had fought demons before. The demons she had encountered usually had some degree of cultivation skills, superior to their ordinary kind, more intelligent, capable of speech, and occasionally standing and walking like humans. But a demon that could take on a human form was a whole different matter. The little girl, Lady Calico, was quite perceptive and could sense the gaze directed at her. She frequently turned her head, staring curiously at Wu. However, Heroine Wu was also perceptive. Every time Lady Calico turned her head, she quickly looked away and pretended to be nonchalant, only to steal another glance once the moment had passed. Eventually, the little girl reached out and grasped the deist's robes, walking alongside him while turning her head to stare intently at Heroine Wu. The uneven road caused her to stumble occasionally, but fortunately, as a cat, she didn't fall. Focus on the road. The deist looked down and spoke to her, then followed her gaze to glance at the heroine. The heroine's hair, recently dried, looked somewhat frizzy and unkempt. Each strand of her hair seemed to glimmer in the spring sunlight. The little girl, however, seemed not to have heard him and continued to stare at the heroine with unwavering attention. The heroine, for her part, kept her eyes straight ahead and focused on the road. The three figures passed down the street. Since they hadn't made a reservation in advance, the three had to wait a while before the dishes for the jewel set began to arrive. However, once they were served, the pace picked up quickly. While Yunchun Restaurant was known as the pioneer of stir-fry dishes, this meal set wasn't focused on stir-fry. With 16 dishes in total, only 3 were cold appetizers. Among the remaining 13, there were both popular stir-fry dishes from Changjing and meticulously prepared, labor-intensive imperial-style dishes. Though there were no bird's nest or shark fin soups, there were sea cucumbers and abalones. In these times, being able to enjoy seafood inland made the nearly 13 taels of silver worth it. Song Yu raised his cup with utmost respect. Thank you, Heroine Wu, for waiting for me for 2 years. Oh, the heroine, not used to seeing him so solemn, felt a bit flustered. Unsure whether to raise her cup or her bowl, she grabbed something and raised it. She took a sip, only to realize it was soup. It's not that big of a deal. I often leave the city and would have passed through the west gate anyway. Although I've been eagerly waiting for you, it wasn't too much trouble. The heroine paused, then added, but never mind. Since you've treated me to such a wonderful meal, everything is forgiven. Song Yu put down his cup and smiled slightly. There was 1 bowl of abalone and seafood soup for each person, a total of 8 bowls for the table. Song Yu placed half of them in front of the heroine. When she inquired, he simply said that she should eat more since she had a bigger appetite, and she said no more. This is the first time in my life I've had sea cucumber and abalone. I've only heard about them from storytellers before. Each bowl had just 1 abalone and 1 sea cucumber, and the heroine ate them one by one. Thanks to you, I've broadened my horizons. Song Yu shook his head with a smile. This table of dishes, in future times, might only cost a few thousand yuan. The flavors might even surpass this meal. Yet, in an era where most common people primarily relied on boiling for cooking, the preparation here was already quite meticulous. It could be considered one of the best meals Song Yu had ever had in his life. However, no matter how good it was, it could never compare to the friendship and her loyalty of waiting for 2 years. Without her, he might not have been willing to spend so much on such a meal and might have opted for a cheaper one. Without her, even if he had gone to the city gate to look for job notices, gathering detailed information would have required considerable effort and dealings with the yamen, which he was particularly averse to. So, it was indeed all thanks to her. But Song Yu said nothing and simply served dishes to Lady Calico. For the most part, the meal was silent with no unnecessary pleasantries, just the sounds of eating. Martial artists were known for their large appetites, and the heroine proved to be quite capable in this regard. She managed to eat more than half of the dishes, enough to make her unable to straighten her back, nearly overindulging. Only then did she stop. Though she didn't finish everything, she ate the essence of each dish, leaving only side dishes or soup. According to Song Yu, there was no need to pack up the leftovers. However, heroine Wu was frugal. She mentioned that the flavor of this broth was something you didn't usually get to taste, so she insisted on scooping it into a bowl to take back, planning to soak rice or dip flatbread in it. Song Yu joined her in packing. The restaurant staff, not being snobbish, were pleased to see this and came to help diligently. After a short while, the 3 of them left the restaurant.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Burp, the heroine walked very slowly, her gaze somewhat unfocused, unlike her usual self. Did you enjoy the meal, heroine? Do you need to ask? I've never eaten so well in my life. Were you not satisfied? Likewise. But it was too expensive. The heroine shook her head, her speech less clear than usual. It's a pity that Changjing is still under curfew. I don't know how long it will last. If only the curfew were lifted, I'd take you to the night market. Although it's not as upscale as here and doesn't have sea cucumbers, abalones, or venison shrimp, there's still plenty of good food. I've heard the night market is also one of Changjing's wonders. Indeed. Song Yu was somewhat looking forward to it. But the heroine quickly shifted the conversation back to business, discussing what job to accept next. The beginning of spring in March brought a complete warming of the weather. Inside the county yamen of Jing County, the county magistrate and the prefect walked slowly. Being the magistrate of Yudo was tough, but being the magistrate of Jing County was even tougher. However, it was a good position. Although it was challenging to work in Jing County, doing a good job here often led to a promotion. At this moment, the prefect said with a smile, the Peach Blossom Peak's haunted brothel and the Yanhui Peak's monster issues have been going on for years. Despite recruiting Jianghu masters and folk heroes and calling upon the great monks from Tianhai Temple, nothing worked. Yet, under your hands, both cases were solved one after another within half a month. Ah, it's all just luck. I just got lucky. I heard it was a woman who solved the cases. Yes, it was a woman. She looked like a heroine from the Jianghu. I also heard she had a young deist master with her, Magistrate Gu said, waving his hand. She's likely a master cultivator from somewhere, but she doesn't seem to want to show herself. Most master cultivators are like that. Indeed, Magistrate Gu paused, showing a smile. But the Yanhui Peak's monster case has some more interesting aspects. Oh, a few days ago, a father and daughter from Yanhui Peaks came to the county yamen to report that there was a cave in the mountains behind Yanhui Peaks. The cave was inhabited by a terrifying old ghost. The monster on the mountain didn't eat the people they captured. Most of them were probably taken to be eaten by the ghost in the cave, Magistrate Gu said. He continued, according to the old senior officials, Yanhui Peaks has been plagued by evil over the years. Demons, spirits, monsters, and ghosts frequently appear, some of which are easy to deal with, while others are difficult. But after one is dealt with, another appears in a year or two. Isn't that a coincidence? Is there really an old ghost? I haven't seen the old ghost myself. I sent people to check, and there indeed is a cave in the cliffside with stone tables and chairs, and many stone coffins with human bones inside. How wicked! The prefect was instantly enraged. How dare they use demons and monsters to harm the people of Great Yan? You're truly dedicated to the people. So where is the old ghost? Its location is unknown. It seems to have been destroyed. But we don't know the specifics. The county invited masters from Tianhai Temple and several experts from Juxian Mansion to investigate, but they couldn't find any trace of the old ghost. What happened? Magistrate Gu spoke in a tone as if sharing a rare story with the prefect. The man who reported said they were captured by the mountain monsters and taken to the cave. But the old ghost didn't eat them immediately. Instead, they were placed in a stone coffin and rendered immobile with magic. The cave was pitch black, and they were very frightened. They didn't know how long it had been, only feeling a burst of firelight in front of them. The fire filled the cave but didn't burn them. After the firelight went out, they were able to move again, but because they had been immobile for so long, they couldn't stand up right away. After a while, a deist with a torch came in. They didn't see him do anything, but suddenly, they lost consciousness again. When they woke up, they were already lying by the roadside. The prefect asked, was it that person? No one knows, Magistrate Gu shook his head. If there truly was an old ghost hiding in the mountains outside Changjing using mountain demons and monsters to harm people for decades without being discovered, then its cultivation must be profound. To eliminate such a being would likely require an exceptionally rare and high-level cultivator. However, since these cultivators were unwilling to reveal themselves, even high-ranking officials were not in a position to disturb them. I heard that the large trees below the cliff were shattered in countless places, the ground covered with pits and piles of fallen rocks. There were even traces of blood, Magistrate Gu said, picturing the scene of flying debris and the battle between deists and ghosts. It's a shame we don't know where that cultivator is. If we could meet them and discuss the deo over some tea, it would be a true blessing. No matter what, since you've achieved such success, a promotion is likely just around the corner. Magistrate Gu shook his head with a sigh. Buddy, you jest. The demons and ghosts in Changjing have been causing chaos, even harming high-ranking officials. Although there has been a tradition of curfew and extermination of demons since the founding of our dynasty, we are now over a month into the curfew, and still haven't been able to capture all the troublemaking demons and ghosts. It's the first time this has happened, and as a magistrate, it would be remarkable if I wasn't dismissed or held accountable. The prefect said, how is it your fault? It's hard to say. Do you think the person who kept taking on jobs and vanquishing demons has the ability to capture the demons in Changjing? Perhaps, Magistrate Gu shook his head. The two exchanged a glance of mutual understanding. They both knew well. In recent years, demons and ghosts in Changjing had become increasingly rampant. For instance, in the recent incident, the demons openly harmed a minister of works and several other high officials. But, it was more than just that. During the current curfew, the city guards patrolled every night, while experts in demon exorcism and ghost hunting from the Sanchi Yamen, along with master cultivators from Tianhai Temple and Juxian Mansion, were also carrying out nightly inspections. It was even said that the temple priests at the city god temple had rarely been so diligent, determined to settle the chaos caused by demons and ghosts in Changjing and restore order to the city. That was why the curfew had lasted so long. The fact that a high-ranking court official was harmed provided a solid reason for the curfew. Under normal circumstances, imposing a curfew to catch ghosts without a valid reason would have faced resistance from the citizens and officials of Changjing, who were accustomed to a vibrant nightlife. It is said that there has been considerable success, with demons and ghosts lurking in the city being apprehended each night. However, progress on the demons and ghosts that harmed court officials has been slow since the city god's priests captured the wolf demon. Rumor had it that there were accomplices involved. Given that so many master cultivators and priests had been working hard for so long without finding them, even if the cultivator in question were an immortal or god descended from the heavens specifically to exorcise demons, it would still be no easy task. Oh, by the way, the prefect suddenly recalled something and continued, do you remember that Kui Nangzi from back then? The former assistant minister from the Ministry of Personnel, the one reputed to know both astronomy and geography. That's the one. I heard he met a divine immortal on Yunding Mountain and slept for one night. When he descended, a whole year had passed. Magistrate Gu shook his head repeatedly, marveling at the celestial aura at the mountain and the man's incredible fortune. He continued, I was fortunate enough to have met Kui Nangzi a few times. He is a fine person, with profound knowledge. However, he is quite straightforward and arrogant, which makes him prone to offending people. Given his nature, he wouldn't fabricate such stories to deceive others. The prefect said, such stories are not easily fabricated. Indeed, I heard he has been summoned back to the capital. Where will he be serving? That has not been decided yet. I see. Magistrate Gu understood immediately. It must be that the revered saint or the current state preceptor in the palace, intrigued by the story of Kui Nangzi's celestial encounter, wished to summon him for further questioning about the remarkable tale of a night that spanned a year. That was not something for them to concern themselves with. Well, it's for the best. When Kui Nangzi returns, we can have the opportunity to offer him a drink and inquire about the appearance of the divine immortal he encountered and how it was that a single night turned into a year. The story of Kui Nangzi meeting a divine immortal has spread across the world. Tea house storytellers in Changjing are abuzz with it, and countless officials aspiring for immortal deo and eternal life in the court will undoubtedly want to invite him for drinks and tea. When he returns, there will be many vying to meet him. We might as well join in. Ha ha ha, the two laughed heartily together in the county yamen. Song Yu was at home, washing cauliflower. Each floret needed to be cleaned thoroughly. Any with black spots or blemishes were carefully selected out, broken into smaller pieces, and placed in a sieve to drain for later use. It was once again the season when cauliflowers were in bloom. The last time Song Yu saw cauliflowers was in southern Art County, where he had also tasted pickled cauliflower. He had only traveled for a year but had already been away from southern Art County for 2 years. He wondered how the nuns from the nunnery were doing and what had become of Lord Li, who had once caused trouble in southern Art County. Time really flew by. As Song Yu cleaned, he couldn't help but reflect wistfully. Recently, he had been wanting to make some pickles, but the vegetables he usually used for pickling were not in season yet. He had to wait until summer or autumn. Remembering the pickled cauliflower he had eaten in southern Art County, which was quite good, he decided to buy some cauliflower from local farmers outside the city to try making it himself. He hoped his results would be as good as the nun's handiwork. He only hoped it wouldn't turn out bitter. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Peeking outside, he saw a divine officer in official robes, accompanied by a civil officer and a military officer. They were both standing at the door and saluting him by cupping their hands. Please come in, all three of you, Song Yu said, pausing his work. He picked up a cloth, wiped his hands, and went outside to greet them. Greetings, sir. City god, and honored officials, you're too kind. Are you busy, sir? Not at all, I'm quite free these days with no other pressing matters. Song Yu said as he picked a cauliflower floret from his wrist and smiled. I'm just preparing some pickled vegetables to eat with my meals. Then, I apologize for disturbing you. The city god quickly bowed deeply. He felt that the immortal master from Hidden Dragon Temple had his reasons no matter what he was doing. Moreover, even if such an immortal master were to engage in trivial matters merely to please himself, he still should not be disturbed by others. Don't worry, city god. You needn't be so formal, Song Yu replied with a smile. He continued, I've heard that recently you've been patrolling the streets all night, uncovering many demons and ghosts hiding in Changjing. In these past few days, even the elderly who have been bedridden have had to be helped to the city god temple to offer a stick of incense. Seeing your excellency in person today, your true form appears much more solid than before, so it seems the rumors are not false. Thanks to your guidance, I realized the situation I was in. Thanks to your help, I have gained such courage. You're too kind. Song Yu preferred not to engage in further flattery and asked, May I inquire why you've come today? I heard you used fire talismans a few days ago, which means you must have located the demon. Did you not manage to subdue it? I was too incompetent. City god bowed repeatedly. A few days ago, we searched all night and found the demon through the clues. We set up a net and used the fire talismans you provided, but we only managed to heavily wound it. In the end, it managed to escape while barely holding on. Please forgive me. Since it's heavily wounded, it shouldn't be able to run far, right? City god said, that's true. After being injured, the demon has been trapped in the city and its ability to hide has become less effective. My subordinate, Priest Wang, is skilled at tracking demons. He has been able to locate its hideout every night. However, every time we arrive, the demon suddenly vanishes. It has become much more cautious since being injured, making it harder for us to set traps to catch it. I urgently need to capture it and have no other choice but to shamelessly seek your help again. I'm not particularly good at finding demons either, Song Yu paused, but I can take a look. Thank you so much, sir. I truly feel ashamed. I'm just doing a good deed to rid the people of harm. There's no need for such modesty, Song Yu said casually. I just hope Changjing can return to peace soon and the curfew can be lifted. The curfew? What's the matter? Sir, you may not know, but the curfew in Changjing is not only due to the demons harming court officials. It's also because though Changjing has been prosperous for many years, it has long harbored demons. The emperor wants to take this opportunity to thoroughly clean it out, city god said respectfully. He continued, however, in recent times, many of the demons and ghosts that have caused trouble in Changjing have been rooted out. It's likely that we are close to resolving the issue. If we can capture this demon and the officers and I put in more effort during our nighttime patrols, Changjing will surely return to peace soon, and the curfew will be lifted. That would be much appreciated, city god. You're too kind. City god glanced at Song Yu and said quietly, I'll find the demon's whereabouts tonight and request your assistance when necessary. Just call for me. Farewell. The three officials respectfully bowed and left. Take care, Song Yu replied, returning the gesture. Once they had left and their figures disappeared down the street, Song Yu stood at the door, deep in thought. They detected a demonic aura, yet it vanished? It was likely some sort of escape technique. Was it an earth or water element escape technique? Or was it teleportation? Even the demon hunting officials couldn't track it down. If it wasn't due to the demon's exceptional skill in this particular area, it must be a profound method. In any case, the demon was certainly impressive. Even fire talismans couldn't harm it. That was quite impressive. Song Yu pondered the stories he had read at Hidden Dragon Temple about demons and the techniques used by the ancestors to deal with them. He remembered that the escape techniques were varied and intricate, but he had seen and heard so many that recalling specifics now was too challenging. Perhaps if he encountered a similar situation, he might remember, but trying to figure it out now was too difficult. It was better to focus on making his pickled cauliflower first. Returning to the kitchen, he saw a little girl in a three-colored dress standing where he had been. She was on her tiptoes, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing her fair, delicate arms. She was seriously mimicking his earlier actions, diligently washing and preparing the cauliflower. Hearing the noise behind her, the little girl turned her head. She looked at him and said, I'm almost done washing. Song Yu was momentarily taken aback but then smiled. As he approached, he saw she had indeed cleaned and prepared the vegetables well. Each cauliflower floret was golden and the basket was nearly full, with only a few left in the bowl. Thank you, Lady Calico. No need to thank me. The little girl raised her arm to wipe her forehead, but with the wetness on her arm, a few strands of hair stuck to her forehead. Her forehead was as tender and fair as her arms. As night fell and the stars and moon hung like a hook in the sky, the city god came to request Song Yu's assistance once again along with several military officials. Song Yu followed them out and traversed the streets of Changjing under curfew, occasionally hearing the distant sounds of patrolling troops and the clinking of armor. This time, the location discovered by Officer Wang is in the Western District, near the city gate. We can get there in the time it takes to burn an incense stick. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Alright. The military officials flew in the air, but not very high. The city god, however, walked alongside Song Yu. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. Who is it that's roaming the streets so late at night? Song Yu quickly stopped in his tracks. Immediately, a series of footsteps and the clinking of armor followed, with the faint sound of a bowstring being drawn. Don't worry, sir. The city god spoke up, revealing his true form. As the city god of Changjing, he commanded respect even in the face of mortals. The airborne military officials also revealed their forms, with gleaming golden armor and radiant divine light. The entire squad of patrol troops was momentarily stunned. I am the city god of Changjing. I am here to seek the assistance of the immortal to eliminate a demon. You may continue your patrol. The patrol troops exchanged glances, then bowed and withdrew. Sir, please go ahead. Very well. After passing through several streets and alleys, the city god's pace slowed. The military officials also landed on the ground. Sir, the demonic aura I sensed is in the courtyard ahead. I dared not approach further, as it would surely disappear, Officer Wang said quietly. I have sensed it as well. What should we do, sir? Whose courtyard is it? It is just a wealthy person's residence in the Western District, not of any significant wealth or status. In recent days, the demon has often hidden in various courtyards, including those of high officials and foreign merchants, the city god explained. Our investigation has found nothing suspicious about these households. It is likely that the demon simply finds random hiding places. The owners themselves are unaware. Let me try. Song Yu turned to the military officials. Please assist me, but be careful not to disturb the residents. Understood. Song Yu made a casual gesture, and a surge of Jing's spiritual energy flew toward the courtyard. As it reached midair, it transformed into a mighty thunderbolt. Boom. The lightning split into countless forks. Even on a summer night with thunderstorms, it was one of the most earth-shaking lightning strikes, startling countless residents in the Western District from their peaceful dreams. Even the nearby officials flinched slightly. The military officials quickly flew over, either landing to check or taking to the rooftops to ensure the residents of the courtyard remained undisturbed. Song Yu and the city god followed them over, where one of the military officials opened the courtyard gate for them. With an apology for the intrusion, they entered. The courtyard featured a bamboo forest and rock garden, a refined landscape. The recent thunderbolt had struck the bamboo forest directly, but rather than hitting just one spot, it had affected the entire area. Nearly all the bamboo had been destroyed. What remained were either charred, red-hot bamboo stalks or flaming debris. Not a single upright bamboo was left. The demon has escaped, Officer Wang commented, adding, this demon is truly cunning. Song Yu, however, scanned the surroundings with a frown. Although he had felt that the lightning had struck the demon in the courtyard, it had not killed it. The demon clearly lacked the ability to withstand a thunderbolt. Upon examining the scene, it seemed that the demon had used the bamboo forest as a shield, allowing the destruction of the bamboo to substitute for its own death. The demon had evidently fled to a distant location. This method of escape was quite intriguing. Officer Wang. Yes, sir. Have the demons previously hidden in bamboo forests? This. Officer Wang thought for a moment before responding. The demons usually hide in the courtyards of wealthy families. Scholars and cultured individuals like to grow bamboo, and it is said that there is a saying, better to live without meat than without bamboo. Even merchants and common folk follow suit to appear cultured. Thus, these wealthy families' courtyards always have some bamboo. And where does this bamboo come from? I haven't investigated that yet, but it's likely either purchased from outside or sourced from friends and family, Officer Wang explained. Bamboo is easy to grow. Once it takes root, it spreads quickly. Even if you dig up one stalk, it will soon grow into a large patch. As he spoke, Officer Wang seemed to sense something. Could this bamboo be related to the demon's escape? I don't know if it's related, but this does remind me of a record I once read about a demon's abilities. Song Yu paused for a moment before continuing. It's said that demons born from plants are the rarest. Some plant spirits live longer than ordinary demons, and some have even more peculiar abilities. Please enlighten us, sir. Song Yu explained, I've heard that once some plants become demons, they take pleasure in propagating themselves. Any shoot they send out or any plant that they reproduce can grow into a part of themselves. As long as it's not too far from their main body, it remains connected in countless ways, offering infinite utility. Sometimes, when an ancient tree becomes a demon, an entire mountain may be filled with its descendants. These trees either serve the main body or can be regarded as its avatars. Unless you chop down every last one of the tree demon's descendants across the entire mountain, it's nearly impossible to eliminate it. There's really such a thing. Officer Wang's eyes widened. However, having served at the Changjing City God Temple for many years, he had indeed encountered numerous demons and ghosts in the city. But when it came to plant-based demons, he had almost never come across one. Plant demons are indeed rare. They usually dwell deep in the mountains or remain rooted to their original locations. They don't travel easily, let alone venture into the city. It's normal that the city god and his military officers, who only manage city affairs, would be unfamiliar with such creatures and their methods. As Song Yu spoke, he continued to sense the residual demonic aura from the injured demon, confirming his suspicions before adding, moreover, even among plant demons, only a select few can comprehend such techniques. So, this demon is a bamboo demon. Most likely, the spotted bamboo forest in Changjing could it all be his avatar? Not necessarily all of it, perhaps just a portion. And they may not even be his avatars. It could simply be his hiding place, Song Yu said. The world's many laws are ever-changing, and I only know a fraction of them. Then how can we get rid of it? It seems this demon has been operating in Changjing for many years. Who knows how many bamboo groves are connected to him? Unless some god with a unique ability can trace these connections and destroy every possible hiding spot of the demon with supernatural strength, we'll have to resort to a more silly method. Song Yu shook his head as he spoke. For now, I can't think of another solution. A silly method. Officer Wang glanced at the city god. The city god appeared thoughtful. Needless to say, the so-called silly method was to eliminate all similar bamboo groves in Changjing. Although Song Yu referred to it as a silly method, to them it already seemed quite ingenious. If it weren't for Song Yu pointing it out, they might have been led around by this demon for several more nights. Perhaps they could gradually discover the pattern of the bamboo groves appearing each time, or perhaps they might never realize it at all. The city god pondered and said, it's just that bamboo is always resilient, even if we cut it off at the root, it's hard to eliminate it completely. Song Yu said, no need to dig up the roots. Once plants become demons, they are no longer the same as ordinary vegetation. Even if the bamboo demon is currently residing in the bamboo grove, it's only a temporary dwelling. Simply cutting down all the bamboo he's inhabiting is like slicing him in half. Maybe these bamboos will grow back next year, perhaps still connected to the bamboo demon, but once the demon is dead, the new bamboo will just be ordinary plants without any cultivation skills. What does it matter then? After a brief pause, he said, if these bamboos are all his avatars, cutting them down at the root will severely damage their vitality. He won't fare much better, especially since he's already severely injured. How could he withstand such devastation? Just have someone skilled in martial arts or adept at catching demons accompany those cutting the bamboo to quickly identify and eliminate him. I understand. The city god cupped his hands in salute. But the bamboo groves in Changjing number in the thousands. They are worldly possessions and beloved by elegant scholars. It's not within my power to decide. We'll have to ask the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights Sacrificial Department to convey this to the court. How to proceed depends on the court's consideration and resolve. To cut down all similar bamboo groves in Changjing is indeed a pity. I'll let the human emperor make the decision then. The city god cupped his hands again. In any case, thank you, sir. It's just a trivial matter. Given a few more days, you gods might have figured it out yourselves. Song Yu glanced at the military officers. He thought for a moment, and added, there are books in the human realm that record all sorts of demons, ghosts, spirits, monsters, and strange tales. Though many are fabricated, they are quite interesting to read. Since you often deal with demons and ghosts, why not take a look? Perhaps someday you'll find them useful. Thank you for your guidance, sir. It's late, I shall take my leave. Allow me to escort you back, said the city god.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Thank you, city god. Song Yu did not refuse. After spending over a month in Changjing, although Song Yu more often dealt with demons and ghosts outside the city, he had recently earned some money and frequently visited the tea house across the street to drink tea. There, he often heard stories about the city god. Whether it was his previous words that enlightened the god, or his presence in Changjing that gave the city god the confidence and courage to change, or perhaps pushing him to try a new path allowed the city god to finally understand how a proper god attracted worship and incense offerings, perhaps it was a combination of all three. In any case, the city god had indeed been quite diligent recently. In the past, rumors of minor demons and ghosts causing trouble in households across Changjing were common. Usually, a brave man or a local scholar would be called to resolve the issue. But in recent days, such rumors had decreased, and instead, there were more reports of people catching glimpses of divine officers searching for ghosts at night. Although this might affect the livelihood of some local exorcists, it was ultimately a good thing for the common folk. It was also said that the imperial court had been conducting searches for demons and ghosts in the city. But whether it was the imperial guards, Buddhist monks, or the masters fostered by the Juxian mansion, none could compare to the city god, whose very duty was to oversee such matters. A god who worked for the good of the people was truly worthy of respect. Song Yu strolled through the city with the city god, casually chatting in low voices. He didn't forget to mention that his cat had been frequently hunting rats in the eastern district lately, and asked the divine officers to take care not to mistake it for an ordinary demon and capture it. The next afternoon, the deist and his cat were sitting at the doorway and basking in the sun, when they suddenly saw several officers arriving and entering the tea house across the street. Soon after, there was a bustle of noise and clattering sounds. Who knew what they were up to? The deist glanced over, then lowered his head, gently stroking the back of the calico cat in his lap. I've heard that every night recently, the court has been sending people to search for demons and ghosts in the city. Have you encountered them while hunting rats in the east? The court's people. The calico cat opened its eyes just a sliver, its voice soft and childish. They're the people walking in the streets at night. I stay inside the houses. That's true. Song Yu nodded in agreement. It wasn't that those people only patrolled the streets and never went inside houses. In fact, many of the demons hiding in Changjing were likely living among humans, renting homes, and even holding legitimate jobs in the city. However, recently, the ones requesting Lady Calico to catch mice were the influential and wealthy from the Eastern District. Unless something extremely unusual was detected, those conducting the searches would rarely inspect such homes. Additionally, Lady Calico's cultivation was not particularly advanced. She had never harmed anyone, carried no dark yin qi, and appeared unremarkable. But still, Lady Calico, you need to be careful. If someone tries to catch you, Song Yu paused here. Do you know what to say to them? I know. What will you say? I'll tell them I'm the Daoist priest's cat from Hidden Dragon Temple, living on Willow Street, and that I've been invited by the Daoist priest to help catch rats. Lady Calico, you're indeed wise. Song Yu continued stroking the cat's back. Occasionally, a stray cat hair would float into the air. Over the past month, Lady Calico would sometimes lay on his lap, especially when they were basking in the sun. It had to be said this was truly a blessing. At that moment, a woman approached. Playing with your cat again. Song Yu turned and saw that it was the swordswoman from next door. He smiled and said, "You're home early today, heroine." The swordswoman grinned back. "I came back to see the commotion." "What commotion?" "Last night in the Western District, a thunderbolt struck out of nowhere on a clear night, shattering the bamboo grove in one family's courtyard. The neighbors were all startled awake, but strangely, that family wasn't. And guess what happened this morning? Do tell." This morning, an imperial edict was issued. It turns out that the demon causing chaos in Changjing was a bamboo demon. Apparently, at least half of the Xiangfei bamboo in Changjing are its avatars, and the edict demands they all be cut down. She chuckled. Many civil and military officials thought it was absurd. But then the state preceptor predicted the future based on interpreting hexagrams and confirmed it to be true, so the order is now being enforced. I bet plenty of officials and nobles are feeling heartbroken. The court is quite bold. Song Yu glanced once again at the tea house across the street. Ah, that's right. There was a row of bamboo planted next to the tea house. It seemed they were Xiangfei bamboo, a favorite among the scholars and literati of Changjing. Bamboo had always been regarded as a symbol of elegance, but with demons residing within, they had no choice but to cut them down. Although Song Yu had already confirmed that the demon was indeed a bamboo that had become a demon, and had also deduced that the reason Officer Wang couldn't catch the demon and why the thunder he summoned always missed was because the demon used a technique to transfer itself to a substitute, he was still worried. If they cut down all the Xiangfei bamboo in Changjing but still failed to find the demon, they might become the laughingstock of scholars for centuries. 2 days later, in a courtyard in the Eastern District, the white walls and black tiles stood in stark contrast to the bamboo grove along the wall. A breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, calming the hearts of those nearby. However, the owner of the house frowned, clearly worried. 3 days ago, an imperial edict was issued, and the imperial guards and officers had resolutely made their move and searched house by house. Even bamboo planted in pots and placed in lofts was cut down if it was Xiangfei bamboo. It was said that most of the Xiangfei bamboo in both the Western District and Eastern District had already been chopped down, and now it was his turn. His courtyard's bamboo had been planted for over 3 years. He couldn't bear to see them cut down. But he couldn't defy the king's command. At that moment, the golden light of the setting sun bathed the white walls, making them appear as if gilded in a soft gold hue. The shadows of the bamboo were cast against the wall, and the wind had ceased, creating an atmosphere of refined serenity. Suddenly, an idea came to the homeowner. He picked up his brush to paint the bamboo shadows. Since he couldn't keep the bamboo, at least he could preserve their shadows. With the sun casting the bamboo silhouette on the wall as if it were meant for him to trace, it felt like fate. He meticulously outlined the branches and leaves, capturing their beauty on the wall. Just as he finished painting, there was a knock at the door. A servant answered, and a group of soldiers entered, announcing their names and purpose. After inspecting the bamboo in the courtyard, they drew their swords and began to chop it down. With each chop, it felt as though the homeowner's heart bled. In a surge of scholarly pride, he couldn't contain himself any longer. Disregarding whose order this was, he angrily berated the soldiers. He warned them that if no demon were found, future generations would ridicule them for their actions for 1,000 years. But to everyone's shock, after only a few chops, the bamboo in the courtyard began to bleed. At first, it was bright red blood, just like that of a human. Then, it turned into a transparent, foamy sap. With each chop, more sap flowed out. The soldiers, the furious homeowner, and the servants who had been watching from aside and trying to calm their master, all stood frozen in fear with their eyes wide with disbelief. With several more chops, the sap had formed a pool on the ground. Then, with one final blow, there was a sudden puff. A cloud of white smoke burst forth from the bamboo. The soldiers quickly scattered, hastily drawing their swords. Some claimed they saw a towering demon in the smoke, while others saw a dark bamboo figure. Faint cries of pain and wails seemed to echo within the smoke. As the smoke began to clear, an officer entered the courtyard, drawn by the commotion. Sword in hand, he stepped in. For reasons unknown, he found a blackened and charred bamboo branch covered with blade marks lying motionless on the ground. Everyone was stunned. In the days that followed, the story of important official Mr. Chen painting bamboo shadows in his courtyard became a celebrated tale among the scholars official and literati of Changing. Meanwhile, the incident of the soldiers cutting down a bamboo demon in important official Mr. Chen's courtyard started circulating among the common people as a terrifying and thrilling folk tale. I have good news for you. What good news? The court has lifted the curfew today. It's finally lifted, huh? Yeah. Heroine Wu couldn't help but shake her head. A few days ago, I heard they chopped out a bamboo demon at that gifted scholar surnamed Chen's house. I thought the curfew would be lifted the next day at the latest, but it seems the court wanted to use this opportunity to sweep out other hidden demons and evil ghosts in Changing, so it dragged on until today. She paused, glancing at the cat nearby. Good thing your cat wasn't caught. I've heard a lot about that important official Mr. Chen lately in the tea house, Song Yu said with a smile. It's said that he painted the bamboo shadows at his home, a truly elegant gesture. I don't know about elegance. All I heard was that when they chopped out the bamboo demon, it revealed its true form, charred black like coal. Heroine Wu shook her head again. Coincidentally, that house in the western district that was struck by lightning lost an entire bamboo grove too. It seems like either heaven took notice or some god manifested and casually sent down a lightning bolt to strike it. I bet that bamboo demon was already near death, which is why it didn't put up any resistance when it was chopped out and died right on the spot. You're certainly well informed. What a pity. Heroine Wu drew out her words, her tone tinged with a bit of local dialect and schadenfreude. If they'd caught that bamboo demon alive, things in Changing would have gotten really exciting. Perhaps. You're right, Heroine Wu replied. If they could have caught it alive, they would have caught that wolf alive back then too. I don't recall saying anything. Haha. Heroine Wu simply laughed, then continued, but tonight's going to be lively. With the curfew lifted, I'll take you to explore the night market. We can see the hustle and bustle of Changing and try some street food. I wonder if there's anything good to eat. I've been to the night market a few times before. There's grilled fish, water basin mutton, lamb liver pastries, they're all pretty good. My favorite is mixed fish soup noodles. We'll see when we get there. I'll gladly follow your lead, heroine n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. After this, Changing should be peaceful for a while. Even if there are still some uncaught demons and ghosts with ill intent, they won't dare show themselves for some time. Let's hope so. What a pity, what a pity. The troublesome demons outside the city have mostly been dealt with by us. Now, whenever a new bounty is posted, it's immediately taken down by skilled experts from the public or a Jianghu person. Heroine Wu shook her head and sighed. I used to think that if you wanted to rid the people of evil, you could focus more on the mess in the city. But then I figured you didn't seem too interested in handling affairs within the city, so I didn't mention it. Now, even if you wanted to, there aren't many demons left for you to catch. You misunderstand me, heroine, Song Yu replied. It's not that I'm unwilling to deal with matters within the city. It's just that, since the city has its gods and capable people, it's the folks outside the city who are more in need of our help. That makes sense. As night gradually fell over Changing City, tonight was unlike the usual. At dusk, pedestrians weren't in a rush to return home, shops weren't eager to close, and there was no sound of curfew drums. Instead, taverns and large stores lit their lanterns early, and any that had light boxes had already illuminated them. The darker the sky grew, the brighter the streets became. As the last rays of the setting sun faded away, the heroine knocked on the door, calling on friends from Yizhu to explore the night in Changing together. The heroine led the way up front. The deist carried a bag, walking behind her. A cat poked its head out from the bag, curiously looking around as the deist observed the pedestrians with unhurried steps. By the time they were halfway along their journey, the sky had gone completely dark, and the true nighttime appearance of Changing City revealed itself. There were lanterns lighting the main roads, though the lanterns weren't as bright as modern street lights. To say the streets were brightly illuminated would be an exaggeration, but there was enough light to make out the path. The streets were crowded with people, walking under the dim light, creating a unique atmosphere of the era that was worth savoring. The city had been under curfew for a long time, and everyone had been complaining about it. Now that it was lifted, even those who usually didn't venture out at night were all out tonight. When they passed through the streets known for their lively night markets and famous brothels, the phrase brightly illuminated truly applied. Previously, when passing through the curfew at night, the shops and taverns on both sides had their doors tightly shut. No light boxes or lanterns were lit, and there were no street vendors. But now, lanterns and light boxes were all illuminated. The night market was aglow with 1,000 lights reflecting off the clouds. The high buildings teemed with guests and red-sleeved entertainers, the tea houses by the river gates buzzed with merchants even as evening fell, and the bridges were bustling with customers drinking through the night. Only now could one truly grasp the thriving, vibrant essence of human life. In this era, it was unparalleled. No wonder so many foreigners from distant lands would arrive in Changing and become so enchanted by the city that they refused to leave, unwilling to part with its charms. The deist couldn't help but slow his pace, taking in the sights as he listened to Heroine Wu's commentary. Unlike his previous carefree, solitary stroll through the countless dark homes, this was no longer a feeling of cold solitude but lively warmth. It wasn't moonlight he walked under, but the glow of lanterns. It wasn't just himself he felt, but the pulse of this era. Even the cat had its eyes wide open, its amber gaze reflecting countless colored lights. Gradually, they arrived at the night market heroine Wu had mentioned. Changjing's most famous night market was actually located in the Western District. Heroine Wu led them on a circuitous route, finally returning to the Western District's night market. Unlike modern night markets, this wasn't a long street or alley, but a large square-shaped space. It was an evolution from the marketplaces of the previous dynasty, and it was more like a commercial plaza. The Western District had always been a gathering place for commoners and foreign visitors, and under the glow of ordinary life, there was also a distinctive exotic flavor. Both vendors and customers featured many foreign faces. In this brilliantly lit marketplace, various stalls, carts, and shops dazzled the eyes. The sheer variety of goods and snacks amazed them. In the center, Westerners played music and danced in the streets, creating the iconic and famous night market scene of Changjing. Heroine Wu suggested taking them on a tour of the market first. So, the deist and the cat enjoyed the exotic music and dance of the Westerners and marveled at the array of goods, savoring the vibrant nightlife of the era. Eventually, Heroine Wu called them to sit down. They had arrived at a small shop that specialized in mixed fish soup noodles. The shop was already packed, so tables and chairs were set up outside, and they had to squeeze in with the passers-by. Heroine Wu ordered 2 servings of mixed fish soup noodles, and then went to buy some stuffed pastries, grilled fish, and water basin lamb meat. She also got 2 cups of sweet rice wine, perhaps to repay the meal at Yunchun restaurant from last month. Seeing this, Song Yu just let her do as she wished. 2 bowls of mixed fish soup noodles. The shop owner brought the bowls over. The other snacks were also brought over in turn. Song Yu took out a small bowl from his bag and placed it on the bench for the calico cat to eat. The so-called mixed fish soup noodles were essentially noodles with different kinds of fish. The shop had a large pot at the entrance filled with various kinds of mixed fish simmered together. It was said to be simmered from noon until the evening, until all the fish in the pot were completely boiled down and the meat was no longer visible. Then, the fish bones would be strained out and what remained was the base for the soup used in the noodles. The preparation method was from an unknown region, but the flavor was incredibly fresh and delicious. The grilled fish was said to be a northern desert recipe. A long iron tray was used to grill the fish, which would be seasoned with a blend of Western spices and local flavors, creating a uniquely exotic taste. The lamb liver pastry was a type of fried dough with open ends, filled with lamb liver. In addition to the lamb liver pastry, Heroine Wu also bought the seasonal specialty cherry pastry. Instead of lamb liver, it was filled with cherries, then pan-fried to set the shape. It was a coarse piece with fried cherries inside. Though it sounded somewhat dark, it was a popular springtime delicacy in Changjing. Many wealthy ladies, who preferred to stay at home, would send their servants to buy it. Sweet rice wine was straightforward, essentially fermented rice wine with added sugar, red dates, and goji berries, boiled and then cooled. It was a low-alcohol drink that wouldn't intoxicate, served to night market visitors in bamboo tubes for just a few yuan. Water basin lamb meat needed no further explanation. This entire spread could easily satisfy 3 or 4 people. The dishes were plentiful and flavorful. Though not as luxurious or high-end as Yunchun restaurant, they were considered delicious food in their own right. And this whole meal cost just around 180 yuan. This was truly the cuisine of Changjing's common people. Thank you for treating me to Yunchun restaurant last month. I have quite a few expenses, and I can't afford to return the favor with such an expensive meal. I can't bear to spend that much as well. Please don't be picky and accept this small treat instead. Heroine Wu said with a calm expression, raising her cup filled with sweet rice wine. Not at all, Heroine. Song Yu quickly raised his cup in response. The only reason I went to Yunchun restaurant was to experience one of Changjing's famous wonders. Whether or not you had joined me, I would have gone anyway. It was precisely because you were there that I felt brave enough to order a full table of dishes, trying various items without worrying about waste. I should thank you instead. Heroine Wu just curled her lips and said, nonsense. Well, regardless of how things were on that day, today you've shown me and Lady Calico another of Changjing's wonders. That's worth a thank you, Song Yu continued. Suit yourself, Heroine Wu replied. The two shared a smile. Song Yu brought the bamboo tube close to his lips. Before even taking a sip, he could already smell the fragrance of the rice wine mixed with the bamboo. Taking a small sip, he found it refreshingly sweet with almost no alcoholic taste. He poured a little into his palm and offered it to Lady Calico, telling her it was strong liquor. As they ate and watched the crowd around them, it was clear how many people were out tonight. To walk through the night market, one must navigate through crowds, including many dressed in fine clothing. Scholars chatted as they walked, young people laughed freely, and the mingling aromas of various meats and spices filled the air. It was unclear which shop or stall was stewing something in an iron pot, but the rising steam created a dreamy haze. Amid this bustling world, beneath the splendor and fireworks, each face and soul seemed vivid and real. How is it? Heroine Wu asked with a grin. Have you ever seen such a lively night market before? Hearing this, Song Yu turned to meet her gaze. From her eyes, he could see her thoughts. It seemed she had been astonished at first, but after living in Changjing for 2 years, she had become somewhat of a Changjing veteran. Facing newcomers, she had a certain sense of superiority, and she was eager to see the same shock on his face that she once felt. Song Yu nodded and said quietly, indeed, I've never seen such a lively night market in my life. Haha, I was also stunned when I first arrived, Heroine Wu said with a satisfied smile. Not only because there are many things sold here that I've never seen before, but also because of the people here. Some look quite strange. I've seen them before, but never so many at once. It's quite unusual, though there are some people who smell worse than us after a month without a bath. Quite unusual indeed. It's all thanks to the city god's effort in capturing the ghosts and demons. Without his diligent work in capturing demons, the curfew might not have been lifted so soon, Heroine Wu added. Indeed, we have to thank him. Song Yu nodded again while looking into the distance. The lights here, though brilliant, couldn't compare to the neon signs of the future. The hustle and bustle might not rival those of the most famous night markets to come. Still, it didn't mean it wasn't beautiful. The deist still found many aspects worthy of admiration, and these were things one wouldn't see without witnessing them firsthand. Deist priest, is today the new year? Even after returning home, the calico cat still hadn't figured things out. It jumped onto the table, tilted its head, and stared at the deist in confusion. No. Then why aren't people going to sleep at night? They still need to sleep, at least most people do, the deist answered patiently. It's just that people came home late. Why are they walking on the road? There are people walking around in Yudo at night too. That's Yudo. So, you can tell the difference between Yudo and Changjing. Song Yu showed a pleased expression. I'm very clever. There's no need to repeat things that everyone already knows. Things that everyone already knows. Yes. Then won't these people who are out tonight get caught by the Imperial Guards on the road? The Calico Cat continued to ask. Previously, people weren't allowed out at night because of the demons and ghosts in Changjing. Now that the demons and ghosts have been caught, it's naturally fine to go out, and they won't get caught, Song Yu answered seriously, then asked, Lady Calico, do you think it's more fun when people can go out at night, or when only cats can go out? It's more fun this way. More fun this way. The fish at night is very delicious. Is it better than raw fish? Both are good. The Calico Cat paused, then asked, am I more like a human if I eat roasted or cooked meat? Yes. The deist also paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, but Lady Calico, you only need to be yourself. Oh. The deist went upstairs, and the Calico Cat followed. The deist sat on the long couch by the window while looking outside, while the Calico Cat jumped up onto the couch and then onto the tea table, occasionally glancing outside and then back at the deist. Even though the room was pitch black, sitting by the window still offered a view of Changjing, which had changed from before. Tonight, the lights were much brighter. If one were to transform into a swallow and fly into the sky at this moment, Changjing would surely appear as a city lit up from end to end. The deist showed a hint of a smile. Nightlife and night markets were not only a way of life but also an attitude toward life. The development of this era was naturally far less advanced compared to later times. The abundance of material goods and people's experiences fell short of what came later. Even though every household here might have a pair of lanterns, the combined light of these lanterns still fell short of the street lights of the future. Store signs and light boxes on the streets were less striking compared to the neon signs of later times. Yet, people's attitudes toward life and living were quite similar. With a clanging sound, Song Yu opened the lid of the jar. He then carefully used chopsticks, which had been boiled in hot water, to pick out some rapeseed flowers. The green part of the rapeseed flowers was no longer fresh, and the bright yellow had faded, becoming soft. Other than that, there was not much change. When he had eaten them in southern Art County, it was already quite dark, so he couldn't tell much of a difference at that time. He first drained the water from the picked flowers. He put a little into his mouth. It wasn't bitter. That met his minimum requirement. The saltiness was also just right. Nov.L.B//JNN. Having lived on Yinyang Mountain for 20 years and taken care of an elderly lady who was nearly unable to care for herself, Song Yu had prepared quite a bit of pickled vegetables every year, so he was quite adept at seasoning with salt. Although the taste wasn't as refreshing as when he had them in southern Art County, it was still quite good. Not bad. Glancing over, he saw that the cat was watching intently, so he picked up a bit and offered it to her. The Calico Cat wasn't picky anymore, she just ate whatever was given to her. She chewed a few times and then swallowed. Is it good? Song Yu asked with a smile. I don't know, the cat answered honestly, then looked up at him and down at the pickled vegetable jar with curiosity in her eyes. So, if you put something in this jar, it will turn into this kind of flavor. Pretty much. And it won't spoil. Pretty much. Can you pickle rats in it? It seemed the cat also wanted to improve her quality of life. Probably not. The cat tilted her head in confusion. Just as she was about to ask why, a knocking sound came from outside, causing both she and the deist to turn their heads. A carriage was parked outside the door. A richly dressed woman stepped out of the carriage, standing at the door with both a coachman and a maid by her side. As Song Yu approached to greet her, she immediately returned the courtesy. Please come in. Thank you, sir. The woman, not daring to be presumptuous, said, I've heard that you have skills in exorcising evil spirits and warding off demons. I have practiced Daoism since childhood and am skilled in warding off demons. Song Yu casually glanced at the woman and her maid's attire and asked, Madam, you must be from a wealthy family in the Eastern District. How did you find your way here? Recently, our garden needed tending, so we hired a gardener who specialized in plants. The gardener mentioned that he had encountered a demon and was possessed. He said that a gentleman who had just arrived in Changjing had cured him with just a breath, like a divine immortal. The woman said, bowing again and surveying the room, I have come to seek out this immortal. I don't deserve to be called a divine immortal. Even if you're not a divine immortal, you must be a master of great skill. If you can alleviate my worries, I will certainly reward you handsomely. Please sit down and tell me more about it. Then, I'll take a seat. The room had its own set of tables and chairs. The deist and the woman sat across from each other, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the fortune-telling shops in Eastern District. The coachman waited outside, and the maid stood by her side. What seems to be troubling you, madam? Since you are new to Changjing, you may not know of a Qin tavern here named Hexian Pavilion. The owner of Hexian Pavilion is also a Qin master named Miss Wanjiang. I've heard of it. Have you been to Hexian Pavilion? Not to hide anything from you, madam, I've heard that Miss Wanjiang is a renowned Qin artist and is regarded as one of the 10 wonders of Changjing. I have always wanted to visit and witness her skills, but due to various reasons, I haven't had the chance. Do you know much about Miss Wanjiang? Not much. Song Yu replied honestly, I've only heard about her from storytellers in tea houses. What did the storytellers say? Well, storytellers in tea houses often have a tendency to exaggerate. The storytellers say that the women of Qinghong Courtyard and Liwa Garden were one of the wonders, while Miss Wanjiang was another. The women of Qinghong Courtyard and Liwa Garden were known for their beauty and talent. They could sing, dance, and were skilled in Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Many of them, though they did not offer sexual services to men, there might still be a chance to experience their beauty up close if one's fate and wealth aligned. It is said that a once exceptionally talented scholar lived in Qinghong Courtyard for a long time without paying a dime, and the ladies took care of him voluntarily. Miss Wanjiang, however, was different. She was the owner of Changjing's most famous Qin tavern. Her Qin skills were renowned and were considered highly refined. It was said that Miss Wanjiang's beauty surpassed that of the most beautiful women in the world even without makeup. People claimed that if she was not a divine immortal or a demon in disguise, then how could she be so beautiful? Her Qin skills were unparalleled, making even court musicians feel inferior. Even the most famous Guqin experts had said that the title of Guqin Maestro should belong to her. It was said that her Qin was a 1,000-year-old heirloom that once belonged to a divine immortal. Once, when she played the Qin in her own Hexian pavilion, the divine music attracted a gathering of birds. Cranes came to visit, rain fell on a clear day, and snow fell in summer. How much of this was true was unclear. I can tell you that most of these rumors are true. I have personally seen Miss Wanjiang play the Qin and attract cranes. The woman paused. But do you know if she practices any demonic arts? I do not know. If you don't know, the woman turned to her maid, Shuer, you tell him. Yes, madam. The maid then looked at Song Yu, first greeting him politely before speaking. Miss Wanjiang's origins and background are unknown, but since she arrived in Changjing 6 years ago and opened her Qin tavern, she quickly became famous. At this point, the maid seemed a bit agitated. Although Miss Wanjiang's Qin skills are extraordinary, without her looks, would so many scholars and gentlemen be infatuated with her? The Guqin master Mr. Ji also had exceptional skills and could attract birds, but why did scholars not pursue him as fervently? In my view, though Miss Wanjiang's Qin skills are remarkable, and many call her a Qin master, she's not any different from the women of Qinghong Courtyard and Liwa Garden. There are also some women from there who do not entertain guests. She merely opened a small establishment on her own, calling it a Qin tavern by borrowing from the refined activities of the ancients. Adding her unparalleled Qin skills honed through years of hard practice since young, the scholars and literati of Changjing praised it as a place of elegance. But in my view, there's nothing elegant about it. To me, it's no different from selling beauty and youth. The storytellers should have included her with the women from Qinghong Courtyard and Liwa Garden in the rankings of Changjing's top 10 wonders. Song Yu said, please calm down. I'm not angry. Anything else? Yes. The maid continued, Miss Wanjiang has been in Changjing for 6 years, and her appearance has not changed at all. Her face is even more youthful than that of a girl in her teens. Do you think that's possible, sir? So, there are some rumors going around that Miss Wanjiang is said to keep a gold feeder ghost, which consumes gold every day and spits out elixirs, the maid continued. If a virgin maiden eats this elixir, she will retain her youth and beauty forever. If not, she will give birth to a male child. If a man is a virgin and consumes it, he will gain immense strength and become invulnerable. If he is not, he will maintain unyielding stamina. The maid paused. This is not just gossip, there are records of such a minor ghost in certain books. I have heard of it as well, Song Yu remarked, finding the maid's account quite coherent. Miss Wanjiang, known for her extraordinary Qin skills and unparalleled beauty, could have lived well without resorting to business. This explanation could account for why she opened the Hexian Pavilion and hosted guests daily by playing the Qin and serving wine to amass considerable wealth. It also explained why her appearance has not changed at all over the past 6 years and why she remained so attractive. Furthermore, it might explain why she had shown no inclination to marry despite her many admirers in Changjing. So, you mean, Song Yu said. Miss Wanjiang has bewildered countless scholar officials and literati in Changjing, the woman said, so much so that many have become infatuated with her, neglecting their own wives and concubines. Therefore, I wish to hire a master to deal with her, to rid Changjing of this threat. I see, Song Yu responded with a smile. This was indeed a patriarchal era where having multiple wives and concubines was the norm for wealthy men. However, assuming that all women accepted this as natural and felt no jealousy was quite naive. Miss Wanjiang was a prominent figure in Changjing, and this woman was likely not just the wife or concubine of an ordinary man. Seeking help from other masters or Buddhist masters at Tianhai Temple might not work. No wonder they found their way here. Song Yu felt somewhat helpless. "You've misunderstood," he said. "How so?" the woman asked. "Please look at my sign," Song Yu replied. "I specialize in exorcising evil spirits and demons. As for your personal issue, I'm afraid I can't be of help." "What do you mean?" "In this world, there are many demons and spirits, divided into good and evil. Even within Changjing, there are many hidden demons and spirits. The recent citywide search didn't uncover much, and even the court doesn't indiscriminately destroy demons that haven't harmed anyone or become tainted by evil energy. I only deal with evil spirits, not ordinary demons," Song Yu explained patiently. The woman was stunned for a moment before asking, "Doesn't Miss Wanjiang's minor ghost count as an evil spirit? If it hasn't harmed anyone, it wouldn't be considered an evil spirit. But countless scholar officials and literati are infatuated with her. How do you know Miss Wanjiang isn't a demon using demonic methods to deceive and harm people?" "That's a valid point," Song Yu agreed. After considering it, he decided not to dismiss them right away. "Since I've been wanting to see Miss Wanjiang's talents for myself, I'll go and check it out." "Thank you, sir." The woman waved her hand in gratitude. The maid behind her immediately took out 20 taels of silver and placed it on the table with a clink. Initially, they were worried that this gentleman might be a swindler, and that the gardener who tended to the flowers and plants might be an accomplice. They wanted to test whether he truly had the skills before giving him any money. But after hearing his words, they no longer felt this way. So, they decisively took out the silver. "If they had misjudged, so be it," the woman said. "Consider this my deposit. Once the matter is resolved, I will offer a much greater reward. Please take it back." "Why? I always do the job first before accepting payment, and this situation is not clear yet." Song Yu paused. "If, after seeing Miss Wanjiang, it turns out she is indeed a demon and uses demonic methods to deceive and harm people, I will drive her away. You can then send the payment. If not, there will be no need for this money. The drinks and tea at Haxian Pavilion aren't cheap, and seeing Miss Wanjiang is even more expensive. Consider this amount as payment for the qin and wine there." "Thank you." Song Yu was already prepared to accept this money. Since it was meant for Miss Wanjiang's qin music, it should be put to good use. A drizzling rain falls like tears on the mourning day, the mourner's heart is going to break on his way. Song Yu also held an umbrella while carrying a bag. Accompanied by the calico cat, they headed toward Haxian Pavilion. This time, he wasn't wearing his daoist robe. Haxian Pavilion was located at the junction of the east and west cities. Unlike the bustling and glamorous areas of Qinghong Courtyard and Liwa Garden, this place was serene. The storyteller had said it was because Miss Wanjiang preferred quietness. Listening to the guqin was an elegant affair not suited for the busy and lively places. The wealthy woman from a few days ago mentioned that Miss Wanjiang arrived too late. By 6 years ago, the real estate prices in Changjing had become exorbitant. The bustling areas had no shops available for lease or purchase, so she had no choice but to buy a place here. Whether this was true or not was unknown, but it was intriguing. Haxian Pavilion was known for its guqin music and fine wine. It housed several guqin players, both male and female. Literati and scholar officials who came here could drink and enjoy tea while listening to the guqin, making it a relatively refined place. The practice of playing the guqin while serving wine was inspired by ancient customs. It was said that in ancient times, there was a couple, where the man was a gifted scholar and the woman was equally talented and beautiful. Later, when they found themselves in difficult circumstances, they opened a tavern by the street, playing the qin and selling wine. Haxian Pavilion also primarily sold wine and tea. Within, top-notch guqin players performed, so the wine and tea were priced higher. There was also a seating fee, and if one wanted a guqin player to perform exclusively for them, it would require additional payment. Every afternoon, Miss Wanjiang would personally play a guqin piece upstairs, and the music could be heard downstairs. But to go upstairs, one would need to pay a substantial amount as string insurance, at least 15 taels of silver. The more one paid, the closer one could sit. This was the nature of the guqin. Sitting closer meant hearing more intricate details. It was said that sitting in the front row allowed one to feel each vibration of the guqin strings in their heart. When she played high mountains and flowing water, it felt as if one had stepped into a landscape painting outside the city. When she played Trials of the World, one could experience 10 years of stormy nights within a single cup of tea, but it would cost 15 taels. Song Yu shook his head, his cloth shoes splashing water as he walked through the rain. He gradually approached Haxian Pavilion and peered through the curtain of rain. It was afternoon, and many idlers were seated in Haxian Pavilion. Among them were scholar officials of Changjing as well as refined literati. Some sat in small groups, quietly listening to the qin, drinking wine, and chatting in low voices. Meanwhile, others came alone, having drunk themselves into a stupor, now soundly asleep on the floor to the music of the elderly qin master in the front. Dozens of people were lounging about, spending their afternoon drinking and listening to the guqin, and idly passing the time under the light rain. This might have been the most leisurely scene in Changjing. Song Yu stood across the street for a moment, then looked down and exchanged a glance with the cat in his bag before crossing the street. The cobblestone road was uneven, and water splashed as he walked. The sound of the guqin gradually reached his ears. It was a leisurely tune, unhurried and slowly seeping into the heart, perfectly suited for the afternoon. Song Yu saw an empty table and went over to sit down. A young attendant came over, speaking in a hushed voice, and asked if he wanted wine or tea. Song Yu ordered a pot of inexpensive wine. He then began drinking while listening to the old gentleman play. In the prosperous entertainment industry of the Great Yan, competition was fierce. Some talented young women, before marriage, would work as courtesans or dancers for a couple of years to save up a dowry before marrying an honest man. Many young men would diligently study the guqin, seeking to become guqin players in these entertainment venues. With so many people, even brothels no longer hired older guqin players. So, older guqin players were often renowned figures. It was not that aging naturally led to fame, but rather that only those who had achieved fame could continue playing the guqin into old age. Otherwise, they would either have to change professions or regard playing the guqin as merely a hobby. This old guqin player was not a famous individual. It was said that Haxian Pavilion had employed several elderly guqin players, offering them another option. At present, the old guqin player's skill was clearly not on par with Mr. Ying of Yude, but with age came experience and a certain charm in his music. Suddenly, a quiet voice asked from beside him, "Excuse me, sir, there are no other seats available in the pavilion. Since you are alone, may I have the honor of sharing your table?" Song Yu emerged from the music and looked up. It was a young man bowing slightly. "Go ahead." The man sat down next to him, cupped his hands in thanks, and spoke in a lowered voice, "My surname is Sai, given name Yuan. Thank you for sharing your table. My surname is Song, given name Yu. There is no need for such formalities. Did you come alone?" "Yes, I came alone. Given that your trousers and shoes are still wet, did you come at this hour specifically to hear Miss Wanjiang play?" The man continued to speak in a lowered voice. "And you?" "Naturally. Since I heard Miss Wanjiang's performance of Green Jade Terrace last autumn, I haven't enjoyed meat for 3 months. Since I had this rare chance to visit Changjing again, I naturally have to pay another visit." The man glanced at the pot of wine on Song Yu's table. "Drinking alone can be quite dull. May I have a cup of your wine and join you? This wine is inexpensive, I hope it's not to your disliking." "Haha." The young man waved away the waiter who had approached and said with a smile, "Sir, you are mistaken. The wine at Haxian Pavilion is far from poor. Even the worst of it is better than what's outside. Besides, since you've come to listen to Miss Wanjiang play, what does it matter whether the wine is good or not? Once the guqin begins, even the finest wine becomes just water. Is it really that wonderful? Have you never been here before?" "To be honest, I'm new to Changjing. I heard about Miss Wanjiang's exceptional guqin skills, so this is my first visit," Song Yu replied. "I've heard that you can go upstairs to listen, but I'm not sure how to get up there." "You want to go upstairs?" "I do. I've heard that seats on the second floor are at least 15 taels of silver each. Some poets and scholars, who lack the funds but believe themselves talented, often present their poems to Miss Wanjiang in hopes that she might be impressed enough to reciprocate with her music. But I'm not sure if any of their poems have ever impressed her enough for them to be invited upstairs." The young man paused, glanced at Song Yu's plain attire and the cheap wine he had ordered, and then said with a smile, "You must be a scholar of great talent. I just wonder if I might be fortunate enough to appreciate your masterpiece. Perhaps you could share a sample of your work with me? I could help you gauge your chances." "You misunderstand," Song Yu said honestly. "I know nothing about composing poetry or writing lyrics." "Then you'll have to fork out money." The young man immediately showed signs of envy and said, "I truly envy you. I've heard that the sound on the second floor is much clearer than down here. Furthermore, don't forget Miss Wanjiang's unparalleled beauty. Seeing her play the guqin with her own hands must be a different experience compared to listening through a floorboard. Unfortunately, I'm in a tight spot and can't afford the 15 taels, so I'll have to settle for listening downstairs." Song Yu said, "Perhaps the difference isn't that great." "Oh, it's a huge difference." The young man's eyes widened as he began explaining in detail the differences between listening upstairs and downstairs, and how much closer proximity affected the experience, as if he had first-hand experience of both front row and back row seating upstairs. He then explained the procedure for getting to the second floor. Miss Wanjiang would not actively ask for money. Instead, once the current guqin player had finished and left, those who wished to go upstairs to listen to Miss Wanjiang would follow the guqin player. There would be a few attendants waiting in the back with trays. If you offered them the required silver, they would remember you. You just needed to continue drinking wine and have fun. After some time, the attendants would come out to invite you upstairs. Remember, you must enter one by one and not with others, as it is considered impolite. "Thank you," Song Yu smiled. This job was indeed quite troublesome. He then resumed drinking and listening to the guqin. At the next table, a group of scholar officials were quietly discussing a recent event involving important official Mr. Chen and his bamboo paintings. They praised important official Mr. Chen profusely and also talked about the Xiangfei bamboo that had been cut down in their own garden. They recounted where they had dug it up, how many years they had cultivated it, and the strolls under the bamboo with friends while talking about the wind and the moon. Even though the bamboo was associated with demons and ghosts, they still felt it was a pity. The calico cat in his bag stirred occasionally. When a fellow diner saw it, Song Yu asked if he could bring the cat upstairs. The man merely advised not to let the attendants see it. Soon, the Gukin music ceased. The elderly Gukin player packed up his things and stood up before he bowed to the crowd and said, "Thank you all. My master will be performing celestial music upstairs next, so I will take my leave." He performed a deep bow and walked toward the back. In the hall, people immediately began looking around, glancing at one another in confusion. Soon, some people stood up and followed the elderly Gukin player to the back, while others stood almost simultaneously but hesitated, exchanging glances and excuses. The one who stood up a little later sat back down, leaving only the first person to stand up to proceed into the back hall. It seemed that everyone wanted to avoid being seen paying for the music they desired. Song Yu found the scene quite amusing. People came out, and others went in. Only when the crowd had thinned out did Song Yu stand up and, like the others, head toward the back hall. Inside, there was nothing special. As the young man surnamed Zai had described, there were several young attendants holding trays, most of which were covered with red cloths so that the contents were not visible. Only one empty tray was uncovered. "I have long admired Miss Wanjiang and wish to go upstairs to listen to her play," Song Yu said actively, placing 15 taels of silver on the only uncovered tray. "Just a small token of my respect." "Thank you, sir." The attendant bowed deeply and thanked him. "Please return to your drink, and I will come to invite you shortly." "Thank you. By the way, sir, what is it?" Song Yu was about to leave but turned back to look at him. The attendant quietly reminded, "It's nothing serious, but I should inform you that the person you were drinking with at your table is known for lying. Please do not trust his words too readily." "Why is that?" "He loves music and wine and comes to the store every afternoon. On clear days, he stands on the street with his own drinks, getting drunk and sleeping by the roadside all afternoon. On rainy days or when he doesn't have his own drinks, he pretends to be a paying customer. He'd choose a table for someone that looks approachable, and strikes up conversations to mooch off the table and drinks of others." "I see." Song Yu thought for a moment. He smiled, and asked, "Besides mooching off the table and drinks, has he scammed anything else?" "No, nothing else." "Why don't you chase him away?" "We've mentioned it to our master. Since he's fond of music, our master told us to leave him be." "I understand. Just be cautious. It's fine to give him some drinks, but if he talks about other things, please don't take him too seriously." "Thank you." Song Yu cupped his hands in thanks and left. The man at the table remained in his seat, glancing at the rain on the street and then at Song Yu. He quickly looked away, acting casual as he asked, "Did everything go smoothly?" "Yes, it went smoothly." Song Yu's tone remained unchanged. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. He was probably the last person to go in. After him, no one else entered the back hall. After a while, several attendants came out, inviting everyone who had gone in earlier to go upstairs. If anyone wanted to bring their drinks upstairs, the attendants would take their wine pots and cups along. Finally, they came to invite Song Yu. When the attendant asked if he wanted to bring the wine upstairs, Song Yu declined. With a bow to his table companion, said, "I'm not much of a drinker. It would seem odd to come here and not order any wine, and it would be a pity to waste it. Since you seem to be someone who enjoys wine and we have had the chance to meet, I would be grateful if you could finish this for me, if you don't mind the quality." "Thank you, my friend." "Thank you." They exchanged thanks, and Song Yu then gathered his belongings and headed upstairs. As he reached the staircase and looked back, he saw a number of people gathered on the street. It momentarily stirred some memories. Back in Yudo, he used to pass by Pine Cottage at dusk, where Mr. Yang would play the qin inside. There were always many music enthusiasts standing outside the wall, and he had done the same. The upper floor was not an enclosed room but an open space with no walls, only railings and sheer curtains. On a breezy day, the rain could even drift inside. The wooden floor was immaculately clean, adorned with some tables, cushions, and a serene atmosphere. Behind a pure white curtain, a woman sat before the gukin, quietly chatting with a few of the closest scholars about the piece she would play today and recent tales of demons and ghosts. The seating arrangement seemed to be based on the amount paid. It was said that the minimum was 15 taels of silver. Song Yu had paid with a piece and a half of silver that Heroine Wu had given him, which he presumed was a gift from the ghostly courtesan of Peach Blossom Peaks. Hence, his seat was at the farthest from the qin player. Yet, it was near the railing. With a turn of the head, he could see the stormy Changjing, and with a glance down, the rain-washed streets. The sounds of wind and rain were very clear. In this open environment, the closer you were, the clearer the sound. Song Yu looked up toward the woman at the front. The pure white curtain added a sense of tranquility, especially on this rainy day when the sky was dim, and the attic felt even darker. When the curtain fluttered with the wind, accompanied by the sound of the rain outside, it seemed even more serene. On a sunny day, it would likely create a different ambience. The curtain was hung here to add a touch of elegance rather than to shield the woman behind it. When the curtain was blown by the wind, it revealed the woman and the qin. It was a beautifully crafted and ancient gukin, black lacquered with golden lines, classical and elegant. It was said to have been passed down for 1,000 years and was worth a fortune. While Song Yu could not assess its value, he could certainly see the marks of time upon it. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful. She wore a pure white gown with no decorations or patterns, which made her appear ethereal rather than enhancing her beauty. Its only notable feature was its exceptionally white color. The dress seemed effortlessly worn, adding to her otherworldly charm. Her face was truly exquisite. It was hard to comprehend how such a beautiful face could exist. If someone were to attempt altering it, they would find it impossible to improve even the slightest detail, for any modification would pale in comparison to its current perfection. People said that she was more beautiful without makeup than any of the most beautifully adorned women in the world. While this might be an exaggeration, describing her skin as whiter than snow and flawless was a fitting depiction. In an era where sun protection and skincare were far less advanced than in the future, everyone had poor skin. Such a rare beauty only reminded Song Yu of the little swallow immortal. If she wasn't a born beauty like a divine immortal descended to earth, then she must have been some demon disguised as a human. Or perhaps, as rumored, she used other methods. Song Yu watched her calmly. A gentle breeze suddenly blew in, lifting the white curtains in the pavilion. It stirred those in front and around, even carrying in a few droplets of cool and refreshing fine rain, which fell on the daist's face. The woman greeted the guests with a bow and began to play the qin. As her fingertips glided across the strings, the sound emerged softly. The music was like a flowing stream, unhurried and gentle. The initial notes were leisurely and seemed to linger in the air, unknowingly drawing listeners into a state of calm as they eagerly awaited what came next. Many scholar officials and literati below sat quietly, listening. The daist slightly squinted his eyes, shifting his gaze from the woman to the outside. He recalled a saying, the plucking of the strings makes the crane dance, and the blowing of the bamboo causes the dragon to sing. Although the music had lost some of its details by the time it reached him at this moment and was mingled with the sounds of the wind and rain outside, along with the fluttering of the rain-drenched white curtains, he still deeply experienced the essence of the saying. With such heavenly music, it would not be surprising if a crane were to dance upon hearing it, right? Time flowed quietly, just like the music. He did not know the name of the piece being played, but it was peaceful and lingering, melodious and moving perfectly suited to the misty, rainy weather outside. The rain-soaked Changjing was shrouded in mist. The distant view was blurred, while the nearby scenery was exceptionally clear due to the rain, revealing the true colors of the green stone pavement and the dark tiles on the roofs. Under the heavy rain, the umbrellas of both passers-by and those standing beneath the buildings resembled flowers. As the rain soaked them, it seemed to wash away the grime, making the colors appear even more vivid. At times, it felt as though the sound of the qin had vanished, blending entirely with the rain scene before him. At other moments, it seemed the rain scene had disappeared, becoming a part of the music. The rain and the qin music merged seamlessly, making it hard to distinguish one from the other. Even the sounds of the wind and rain outside no longer seemed to disrupt the music but rather became part of it, enhancing the overall experience. The rustling of the curtain in the wind no longer felt jarring. Everything in Changjing harmonized so perfectly with the qin's melody. Song Yu was momentarily stunned, filled with amazement. Miss Wanjiang played the qin only once a day, earning at least several hundred taels of silver. He didn't know if her motive was solely monetary, but he expected her playing to contain some hidden motive. Yet, the level of her skill was extraordinary. If she played the qin purely for the love of it, he had heard that sometimes, her playing could attract a chorus of birds and dancing cranes, as well as make it rain on a sunny day or snow in summer. Perhaps, during such times, she played the qin purely according to her own desires? Song Yu had never witnessed such things and could not fully comprehend them. He could only say that there was no enchantment or demonic magic in the music, it was enchanting entirely due to her superb skill and divine artistry. She was just like Mr. Yang at Pine Cottage in Yudo. Though not performing professionally, he played for friends at home every day. There were music lovers who would travel from over 100 li away, just to stand outside the walls and listen to a single piece of his playing. It was much like Master Kong outside Yi's Hu back then. His carvings of lifeless objects seemed to come alive, not due to any magic, but purely because of his extraordinary craftsmanship. From today's qin performance alone, it was clear that the woman's skill surpassed that of Mr. Yang. Though not as dramatic as Master Kong's lifelike wooden carvings, her artistry could certainly be described as only found in heaven. The daist gradually became absorbed, lost in the sound of the rain. The qin music gradually ceased, but the rain outside showed no signs of stopping. The woman inside the curtain remained seated, while the scholar officials and literati downstairs slowly returned to their senses. Some were still immersed in the mingling sounds of rain and music. Unhurried, the woman took her time to stand up. "Thank you, everyone," she performed a deep bow, then stood up and left. As she passed by, she turned her head and glanced in the direction of the daist. Next to the daist was a plain cloth bag. Though the material was ordinary, it was bulging, revealing the head of a calico cat, which was staring at her. The woman's eyes flickered, but she did not pause in her steps. The daist was the first to descend the stairs. The scholar officials and literati were still upstairs, either reminiscing about the lingering melody or quietly discussing the music and their reflections. After descending, he found that the ground floor was still occupied by guests. Some of the people on the street outside had left, having braved the rain. L.B//JNN. The man who had been sitting with Song Yu had already stood up but leaned against the door frame without leaving, his beige oiled paper umbrella beside him. He appeared dazed, his gaze unfocused, as if he was lost in reminiscence. When Song Yu came to his side and stood beside him, he slowly came back to his senses and picked up the umbrella before he quietly said to Song Yu, "Sir, you left the umbrella upstairs. I feared you might come down late and find it taken by someone else, so I stayed here to guard it for you." "Thank you. I should be the one to thank you for the wine." "Well then, I'll take my leave." "Was the music upstairs pleasant?" "Yes, it was," Song Yu replied as he opened the umbrella, slung the bag containing the calico cat over his shoulder, and walked out of the building into the rain. The unique charm of Changjing lived up to its reputation. This trip was worth it. Yet, Changjing was more than just this, it was more than its beautiful scenery and enchanting music. Just like the rain at this moment, which naturally cleansed and revealed another side of Changjing's beauty. Yet, how many people were caught in the rain? The deist found himself without an umbrella halfway through his journey. Instead, an elderly man was holding an umbrella while huddled under a wall corner and eaves to avoid the rain. The spring rain was still somewhat chilly, and the makeshift shelter provided by the wall and eaves could hardly protect him from the wind and rain. His clothes were already quite wet, and with the night falling early on rainy days, he was deeply troubled and initially torn between whether to brave the rain and return home or to stay in the city for the night. Returning home in the rain seemed too taxing for his old body. If he stayed in the city, where would he find a place to shelter from the wind and rain? He sighed, lamenting the heavens for their indifference to the plight of the poor. In the midst of his distress, someone offered him an umbrella. Holding his umbrella, he turned his head and saw that figure carrying a bag already walking away in the rain. From the bag, a cat's head poked out, turning to meet his gaze. The deist was not deterred by the rain. He braved the rain and continued home through the steadily accumulating water on the cobblestone streets, producing splashes in the puddle with every step. The cat was also unbothered by the rain. Despite the deist's attempts to ask it to stay within the bag, the cat insisted on poking its head out. It would occasionally look up at the deist, who was getting more and more drenched by the rain. Then, it would occasionally glance at the passing people and their umbrellas, and watch the splashes of water on the ground. No one knew what the cat was thinking, but its amber-like eyes remained clear and observant. The alley was empty, save for the flowing water. "Do you think the music today was pleasant?" the deist asked quietly. "I'm not sure," the calico cat responded honestly. After a moment of thought, it added, "But I felt very comfortable listening to it. The sound was quite similar to what we heard in Yudo." "Lady Calico, you still remember Mr. Yang from Yudo?" "Mr. Yang?" It seemed like the cat's memory was a bit hazy. Song Yu wasn't concerned about that. He said, "Today's performer is said to be the best at playing the qin in Changjing. Her music is probably the most beautiful qin music in Changjing and even in the world." "That sounds impressive." "Now, you're a cat that has witnessed one of Changjing's wonders and heard such remarkable music." "That sounds impressive." Song Yu simply smiled. After they passed through the alley, they reached Willow Tree Street. The heroine had nearly returned at the same time as him. Both of them had no umbrellas and were thoroughly soaked, looking quite disheveled. When they met on the street, they only shared a smile. One laughed, saying how surprising it was that he also got caught in the rain. The other smiled, acknowledging that even deists were human sometimes. It was raining today, and he thought that the lady would no longer send anyone to inquire about the matter. However, later in the day, her maid still braved the rain and arrived by carriage. She was carrying an umbrella as she entered the shop. "Sir, did you go to see her?" "Yes, I did." "How was it? Is Miss Wanjiang a demon? Did she use minor ghosts to preserve her youth? Or did she employ any demonic arts to bewitch people's hearts?" "Please don't be hasty. I have visited her. Miss Wanjiang's qin skills are indeed exceptional, and there is no bewitching sorcery in her music." He paused for a moment. "I also did not observe any signs of her using demonic arts to harm people, so she cannot be called a demon. Please report this to your madam. I am unable to offer any help, so please seek assistance from another expert." "How can that be? I don't believe it." "Sir, don't defend her just because she's beautiful. I have cultivated my heart for many years and am not swayed by female beauty. Please, sir, go see her again. Please seek assistance from another expert." The maid was disappointed and helpless. But Song Yu hadn't taken a single penny from them in the first place. Even if she wanted to insist, there was nothing she could say, and she had no choice but to leave. It was still a rainy day. Song Yu had been sitting on the first floor brewing tea and reading to pass the time. He looked at the maid, who had walked in and greeted him, as he asked helplessly, "Why have you come again?" "Madam says that you must have realized that Miss Wanjiang is not human, but because of your kind heart and possible reservations, you chose not to take action," the maid said, bowing again. "I have come specifically to ask you to take action and bring peace to the capital." "I never said that. Please take action. Please go back. How much silver do you want?" "Madam can fulfill any amount. Please seek the assistance of another expert." In recent days, Madam has been unable to eat or sleep, growing increasingly thin. "You have a shop with a sign saying exorcism and extermination. Are you really going to watch Miss Wanjiang cause trouble for Madam? Aren't you going to exterminate her?" "You misunderstand. I only deal with exorcising demons and warding off evil spirits. Exterminating rodents is my cat's specialty. And the only things we exterminate are rats," Song Yu said, looking at the persistent maid. He shook his head inwardly, feeling both displeased and helpless against her repeated disturbances. After a moment of thought, he said, "However, I do have a method to alleviate your mistress's troubles." What method? Please instruct me. Song Yu said, I've heard there is a minor ghost in the northern regions, only 2 chi tall and with an ugly appearance. It's called the hideous ghost, and it naturally harms people. If you catch the hideous ghost, take its heart and liver, boil a tail of 9-leaf Paris herb 1, and add 2 chien of winter solstice cicada pupa. Then, when the first snow of the following year falls, simmer the mixture into it. This will be able to solve Madam's problems. Sir, do not use things that are impossible to achieve to evade me, the maid said. Though I am simple, I know that the Paris herb has 7 leaves per branch, cicada pupa is not available in winter, and snow cannot last until the next year. Moreover, where would we find a northern minor ghost? You are very knowledgeable, Song Yu said respectfully. No wonder she was the madam's trusted maid. You may not be aware that the 9-leaf Paris herb refers to the heal-all. If you dig 3 chi into the ground during the winter solstice, you can find the winter cicadas. By the time the snow that falls at midnight on New Year's Eve touches the ground, the year has already passed, the deist said to her. In the northern regions, during the hottest time when the yin and yang intersect, a fated person who carries a mirror and travels at night can see the hideous ghost. Can this method break the enchantment of Miss Wanjiang? It can reduce jealousy in the heart. The maid immediately pursed her lips in silence. After a moment, she bowed and said her farewells, then left and returned to the carriage. The rainwater pattered against the oilcloth, making a steady drumming sound. Sigh, Song Yu shook his head and sighed. He picked up his tea again, holding his book in one hand while glancing at the ink on the page, and then at the rain outside. It should be time for the rain to stop, right? This time of year was quite suited for sleeping. Go. The driver outside shouted, and the carriage gradually moved away. The rain had stopped, and the weather was clear and dry. Amid the clatter of wheels, the carriage approached. The broad city walls of Changjing slowly came into view. The driver was a round-faced servant, and beside the carriage, a young martial man on horseback with a sword at his side walked alongside. Suddenly, the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing the face of a frail-looking middle-aged scholar. The servant immediately turned around to report, Master, we've arrived in Changjing. We finally arrived. Kui Nangzi squinted at the city walls ahead, feeling a deep sense of emotion. A few years ago, he had been dismissed from the capital. Although it was unjust, he had been disheartened at the time, wishing only to resign from office and immerse himself in nature. Little did he know that he would encounter such extraordinary events later, traveling with an immortal, sleeping on a mountaintop through an entire year in the human realm in one night. When he left, he was gifted an immortal's elixir. Since then, he had never fallen ill, no matter how cold the weather became. Fortunately, everything was well with his family when he returned home. He had heard that his elderly mother, upon learning of his supposed demise, had cried for several nights in grief and fell seriously ill. She recovered, and upon hearing the news of his miraculous return, was so surprised that she fell ill again. In any case, he was finally back in the capital. Although the Ministry of Personnel had yet to assign him any official position and he knew why the Emperor had called him back, he remained confident and felt as if he had returned to his original, spirited self. Cough cough, a coughing sound came from behind. Kui Nangzi quickly lowered the curtain and turned around to tend to the situation. The journey had been arduous, but since taking the immortal's elixir, his health had been consistently great without much issues. He had a much better time traveling now than during his journey from Changjing to Pingzhou. However, his wife was quite frail, and had suffered quite a bit. The carriage slowly descended the slope, moving out of the picturesque scene. Upon reaching the city gates, they entered the city smoothly. Changjing was bustling with activity, and many officials had to rent accommodations. However, since Kui Nangzi had been personally summoned by the Emperor naturally had a place arranged for him. Friends Kui Nangzi had made during his time in Changjing had long received his letter. By the time he arrived at his residence, several friends had come to welcome him. These people were perhaps the greatest gain from Kui Nangzi's years of service in Changjing, purely honorable friendships and scholarly acquaintances who had neither severed ties with him because of his dismissal nor grown distant due to the years of separation. Haha, brother Kui, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Brother Kui, you've finally returned. From a distance, people greeted him by cupping their hands. Kui Nangzi quickly alighted from the carriage, returned the gestures by continuously cupping his hand, and said emotionally, Brother Zhao, Brother Zhang, Brother Liu, it's been a long time. I'm surprised you still remember me. Of course, one official responded. Brother Kui, quickly unpack your things. We pooled our money and booked a table at Yunchun restaurant. Let's have a good meal and drink this afternoon to celebrate your return and welcome you back. We also want to hear about your encounter with the immortal in Pingzhou. The whole of Changjing is very curious about it. Indeed. Let's go quickly. Brother Kui, hurry up. Do you need any help? Kui Nangzi felt another wave of emotion. After unloading his luggage and settling his wife as well as arranging for the official carriage to be returned to the post station by his servant Hong Xiu, Kui Nangzi went to Yunchun restaurant for the banquet. Among Changjing's scholar officials and literati, there were many who yearned for eternal life and the immortal Dao, especially those talented and refined individuals for whom the pursuit of eternal life and immortal Dao was as elegant as their love for tea and music. Moreover, the strange event of a year having passed below the mountain after he spent just a night on the mountain seemed even more imbued with an aura of the celestial than immortality or flying through the skies. His old friends were extremely curious about his experiences on Yunding Mountain in Pingzhou, their anticipation palpable. As Kui Nangzi enjoyed the food and drink, he recounted his experiences. Everyone listened with envy and fascination. Brother Kui, your experiences are bound to make countless literati in Changjing envious. This journey of a lifetime has been worthwhile. It's a pity that even the immortals in poetry never had such an experience as you, Brother Kui. Brother Kui, your vast knowledge and deep scholarship must be why you encountered an immortal. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't have such fortune. Regardless, having the favor of an immortal means your journey is destined to be extraordinary. Indeed, indeed. The group exchanged words of admiration. Kui Nangzi, however, shook his head. Please, do not exaggerate my accomplishments. I am self-aware enough to know that my encounter with the immortal and opportunity to bathe in his immortal's aura as well as receiving his guidance and elixir is merely a stroke of luck. On the contrary, I am merely a worldly person and fail to recognize an immortal even when face to face with one. It is truly laughable and shameful. His friend asked, didn't you mention that the immortal took on a mortal guise and wandered the world? Do you think the immortal might come to Changjing? Not everyone has the same fate with immortals as Brother Kui. Haha, the group raised their glasses and enjoyed the evening. Kui Nangzi shared stories of Pingzhou's landscapes, such as the gong pears, which were so common they were unsellable, and the Mirror Island lake crabs, which were so fresh in autumn that they were considered a luxury only for the nobility of Changjing but were merely ordinary food to satisfy their hunger for the poor near Mirror Island lake. He spoke of the starlight reflecting on the water, the four seasons on one mountain, and the poverty in Shizu County, expressing regret for not doing more for the people before his journey to Yunding Mountain. He recounted his return to his official post after his descent from the mountain and how he planned to contribute further. His friends also shared news from Changjing. They spoke of demons and ghosts becoming rampant, attacking government officials, which shocked and angered Kui Nangzi. They mentioned that the city god of the city god temple had finally begun to take action, capturing many demons and ghosts, which Kui Nangzi praised. They also revealed that the unrest in Changjing was caused by a bamboo demon that had been lurking for years. The state preceptor's divination led to the eradication of all Xiongfei bamboo in the city, thus removing the bamboo demon, which Kui Nangzi found quite astonishing. It's a pity, since there are so many bamboos in Changjing. They might take until next year to regrow, but since the bamboo demon had been lurking in Changjing for years, those behind it must have been plotting for a long time. Indeed. Everyone nodded in agreement. After a lengthy meal filled with food, drink, and reminiscing, accompanied by music from a troupe of entertainers, they spent nearly 4 hours enjoying themselves from noon into the evening. Eventually, they helped each other back to Kui Nangzi's residence with unsteady steps. At the entrance, they found a carriage waiting with a eunuch who was coldly staring at them. The group immediately sobered up. Everyone here held positions in Changjing where it was difficult to rise to high office or be demoted, and their reputations were already established. They neither needed to curry favor with eunuchs nor feared them. But seeing him waiting here and knowing that Kui Nangzi had been personally summoned back to Changjing by His Majesty, they could roughly guess the purpose of his visit. Fearing they might delay their friend's prospects, they dared not be negligent. They quickly straightened up and greeted him with a cup of their hands and a bow. May I ask what business you have here? Mr. Kui, you're quite busy, eh? You just returned to the capital, and you're already out socializing. You probably haven't even had a chance to sit down, have you? Forgive me, I haven't seen my friends for years. The Emperor has heard of your return and has summoned you to the palace for an audience. I've been waiting here for quite some time. The eunuch glanced at Kui Nangzi. You've just been drinking. Please change your clothes and freshen up. We wouldn't want to keep the Emperor and the state preceptor waiting too long. Yes, Kui Nangzi quickly stepped over the threshold, tripping slightly as his friends followed him inside. Brother Kui, you're indeed extraordinary. You just arrived in Changjing and have already been summoned to the palace. It seems you're destined for high office. Don't tease me, Brother Zhao. Kui Nangzi shook his head, fully aware of the situation. The pursuit of immortal Dao and eternal life was not only their aspiration but also that of the Emperor. However, even the most accomplished cultivators, like the state preceptor, were still far from true immortal Dao. The tales of a year passing below the mountain after he had spent a night on the mountain were beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. The Emperor must have heard such rumors, which was why he summoned him back to the capital. After changing and freshening up, Kui Nangzi followed the eunuch into the palace. Kui Nangzi had also prepared himself mentally. He knew that the news of his encounter with the immortal on Yunding Mountain would surely reach Changjing. Whether it was the Emperor or the current state preceptor, they would definitely summon him to verify the truth. Therefore, after returning from Yunding Mountain, he did not immediately submit a memorial to the court expressing his desire to lead the compilation of a great encyclopedia documenting all the world's affairs and things based on his lifelong knowledge. He decided to wait for this day as making his request in person would naturally carry more weight. Upon reaching the palace entrance, he disembarked and walked. After crossing half of the imperial palace, he arrived at the Qingming Hall. The Qingming Hall was usually where the emperor met with ministers alone, which suggested that this audience was not so formal. As expected, after the announcement, Kui Nangzi entered the Qingming Hall and saw the Emperor of Great Yan dressed in black and gold robes reclining on a long couch and eating fruit. The state preceptor, dressed in ordinary Daoist robes, stood to one side. There was also a tall and robust man present. The three of them had apparently been talking before he entered, and now they all looked at him. Kui Nangzi quickly bowed. I pay my respects to your majesty, and to the state preceptor. Rise. The emperor raised a hand and asked, Official Kui, why do you have a scent of alcohol about you? Your majesty, I have been away from the capital for several years and have missed my old friends greatly. When I arrived at the post station on my way back, I sent them a letter. By the time I arrived, they were already waiting for me and hosted a banquet to welcome me. Not knowing your majesty's summons, I drank a few cups. Please forgive me. Haha, it's of no consequence. Official Kui, you've been away from the capital for so long and can still maintain such deep friendships with your old friends. It is truly commendable. Thank you, your majesty. The journey to Pingzhou must have been arduous for you. Your majesty, although the journey to Pingzhou was long and difficult, I found it quite rewarding and did not feel it was arduous. Oh, what rewards have you gained? From the land and its people, I have seen not only the landscapes of Pingzhou but also the lives of its people. Kui Nangzi answered honestly, Shizu County is very poor, and its people are struggling. I saw the hardships of their lives, but also their resilience and aspirations for a better life. It is these qualities that contribute to the prosperity and strength of our Great Yan. However, I have also come to realize that the citizens of Great Yan are not only those in the prosperous capital but also those in remote areas. To elevate Great Yan to a higher level, we must take care of every kun of land and every citizen. Well said. Very well said. Hearing this, the emperor sat up, glancing at the state preceptor beside him. It seems that sending official Kui on this trip was indeed the right decision. The state preceptor took a deep breath, somewhat resigned, but still cupped his hands in agreement. Lord Kui is indeed knowledgeable and talented. Your Majesty's decision to send Lord Kui to Pingzhou was exceedingly wise. The gains from Lord Kui's journey will surely benefit Great Yan and its people. Kui Nangzi knew full well that the emperor would not be concerned with such a minor official as himself. His demotion had been due to offending the prime minister, and whether this journey was a blessing or a misfortune was not up to the emperor's discretion. Kui Nangzi could only cup his hands and respond, Thank you for your Majesty's support. There's no need for excessive courtesy, the emperor said. I also heard that you traveled to Yunding Mountain in Pingzhou and encountered an immortal. After spending a night there, you found that a whole year had passed by the time you descended the mountain. Is that true? Indeed, it is true. Could you please elaborate on the details? Certainly. Kui Nangzi thought for a moment and began to recount the story. Finally, they were getting to the main topic. One Paris is a genus of flowering plants described by Linnaeus in 1753. The compilation of a great encyclopedia? That sounds like a good idea. The emperor pondered for a moment and then glanced at the deist beside him. What do you think? If we follow Lord Kui's suggestion to compile an encyclopedia that records all aspects of our dynasty, it would indeed benefit future generations and bring great advantages for eternity. It would also add to your Majesty's legacy of both civil and military achievements. As the deist spoke, he bowed toward the emperor, who was reclining on a long couch. Lord Kui is well versed in both ancient and modern knowledge, understanding the heavens above and the earth below. Why not appoint him as the chief editor of this grand compilation? The emperor said, since this was advised by an immortal and endorsed by the state preceptor, it is clear that this project would benefit the current era and generations to come. It would also convey the prosperity of our dynasty. I shall approve it. We will discuss it at tomorrow's court session. Just recently, Minister Zhou inquired about what position official Kui should be assigned. Official Kui, you shall take on the role of chief editor of the compilation, and I expect you to work diligently. Thank you, your majesty. Has this immortal ever told you his name? Your majesty, I did ask, and the immortal did tell me, Kui Nangzi answered honestly without hesitation. However, the immortal specifically instructed me not to reveal his name. If that's the case, I won't press you further. Hearing of the immortal's demeanor from your own lips has already satisfied my curiosity. After finishing, the emperor turned to the deist beside him. What do you think? What is it that your majesty is asking about? What is your opinion of this immortal? In my humble view, it is difficult to distinguish between mortals and immortals. Everyone has their own immortal in their heart. If one believes it to be true, then it is. Can this immortal achieve eternal freedom and longevity? I do not know. What do you think, General Chen? Upon hearing this, Kui Nangzi couldn't help but raise his head and glance at the man who had remained silent all along. Your Majesty, I am but a military man. I do not understand the immortal Dao and longevity, nor do I seek such things. I only know the principles of warfare, not the methods for discerning immortals. The man paused for a moment. If the immortal could help our great Yan Empire pacify the enemies to the west and north, I would then revere him as an immortal. Ha ha ha, the emperor threw his head back in laughter. After chatting for a while longer, the emperor waved his hand, saying he was tired. The group respectfully took their leave, one by one, and exited the hall of Qingming. The state preceptor, being a cultivator, remained calm and composed. Chen Ziai, a seasoned battlefield veteran, showed no signs of fear and took steady steps. As for Kui Nangzi, though he had once been merely a minor official and was recently demoted to serve as a small county magistrate in Pingzhou, he had always had a noble character and great reputation. Just as he was disheartened after his fall from grace, he encountered the immortal. While he no longer displayed the arrogance of his past, he also did not feel inferior. Lord Kui, State Preceptor. Kui Nangzi turned and respectfully saluted with a bow. The State Preceptor smiled and said, I know that you've promised that immortal to remain silent about his name. However, I imagine the immortal only instructed you so his name wouldn't spread far and wide. I merely have one question, was the immortal you encountered from Yizhu? Kui Nangzi had no reaction to the first part of the sentence, firmly deciding not to speak regardless of the situation. However, upon hearing the last question, his expression involuntarily froze. The State Preceptor immediately smiled. Thank you, Lord Kui. Kui Nangzi pursed his lips and remained silent. Meanwhile, the man next to him glanced at them with curiosity. When they reached the gates of the Imperial Palace, Kui Nangzi could no longer hold back. He turned and bowed deeply toward the man beside him. May I ask, are you General Chen Ziai? Indeed, I am. Kui Nangzi immediately felt a wave of disorientation. This was a legendary figure, after all. I have long admired you. You are too kind, my lord. When they reached the palace gates, Kui Nangzi's carriage was still waiting for him along with a tall horse. Kui Nangzi boarded the carriage while Chen Ziai mounted his horse. The two parted ways and returned home separately, leaving only the State Preceptor dressed in his daoist robe walking slowly down the street, limping as he went. Hidden Dragon Temple, the State Preceptor squinted his eyes. Although he resided in Changjing, it did not prevent him from knowing the affairs of the world. There was the case of the underground thieves in Yudu and Master Guanghong, the matter of the water demon in Anqing and the great Liujiang gathering, Kui Nangzi's encounter with an immortal on Yunding Mountain, the sudden diligence of the city god in Changjing, who no longer feared the city's nobles and even inexplicably summoned heavenly thunder and spiritual fire during a demon extermination. At several locations outside the city, where demons and ghosts had been wreaking havoc for years without being eradicated, had suddenly been dealt with one after another. The events in Yudo were of particular interest to the State Preceptor because Hidden Dragon Temple was located in Yizhu, a hidden sanctuary of human cultivators and an ancient stronghold. As the State Preceptor, he had to keep a close watch. The situation in Anqing caught his attention due to the presence of the Swallow Immortal and the Great Liujiang gathering. He had been covertly monitoring it. When he initially heard of the water demon being slain, he thought it was the work of the old Swallow Immortal, which surprised him. However, after reviewing the reports, he realized it wasn't. The incident on Yunding Mountain, on the other hand, had spread far and wide. And then there was Changjing, right under his nose. By calculating the timeline, it was indeed around the time for the next generation of heir from Hidden Dragon Temple to descend the mountain for their travels. Connecting the dots between these incidents, they roughly outlined the path taken by this heir. As he investigated further, he came across even more interesting stories, which he considered supporting evidences and confirmed his suspicions. He had already been nearly certain, and after inviting Kui Nangzi today and asking a few probing questions, he was now fully certain. However, he still didn't know what special abilities this generation's heir possessed. The State Preceptor had gathered all available rumors, but apart from a possible proficiency in fire element spells, nothing else stood out. What spiritual methods they practiced, what spells they mastered, he had no clue. Judging by the reports, though, it seemed that this generation's heir had a vastly different personality and way of doing things compared to the last. Slowly, he made his way back to the Stargazing Tower. This was his residence, and aside from the Imperial Palace, it was the tallest building in Changjing. It was where he observed the stars at night. There was no method for directly revealing the future. Any attempt to foresee it would always yield esoteric and ambiguous insights. The rest depended on deduction and conjecture. Therefore, no matter how skilled a divination master may be, they could only glimpse part of the truth and deduce the rest. The more knowledge one had about an event, the clearer the insight would be. Now, he had gathered quite a bit of information. Ouch. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain, like being pricked by a needle. Outside the doorstep on Willow Street, Song Yu was sewing a small cloth bag. A calico cat sat beside him, staring intently. He was almost done. The bag, about the size of a fist, was stuffed with scraps of cloth and was meant to be a new toy for the calico cat. The previous Baomao ball was indeed too old, it had been 2 years. After coming down from Yunding Mountain, it had already become dry and brittle. Every time the cat played with it, it had to be very careful, fearing it would fall apart. Even so, every play session caused countless bits to fall off. The more it was used, the more it deteriorated, and now it was not far from falling apart. So, Song Yu decided to sew a sturdier cloth one. Given the thrifty nature of the cat, it would probably last for many years. Well, doing some sewing work, are we? A voice called out from the side. Heroine Wu, holding a bamboo basket, walked over from next door. The basket was filled with small green samaras, each about the size of a thumbnail, resembling tiny coins made of leaves. Song Yu glanced up briefly and then lowered his head again. Is it the season for elm samaras? You know elm samaras? Have you eaten them before? I have. Do you know how to cook them, or do you eat them raw? I know how to cook them. Perfect. Last time, you gave me that pickled cauliflower, which was delicious. Consider this basket of elm samaras my repayment. Where did you get them? I picked them outside the city. It's the season for elm samaras, and when I finished my work and saw a lot of people gathering them outside the city, I joined in. Heroine Wu grinned. But none of them were as fast as me. I gathered more. Do you still have any left? Of course. Plenty. Heroine Wu said generously, I picked a lot, enough to last for the next couple of days. After I eat them, I'll go gather more. It should save me some money on meals. If you run out, just come by and get some. What about the money you made from catching that demon? I've used it. So how do you eat it? I'm too lazy to cook. I eat them raw. It tastes good raw. While continuing to sew, Song Yu said, why not bring them all over? I'll cook them together and give you some. That sounds great. Heroine Wu set down the basket and immediately turned to leave again. Song Yu glanced at the basket, mentally planning how to use the elm samaras. He could eat some raw, steam some for dinner, and make some into elm samara dumplings, which could serve as breakfast or even be stored as dry food for lunch. As he was thinking, he suddenly had a strange feeling. He looked up at the sky, squinting. The cat beside him had been watching him intently but, seeing this, followed his gaze upward in confusion. Song Yu frowned, feeling as though someone had been watching him just now, a sense of being spied on, but it quickly vanished. He pondered for a moment before lowering his head again. The cat, however, kept staring at the sky, until someone else approached. Heroine Wu returned with another basket of elm samaras. She looked up at the sky, saw nothing, and then glanced back a couple more times before walking over to Song Yu. She was puzzled and asked, why is your cat staring up like that? There's nothing there. I don't know. Song Yu replied simply and continued his handiwork, saying to her, just leave it beside me. Come over for dinner tonight. Thanks for the effort. Likewise, thank you too. What are you sewing? A sandbag. A little ball. You're pretty good at it. I didn't expect you to know about needlework. I grew up cultivating on a mountain. The temple was quite poor, and we didn't have a tailor. If our clothes got damaged, we had to sew them ourselves, Song Yu said quietly. And your master? I sewed her clothes too n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Heroine Wu scratched her head, clearly not expecting that. Song Yu lowered his head, bit the thread to cut it, and inspected the fabric ball. After a brief check, he noticed the cat beside him staring intently without blinking, so he handed the ball to her. Here you go. Meow. The cat immediately opened her mouth, grabbed the ball, and jumped off the bench before running into the house with it in her mouth. Stretching, Song Yu picked up the basket of elm samaras and headed inside as well. It had been a few years since he'd last eaten them. The deist was patiently washing elm samaras in the kitchen. He was not in a rush and had plenty of time, so he meticulously cleaned each one, ensuring it was spotless before spreading them out on a basket to dry. Meanwhile, the cat was outside, playing with her new toy. She would bat at the fabric ball with her paw. Though it seemed like a light touch, the ball would immediately fly off, prompting her to chase after it or intercept it midair with her other paw. She was utterly absorbed in this simple joy, completely lost in her play. Every now and then, the deist would poke his head out to glance at her. The small house wasn't very big, and the kitchen was right next to the main hall. While washing vegetables, all he had to do was lean back slightly and look through the door to catch sight of the cat. Song Yu found himself reminded of his own childhood. During the first few years after arriving at the temple, he was still very young. His master would often fumble around in the kitchen, clumsy and flustered, constantly stealing glances at him to make sure the child she'd taken in a few years earlier was still alive and well. Song Yu, on the other hand, would often sit on a small stool by the doorstep, staring absent-mindedly at the wind blowing through the mountains. Of course, that didn't last long. As Song Yu grew older, he could no longer bear his master's lack of basic life skills. Gradually, he took over the daily affairs of the temple, assuming responsibility for looking after the old deist. The simplicity of that life often had a way of enchanting people. At the time, it didn't seem like anything special, just another ordinary day. But after leaving it behind, he found himself inexplicably nostalgic for those moments. In fact, the farther away he was, the more vivid the memories became, as if they had fermented over time. Coming back to the present, he saw the cat still playing happily. Indeed, this was a place where his heart felt at peace. Song Yu smiled to himself and continued washing. After a while, Song Yu gently reminded the calico cat, Lady Calico, don't wear yourself out. You still have to catch mice tonight. I'm not tired. Tonight is the last house. After catching the mice there, you can rest tomorrow. The day after, shall we go to Tianhai Temple? It's the last house already. Hearing this, the calico cat paused and turned her head, staring directly in the direction of the kitchen. Yes. Song Yu thought for a moment before continuing, Lady Calico, you've been catching mice for nearly 2 months. That street's houses plagued by mice have almost all been cleaned up by you. Before, there was always another house lined up to make a request with us even before the current one was finished. But this is the last one, and no new requests have come in yet. Is no one asking me to catch mice anymore? When the voice sounded, Song Yu realized the calico cat had already arrived at the kitchen doorway. She was sitting upright, gazing up at him, with the cloth ball placed beside her. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. It's just that the mice on that street have been dealt with. I'm sure others will still come to ask for your help, Song Yu said after thinking for a while. Pausing briefly, he added, besides, everyone in this city needs your help with catching mice. Some people are more desperate, and some aren't in as much of a rush. There are also those who don't have money, so they can't come to pay you for help. They don't have money. Right, they're very poor. They're very poor. Which means they don't have any money, Song Yu explained, then paused again. So, in the future, if someone asks for your help, they might not be able to offer much money. Or, there are some people who really want your help and who really need your skills, but they won't come to you because they don't have any money. Then, they'll have to endure the torment of the mice. Do we have enough money to live on? Yes, we have enough. Then I can help them without asking for money. They would certainly be very grateful to you. Upon hearing this, the calico cat immediately became happy again. So after tonight, no matter if anyone else comes looking for us or not, you'll take a break tomorrow. The day after, we'll head to Tianhai Temple. How does that sound? Song Yu asked again. Tianhai Temple. It's a temple, someone else's temple. What are we going there for? Just to take a walk. I will follow you wherever you go. Lady Calico, go have some fun. Aren't you done cooking yet? Almost. Oh. The calico cat picked up the cloth ball beside her and dashed out again, as quick as lightning. Song Yu smiled and continued with his task. After washing the elm samaras, he divided them into different portions, one for eating raw, one to coat with flour and steam, one to make into elm samara dumplings, and one to mix into a batter for pancakes. He put a bit of extra care into each, adding some flavor and variety to life. He then called the cat to go next door and invite the neighboring heroine. Tianhai Temple was originally built during the previous dynasty. Back then, it was located on the edge of the city. But during this dynasty, the capital was expanded, and the city's boundaries were pushed further out. As a result, Tianhai Temple found itself in the bustling, prosperous part of the city. When the temple was first constructed, many trees were planted inside its grounds. Now, after centuries, these trees had grown into towering, ancient ones, filling the temple with greenery and vibrant life. The deist and the cat walked side by side. L.B//JNN. Before they even reached the temple gates, they could see countless worshippers coming and going. Numerous vendors, sensing a business opportunity, had set up stalls on the street outside the temple. These stalls attracted even more visitors to the temple or just to wander around the street. The cycle repeated itself, and the street became as lively as a temple fair. The serene atmosphere created by the flourishing trees and plants was completely lost amidst the commotion. As they stepped through the temple's gates, they were greeted by the sight of a stone pagoda and a large tree casting a wide shadow. Many people sat on the ground, leaning against the pagoda to escape the sun. Apart from the temple's efficacious incense offerings and the presence of many learned monks, Tianhai Temple was most famous for this pagoda. Although the pagoda was located within Tianhai Temple and funded by the temple, it wasn't used for incense or worship. Instead, it was a paper-burning incinerator built for burning paper with writing on it. People believed that written words were sacred and should not be desecrated. Once paper had writing on it, it couldn't be casually discarded. Instead, it had to be burned. The court had even built numerous hollow pagodas specifically for burning paper. Tianhai Temple, being a place of quiet cultivation, had its monks frequently transcribing scriptures. To facilitate this, the temple built its own paper-burning incinerator for burning written paper. However, the pagoda had long since ceased to be used for burning paper. At some point, a seed had fallen onto the top of the pagoda, taken root, and sprouted. Against all odds, it grew firmly atop the high pagoda, eventually flourishing into a large tree. People marveled at this sight, amazed by the tree's resilience. They stopped burning paper in the tower, allowing the tree to grow in peace. Occasionally, someone would even offer incense to it and pray, and many scholars and poets visited to write poems about it. Tianhai Temple claimed that this was due to the Buddha's benevolence. Since the pagoda was within the temple, under the Buddha's protection, the tree had been able to thrive. Who knew if it was true or not? In any case, Song Yu stopped in front of the pagoda and looked up, momentarily astonished. The pagoda was by no means small, it stood at least 3 stories tall. Likewise, the tree was no small sapling but a large, lush tree. It was firmly rooted on top of the pagoda, standing perfectly upright without the slightest tilt. Strangely, there was no sign of its roots on the stone pagoda itself, as if the tree were growing midair several jong off the ground. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but wonder how it managed to survive and grow so large. A true miracle. Song Yu couldn't help but murmur in awe. It was indeed a blessing to witness it. He then glanced down at the cat beside him. The cat looked up at him as well. Compared to more than 2 years ago, when they had wandered through Taiyan Temple in Yudo, she had become much more composed. Although she still instinctively glanced around warily, she no longer showed signs of fear. As the incense in the censer burned vigorously, the smoke billowed like clouds. The cat merely glanced at it briefly before turning her attention to the large tree growing atop the pagoda and the bird's nest nestled in its branches. "Let's go," Song Yu said, resuming his walk. The cat quickly followed. They strolled leisurely, lighting a few sticks of incense and reading the couplets on the temple gates, then observing the people who had come to pay their respects to Buddha. Just like at Taiyan Temple in Yudo, there were those who came seeking relief from their worries, those who sought fame and fortune, and those who wanted to divine their fate. Some hoped to atone for their sins, and others merely wished to confide in Buddha. All sorts of thoughts and desires rose into the air with the wisps of incense smoke. Song Yu wandered slowly, taking in the sights. After exploring the temple, he made sure not to miss out on a vegetarian meal in the temple dining hall. A deist priest visiting a Buddhist temple was bound to draw attention. Even the monks in the temple couldn't help but take a second glance at him. However, Song Yu remained unconcerned by their looks. Occasionally, when someone approached to speak with him, he would respond politely and continue strolling around the temple. He spent the better part of the day there and felt quite content with his visit. As he was preparing to leave, he once again found himself beneath the pagoda and the tree, when he suddenly sensed something faint. Turning his head, he saw a wall separating the inner courtyard from the outer courtyard, and the wooden gate was tightly shut. By the wall was a dirt trench, bare and covered with a layer of bamboo leaves, suggesting that bamboo had once grown there. A middle-aged deist stood outside the inner courtyard gate, apparently having just come out. He was accompanied by 2 elderly monks who seemed to be seeing him off. Seeing him pause, one of the monks looked at him, while the other followed his gaze and looked at Song Yu. The latter then quietly asked if they had encountered someone familiar. The middle-aged deist smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he did not know Song Yu, but his gaze remained fixed in Song Yu's direction. The young deist should be with a jujubred horse and a calico cat. Though there was no jujubred horse, the calico cat was present. The middle-aged deist bowed to Song Yu from a distance. Song Yu returned the gesture, his mind pondering. Soon, the middle-aged deist began walking toward him. He was limping, and the 2 elderly monks followed respectfully behind him. The 3 of them quickly approached Song Yu. "I'm Changjai Yuanzi of Fengtian Temple on Mount Luming," the middle-aged deist said with another bow. "Greetings, fellow deist from Hidden Dragon Temple." "So you are the state preceptor," Song Yu replied, returning the bow. He had already guessed who the man was and was not surprised that the other recognized him. "I am Song Yu from Hidden Dragon Temple on Yinyang Mountain." "Greetings, deist and the 2 masters." Although the 2 monks did not know who Song Yu was, they also quickly performed their salutations. The state preceptor said with another bow, speaking with an air of sincerity, "It seems we are fated to meet. Recently, I thought you might have arrived in Changjing and intended to find out where you were staying. However, I was unable to do so. I was contemplating whether to visit you after some time or to avoid disturbing your quiet travel, but unexpectedly, I encountered you today while coming to Tianhai Temple to have tea with the abbot. That truly is a stroke of fate." "It is purely a matter of fate," the state preceptor said with a smile. He paused before adding, "May I ask what brings you to Tianhai Temple? I heard that the incense offerings here are very effective and that Tianhai Temple is unparalleled in Changjing. I came to light a few sticks of incense and pay a visit. Does someone like you even need a god to manifest? I wanted to come and see for myself. Since we have met, if you do not mind, why not accompany me for a while?" "Of course not. Masters, there is no need for you to see us off any further," the state preceptor said to the 2 monks. He then looked at Song Yu and waved toward the temple gate. "This way, please." "After you." The 2 deists stepped out of the temple together, with the calico cat trailing behind them. The 2 elderly monks watched them, exchanging glances. Many of the worshippers found it quite interesting and unusual that not only had deists come to the Buddhist temple to offer incense, but there were also 2 of them and senior monks accompanying them. Those from Changjing recognized from the middle-aged deist's limp and the monk's respectful demeanor that he was the current state preceptor, which made them even more surprised. The 2 deists walked through the bustling streets. The cat trotted ahead with a cheerful step, seemingly having memorized the route back. She frequently stopped to glance back at Song Yu and then at the state preceptor. She looked at Song Yu's clothes, then at the state preceptors, and checked their feet, as if pondering something. Only when they drew closer did she continue forward. Behind them, the voices of the deists could be heard. "How is deist Duozing doing these days?" "Still quite vigorous as of my descent from the mountain. When I was young and followed my master, who is also my father, I had the fortune of meeting deist Duozing. I still remember her demeanor clearly," the state preceptor said with a nostalgic expression. "I still recall the grace of deist Duozing. She is quite old now and generally stays in the temple, neither descending the mountain nor meeting guests," Song Yu answered quietly. "Once I leave, she may hardly open the temple doors again." "Really?" The state preceptor seemed surprised. "I heard that deist Duozing was very fond of making friends in the past. Perhaps she made all her friends when she was younger." "That makes sense. With age, people do change. Who in this world does not grow old?" "Indeed," Song Yu paused and then looked at him. "May I ask how you recognized me?" "Although my skills are modest, I have been honored by the emperor and appointed as the state preceptor. In such a position, I must pay attention to worldly affairs," the state preceptor said with a smile. "Since I heard about the encounter between Kui Nangzi and the immortal on Yunding Mountain, I became curious. I reviewed the recent years' rumors about immortals and found several with clear connections." He added, "There were rumors in Yizhu in the first year of Ming, in Suzhu in the second year, and in Pingshu's southern art county in the early summer of the second year, Yunding Mountain in the late summer and early autumn of the third year, and finally rumors from Jingzhou and Angzhou this year n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Until this year, I heard about the city god of Changjing and the demons and ghosts outside the city. Given this pattern, it seems that it's about time for another heir of Hidden Dragon Temple to descend the mountain." Song Yu said, "That makes sense. A night spent on the mountain equals a year off the mountain." "Fellow deist, you truly are an immortal," the state preceptor said with a glance. "Kui Nangzi is truly blessed to travel with you. It was merely a stroke of luck." Song Yu shook his head. "Your deductions are indeed remarkable. My skills are but a lesser Dao. The true greater Dao lies in Hidden Dragon Temple. Deist Tian Xuan was the true immortal whom I admired and revered back then, the state preceptor complimented in return. However, which legacy in this world is not considered a lesser Dao when compared to the legacy of Hidden Dragon Temple? You're mistaken. All laws in the world, when perfected, can reach a divine level. There's no such thing as greater and lesser Daos. Song Yu paused. I have heard that you're adept in both governance and military strategy, possessing deep knowledge and abilities to aid in the prosperity and strength of the nation. This is truly admirable. I am not worthy of such praise. If people do not criticize me, and no one says I led the country astray with sorcery after 1,000 years, I would consider that a high honor, the state preceptor said, looking ashamed. If I were truly capable, I wouldn't have been unable to deal with the demons and ghosts outside the city for so many years. It took your arrival in Changing to resolve them. Everyone has their strengths. Indeed. It is still early. My stargazing tower is not far from here. I still have some tea leaves bestowed by His Majesty at home. If you would be so kind, please join me for tea so we can have a good chat. With diaresis. After some thought, Song Yu nodded and said, then, thank you. The state preceptor had a generally positive reputation among scholars and common people, although his deep involvement with power made him a less likely companion for someone like Song Yu, who preferred to avoid such entanglements. Nevertheless, the meeting was a matter of fate. Since they were both deists and had a connection through his master, it was not inappropriate to engage in some casual conversation since he so enthusiastically invited Song Yu. This way, please, the state preceptor gestured toward the right at the end of the alley. The cat, which had initially moved to the left, turned around when she heard the sound and ran back, this time deciding to walk behind them. About 15 minutes later, Song Yu and the cat stopped beneath the stargazing tower, both looking up. This tower had been specifically constructed by the current emperor for the state preceptor to observe the stars at night. It was situated in a secluded area with a high elevation, making the tower itself very tall, nearly 20 zhang high. The base of the tower was over 10 zhang wide, with 5 tiers of flying eaves and a glazed tile roof. If it were to withstand natural and human-made disasters over the centuries, it could become a renowned building in the world, a place future visitors to Changing would come to check off their bucket list. It might even be mentioned in poetry and literary works. At present, however, it belonged solely to one person. It was said that the state preceptor usually resided in the stargazing tower and did not have a residence in Changing. This way, please, the state preceptor led the way inside. This prestigious building was obviously not comparable to the small street-side buildings that Song Yu was used to. Once inside, the ground floor was a vast space used for receiving guests. The second floor had many rooms for the state preceptor's disciples to stay in, while the third floor was lined with bookshelves full of books and bamboo scrolls. The fourth floor was where the state preceptor lived, while the fifth floor had a room in the middle with a table, chairs, and a tea table, suggesting that the state preceptor occasionally invited people up for tea and conversation. Surrounding the fifth floor was a corridor for stargazing. The state preceptor led Song Yu to the top floor, personally kindling a charcoal stove to heat water and prepare tea. I haven't introduced you yet. This is Lady Calico, whom I met after descending the mountain and have been traveling with. Song Yu paused and then looked at the cat. This is the state preceptor. Ah, so you're Lady Calico, my apologies. Ah, so you're the state preceptor, my apologies. The cat tried to mimic human speech but did so imperfectly, making the state preceptor chuckle as he continued to pound the tea leaves and add charcoal to the small stove. Recently, the city god of Changing has been increasingly diligent, which has brought much peace to Changing. It's all thanks to your efforts. I've merely given him a push, it's not really a great achievement. The city preceptor said, I know a bit about that city god. At that time, Empress Pei was well versed in literature and principles, and her conduct was exemplary. She managed the imperial harem with great efficiency and order. To raise a daughter like that, he must not be an ordinary person. Firstly, lacking virtue and prestige, he did not dare to lightly wield divine authority. Secondly, he was timid and lacked the resolve, always shrinking back in fear of offending the powerful and being dismissed. Thirdly, he did not understand the people's devotion and incense offerings, only feeling that being the city god was a gift from His Majesty and that he could continue to exist even in his muddled state. By the time he realized that his divine status was in jeopardy, it was no longer as easy to make a firm decision as it had been initially. The tea leaves were crushed and then ground in the tea grinder. The sound of the grinding back and forth was very tranquil, accompanying the sound of his speech. I had considered helping him make a firm decision, but I only know divination and calculations. I neither have the power to frighten him nor the ability to exorcise demons. Fortunately, you arrived. Now it seems that after experiencing the true sincere heart of the people and incense offerings, the city god might not be able to back off again even if someone forces him to. What I have done is actually quite minor. But sometimes, it is precisely like this, a single thought can make a huge difference, whether taking a step to the left or to the right. Not everyone has the ability, like you, to make him take that small step to the left. Everyone has their strengths. Before long, 3 cups of tea were placed before them. Go ahead. Song Yu picked up a cup and took a small sip. The high-quality tea leaves, the excellent water, and the superb tea-making skills combined to create an exquisite cup of tea. The cat also lowered her head to take a sip, displaying a thoughtful expression. How is it? It's a good tea. Meow. That's good to hear. The state preceptor smiled and then turned to Song Yu, saying with a gentle tone, "A cultivator is naturally carefree and casual, and this is even more true for the Hidden Dragon Temple. I won't beat around the bush. Have you heard of the concept of the underworld and reincarnation?" "I've heard quite a bit. As the heir of the Hidden Dragon Temple, you naturally understand where the Heavenly Palace comes from and where all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens originate. Nowadays, people increasingly believe in the existence of the underworld, just as they once believed in gods existing 3 chi above their heads. They are also coming to believe in reincarnation after death. What are your thoughts on this?" So, the reason he invited Song Yu here was to discuss this topic. Song Yu took another sip of his tea. It was unclear whether the rumor that the state preceptor was behind the spread of the idea of the underworld and reincarnation was true or not, or if the state preceptor was asking because he wasn't sure whether these beliefs could actually shape the underworld into a reincarnation system. Perhaps he wanted to know the opinion of the heir of the Hidden Dragon Temple, or maybe he had his own ideas and wanted to hear the temple's perspective, or he might need Song Yu's help. Song Yu set down his cup and said, "Just let things develop naturally." The state preceptor, unperturbed, poured half a cup of tea for Song Yu. "The theory of the underworld and reincarnation does have some connections with Buddhism. Today, I visited the Tianhai Temple and discussed this with Abbot Zhengui. Abbot Zhengui is very accomplished and insightful, and I benefited greatly from our discussion. What do you think? I believe that there are many wandering souls and restless ghosts in the world, with no place to find peace. There are also many wrongdoers who escape the laws of the human realm for various reasons, or the human laws cannot punish them. Indeed, if there were an underworld realm, it could house all these restless souls and ghosts, providing them with a place to reside and preventing them from causing chaos in the human realm. It could also establish an underworld law enforcement system to manage those malevolent spirits disturbing the human realm, thus contributing to peace and legal order. Moreover, if souls did not naturally disperse after death, the underworld could serve as the final destination for all. Those who have committed crimes in the human realm but escaped punishment, whether through deceit or high status, would face rejudgment here. The guilty in the human realm would be punished in the underworld, deterring evil." Song Yu thought for a moment. He had some thoughts to share but wasn't sure if he had thought them through or if the state preceptor wanted to hear them. So, he abandoned his thoughts and just smiled as he said, "If what you say were to reach the ears of the palace nobles, I wonder how many would have trouble sleeping. Of course, I wouldn't dare to tell them, nor would I speak of it outside. The Hidden Dragon Temple is an isolated place, and throughout the generations, the temple owners have been true immortals. Amongst all the world, I only dare to speak of it to you," said the state preceptor, narrowing his eyes slightly. He continued, "However, I don't care if they can't sleep. If they can't sleep, it would be all the better. If an underworld could cause them sleepless nights, it would indeed be a good underworld. There have long been rumors about such things among the common folk." "Do you mean the concept of the underworld and hell? So, even if they are afraid, it should not be because of me. Whether I do anything or not, the common people think this way. They can make me refrain from speaking recklessly, but can they also prevent all the people from thinking this way? It sounds like not an easy task. What you say is quite true. However, given the current state of public sentiment and the convergence of collective beliefs, the formation of the underworld is almost inevitable. The only difference is when it will coalesce and what form it will take, and how this newly formed underworld will operate." The state preceptor shook his head. "If left unchecked, when the underworld first forms, it is likely to be a chaotic mess. Much like the early days of the Heavenly Palace." "Exactly. The gods fought for positions, and people did the same, which led to a rise in demons and unrest among the people. What do you propose?" The state preceptor said, "Prepare early, align with the Heavenly Palace above, and express it to the court below, to plan and establish the Nether Council. At the beginning, the underworld will be rudimentary, so it should handle simple matters. As it gradually improves, it can handle more complex matters. Initially, the underworld only needs to have the Nether Council to capture demons and ghosts. As the underworld develops and more netherworld deities are created by the people's beliefs and offerings, with more divine powers granted to these gods, the underworld will acquire more responsibilities and naturally be able to do more. The most important thing is to proceed naturally and step by step, avoiding any disruptions." The state preceptor and Song Yu had a lengthy discussion. It seemed that these were things that, aside from the heir of the Hidden Dragon Temple, no one else could hear. Once he started speaking, he couldn't stop. But since they were newly acquainted and not well informed about each other, he still had some restraint. They only discussed major issues and inevitable outcomes, without touching on minor details. Song Yu didn't ask about his own position in the underworld if it were to be established, or the position of the current emperor who supported him. It was not appropriate to inquire. At the same time, Song Yu didn't care much. Life was short, and the only thing he looked forward to was witnessing this remarkable event unfold with his own eyes. Beyond that, he had no further thoughts or ambitions. "Do you think it will succeed? According to you, since the people are deeply convinced and some have even begun to worship gods of the underworld, the birth of the underworld is merely a matter of time." Song Yu replied, "Establishing the underworld is simple, but evolving it into a reincarnation system may not be easy." "I share a similar view," said the state preceptor. "It's just that since the formation of the underworld is a matter of time, it would be better to achieve it in this generation. The current Great Yan is prosperous, and the Emperor is a wise ruler. Although the heir is undecided and there is competition for power, they are not incapable. Though the world is not entirely peaceful, it is relatively stable, making it a good time. The breadth of your concerns is truly admirable. What do you think? I am not well informed and dare not speak much. Song Yu glanced at the sky outside, cupped his hands, and said, "It's getting late. I still need to go back and cook. I should take my leave. There's no need to rush off. Why not stay for dinner and stargazing tonight? Next time, I'll stay for sure." Song Yu had already risen. He had been eating elm samaras brought back from outside by a neighboring heroine. She provided the ingredients, and he was responsible for cooking. They teamed up to enjoy the seasonal delicacies. If he didn't return, she would likely end up hungry. "State Preceptor, this is where I'll part ways." The State Preceptor stood at the door and said, "Since I have difficulty walking, this is as far as I can go. The heir of the Hidden Dragon Temple traverses the human realm and sees all under heaven. You must have your own thoughts, so I won't disturb your journey and cultivation. However, I am skilled in tea art and the stargazing tower is high up. With the curfew lifted in Changjing, if you ever wish to enjoy a good cup of tea, find someone to chat with, or perhaps seek a high vantage to view the bustling night of Changjing, do feel free to come here and find me. I also have many things I wish to discuss and seek advice from you. State Preceptor, with your profound skills, even if you only excel in divination, surely you could find a wonderful method to heal your affliction. My ailment is not physical, but mental. Oh, my master did this to me. Even with your cultivation, is it still difficult to let go? You may not know this, but sometimes the pain inflicted by those closest to you is the hardest to heal. My apologies. There is no need for apologies. Farewell. Please take care on your way." Song Yu and the cat walked onto the street. With the setting sun as a guide, Song Yu oriented himself. He heard the State Preceptor's reminder from behind, turned to offer his thanks, and then continued walking to the right with the cat. Changjing, having been the capital for several dynasties, followed the urban planning of previous eras. The city layout was highly organized, with straight streets and alleys intersecting in a grid pattern. As long as one could determine the direction, it was difficult to stray too far off course. Song Yu reflected on the casual conversation from the afternoon. Despite seeming casual, their chat covered topics that were far beyond the imagination of most ordinary people. It was clear that the State Preceptor had grand ambitions. Perhaps it wasn't just the State Preceptor, but also the Emperor in the court, and possibly some high-ranking scholars who understood the essence of gods, all involved in this endeavor. In the human realm, the court could indeed confer divine titles. Many well-known gods among the common people were conferred by the Emperor. Some people, due to their exceptional virtues, were promoted to higher divine positions by successive emperors. Their reputation among the people grew deeper over generations, making them increasingly significant. Some emperors even conferred divine status upon themselves. However, such self-deification often gained acceptance only from later generations of common people, as long as the god did not become the ruler of the heavenly palace or failed to do other good deeds for the people. After a few generations or a change of dynasty, such gods would no longer be worshipped. Without offerings, they would naturally fade away. The divine Deo was essentially an extension of humanity, making it difficult to separate the two. At present, the Great Yan was the most prosperous it had ever been. This was the peak of its power, with the emperor having conquered south and north, with all under heaven submitting to his authority. For an emperor to reach such heights, it was likely that he might even entertain ideas of changing the ruler of the heavenly palace, and it was also normal to have other schemes. On the other hand, the formation of the underworld, regardless of when it happened, would likely attract scheming and plotting in any era. Given the current state of public sentiment, it was hard to gauge exactly how successful the formation of the underworld might be, but it was indeed an inevitable trend. Whether in this generation or the next, it would be an unusual sight to witness. The sky was gradually darkening. Song Yu glanced at the calico cat in front of him and noticed that it had tucked one of its front paws and was limping along at some point, seemingly mimicking the State Preceptor. "Lady Calico." The calico cat suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. "That's quite impolite," he said gently. The calico cat immediately put its paw back down and looked away, then trotted back to him, tilting its head to look up at his expression. After a moment, it asked, "What kind of water did we drink at the deist priest's place today?" "Tea." "It was tea too." "Yes." "Is it the same as the mountain god's water?" "Not quite." "So many types of water." The aroma of food had begun wafting from the roadside. The deist also quickened their pace. By the time they returned to Willow Tree Street, it was very dark. In the dim twilight, a figure could be faintly seen sitting on a small stool at the neighbor's door, staring intently into the darkness with unfocused eyes. The cat trotted up to her, craning its neck to make eye contact, as if trying to gauge her thoughts. Oh, Heroine Wu seemed to come alive upon seeing the approaching deist. She turned to the deist and asked, "Where have you been today? Why are you only coming back now?" "I went to Tianhai Temple." "Did it really take that long to visit Tianhai Temple?" Heroine Wu blinked and, noticing the deist was in robes, couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. "Did you forget to change clothes and get mistaken for someone looking for trouble by the monks there? I just met a deist master at Tianhai Temple, who invited me for tea, and we talked all afternoon." "You met a deist master at Tianhai Temple?" "Yes. I thought all they had there were monks." The deist master was there to visit as well. Did you know each other before? No. Oh, you deist priests are even more casual than we Jianghu people. You just run into someone, and you can chat all afternoon. Most deists are quite laid back. I thought maybe those monks had called the 18 bronzemen one to surround you. Would you seek revenge for me? I don't have the ability to take on even 10 by myself. Have you eaten? No. As they spoke, Song Yu had already taken out the key and unlocked the door to the small building. He pushed the door open but didn't hurry inside. Instead, he stood at the entrance, turned to the person next door, and said, Heroine Wu, you're a refined woman. There's nothing unsightly in my home, and you should have another key. If needed, feel free to open the door and enter my house next time. That won't do. Now, it's fine. How did you know I have another key? Just a guess. Song Yu had already stepped inside, and the cat glanced back at the person next door before following him in .nov.l.b//jnn. Heroine Wu quickly followed suit. Dinner was still centered around the elm samaras. The elm samara dumplings were pre-made and just needed to be steamed. There was also a bowl of raw elm samaras, which were sweet. This was especially true for the seeds inside, which were pleasantly sweet when bitten into. As the sky darkened, Song Yu didn't hold back. He lit an oil lamp and ate by its dim light. Was Tianhai Temple interesting? It was quite fascinating. Isn't there a tree growing on top of the pagoda? You've been there too. Just once? Heroine Wu's eyes reflected the oil lamp's glow, shimmering with curiosity. How do you think that tree grows? The roots don't touch the ground, yet it's so large. Where does it get its water from? Could it really be the blessing of the Buddha? Although the pagoda is made of stone, there are still gaps filled with soil between the stones. The tree's roots extend through these gaps, growing from the top of the pagoda all the way down to the ground, the deist answered patiently. Huh. Heroine Wu was momentarily stunned, as if she didn't expect to hear such an explanation from a deist, especially one with genuine cultivation skills. Song Yu seemed to see through her thoughts and said softly while feeding the cat some elm samaras, I'm just being pragmatic. Sometimes the miracles of life are even more astonishing than those of gods or Buddhas. The cat, having had a few pieces of elm samara, was clearly no longer interested. It looked at him and then jumped down from the table. Song Yu didn't mind. The elm samaras weren't bad in taste, but since the cat wasn't used to eating vegetables and had been eating them for several days, its disinterest was understandable. However, resources weren't as abundant these days. Many common people relied on a small vegetable patch and didn't have the luxury to be picky. It wasn't unusual to eat the same vegetable for a month or two during its season. Compared to that, elm samaras were nutritious and considered a good food source. When in the deist temple, there were times when he was too lazy to go down the mountain to shop or didn't want to expend too much effort. He'd end up eating the same food for a long time, especially if it was something with a high yield. The deist enjoyed good food but wasn't picky. He could eat delicacies and coarse grains alike. As night fell, the wind began to rise, and the clouds obscured the moon. It looked like it was going to rain tonight. Song Yu sat by the window and gazed outside, while the cat lay on the tea table, also looking out. Aren't you going out to catch mice tonight? It was hard to distinguish whether the cat's was human speech or a cat's meow. Seeing her turn around with a look of confusion, she asked, How did you know that I'm going out to catch mice tonight? You haven't eaten much tonight, so you must be planning to go out and catch mice. But no one has come to ask me to catch mice. Lady Calico, you have a noble character and are dedicated to eliminating pests for the people. Even if no one offers to pay you for help, you would still go out to catch mice, Song Yu said with a smile, glancing at the cat. Am I right? You're a bit clever. So why aren't you going out yet? Why aren't you asleep yet? What's the matter? Once you're asleep, I'll go out. I'm not going to sleep tonight. Then I won't go out tonight. Why? The deist and the cat looked at each other, both with a hint of confusion. Eventually, the deist took a step back and began to explain, because tonight is the Gayatu, and I need to meditate. Because you're not sleeping, I'm not sleeping either. You mean you're not going out? Oh, I'm not going out. The cat paused and corrected herself, because you're not sleeping, I'm not going out. Why? The deist and the cat exchanged looks once more. All right then. The deist averted his gaze, still unable to understand the cat's reasoning, but he didn't mind. He turned around, retrieved a meditation mat, and sat down in a cross-legged position. The cat, initially lying on the tea table by the window, kept her eyes fixed on him. After he settled down, she blinked and stretched lazily, slowly jumping from the tea table to the long couch then to the floor. She trotted over to the deist's mat and lay down next to him, finding a new spot to curl up. She settled in, continuing to yawn. The wind outside grew stronger, whistling through the window. Rumble, it seemed like there was a rumble of distant thunder. At this moment, the thunder was not as awe-inspiring as the one during the Jing, nor did it carry the momentum built up over the entire winter. It was quite ordinary. Soon, the rain began to fall, a gentle and continuous drizzle. With the awakening of all things and the onset of vigorous growth, it was the time when seedlings were first planted and crops newly sown, and rain was the most needed nourishment. This rain was extraordinarily timely and ample, full of life and vitality to nourish all things. Spring rain fell, and all grains grew. In fact, it wasn't just the grains, most plants in the world began to grow rapidly after this rain. The world needed this rain. And so, the rain came. Song Yu closed his eyes and deeply felt the seasonal spiritual resonance. Unconsciously, he added another layer of Gaia spiritual energy. Song Yu has always had the habit of casually using the first bit of spiritual energy he has just cultivated. He either gifts it to the things around him or returns it to the local heavens and earth. He observed this practice in various places, on the hand-crawling cliff during the beginning of autumn, in the small courtyard of Yudo during the autumn equinox, on Qingcheng Mountain during the start of winter, and upon leaving Yudo in the spring. Naturally, he did the same with today's Gaia. As long as the spiritual core remained, whether it was a day or a night, the used spiritual energy would be replenished. But tonight, in a moment of inspiration, besides the Gaia spiritual energy he had just acquired, he also scattered all the Gaia spiritual energy he had accumulated over more than 20 years into the night. Taking advantage of the subtlety of the season, he drew more heaven and earth spiritual energy to merge with the rain. It seeped into the night with the wind, nourishing the capital and its surroundings. The original 18 bronzemen were formidable martial arts practitioners, monks from the famous Shaolin Temple. 2 Gaio is the 6th solar term. It begins when the sun reaches the celestial longitude of 30 degrees and ends when it reaches the longitude of 45 degrees. The night rain fell silently, nourishing all things in the world. Who could have known? In Changjing, a stray cat was walking on the roof of a courtyard wall at night. The rain touched its fur, and feeling the chill, it quickly increased its pace and sought a place to shelter from the rain. Even if it couldn't find food tonight, it was more concerned about finding a place to lie down for the night and wait for the rain to stop. But after a few steps, it suddenly stopped again, looking up at the sky with some confusion. A shivering wild dog huddled in the wall's corner noticed the rain outside, and its every breath was filled with spiritual energy and vitality. Night patrol officers marched in teams on the street, their footsteps and the clinking of their armor echoing through the alleys. Upon feeling the rain, they unconsciously quickened their pace to don their raincoats. However, as they walked, someone couldn't help but exclaim that the rain felt so comfortable. The sentinels on the city wall dared not leave their posts. They felt the rain hitting their helmets, trickling down to their eyes, and the raindrops stuck to their faces with the wind. Yet, they still looked up to glance at the sky. In the stargazing tower, with the wind and rain beating against the windows, the middle-aged deist lit an oil lamp. He opened the window and gazed intently at the rain of the night, lost in thought for a long time. Behind the Haxian pavilion, a woman was making incense and painting. Suddenly, she took a deep breath and looked outside. She knew the Gaia season was a time of vitality, yet she was surprised by the unexpected abundance of the vitality this year in Changjing. In the Tianhai temple, countless monks rose in the middle of the night to observe the rain. In the city god temple, the god statue also opened its eyes. Among the brick crevices in the city, countless small grasses emerged. Outside the city, birds and insects were awakened, and snakes and worms emerged from their burrows. The newly planted seedlings grew slowly in the rain. Various crops, if still seeds, quietly sprouted. If small seedlings, they grew a little stronger in the night. What grew the fastest? Naturally, the fastest growing plant was bamboo. Sometimes, in a single night, bamboo could shoot up from the soil and grow 2 or 3 chi high. Now, nourished by spiritual energy and the stimulation of vitality, it could grow several chi or even 1 or 2 zhang overnight. The Xiongfei bamboo, which was cut down to the roots in Changjing more than half a month ago, had miraculously regrown overnight. Although it was not as lush as before, it still amazed countless people who were awake during the night. The rain fell all night and stopped just before dawn. Song Yu slowly opened his eyes. During the seasonal periods, the corresponding spiritual energy always recovered quickly. He had used up all the Gaia spiritual energy last night, but by morning, it had all replenished. His left leg felt a bit heavy. Looking down, he saw a little girl in a 3-colored dress kneeling and lying on the floor in front of his left side. She was facing him all curled up, with both arms, her upper body, and head resting on his knee. It was as if she was using his knee as a table to sleep. Alpha. Even though she had transformed into a human form, she was quite small. Curled up, she seemed even smaller, with her loose dress making her appear as 2 small bundles of different colors. One bundle for the lower body, and another for the upper body, each in different colors. Lady Calico. Song Yu reached out and nudged her. The usually alert cat was a bit groggy this time. Even when nudged awake, she didn't jump up startled but merely opened her eyes a crack and looked up at him, and then lifted a hand to rub her eyes. Is it done yet? Her voice was drowsy and had a childlike tone. It's done. Is it the next day? Of course. The little girl finally sat up straight, using one small hand to support herself on Song Yu's knee. She stretched and yawned, gradually regaining her energy. She then asked, do you see anything different about me compared to before? You're even more confused. You're more intelligent. That's not it. Isn't that so? It is, but not that. Then what is it? Look at my dress. The little girl tugged at her dress to show him. Song Yu looked down and saw no difference from before, but when he turned his head, he noticed that the 3-colored dress he had made for the little girl in Southern Art County was now laid out on the cabinet. The little girl's eyes sparkled. I conjured it myself. Lady Calico, you're really amazing. Can you conjure clothes yourself? I can't. You're not that amazing, then. I'm certainly not as good as you, Lady Calico. That's right. I'll style your hair now. Song Yu patted his knee and stood up. Shall we make 2 little buns? Little buns. We should buy a mirror. Mirror. With a mirror, you will know what you look like and how your hair is styled. Mirror. You'll know once we buy it. The house indeed lacked a mirror. Although mirrors were not cheap at this time, they were no longer exclusive to high-ranking officials. Many well-off commoners also had one. Most importantly, Lady Calico was a girl. How could a household with a girl not have a mirror? The little girl blinked with curiosity about the mirror but didn't show much expression. She obediently let him lead her to the window. She then knelt on the long couch, sitting upright while holding onto the windowsill, and curiously looked out at the morning. Song Yu, meanwhile, styled her hair from behind. Styling hair was not an easy task for a cat. When Song Yu first started styling her hair, the little girl's expression was one of shock, though she didn't resist. Gradually, she became accustomed to it and eventually found it very comfortable and enjoyable. This deist often braided her hair into something called a braid, which would bounce and sway like a tail when she jumped, which she found very fun. But it couldn't sway by itself, it only swayed when she jumped. However, like the braid, her tail wouldn't sway even if she asked it to. I saw a tiger on the road. What tiger? A tiger, the little girl explained thoughtfully. It's very big, with a striped pattern. We saw one on the road before. I know what a tiger looks like. You don't. If you did, you wouldn't ask. Lady Calico, you're smart. You're not smart. When did you say the tiger? The day before yesterday. Where? Where I was catching mice. Tell me more. When I was catching mice, I heard the roar of a tiger outside and went to take a look. I saw 2 tigers on the road, chasing people. The little girl stayed still, but as she spoke, she noticed people gathering below. Since Lady Calico loved to watch lively scenes, she couldn't help but peek out, staring intently while saying, the 2 tigers were huge, much bigger than the ones we saw before. I see, there shouldn't be tigers in Changjing City. However, since it was too far and there were no leads, it was too troublesome to go investigate. The deist chose to ignore it, focusing instead on tying up the little girl's hair into buns with a red ribbon. The left side was already done. He took the opportunity to glance at the street below. The greenstone path was naturally covered with countless grasses. In the past, the path was not bare either. Even though people walked there frequently and shop owners would clean it, life was incredibly resilient. In the gaps between the stones, grass and seeds would always try to sprout. At street corners and walls, various grasses adorned the streets. In damp areas, green bricks and stones were covered with a layer of moss. Moreover, willow tree leaves were nearby, with a willow tree not far away. After a night of spring rain, any seeds in the gaps between the tiles had sprouted. Seeds that had already germinated before last night even grew high above the gaps, with some reaching the height of chopsticks. The grassy corners of walls, which were originally difficult to clean, had now become lush and verdant. The willow trees had already sprouted, but their branches, though thin, seemed a bit sparse. This morning, however, the trees had clearly gained a lot more greenery. The entire Changjing seemed to have gained a bit more vitality. A group of people had gathered on the street below, marveling at the Xiangfei bamboo next to the tavern, which had been cut down just half a month ago but had already regrown overnight. Their discussions drifted up to the room on the 2nd floor. Some worried that it might be a sign of a bamboo demon being revived and suggested reporting it to the county yamen. Others noted that similar regrowth had occurred elsewhere and that even ordinary bamboo seemed to be thriving more than usual. They reasoned that there was no need to panic, as the authorities would likely provide an explanation by tomorrow or the day after. Some speculated that the entire Changjing city and its surrounding areas were experiencing rapid growth in vegetation, with crops in the fields also looking promising. They believed it was a sign from heaven acknowledging last year's poor harvest and ensuring a better one this year, considering it a favorable omen. There were all kinds of opinions. One street away, on the 2nd floor, the deist quietly listened while focusing on tying another bun for the little girl. He said, Lady Calico, your cultivation have greatly increased. Yes. At this rate, it won't be long before you will be able to protect me. How much longer? After finishing the last bun, Song Yu turned the little girl's body around to inspect it, showing a satisfied smile. Then, he said, Lady Calico, your cultivation was initially shallow when you first transformed, and you only needed to naturally absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings while staying by my side. But since your progress is so rapid, it's time for you to start cultivating proper spiritual methods. Proper spiritual methods. It's a more advanced cultivation method that can help your cultivation grow faster. All right. The little girl tilted her head back and stared at him intently. Why was this cat even more driven than people? Song Yu shook his head and continued, most demons cultivate by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. They often cultivate methods related to these energies and yin-yang principles. Since you transitioned from the divine Dao, you've mostly absorbed seasonal spiritual energy around me. However, the 4 seasons rotation method is too complex and requires high talent and insight, which may not be suitable for you. You can choose between the heaven and earth spiritual energy method or the yin-yang method. Which one is better? He said, the heaven and earth spiritual energy method is quite common. Although it's difficult to cultivate, it can produce powerful spiritual energy that can be used for various worldly laws. The yin-yang method, while not as infinitely useful, produces energy suitable for combat and has some longevity benefits. Moreover, the yin-yang method is quite simple. As long as it is suitable for you, progress can be made very quickly. Demons often prefer practicing the yin-yang method. I don't understand. If you need me to help you make a decision, I would suggest that you choose the yin-yang method. Choose the yin-yang method. This is your own choice. Own choice, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Then from today on, I'll teach you the yin-yang method, Song Yu said with a smile. Lady Calico, you must work diligently. Okay, good. How much longer until I can protect you? The deist fell silent. This cat was really stubborn. Inside the Qingming Hall of the Imperial Palace, the state preceptor wore an expression of helplessness. Your Majesty, asking me to stay in front of the civil and military officials will likely provoke criticism from those purists. They may accuse me of manipulating Your Majesty. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Are you still afraid of them? Words can be daunting. This concerns my reputation both during and after my lifetime. While I do not seek to be remembered through the ages, I also do not wish to be infamous. Ha ha ha, the emperor chuckled casually, took a sip of tea, and then turned to look outside. Through the gauzy curtain, he could see some greenery. There were few plants within the palace, as they feared becoming hiding places for villains and demons. However, after last night's rain, even the scarce plants had noticeably grown taller and greener. Among the flagstones, grass seeds carried by birds or strong winds had sprouted some shoots, and eunuchs and palace maids were busy clearing them. This morning during the court assembly, it was mentioned that last night's rain brought auspicious signs, with unusual growth in the city and beyond. When Minister Wei said it was a sign of good fortune, I noticed your expression. It seems you might know the reason. Minister Wei is not wrong. Your Majesty is an emperor unlike any other in 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations. It is only natural for the heavens to bless us with auspicious omens. Do you not wish to reveal your thoughts? I am reluctant to speak. Why is that? I can only speculate. Then please share your speculation. This speculation is truly just that speculation, as even I cannot determine the exact cause, the state preceptor said in a low voice. Sometimes, not being able to predict something is in itself a form of prediction. There are only the two of us here. There's no need for such secrecy. The current generation of the Hidden Dragon Temple's heir has arrived in Changjing. Oh, the emperor thought for a moment before it dawned on him. His expression then grew serious. As an emperor, he had certainly heard of the Hidden Dragon Temple, not only heard of it but also had considerable connections with it. In the final years of the previous dynasty, the world had already fractured into chaos. Various regional lords engaged in constant warfare, and warlords rose up. Demons wreaked havoc, and gods clashed. The common people were truly suffering. The ancestors of the Great Yan were a significant force among the many, and they were considered virtuous compared to other major powers, gradually winning the hearts of the people. According to records, the founding emperor of this dynasty had been aided by a deist for several years. During that time, all demons from all directions had been eradicated, and the gods from the previous dynasty who descended to cause chaos have also been subdued. It was under such conditions that the founding emperor managed to unify the world and was advised to treat the common people well, leading to the Great Yan's focus on people's livelihoods and the economy. It was hard to say how future generations would view it, but among all the ancient dynasties, none had citizens living better than those of the Great Yan. A century ago, however, the Great Yan began to decline. The population surged, the land was insufficient to sustain everyone, and signs of chaos emerged. Rebellions broke out in the north, and forces from all directions began to stir. It was said that a certain deist could not bear to see the world fall into chaos and people displaced once more, so he offered many brilliant strategies. Additionally, Prime Minister he stepped forward bravely, leading to the revival of prosperity and even the unprecedented success we would witness today. How did you know this? As for the encounter with the immortal on Yunding Mountain, I was curious and investigated. From the various rumors among the common people, I found the traces of the Hidden Dragon Temple's heir coming down the mountain. Yunding Mountain. The emperor's eyes widened immediately. When he had heard about the immortal encounter on Yunding Mountain, he hadn't connected it with the Hidden Dragon Temple. Perhaps it was because nearly a century has passed since the last time a cultivator from Hidden Dragon Temple appeared before the royal family, making them long forgotten. Or perhaps the miraculous feat of one night on the mountain equaling a year below the mountain was so astonishing that he believed it to be the work of a true immortal, something even the cultivators of Hidden Dragon Temple could not accomplish. How did you know he arrived in Changjing? The emperor pondered. Could it be the city god of Changjing? Your Majesty is perceptive. Last night. I speculate it was likely his doing. The emperor's eyes remained wide open. The phenomenon of one night on Yunding Mountain equaling a year below the mountain was already a sign of an immortal's presence. And now with the heavens bestowing us such auspicious blessings, nourishing all life around the capital, could it be that the cultivator of Hidden Dragon Temple is truly an immortal? To be honest, Your Majesty, I only met him yesterday. You met him. It was a chance encounter. What does he look like? What did you discuss with him? I invited him to the stargazing tower, where we had a few cups of tea and talked about matters of the underworld, the state preceptor said. It was our first meeting, so we didn't delve into details, only discussing the general state of the world. The underworld. The state preceptor said, rest assured, Your Majesty, the Hidden Dragon Temple is not greedy for such matters. Since the consolidation of the underworld is the trend, even if they do not lend a helping hand, they will not oppose the heavenly Deo or the people's sentiments. Moreover, even children know about the underworld and reincarnation. So if they had any other intentions on the matter, my idle talk would not make much difference. What did he think? He seemed to just want to observe. Since you were able to meet him, may I invite him to the palace for a meeting? I do not know where he is staying. What do you think? Hidden Dragon Temple cultivators are naturally carefree. After chatting with him for half an afternoon, I found him to be even more easygoing. Although you are the emperor, it is better to let things happen naturally if you wish to get to know him. How should I let things happen naturally? Your Majesty should not actively seek him out. If you happen to meet him someday, you can naturally invite him then. Very well. The emperor narrowed his eyes and did not say more. The state preceptor said, however, some heirs of Hidden Dragon Temple have fiery temperaments, and others enjoy using their power to punish the strong and aid the weak, as well as to exterminate demons and evil spirits. Your Majesty, there are some people in the court who bully the weak and disregard the law, and even allow demons to create chaos in the city to eliminate their rivals. To avoid offending these immortals, Your Majesty should impose more constraints. Thank you for the reminder, State Preceptor. The Emperor's expression remained neutral, well aware of the implications. Indeed, there were arrogant and overbearing individuals in the court. However, the State Preceptor's remarks were not about ordinary officials but rather someone of a similar surname to him. If he was merely mentioning common court officials, the State Preceptor would have simply restrained them. There would be no need for such hints directed at him. Even though Hidden Dragon Temple might not easily destroy the royal family, it did not mean they would fear imperial authority. Imperial authority governed the world, not the mountain dwellers. Even this state preceptor from Fengtian Temple on Mount Lumming dared to subtly advise him to restrain his descendants, let alone those who possess the abilities of immortals. A bronze mirror was placed before the little girl. The mirror reflected the face of a young, fair-skinned girl with no expression but very lively eyes, her head adorned with two small buns. The person outside the mirror looked at the person in the mirror, and the person in the mirror looked back, both startled. Eyes widened, the girl instinctively tilted her head backward. Upon noticing that the other person made the same movement, she was startled again. As they both saw each other clearly, their eyes were filled with curiosity. The two little girls tilted their heads in unison, exchanging curious glances. Occasionally, they would lift their eyelids and sneak a look at the person standing in front of them. How is it? The deist put away the mirror. The little girl stared at him without speaking. You seem to like it, the deist said, lifting the mirror to take a look at his own reflection. Unlike the yellowed bronze mirrors commonly seen in ancient dramas, this mirror was not yellowed. Its surface was extremely smooth and polished, made of silver-white metal, reflecting images with colors and gloss comparable to modern mirrors. In the mirror was a young deist, someone unfamiliar to him. How much? Its price is fixed. 500 yen. That's expensive. This mirror, including the handle, is made of bronze. Just look at the workmanship, the polish, and the thickness. Feel the weight, and you'll understand that this price is quite reasonable. If you don't believe me, you can check other stores, the prices are similar. Can you give me a discount? I really can't lower the price. Sir, take a look, this mirror is small and doesn't bring much profit. If you buy a larger one, originally priced at 800 yen, I could offer a discount. Or if you prefer one with a wooden handle, which uses high-quality wood and saves on bronze, I could sell it for 400 yen. Song Yu examined the mirror from top to bottom. This was a round mirror, about the size of a typical dining bowl. This size was just right, any smaller would make it difficult to use, and any larger would make it inconvenient to carry when leaving Changjing. The mirror was attached to an exquisite handle. Mirrors with handles were rare in the past, as only high officials and nobles could afford them. They didn't need to hold the mirror themselves, as someone would serve it to them. The prevalence of handled mirrors indicated that they had become more common in ordinary households. The back of the mirror was adorned with cloud patterns and inscribed with 2 lines of text. As long as the sun continues to shine, we will always watch over each other and never forget one another. Song Yu picked up another mirror of similar size, but with different inscriptions on the back. As long as the sun continues to shine, we will be happy forever. This one was a bit better. Give me a lower price. Sir. The final price was 450 yen. Song Yu counted the money and handed it to the shopkeeper, then carefully examined the mirror. It was indeed heavy and well made. If properly maintained, it could last for many years, possibly even for 1,000 years. It might even be discovered by future generations and placed in a museum, where countless men, women, and children might walk past it and marvel at its details. Ha, the deist smiled, taking the bronze mirror and handing it to the little girl beside him. Using bronze as a mirror helps to correct one's attire and appearance. From now on, you will know what you look like. However, this mirror is quite expensive, so please cherish it and don't damage it, or the reflection may become distorted. The little girl did not respond but held the mirror up, following him while observing it. The mirror was indeed small, the deist could hold it comfortably with one hand. But the little girl, being very small herself, had to use both hands to hold it properly. Not far from there, they encountered a shop selling ceramics. It appeared to be a store specializing in Qinjiao porcelain. As Song Yu approached, he saw various porcelain items, including cups, bowls, vases, and pots, all exquisitely made. Many had the distinctive features of Chincheo porcelain, either blue and white or translucent. The elegant and durable blue and white porcelain, with its white base and blue designs, was favored by the scholars and literati of Great Yan. Translucent porcelain was clear yet opaque, looking delicate and elegant. Many people enjoyed handling it, especially for tea drinking. Skilled artisans often carved intricate hollow patterns into teacups, which allowed the color of the tea to show through, enhancing the tea drinking experience. At that moment, several people with foreign faces were shopping in the store. Their exclamations of admiration were frequent, and the shopkeeper was explaining things to them, leaving Song Yu momentarily unattended. Song Yu did not mind, carefully picking up a tea bowl and examining it closely. Ceramics were indeed a significant advancement in civilization. As society had developed, ceramics were no longer just for practical use but had also become objects of appreciation, collection, artistic pursuit, aesthetic expression, and ritual. Thus, ceramics had acquired an additional spiritual attribute in addition to its physical properties. As civilization progressed, this spiritual aspect became increasingly important. The Chincheo represented the pinnacle of ceramic craftsmanship in this era. He was examining the small tea bowl in front of him closely. The white porcelain base featured a delicate bamboo leaf pattern carved into it. This added a touch of elegance without losing its refined charm. When held up to the light, the translucent bamboo leaf pattern became even more pronounced, almost as if the design were hollowed out. It resembled white porcelain embedded with glass. This is a fine piece of translucent porcelain produced by our Chincheo. Despite its small size, making it is quite challenging. It requires not only excellent ceramic craftsmanship but also exceptional carving skills to engrave the perfect pattern on the body. The process involves multiple glazing applications to fill in the gaps and a special firing technique. Any slight error can result in cracks or poor translucency. The shopkeeper, who had apparently seen off the foreign customers, said to Song Yu, "You have a discerning eye. This piece is considered a fine product in our shop." "How much?" "That depends on whether you buy it individually or as part of a set, and whether you want to pair it with other items." Song Yu picked up another bowl. This one, not clearly identified as a tea bowl or another type, had a slightly larger opening and was lower. It was more like a dining bowl. Its carved pattern changed from bamboo leaves to floral motifs, with additional sky blue lines interspersed between the flowers. "Indeed, you have a good eye," the shopkeeper said immediately. This combines translucent porcelain with blue and white porcelain techniques, blending the strengths of blue and white craftsmanship with the art of carving. It is particularly exquisite when admired under candlelight at night. "How much for this one?" "Sir, I want just one." "Just one?" "Yes, for now. I want to see it first. We usually sell them as sets, with at least one teapot and 4 teacups, priced at 6 taels of silver," the shopkeeper said. Despite the cost, it's very popular among high-ranking officials and even foreigners who are huge fans of them. Some clever buyers purchase a set to present to their kings or masters, gaining considerable wealth if not a promotion. "How much for just one?" "I will charge you 1 tael of silver, as a friendly gesture," the shopkeeper said, glancing at him. "Since you want to buy just one to see first, I won't charge you the full amount. If you like it after using it, you can come back to support my business. In the entire West Market, our Chincheo porcelain is the finest and most reasonably priced." Song Yu examined the bowl carefully. The floral pattern was more refined than random flecks but still fresh and elegant, not gaudy. The simple blue and white depiction was vaguely reminiscent of flower leaves and complemented the pattern beautifully, creating a perfect blend. Song Yu was impressed by the craftsmanship and amazed by its beauty. He really wanted to buy a set for dining and tea drinking. Unfortunately, his funds were limited, so he would have to settle for just one. Even with just one, he would still have experienced owning it. If he were to only buy one, this bowl was undoubtedly better than the previous one. Song Yu glanced at the little girl, Lady Calico. The previous bowl was too high and deep for a cat, but this one was just right, large and shallow, with no major drawbacks except for its fragility. And since his cat was naturally frugal and not as prone to curiosity as ordinary cats, as long as she knew that something was very expensive and required catching many mice to afford, she would probably catch it before it hit the ground even if she accidentally dropped it. "Give me a discount." This. He secured the purchase with 1,000 yuan. Song Yu paid and looked toward the side. The little girl stood at the shop entrance, holding the mirror in one hand and the delicate, translucent, blue and white bowl in the other. She was carefully adjusting the little tufts on her head, peeking at them with curiosity, seemingly unsure if they were part of her head or afraid she might mess them up. She appeared completely engrossed in this activity. It seemed she had grown accustomed to it and was no longer surprised by the mirror and the reflection. "Lady Calico, The little girl turned her eyes toward him but, after a brief moment, quickly turned them back to the mirror. She was astonished to find that the reflection in the mirror was as quick as she was. "This bowl is for you. When we go out, you can use it to eat." "Is it also for me?" "Yes. There's just one." "Yes. What about you?" "Well." Song Yu thought for a moment and said, "I'll buy 2 steamed buns after we finish shopping." "Okay, let's go." The daoist walked ahead. The little girl followed behind, holding the copper mirror in one hand and the delicate, translucent blue and white bowl in the other. She would occasionally glance down at the mirror, then at the bowl. The surrounding area was bustling with people, and there were numerous shops on either side. This was the West Market, one of the two markets in the city. In the Great Yan, the old Lifang system too had been abolished, and shops and stalls could be found throughout the city. However, commercial activity remained concentrated. The north and south markets of the previous dynasty were almost abandoned, but the east and west markets had become increasingly prosperous with the growth of commerce, making them a wonder of changing. Due to the presence of high officials and nobility in the eastern district, and common people and westerners in the western district, the goods sold in the two markets varied. The east market mainly sold luxury items and expensive goods. The west market mostly sold items for common people, as well as spices from the western regions, and a variety of silk and porcelain. As Song Yu walked through, he heard the sounds of vendors calling out their goods and the buzz of bargaining. In front of him were people of all kinds and various small shops and stalls, reflecting the vibrant human activity and diverse lives. As Song Yu slowly exited the West Market, he saw a crowd gathered around the bulletin board at the entrance. Walking closer, he saw a new announcement posted. It explained the strange phenomenon in Changjing last night. The gist of it was that the current emperor was diligently governing the country, making it prosperous and strong with a clear and upright court. The current emperor was said to be unmatched by any previous rulers and was truly a wise and enlightened ruler. The heavens, moved by the emperor's virtuous and wise rule, had sent auspicious signs of blessing for Changjing and the Great Yan. The announcement advised the people not to be alarmed. Song Yu read it and only showed a smile.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. 1. This is quoting a famous line from the Essentials of Governance, a classic of Chinese political literature. 2. The Lifang system is an urban layout based on the Zhou rites of Zhou. The city follows a symmetrical layout with a central axis running through the entire city, with streets on either side perfectly symmetrical. The residential areas within the city are divided into small square grids like a chessboard. At the window on the second floor, the little girl had put down the mirror but now held her new bowl, peering out at the light through the window. The bowl contained half a bowl of water. Under the light, the bowl seemed to have a ring of delicate floral patterns, which were hollow but allowed light to pass through without leaking water. This fascinated her, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch it. From her actions, it was clear that beneath her human appearance, there was the soul of a cat. Isn't it beautiful? Very beautiful. This bowl is quite precious. It's so expensive that I could buy countless bowls for the price of one of them, and it is easily breakable. However, you're always careful and extraordinarily nimble, so you shouldn't easily let it break, Song Yu said. He continued, perhaps you could even use this bowl for many years. If, in the future, it still hasn't broken, we could find a place to bury it. Maybe, in 1,000 or even 1,000 years later, someone might dig it up and treasure it as a precious relic or show it to the whole world, making people wonder whose bowl it was and what it was used for. It belongs to me. Indeed. Gulp, gulp, the little girl lifted the bowl and drank the water in one go. She didn't lower her head to lick it, which made Song Yu feel relieved. Bang! The little girl set down the bowl, turned, and walked straight up to the deist. She stared intently at him and said, Yin-Yang method. All right, I'll teach you, Song Yu said, somewhat helplessly. However, while diligence in practice is important, we should also follow the natural course of things. Don't be too demanding or rush things. I don't understand n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. That's okay. I'll explain it to you slowly in the future. How will you explain it? Slowly. Then you explain. He said, the yin-yang method focuses on absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Demons often focus on one side first, using the other for adjustment. When one's cultivation is advanced, the other side is supplemented to achieve balance and improvement. However, since you're of a deity origin and have been with me for a long time, the balance of yin and yang is already inherent, so you can seek the balance of yin and yang from the beginning. This is the great Dao. I don't understand. To put it simply, the Daoist's voice began to slow down. This time, he explained it in the simplest terms. Luckily, this was changing. Ordinary animals didn't understand human speech, and common folk didn't practice cultivation. If this were on Yunding Mountain from years ago, or in some other spiritual energy-rich and spiritual resonance-filled deep mountain, who knew how many mountain spirits and wild creatures would have gained enlightenment from his words? In the evening, on the second floor, the Daoist was still sitting across from the little girl. She was practicing with her eyes closed while he looked on with affection. Meanwhile, a knock echoed from downstairs. The little girl opened her eyes and said softly, "It's that person. I can tell." The little girl tilted her head thoughtfully, then focused on the Daoist. She also brought cooked lamb. She's still not as good as you, Lady Calico. Should we continue? She is already knocking at the door. You need to open it. Yes. The Daoist had already stood up. And me. Of course, you should follow. Oh. The little girl stood up and followed. The big and small figures descended the old wooden stairs, each step creaking with their weight. The knocking grew more urgent. Is anyone there? Are you home? Yes. The Daoist opened the door at a leisurely pace. Standing outside was the neighboring heroine, holding a package wrapped in multiple layers of lotus leaves, looking somewhat anxious. Hurry up. I bought lamb. It's top quality northwestern lamb, with no gamey smell at all. It's fatty but not greasy. I bought prime ribs and lamb neck. Hurry, it's still warm. We wouldn't want it to cool down. Don't rush. Song Yu let her into the house. The heroine entered quickly, unwrapping the lotus leaves on the table. The outer leaves were fresh, while the inner ones were cooked. As she peeled away layer after layer, the lamb inside was revealed. The aroma spread with the steam. It looked like there was quite a bit of lamb. This heroine wasn't stingy but usually didn't spend extravagantly. She had likely earned a fair amount, but she was frugal in her daily life. Though she had a big appetite, she typically ate simply when alone, often settling for whatever was convenient. She didn't mind, and only when inviting Song-yu for a meal did she indulge more, using the occasion of having a friend as an excuse. Lamb was the most expensive meat in Changjing. Top-quality northwestern lamb was especially hard to come by. This lamb was probably her way of compensating Song-yu for the trouble of cooking during the past few days. It was a gesture to show her appreciation. Interestingly, she felt that picking elm samaras from trees cost her nothing, while Song-yu had spent on labor, flour, and other seasonings. Thus, she felt like she had gained a benefit. Conversely, Song-yu enjoyed eating the elm samaras she brought from outside for several days, finding it quite pleasant to be able to eat special seasonal produce without having to lift a finger. Thus, he felt like he was the one who benefited from her efforts. But Song-yu didn't stand on ceremony. As he tasted the lamb, it was indeed extraordinary. Although it appeared to be simply boiled with just some green onions and salt, it had no gamey odor and was full of meaty fragrance. The ribs were perfectly balanced between fat and lean, clearly a high-grade cut. The lamb neck was tender and juicy, even more exceptional. This few jin of lamb was probably worth several hundred qian. Do you still need money? The heroine asked while grabbing some lamb to eat. Yes. How much do you need? A lot. Have you used up the money you had before? Yes, Song-yu replied between bites. Today I went out to the West Market and bought a mirror and a small Chinjao blue and white bowl, using the money Lady Calico earned catching mice. The heroine glanced at the little girl next to her upon hearing this. The little girl was clutching the meat with both hands, oblivious to the outside world. Just in time, I took down another notice. The heroine grinned. There's been a water ghost causing trouble by the Jade Belt River. I came back this afternoon and saw someone posting a notice, so I took it down right away. Do you know if this water ghost is any different from the others? She said. Nothing special, really. The county head and his men tried to capture it several times but couldn't catch it. The local soldiers set traps and even shot arrows, but couldn't kill it. The river is its domain after all. When I saw the notice on my way back, I just took it down. It's offering 20 taels of silver, which I'm sure even the masters from Tianhai Temple wouldn't bother with. So, if you come along with me, that'd be perfect. Song-yu asked. Since there's nothing particularly special about it, you can handle it by yourself. Why did you ask me to come along? How can I do that? The heroine paused her eating and said, we've worked together to catch demons and ghosts twice before, so we're a team. With this easy task, how could I keep all the reward for myself? I see. Song-yu smiled at her response and asked, when shall we set off? This water ghost usually harms people at night and is not far from the city. If you're free tonight, we can head out after we finish this meal. All right, I'll follow your lead, Song-yu agreed without further discussion. After finishing the lamb, which was quite satisfying, he found that there was no lingering gamey smell despite eating with his hands. There was only a subtle meat and milk aroma. They washed their hands and then set off. It was dusk as they left the city. The heroine took her horse for a quick run. Meanwhile, the daoist leaned on his bamboo staff and walked slowly along the dusty road, accompanied by the calico cat. Changjing had a river called the Jade Belt River, which flowed from the east and passed through the outskirts of Changjing, and moved toward the southwest. The river was named for its year-round green color and winding shape, resembling a jade belt. There were likely many rivers across the country with similar names, like Jade Belt River or Jade Curve River. The area along the Jade Belt River was dotted with many villages. The current trouble was coming from a stretch of the river near a cluster of villages. Reports indicated that someone was lured into the water while washing clothes at dusk, and another person fell in while boating at night. There were also unidentified individuals, presumably wanderers from the Jianghu, who were found dead after falling into the river while bathing or walking at night. Some people were confused by it but managed to escape, while others were dragged into the water by it but managed to break free. The survivors reported it to the authorities, who then realized it was the work of a water ghost. We're approaching Wang Family Village now. It should be in the section of the river below the village, said the heroine as she looked up at the increasingly dark sky. The moon is quite bright tonight, which will help us see the way. Summer is almost here, so it's not too cold at night. It's no wonder so many people have drowned. They were probably bathing or swimming in the river. Do you know if there have been tigers in the city? Tigers. The heroine furrowed her brow and turned to look at him. Why bring up tigers all of a sudden? It's just something that came to mind. Why did you suddenly think of tigers? This morning, Lady Calico told me that while catching mice in the eastern city, it heard some commotion outside and found 2 huge tigers, Song-yu said, noting the change in her expression. He added, do you know anything about this? I haven't seen any tigers in the city, the heroine said, leading her horse forward. Her eyes flickered as she continued. However, that senior of mine, who was a friend of my master, was the one who lived in your house before. He was torn apart and killed. I examined his wounds. The hole in his thigh was so deep I couldn't reach the bottom with my finger, and the claw marks were extensive. Very few animals could cause such wounds. That was a few months ago, wasn't it? Yes. I recall you mentioning that he was involved in some Jianghu matters. Pretty much, the heroine said. There was some treasure, worth far more than gold. He had been in Changjing for a long time and was quite informed. When he got wind of this, he went after it, hoping to secure a comfortable life in his old age. By the time I saw him, he was already dead. There shouldn't be any tigers in the city. Who's to say? It's likely the work of some Jianghu expert. The heroine shook her head. In the Jianghu, as long as money isn't involved, everyone follows the rules. Once money gets involved. I used to think I owed him for his kindness and that I'd take care of him during his old age in return when I made a name for myself. It seems like he didn't trust me very much. You value loyalty. It's not just about loyalty, it's how things are in the Jianghu. When someone has helped you, you naturally owe them. If you don't repay it, you can't survive in the Jianghu. Will you seek revenge for him? The heroine chuckled softly, then shook her head. Even if someone else had come and killed him, I'd have to think about it. But he was the one who had gone out to seek treasure and fought for it. He couldn't match up to his opponent and died. What part of that requires revenge? I see. Song Yu found the conversation intriguing. The heroine's way of speaking was quite interesting. She used casual expressions that seemed flippant but actually reflected her true feelings. Jianghu people often struggled to express themselves directly, so they spoke this way. Gradually, they began to hear the sound of the water. It's said that the problem is in the section of the river below Wang family village. It's too late to knock on doors and ask people now, so let's just take a look here first. Alright. The heroine found a small path leading to the riverbank. It had rained last night, but fortunately, the recent warm weather and sunlight had dried the path. Under the moonlight, the path was a pale grayish-white, while the other areas were black. Even the puddles and cracks were dark, so it was easy for them to stay on course or avoid missteps. As they approached the riverbank under the moonlight, the river water was calm. How do you plan to catch the ghost, heroine? The heroine said, this water ghost has been quite rampant lately. If someone makes a noise by the river, whether it's bathing or washing clothes, it will surely come if it's at night. Coincidentally, I got into a fight today and broke a sweat but haven't bathed yet. I'll go down and lure it. If it's just a regular water demon, I can deal with it with a single slash. If it's a ghost, well, I borrowed a slaughtering knife from the butcher in the Western District. He slaughters dozens of pigs and sheep daily and said the knife works well on ghosts. We'll see if it does the trick. If it doesn't work, you can step in. Heroine, you're well prepared. Of course. Song Yu observed the heroine under the moonlight. She had already loosened her hair and drawn out a long knife, showing little fear of the water ghost. It seemed she had no intention of involving him at all. Seeing this, Song Yu found it interesting. It was just a minor water ghost. It couldn't even succeed in luring people, and when it grabbed someone's ankle, they easily broke free. It likely didn't have great cultivation skills. As mentioned earlier, she could handle it alone. Even if it were a ghost that was challenging for a Jianghu martial artist to deal with her skills, ordinary ghosts wouldn't be able to get close. Even if she couldn't drive them away, she wouldn't be harmed by them. And if it were an ordinary spirit that had become a demon, as long as the knife could cut through, it would be difficult for it to withstand her blade, even with the advantage of the river. She could claim the 20 taels of silver on her own. It seems she thought that catching the ghost on Peach Blossom Peaks and then eliminating the demon on Yanhui Peaks were similar situations. Song Yu didn't really have to bring her along. She thought that if it were a spirit that had become a demon, bringing him along would be like giving him 10 taels of silver for free. If it were a ghost, it would add an extra layer of insurance. Song Yu smiled and did not decline. He asked, do you know how to swim, heroine? I spent a lot of time in the river when I was young. I've heard that the constables have come several times without success, and the soldiers' arrows couldn't kill it. It's most likely a type of yin spirit, so even with the slaughtering knife, you still need to be cautious. We'll see how it goes. The heroine had already jumped into the river. The moonlight, after all, was not as bright as the daytime. While she was close enough to be seen, her figure became indistinguishable as she moved further away, and only a dark, shadowy mass remained visible. Her movements disturbed the calm of the water, creating ripples and glistening silver reflections under the moonlight. Is the water deep? Not too deep, it's up to the chest. That's good. Song Yu simply sat on the riverbank, waiting quietly. Lady Calico had vanished again. After an unknown amount of time, a low voice came from the river. I can feel it. Song Yu remained still, looking down. Under the water, only a mass of yin qi was visible, with no clear shape. As expected, it was a yin ghost lurking beneath the water. It's coming. As soon as the heroine finished speaking, it seemed something from below had pulled her. Standing in the water was already unstable, and she lost her balance, falling entirely into the river. It took some effort to regain her footing. She then drew her knife and struck at the water. Splash! Water splashed up from the surface. The knife easily cut through the river water, but despite feeling something grabbing her ankle, the blade did not seem to strike anything substantial. It's a ghost, the heroine announced. She threw the long knife back to the shore and drew the slaughtering knife from her waist. The slaughtering knife indeed had a restraining effect on yin and evil entities. Its essence came from having ended many lives, and having been soaked in qi, life force, and malice. It condensed yin qi within it, making it increasingly effective. Among them, a knife used for killing people was best, especially if it was used to kill an enlightened master or martial expert, or even demons and ghosts. However, such knives were hard to find. A knife that had killed fewer people was less useful. The slaughtering knife, while not used on people, gained its power through the sheer number of lives it had ended. Slaughtering dozens of pigs and sheep every day for years gave it some restraining effect on yin and evil entities. It was difficult for a slaughtering knife to harm a great ghost but effective against minor ones. Unfortunately, the slaughtering knife was too short, less than a chi long. In the water ghost was dragging the heroine's ankle deeper. She had to balance herself while using the short knife to attack it, which was quite challenging. Song Yu, calm and collected, picked up his bamboo staff and threw it into the water. Take the staff, and use it to hit it. Without even looking, the heroine kept swinging her knife with her right hand, while her left hand reached back and caught the bamboo staff steadily. She then thrust the staff downward with force. Thud. She clearly felt that she had struck something. The heroine exerted more force. Based on the feedback she felt in her hands, with her years of experience in the Jianghu, she felt as if she had driven the bamboo staff into the body of the thing. Thud. Splash. The water below suddenly boiled and churned violently, as if something invisible was struggling, causing water splashes and bubbles to rise from the bottom. Strange. The bamboo staff had no blade or point, and the bottom had been worn smooth from years of use. How could it have so easily penetrated the ghost? Could the water ghost be made of tofu? Or had she struck it in some particular spot? The heroine had no time for speculation. Feeling it might escape, she gritted her teeth and exerted more force. The splashes in the water grew fiercer, as if the thing was struggling desperately. Occasionally, sharp, ear-piercing shrieks could be heard until her hand felt lighter, as though she had punctured it. Boom! The water exploded as if a huge object had exhaled, and a large bubble emerged, floating up to the surface. The bubble burst, releasing a strong stench. The heroine pulled out the bamboo staff, looking around with a dazed expression. Unsure, she poked around in the river a few more times, but could no longer find anything. When the splashes ceased, the river was still and quiet. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. She frowned slightly, swimming slowly back to the shore. She felt the water ghost might be dead but was somewhat hesitant to believe it. Did it escape? It's dead, the deist who was sitting cross-legged on the shore said softly. With your strength, a mere minor ghost could not withstand your attack. The heroine widened her eyes and held up the bamboo staff. Is this your artifact? This is the bamboo staff I took from Zujiao Temple when I left Anqing County, Song Yu answered honestly. It was used for walking. However, over time, it accumulated spiritual energy. Although it's not suitable for exorcising demons, it's quite effective against minor yin ghosts. It depends on who uses it. I think it's best suited for you. Accumulated spiritual energy. The heroine blinked in disbelief. A plain bamboo staff used for walking accumulated spiritual energy over time and was able to handle ghosts so easily? Such things she had only heard of in stories about gods and immortals. The heroine had known that the deist was formidable, but she hadn't expected him to be quite so powerful. Before she could ponder further, there was some movement in the forest. Who's there? The heroine quickly turned to look. Under the moonlight, a cat emerged from the woods, carrying a bamboo rat in its mouth. It walked up to them, dropped the bamboo rat, and licked its mouth. Eat this rabbit. Thank you, Lady Calico. Song Yu glanced down and then took the bamboo staff the heroine handed over. Looking at the heroine who was drenched, he asked quietly, Are you cold with all this water on you? It's warm now, and I'm of good health. It's no trouble. Well then. We can't go back to the city now, but there's a straw hut by the road ahead where we can spend the night, the heroine said as she wrung out the water from her clothes. All right, Song Yu said. This time, it was all thanks to your effort. I didn't go into the water or catch any ghosts. I only lent you a bamboo staff, and my clothes are still dry. I really feel unworthy of the 10 taels of silver. Nonsense, it was all thanks to your bamboo staff. It only provided a bit of convenience for you, heroine. Stop spouting nonsense. Let's go. The heroine wrung out the water from her clothes and took up her long knife, while the deist leaned on his bamboo staff and picked up the bamboo rat. Together, the two and the cat left the area under the moonlight. On the way, they chatted about the tigers in the city. The next afternoon, Song Yu prepared and ate the bamboo rat caught by Lady Calico, and it tasted quite good. He wasn't sure if it was because she didn't recognize bamboo rats or didn't want to call such a large rodent a rat, or was afraid that Song Yu wouldn't eat the rat she had caught, but she kept calling it a rabbit. Ordinary mice were not something Song Yu would eat, and he had little appetite for them. However, bamboo rats were different. Bamboo rats were about the size of a rabbit and didn't carry bacteria, so he had little psychological resistance about eating them. Even in these times, they were commonly eaten in some regions. They were even considered a delicacy in the previous dynasty, with an official decree stating that only nobles could eat bamboo rats. The most important thing was that their meat was very tender and delicious. Deist priest. Do we have no more money? I thought you couldn't hear us talking while eating. I can hear, the young girl replied, transforming back into a cat form with a serious expression. I just didn't have time to talk. We still have some money left. How much? Not much. The finances were indeed running low again. The mountain monster from Yanhui Peaks had initially given them 15 taels of silver, but most of it was spent on the meal at Yunchun restaurant. Although they went to Peach Blossom Peaks first, they received their reward later. Catching the ghostly ladies there also gave them 15 taels, but the minimum consumption to listen to Miss Wanjiang play the Qin at Hexian Pavilion was exactly that amount, leaving them with very little. However, Lady Calico had also earned quite a bit. It was hard to say whether the money used to buy mirrors and ceramics yesterday or the expenses for accommodation during this period came from the Lady Calico, but it was about the same amount, and a lot had been used up. There's no need to worry, Song Yu said to Lady Calico, we still have enough money to last for another month or two. At the latest, by the end of this month, the bounty for catching demons will be paid out 10 taels of silver, which will be enough for us to stay in Changjing for several more months. Really? Lady Calico responded and went back to playing. At that moment, a figure entered through the door, casually placing a long knife on the table. Then, she found a chair to sit down, letting out a deep breath without saying a word. Lady Calico paused its play and looked up at her in confusion. The woman furrowed her brow, looking somewhat displeased. The deist noticed and asked, what's wrong, heroine? Nothing. Was the bounty exchange today smooth? Not very smooth. It almost made me lose my temper. Oh, do tell. The deist adopted an interested expression. When I went to exchange the bounty, I ran into another Jianghu sorcerer. At the time, I took down the bounty at the west gate, and he took down his at the east gate. Last night, we went to Wang family village, and I suspect he went there too. In the end, we killed that water ghost, and he was a bit upset about it. Today, when I went to exchange the bounty, he did too. The heroine squinted her eyes. She added, I said that the water ghost was dealt with by us, and he claimed it was him. From his appearance, it seems he just arrived in Changjing and is short on money, trying to cut in on our reward. She then grinned and said, ha, interesting. I see, Song Yu also found it interesting. After going to Peach Blossom Peaks and seeing the ghosts vanish, he had considered that such problems might arise. If it were mountain demons or monsters causing trouble, they could just bring in their heads to claim the bounty. But for ghosts or similar entities, unless there were specific tools for ghost capturing or identification, their souls would dissipate once they were dealt with, making it hard to leave evidence. Without evidence, disputes were inevitable. There would always be unexpected events and unscrupulous people in the world. It was possible to invite an official to accompany them to avoid disputes. However, sometimes having an official present was inconvenient, and some common folk experts used their own methods to deal with demons and ghosts rather than relying on spells. If others saw their methods, there was a risk of them being copied, which made them reluctant to involve officials. Which side does the county magistrate believe more? Generally, they trust us more. This is our third time here. However, the other person performed some Jianghu techniques on the spot, so it's uncertain who the county magistrate trusts more now. It's hard to say. What should we do? It's fine. You don't need to worry. The heroine waved her hand dismissively. The officials in the yamen told us to come back tomorrow for further questioning. I'll handle it myself. No matter what, I definitely won't let the reward be taken by someone else. Do you have any plans? The other person is quite arrogant. When I offered him a tael of silver today as a friendly gesture if he needed money when we left the county yamen, he rejected it, saying he wanted at least half, the heroine said with a grin. She added, regardless of whether there's a result tomorrow or how the official rules, it'll take at least a few days before we can get the money. That man is a Jianghu sorcerer, and if he wants to claim the reward, he has to leave the city. If he pushes me too far, I'll just wait until he leaves the city, then have a talk with him. If we can't come to an understanding, I'll simply kill him with my blade. Song Yu pondered for a moment. In truth, for him, he would rather not compete with local cultivators and Jianghu people in Changjing for such a straightforward demon-catching bounty. But not wanting to compete was one thing, now that they were already involved, and someone was trying to seize their credit and reward, that was another matter entirely. After thinking it over, he said, the area outside of Changjing is still under the emperor's rule. If you resort to violence, it might carry risks. I have experience, so the risks are not that great. I understand the ways of Jianghu, Song Yu said, but while Jianghu methods are indeed effective, and you're skilled in them, it still depends on the situation. For dealing with demons and ghosts and this Jianghu sorcerer, sometimes the methods of the deist cultivators might be more effective. What's your plan? I'll go to the county yamen with you tomorrow and talk it out. And how will you talk it out? Just try. The heroine hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Though she didn't want to trouble him, having a simpler and less troublesome solution was a good thing. She decided to see what he would do. The next morning, outside the county yamen, Heroine Wu and a middle-aged man in a green robe walked out of the second court. The so-called second court was where the county magistrate handled civilian disputes. It was less formal than the main court and more suited for mediating civil matters. The magistrate dealt with cases here to avoid offending either party. The two exchanged glances, one narrowed her eyes, and the other smiled and cupped his hands. Your actions are utterly unreasonable. Why do you say that? You took down a bounty, and so did I. You went to Wang family village, and I went to Wang family village too. Moreover, I even bought some supplies and set them up downstream. If I hadn't seriously injured that water ghost, how could you, a mere martial artist, have easily dealt with it? Nonsense. How rude. You son of a gun, you'd better watch out. No need to worry about me, heroine. The two continued walking out of the county yamen. Outside, a young Daoist priest, with a calico cat crouched by his side licking its paws. Heroine Wu paused and looked toward that direction, and the middle-aged man followed her gaze. Song Yu smiled, walked over slowly, and greeted the middle-aged man. I am Song Yu, a mountaineer from Lingquan County of Yizhu. May I ask who your esteemed master is? You are. The middle-aged man frowned, sizing up Song Yu. Originally, he had just arrived in Changjing. Due to the high cost of living, he had no means of making a living. He went to the city gate to accept a bounty, hoping to earn some money to establish himself in Changjing. To catch the water ghost, he spent the little money he had left on ghost hunting tools, only to discover that someone else had beaten him to it. Now, with hardly any money remaining, he was unwilling to give up. He had heard that the bounty was claimed by a martial artist from the Jianghu, which made him more determined. No matter how skilled the Jianghu warrior was, he felt confident he could handle the situation. Furthermore, compared to a martial artist, the county was more likely to credit him with slaying the ghost. Out of desperation, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and lie. However, he hadn't anticipated that the martial artist had a Daoist companion by her side. He was quite familiar with the martial arts of Jianghu warriors and had plenty of strategies to deal with them. However, when it came to those of the mysterious Daoist sects, he was much less confident. The Jianghu was full of eccentric figures with unpredictable abilities. Sometimes, it was impossible to know what kind of techniques the other party might wield. In a duel of spells, victory didn't always go to the one with the higher cultivation skills. A moment of carelessness or a failure to notice subtle tricks could result in falling into a trap, and by the time one realized it, they might already be dead. There were simply too many variables. If he had known this earlier, he would have reconsidered this. But now, there was no way out. The county magistrate had just warned them that anyone caught lying, fabricating evidence, or deceiving him in court would be severely punished. The middle-aged man assessed Song Yu from head to toe and gained a bit more confidence. At least, this Daoist seemed rather young. My surname is Lai, given name Mao. My style name is Siming, and I'm from Jingzhou. It's a pleasure to meet you. The middle-aged man cupped his hands in greeting. And may I ask what business you have with me? I see that you, too, are a cultivator with some degree of skill. But even in hard times, one could easily earn a living by performing on the streets and still be well received. Why resort to such underhanded tactics to steal our reward? Song Yu asked. Sir, there's no need to trick me, the middle-aged man replied, unafraid of Song Yu's insight into his cultivation level. It seems you are the companion of this heroine. I have already explained to your companion, I took down the bounty at the East Gate the afternoon before last. That very night, I went to Wang family village and made preparations. I fought with the water ghost, injuring it. Without that, it wouldn't have fled in your direction, and you wouldn't have had such an easy time dealing with it. As I am new to Changjing and in a tight spot, I suggested to your companion that we split the reward evenly. However, it seems you two are unwilling to do so. You know very well that's a lie. So, you are truly unwilling to split the reward. The middle-aged man scrutinized Song Yu further. You and this heroine are working together, yet you refuse to show up in court. Do you have something to hide? I'm just lazy. Ha, the middle-aged man chuckled twice, clearly not believing him. Instead, he threw Song Yu's earlier words back at him. I see that you, too, are a cultivator with some degree of skill. Cultivation is not easy, and sometimes, one must be more magnanimous. If a situation can be resolved peacefully, it's best to do so. After all, when fists fly, too many things can go wrong. Oh, Song Yu's expression grew more intrigued. And how exactly do you propose we resolve this? Since there are two of you, I will concede once more. I'll take 8 taels of silver, and you two take 12. As for the county yamen, we can come up with an excuse that we both agree on, and that will be the end of it. The officials there don't want to offend people like us anyway, the middle-aged man suggested. Afterward, I can even treat you both to some tea. How about it? So, you intend to take advantage of me? Song Yu replied with a smile, his tone light. I'm being perfectly sincere. Lai Mao insisted. Farewell, then. Sir, are you really intending to test your skills against me? The middle-aged man asked, squinting his eyes in suspicion. I'll say it again, it's always better to settle things peacefully. When it comes to a fight, no one can guarantee the outcome, be it life or death. If you're unsatisfied, we can still negotiate. My companion already mentioned it before. If you're in need, we can offer you 1 tael of silver. Why won't you accept it? 1 tael is too little. In Changjing, it's not enough to cover even a month's rent. I see, Song Yu mused. Please, sir, make your intentions clear, the middle-aged man pressed. If you're only seeking money, I am willing to give you a chance. If you regret your actions, just go to the county yamen and clear things up, Song Yu replied. But if you're planning to kill me, that's a different story. That depends on your abilities, the middle-aged man retorted. Farewell. Until fate brings us together again. With that, Song Yu turned and started walking away. The calico cat lowered its paw and glared briefly at the middle-aged man before it followed behind Song Yu in quick, small steps. Heroine Wu also followed after them. Once they rounded a corner, she quietly asked, so, how did it go? He has some cultivation skills. What do you mean by some cultivation skills? Can you take him on? Heroine Wu stayed close to him, speaking in a low voice. If you're not confident, don't push yourself. I can take care of him. I've seen plenty of these showy Jianghu sorcerers. A single slash, and their heads will roll, just like anyone else. Unless something unexpected happens, he'll likely come to the county yamen in a few days and explain everything. Unless something unexpected happens? So, there's still a chance that he might not fess up. There's always a chance for the unexpected to happen. What do you mean by that? It's hard to say, Song Yu replied seriously. But as a disciple of Hidden Dragon Temple, I've seldom encountered such surprises when wandering the world. You're feeling that confident? Just a little. Nov. L. B //JNN. Didn't you say he had some cultivation skills? Only a little. He also said that you have some cultivation skills. He was talking nonsense. Is that so? Heroine Wu nodded. So, when are you planning to deal with him? I'll go with you. No need for that? What do you mean? I've already dealt with him. Heroine Wu halted for a moment, stunned. It finally dawned on her that their duel of skills had already begun without her even realizing it. Immediately, she felt a sense of wonder. This battle between cultivators and those of the deist sects was indeed different from the confrontations between Jianghu warriors. Her eyes lit up as she rushed forward to ask for more details, eager to gain new insights. The middle-aged man stood where he was, staring in the direction they had gone with his brow furrowed. That young deist seemed quite confident. Of course, during their brief exchange, he hadn't shown any signs of weakness regardless of one's abilities. When walking the Jianghu, you've already lost a few points if your aura was weaker than your opponent's. Aura was something that must never be lacking. That young deist surely understood this as well. Retracting his gaze, he walked along the street. As he moved, he slipped a hand into his sleeve and pulled out a small wooden figurine, about 2 fingers wide and just shy of the length of a palm. After inspecting it closely and finding no abnormalities, he still tossed it into the corner of the street just to be safe, without breaking stride. This was his substitute, a wooden figurine. It was also his most remarkable skill. With this substitute, unless the other party used spells to burn him to ashes or chopped off his head, the harm would be transferred to the figurine instead no matter what tricks they played. With this in place, he should be safe. He returned to the temporary lodging he had found and lay down to rest, though he remained on high alert, unwilling to let his guard down. Lying on the wooden plank, his mind began to wander. At times, he felt a sudden surge of anger, wanting to find those two and silently dispose of them, then claim the entire 20 taels of silver for himself. That would be enough for him to live in Changjing for at least half a year, giving him a stable foothold. But then he quickly thought that committing murder for 20 taels wasn't worth it. Moreover, he'd heard that Changjing had been cracking down on such matters recently, so it was best not to act rashly. At other times, he regretted not giving them more leeway at the time. If he had taken a little less, perhaps they would have agreed. Now, not only had he gained an enemy, but he was also left anxious and unable to sleep peacefully. Sometimes, he even regretted not taking the initiative and making a move earlier, leaving him in such a passive situation now. The afternoon passed, and night fell. He only ate a sesame cake the whole day. Perhaps it was from overthinking, or maybe from hunger, but he couldn't fall asleep all night. If someone had been in his room, they would have seen him tossing and turning on the bed. At times, he would frown deeply in frustration from his sleeplessness. Other times, he would forcefully relax his brow, trying to calm down and sleep. But no matter what he did, he simply couldn't fall asleep. His eyes grew increasingly dry, yet his mind remained sharply clear. It wasn't until the dead of night that the middle-aged man suddenly sat up, wide awake. This wasn't normal. This wasn't ordinary insomnia. It wasn't anxiety or worry keeping him awake. It was the young deist's doing. But why? Why hadn't the substitute, which had always worked, failed this time? There was no time to ponder this. He hurriedly got up and pulled another wooden figurine from his bag. Holding it in his hand, he spun it in circles while chanting a spell. He muttered softly, repeating the incantation 3 times. Then, gripping the figurine's head, he applied force. Snap! He had unexpectedly pulled the figurine's head clean off. Phew! The middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief and lay back down, his mind at ease. It was likely already the 3rd watch of the night, and he should be able to sleep now. However, his thoughts began to wander again. At one moment, he considered that the young deist might indeed have some skill. Perhaps he should swallow his pride and go to him tomorrow to admit defeat, and chalk up the loss of the reward. He could find another way to make a living in Changjing. Performing on the streets wasn't out of the question. Then, he thought that since the young deist had already made his move, if he didn't reciprocate in kind, he might be seen as weak and someone easy to bully. But if he sought him out, and the young deist truly was quite strong, would he escalate the situation? Could it lead to a fight to the death? Caught in this cycle of indecision, weighing all the possibilities, he found it impossible to sleep. Before he realized it, dawn had arrived. Something's wrong. The middle-aged man's eyes shot wide open. Staying awake for one night was no big deal, but who knew how long this would last? How could he possibly never sleep? If he kept this up, even if he didn't die from exhaustion, he would surely go mad first. What troubled him most was that he had used 2 different wooden effigy substitutes, one he always carried with him and another activated through his own spells, yet neither worked. This either meant that the other person's cultivation level far exceeded his, or that the person was highly skilled in this particular technique, or perhaps the method itself was exceptionally intricate. Either way, it seemed like a real problem. The middle-aged man rummaged through his belongings again and pulled out an ancient yellow gourd. He shook it vigorously for quite some time before finally extracting a black seed resembling a pumpkin seed, which landed in his palm. The man hesitated, his face showing clear reluctance. After a moment of internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He took a curved blade, dug a small hole in the ground, and planted the seed, covering it with a thin layer of soil. Then, he fetched some water and carefully poured it over the spot. Murmuring under his breath, he chanted, "Celestial seeds of Mount Yi, do you understand human speech? If you do, grow quickly. Celestial seeds of Mount Yi, do you understand human speech? If you do, grow quickly." He repeated the chant without pause. Soon, something extraordinary happened. A speck of black appeared amidst the thin layer of soil. In the blink of an eye, that black speck broke through the dirt, and beneath it, a hint of green emerged. It was the seed he had just planted. It had now taken root, the black seed husk pushing upward. Before long, the husk fell away, revealing tender green leaves. The leaves swiftly unfurled, their vibrant greenery charmingly delicate. The sprout shot up rapidly, as if by some miracle. The plant seemed to brim with boundless vitality, growing at an astonishing pace under the middle-aged man's constant urging. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the room now housed a vine taller than a person. The vine was lush and green, resembling a pea plant. Small blue-violet flowers bloomed from its stems. The middle-aged man finally ceased his chanting, gazing at the vine. He then muttered, "Celestial seeds of Mount Yi, do you understand human speech? If you do, remove the cursed spell from me." The middle-aged man spoke as he picked up the curved blade again, intending to wait for the flowers to wither and the vine to bear fruit. Once the fruit ripened, he would slice it off with a single cut, naturally severing the cursed spell afflicting him. But after standing by with the curved blade for quite some time, the vine remained the same. The flowers were still in full bloom, without a single fruit forming. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, frowning. He then chanted again, "Celestial seeds of Mount Yi, do you understand human speech? If you do, remove the cursed spell from me and bear fruit." The vine swayed as if blown by the wind. What happened next shocked the middle-aged man. The vine suddenly withered, turning yellow and limp. Before he could step closer to inspect it, the vine burst into flames with a whoosh, reducing to ashes in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man was terrified. He had dared to come to Changjing alone from Jingzhou, which naturally meant he had some skills and the means to protect himself. The wooden effigy substitution technique was one that many in the Jianghu and common folk dreamed of mastering. Even the famous mountain temples and Daoist monasteries didn't necessarily possess such a method. And the celestial seed of Mount Yi was even more extraordinary. It was said that his ancestors, during their travels to celestial mountains, had once encountered a god or immortal on a mountain called Mount Yi. Whether the being was a god or immortal was unclear by now, but what was certain was that the god or immortal had gifted his ancestors a pouch of seeds. These seeds were miraculous. No matter how severe a curse, injury, or illness one suffered, the seed could remove it as long as they hadn't died yet. If the curse or injury wasn't too severe, the plant would bear new seeds after flowering, which could be used again. For generations, the seeds had never failed, saving his ancestors from countless disasters. By the time the seeds were passed down to him, only 2 remained, both of which had already been used more than once and helped him avoid numerous calamities. That god or immortal back then truly was a divine being. But now, the celestial seed had failed? This was the first time it failed. Not only had he never experienced this, but he had never even heard of such a thing happening. It would have been one thing if the seed simply failed, but it had burned to ashes entirely. The more the middle-aged man thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Suddenly, he sensed movement from the gourd. In a panic, he quickly took it out to check, shaking it several times. But instead of producing the last remaining seed, all that came out was a bit of ash. 3 days later, the sun was shining brightly. The windows on the second floor were closed, but they weren't tightly sealed. A narrow gap in the middle allowed a sliver of sunlight to slip through, illuminating the dust dancing in the air, along with a few stray cat hairs. A calico cat lay leisurely on the floor, her fur fluffy. She raised a small paw, gently swiping at the air as if trying to touch the sparkling dust in the sunlight. Of course, she couldn't catch it, but she seemed to understand that. She was merely playing, swiping casually without any real intention of grabbing hold. The Daoist stood nearby, watching her. Neither the person nor the cat had anything else to do, yet it didn't seem like either of them was idle. They were simply enjoying the afternoon together. For the Daoist, this was often how things were. The cat didn't need to do anything at all, yet her presence alone made everything feel wonderfully peaceful. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound from below. Knock, knock. The calico cat startled, trembling slightly while keeping her paw raised in the air. She turned her head to look downstairs, then glanced at the Daoist and said, "It's that woman. And the man from that day." "Oh." Song Yu withdrew his gaze from the cat and stood up. The cat hurriedly got to her feet, following him to see what was happening. With a creak, the door was opened. Standing outside was a heroine, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a blue robe, looking weary and bent over with his head lowered. "This guy's pretty interesting. He's been waiting for me at the West Gate every day," Heroine Wu said with a chuckle. "The day before yesterday, I didn't leave the city. And yesterday, I left in disguise, so he didn't recognize me. Only today did he finally catch me." She glanced at the man and continued, "He seems to have something to say to you." Then she turned her head toward the middle-aged man and said, "Go ahead." The man hurriedly lifted his head. Just 3 days ago, he had still appeared as a composed and elegant middle-aged man. Though he had been short on money, he hadn't looked destitute. But now, after just 3 days, he appeared much more haggard. His complexion was sallow, his eyes sunken and rimmed with darkness. His hair greasy was as if it had been slathered with lard, and his bloodshot eyes only added to his disheveled state. "Mister," he cried. The middle-aged man bowed and said, "I was ignorant and offended you, sir. Now I realize my mistake. I will go to the county yamen and confess to the magistrate, and I'll accept my punishment. Please, sir, withdraw your magic." Song Yu stood calmly at the doorway, gazing at him. "Where did you acquire the Kuze vine?" Kuze vine. The middle-aged man's mind was in a muddle. After a moment of confusion, he finally understood and replied respectfully, "My master's master once traveled the world and encountered a divine being on Mount Yi. The divine being gifted our family with some seeds, which we have always called the celestial seeds of Mount Yi." "I see. Sir, are you familiar with these celestial seeds? In my sect, there was an ancestor who loved to collect rare and spiritual plants from all over, and even combined his own knowledge of spells to cultivate some unique flora," Song Yu said indifferently. "It seems my master's master had a connection with yours n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. You mean to say," the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. His head throbbed with pain as the realization slowly dawned on him. He could never have imagined that the man before him was a descendant of the divine being his ancestors had spoken of for generations. "I was blind and ignorant of your divine lineage. Please, great immortal, have mercy on me for the sake of that past connection. That connection was from long ago. I never knew that ancestor, and besides, this situation doesn't warrant such talk of mercy." Song Yu's tone remained cool. "Since you did not intend to take my life, I have no reason to take yours. But your methods of seeking wealth are truly dishonorable. Please punish me as you see fit, immortal. The spell I cast lasts 7 days. For an ordinary person, going 7 days without sleep could be fatal or bring great harm. But since you possess some cultivation, it shouldn't be too damaging," Song Yu explained. "As for that last Kuze vine seed, I'll take it on behalf of my ancestor." "Thank you, immortal." "I am no immortal," Song Yu replied. "Just remember this lesson. Walk the righteous path from now on and rid yourself of such crooked thoughts. Don't dishonor the virtue of your ancestors." Thank you, the middle-aged man bowed repeatedly before hurriedly turning to leave, almost tripping over his own feet in his haste. Soon, the doorway was quiet once more. Only Heroine Wu stood there, her face filled with surprise. The calico cat, eyes wide as well, looked equally confused, having no idea what had just transpired. "What did you do?" "Meow. Just a small trick, nothing noteworthy." "What was he saying about a divine being?" "It was likely one of the ancestors from my sect. I've never met them." Song Yu shook his head and explained, "It seems there was a connection between his master's master and mine." "And what is the Kuze vine?" Heroine Wu kept asking, her eyes wide like the children from Lingbo County who used to sit under trees, eager to hear unusual stories. "It's a remarkable creation from my master's master. It can understand human speech. Once you plant it in the right place, it grows rapidly, blooming within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. If you sincerely ask it, it can remove misfortunes or illnesses from a person, and the fruit it produces signifies that the misfortune or illness has been removed. As for the principles behind it, I don't fully understand." Song Yu patiently explained, providing as much detail as he could. "That's impressive, Daoist master. It was my master's master skill, not mine," Song Yu said. "When you go to the county yamen for your reward, it should go smoothly." "You're impressive too. Everyone has their strengths," Song Yu remarked. "Once again, it's thanks to you." "Not at all. The credit for catching the ghost belongs to you. This was just an unexpected incident. Since we are companions, naturally, whoever has the most effective means should handle it." Song Yu glanced in the direction the man had left, feeling somewhat contemplative. The heirs of Hidden Dragon Temple had walked the world for generations, inevitably forming connections with people, just like this moment. The middle-aged man's ancestor must have been a good person, which is why Song Yu's master's master gifted him the Kuze vine seed, likely intending to ensure the well-being of his descendants. Yet over time, things had changed. The passage of time was unpredictable. Who could truly foresee the future? Song Yu looked at the heroine beside him. During his journey down the mountain, he had formed connections with many people. But aside from Lady Calico, the most profound, peculiar, and pleasant connection he had was with this heroine. Who knew what the future held in the years to come? He was thinking too much. He didn't have anything to pass down for hundreds of years to give to anyone. One day, the heroine returned from the county yamen again. "It's settled this time. The county magistrate said we'll get the reward money in a month." Heroine Wu said. "Indeed, your method worked better. What about that person? Lying in court and deceiving the officials should have earned him a thorough beating, even if he wasn't sent to jail. But he seems to have suffered enough already. I spoke a few good words for him, so he received fewer lashes." "You have a kind heart." Song Yu smiled, finding the situation amusing. A few days ago, she had been the one threatening to leave the city with a knife to cause trouble for the man, claiming she would kill him. It seemed that if she had really gone, she might have resorted to violence. Yet today, she was the one speaking in his favor in court. There was something quite interesting about it. It's not really about kindness, I just couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore. I remembered how, when I first arrived in Changjing, I had some impure thoughts too. Saying a few words doesn't cost anything. Did you act on those thoughts back then? Of course not, but I did think about it. It's natural to have such thoughts. Hihi, it just means I'm smart. Song Yu shook his head and then said, the reward money is taking quite a while to be settled. There's no helping it. If we could have caught the ghost and brought it to court, the payment could have been made on the spot. Heroine Wu sighed, adding with a hint of complaint, I said it wasn't really necessary. We're old acquaintances. The county magistrate recognized me today, yet he can't even offer this little bit of trust even as an old acquaintance. Thank you for your hard work. Don't mention it. Do you have enough money for this month? I should be fine. Good, then let's go. With that, Heroine Wu turned and walked away. She was incredibly efficient. Song Yu got up to see the guest off but didn't move his feet. After she left, he went upstairs and retrieved the money that was hidden in the rat hole by Lady Calico, checking how much was left. The nearby neighbors had also benefited from Lady Calico's presence. Since she arrived and began hiding money in the rat hole, she had been worried that the rats might steal it. Consequently, half the street had become a rat-free zone. Every night, she would have to walk a long way to catch the rats, but she didn't mind the effort. Over 1,000 chien. The rent for this month was already paid, but given his current relationship with the heroine, it wouldn't hurt to delay it a bit. Changjing had high living costs, much higher than Yudo. Song Yu himself was not engaged in agricultural production. There was no grain in the granary, and no vegetables in the fields. Everything had to be bought. This 1,000 or so chien could last for a month, but his finances would be a bit tight, and he might have to cut back on eating meat. In addition, over the next month or so, some might occasionally request him to exorcise evil spirits and demons or request Lady Calico to catch rats. This would bring in some income to improve their living conditions. With these thoughts, Song Yu felt relaxed and carefree. He left the money on the table, went downstairs to close the door, and planned to take a nap. When he came back, the money on the table was gone. Instead, a little girl in a tricolor dress was in the room. You're back already? Yes. Where's the money on the table? I hid it. The little girl looked at him seriously, seeming quite stern. Why did you leave it on the table? It might get stolen. It's broad daylight. It's not so easy for it to be stolen. You should spend less money. Don't use it all up. You don't eat rats either, so you might starve. The little girl expressed her concern. Got it. Song Yu found it amusing but still took the little girl's advice. He looked her over carefully and suddenly said, Lady Calico, you seem to have grown a bit taller. I've grown a bit taller. I think so. Really? The little girl became interested immediately. Maybe. I haven't measured before, but we can measure now. When you grow taller in the future, we'll know. Song Yu pulled the little girl to the wall. She obediently stood with her back against the wall, allowing him to measure her height by marking the wall. Her eyes were fixed upward, trying to see the top of her head. When she moved away from the wall, there was now a mark on the wooden wall. What is this? This is how tall you are now. I'm this tall. The little girl stared at the mark on the wall. We'll measure again in a few months, and then we'll know if you're growing taller. How can I grow taller? When you grow up, you will. But I'm already a grown cat. The little girl tilted her head, looking at him with confusion. All things in this world, once they gain sentience or attain enlightenment, are no longer the same as they once were. Song Yu thought for a moment and patiently explained, I've heard that some demons, even after they've grown up, might still appear as little people until they gradually grow bigger. How can they grow bigger? When the mind matures, they will grow. I don't understand. You need to study. Song Yu thought for a moment and smiled at the little girl. If you want to study, you need to learn to read and write. How about I teach you to read? What's the use of reading? You can read books. That sounds familiar. You asked me about it before. Is reading fun? It's not exactly fun, but some people find it interesting. Some people find it difficult. Difficult. Yes. The little girl's eyes moved around, and she changed the subject. Will I grow as big as a tiger in the future? That sounds familiar. I've asked you that before. So you already know the answer, right? What if things change? It won't. Then what will I be like when I grow up? When you're a cat, you'll probably be the same as before. But when you turn into a human, you'll grow taller, probably as tall as the heroine next door. You'll become mature and rational, gradually form your own ideas, find more interests and your own path. You'll become bold and composed. Song Yu thought for a moment. You might also be confined by other things, or you might find genuine freedom. What is my own path? It's about what you want to do, what you don't want to do, where you want to go, and where you don't want to go. The little girl thought for a while, then said carefully, I don't need to think about where to go. I can just follow you. Maybe you will understand in the future. Will I leave you? The little girl stared at him without blinking, her expression similar to when she was a cat. Song Yu couldn't help but smile. When he first met her, she probably intended to accompany him for a while. Once the incense fumes on her dissipated, she would return to her mountain to catch mice and live freely, right? With a smile, the deist replied, maybe yes, maybe no, but those are your own decisions far in the future. I don't understand. Do you want to learn to read? It's difficult. But you'll become smart. I'll become smart. And you'll become capable. I'll become capable. Do you want that? Yes. Then it's settled. The deist's smile grew wider as he said, after I take a nap, I'll buy a sandbox, break a willow branch, and teach you to read. Will it cost money? The little girl's expression suddenly became serious. The deist was a bit speechless. To be fair, after spending so much time with her, he had never conveyed these thoughts to her. He didn't know how she became so frugal. A good nap later, he felt refreshed and ready to go. He took some money and went out. The sandbox was inexpensive, and it was just a shallow square dish. There was plenty of sand outside the city walls, and he could break some willow branches downstairs. That evening, with the doors downstairs closed and the windows upstairs wide open, the deist spread the sand flat on the tray. Using the twilight, he held the willow branch, said to the little girl, let's start with the first character. Okay. The little girl focused intently on the sandbox, ready for the lesson. The deist drew 3 horizontal lines on the sandbox. This is San. 3 horizontal lines represents San, just like the San in your name 1n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. San. Isn't it simple? Very simple. Have you remembered it? I've remembered it. Good. The deist then waved his hand in the air, and the yellow sand on the tray instantly became perfectly smooth. He then handed the willow branch to Lady Calico. Try writing it yourself. Try writing it myself. The little girl repeated softly as she took the willow branch from him and carefully made 3 strokes on the sand. Her grip on the pen wasn't perfect, but her writing was quite neat, not much different from what the deist had written before. Song Yu didn't immediately correct her pen-holding technique. It was the first day, and she wouldn't form a habit from writing just a few characters. It was better to wait until tomorrow to teach her proper pen-holding. For today, there were more important things to do. Lady Calico, you're truly smart. I only taught you once, and you already remembered the word San. Your writing is identical to mine. Not only is your memory excellent, but you also have extraordinary talent. You're truly a prodigy. The little girl's expression became serious, and her breathing paused. Since you learned the word San in an instant, let's move on to a more complex one. How about learning the character Hua from your name? Okay. Without hesitation, the little girl handed him the willow branch. The deist took the willow branch and wrote the character Hua on the sandbox, explaining the strokes as he went. This is Hua. Hua. Have you remembered it? This time, the little girl leaned close to the sandbox, tilting her head to the right, then to the left. She carefully examined the character for a long time before saying, I've remembered it. Then, I'll try writing it myself. The little girl took the willow branch from him with great seriousness and meticulously started writing on the sandbox. Her strokes were slow but accurate, and the character Hua gradually took shape. This time, Song Yu was a bit surprised. The previous character San had only 3 horizontal lines and was simple, so it was normal for Lady Calico to write it similarly to how he did. However, the character Hua was much more difficult. Lady Calico's writing was not only neat but also looked very similar to his own. Is it correct? The little girl glanced at him secretly, clenching her fist. Yes. The deist widened his eyes, astonished. I didn't expect that you could learn such a difficult character in one go. You truly are a prodigy. At this point, the deist showed a look of hesitation. Originally, I planned to teach all 3 characters of San, Hua, and Niang at once. However, learning 2 characters a day is already the limit for most people. Even though you're smart, learning more might be too much. I'm afraid you might feel overwhelmed. Besides, the character Niang is more difficult than San and Hua. I'm worried that you might not be able to learn it. How about we continue another day? I want to learn today. I can still learn. The little girl was eager to learn. Well then, the deist furrowed his brows, hesitated for a long time, and finally made up his mind. All right then, your talent and eagerness to learn are things I have rarely encountered in my life. In that case, I will go against the ancestral teachings of the Hidden Dragon Temple and make an exception for you to learn more characters. Okay. Please also gauge your own capacity. If you really can't learn anymore, don't push yourself too hard. Be sure to stop in time. Okay. Watch carefully. The willow branch traced over the sandbox, the sound as gentle as the evening breeze outside the window and the murmur of passersby on the street. The deist wrote meticulously, and the little girl watched with great focus. Today was spent leisurely but not wasted. One Lady Calico's name in Chinese is Sanhua Niang Niang. The cicadas had begun to sing in the streets. In the following days, Song Yu often kept the door closed and taught Lady Calico to read characters inside the house. Of course, it wasn't all day long, that would be too tiring. Song Yu generally only taught her in the afternoons after lunch, and then took a nap while she practiced. Each day, he would teach her only a dozen or so characters. Every time she learned a new character, he would either marvel, praise her, or express disbelief, suspecting she had secretly put in extra effort. In short, every day was different. When they got to 3 or 4 characters, he would stop promptly, reminding her that ordinary people's energy and intelligence were limited each day. Although Lady Calico was extraordinarily talented, she was not limitless in energy and intelligence. After her strong insistence, he would teach her a bit more. After finishing the lesson, he would remind her not to study secretly and pretend not to notice if she did. The shop sign outside was still up. If someone came to the door to ask for help with exorcism or catching rats, they would go. If visitors saw the door closed and didn't come in, he didn't feel guilty for not helping. He simply felt that they were not destined to meet and enjoyed another leisurely day. Spring gradually ended, and summer arrived. The days grew longer, with more thunderstorms. The leaves on the willow branches became increasingly lush. The sunlight outside the window was so bright it was hard to keep one's eyes open, and people on the street wore shorter and shorter clothing. Some of the laborers in the city doing hard, exhausting work didn't even bother wearing shirts. With just a cloth strip tied around their bony waists, they were often drenched in sweat. It already felt like summer. During these days, heroine Wu continued her routine of early departures and late returns. After collecting elm seeds, she would pick pagoda tree flowers. Sometimes, after buying 2 jin of meat, she would ask him to cook it and share a meal together. Occasionally, if she came across something along the way that smelled good, she'd buy some to share with them. And when she was in a good mood, she'd seek them out, inviting them to go somewhere nearby or far away to grab an enjoyable bite of snacks. This heroine sometimes appeared tired, sometimes relaxed, and sometimes carried a bit of a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. Song Yu didn't inquire too much, as they had agreed at the beginning. They interacted casually. He would at most ask her why she invited them to a meal again. Heroine Wu would grin and tell him that since she chose to wander the Jianghu, there wouldn't be much good fortune in store for her. At present in Changjing, her life was constantly threatened in every job she did. It was exhausting and dangerous, and every day she went out not knowing if she would come back. Even if she returned safely, she found it hard to find other things to do, which was quite boring. As for hobbies and interests, she didn't have many. When she was young, she hadn't tasted much good food, and as she grew up, she didn't gain much experience. She didn't understand poetry, music, or tea appreciation. Eating was the greatest pleasure of her life. However, when she was younger, she had no money or ability. She couldn't afford it, and couldn't travel far. Now that she could afford it and travel far, she realized that eating alone was not very enjoyable. Ordering too much meant it would go to waste, and ordering too little meant she couldn't taste everything. Ordering just right wasn't very interesting either. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Plus, others often looked at you when you were alone. In the past, when she was in Changjing with no friends or acquaintances, she would come back every day and fill her stomach with whatever food was available. She would then curl up on the bed on the second floor, and stare at the dark night until she fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already the next morning. Now, with a friend she could talk to and enjoy meals with, it was only natural that she would invite her friend for a nice meal. Firstly, she loved to eat. Secondly, it was a way to comfort herself for her hard work, reward herself for living another day, and celebrate the fact that she was getting closer to the goals she had set when she first came to Changjing. No matter what, being able to share a good meal with a pleasant, easygoing friend after a day of toil and danger was a truly relaxing thing, even if the friend was quiet and just focused on eating when she was feeling down. She found it very comforting. It was great. Song Yu was also quite satisfied with this lifestyle and interaction. Being able to observe and enjoy without getting too deeply involved, to experience it without feeling tired, was indeed wonderful. He was also pleased with the friendship. May gradually came. Plums sour on the tongue. Their tang lingers between teeth. Bananas just starting to grow. Green shadows dance on the screen. Spring fades into summer's light. Days stretch long, weariness takes flight. Awake from a nap, boredom sigh. Watching children catch willow catkin as it drifts by. The deist put away the brush and looked at the line of words on the paper. The window on the second floor was still open as the gentle breeze moved the willow branches and brought in a bit of coolness, also carrying the scent of ink to his face. The little girl leaned on the edge of the desk, stretching her neck to look. Then she looked up at the deist, puzzled. What's written here? What words do you recognize? Day, long, children. The little girl stood on tiptoe, pointing at each word on the paper. Since the ink was still wet, she dared not touch it, and she pronounced each word slowly. Finally, she pointed at the word in the bottom left corner and said, cat. Lady Calico, you're impressive. Why don't I recognize so many words? The little girl looked up at the deist, her eyes wandering with some suspicion. Because you haven't learned them yet. You didn't teach me. There are too many words in this world. Even though you have extraordinary talent, you must learn them one by one slowly, without rushing, Song Yu said patiently. But I'm very smart. That's only natural. Song Yu smiled slightly and said calmly, now, you can write many characters, but have only used willow branches and sand boxes so far. You've never tried using a brush and ink. How about you try using a brush to write on paper today and see what it feels like? He then handed the brush to the little girl. The little girl was indeed distracted, her eyes shifting to the paper and brush. Although her expression gave nothing away, she didn't reach out to take the brush but instead said brightly, paper costs money. That's okay, the deist said, patting the girl's head. Perhaps it will become even more valuable because of the words you write on them. I don't understand. Just try. Oh, the little girl hesitated but then took the brush. Following the deist's instructions, she held the brush and looked at the paper on the desk, then dipped it in ink from the inkstone. She carefully scraped off the excess and began to write. 2 large words appeared on the paper, Lady Calico. Though not beautiful, they were neat and accompanied by several scattered ink splashes of various sizes. Once finished, she quickly set the brush aside, not daring to write more. Very good. You're still young and have just begun learning. Even on the first attempt, you've shown great promise. With time, how impressive you will become. The little girl didn't speak or show any expression, her face revealed nothing of her inner thoughts. But if she had a tail, it would surely be perked up. The deist allowed the ink to dry and carefully stored the paper. Indeed, not only was paper expensive, but this ink was also the rare and precious congealed fragrance ink of the Yudo era, seldom used even by him until today. No matter how expensive the paper and ink were, they were mere carriers for the characters. Nothing could compare to the first line of characters written by Lady Calico. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The deist and the little girl went downstairs. When he opened the door, a young servant was standing there. The servant, upon seeing him, quickly bowed. Greetings, sir. No need for such formalities, Song Yu responded with a bow of his own, noticing the sweat on the servant's face. What brings you here? Do you handle exorcisms of evil spirits and demons? Of course. Song Yu pointed to the sign on the door. My master heard of your skills from others and specifically sent me to request your assistance, the servant said. If it's convenient for you, could you come with me? My master will surely reward you handsomely. Where does your master live? At the junction of Eastern District and Western District. It's not far away. And what is the issue? My master has been troubled lately, waking up in the middle of the night as if being watched. We've requested for the consecrated artifact from Tianhai Temple, yet it hasn't helped, the servant said with a look of concern. My master is prideful, so I can't elaborate further. If it's convenient for you, please come and take a look. All right. Song Yu looked up at the scorching sun. Though he was reluctant to go out, he agreed. He then turned to the little girl behind him and said, the sun is strong outside, and it's quite hot. Since there's no one else at home, please stay here and guard the house, making sure no idle people sneak in and steal anything. Also, Lady Calico, please be mindful of balancing work and rest. Your practice should be moderate. With your talent, you can write beautifully without needing to practice twice as much. Okay. The little girl glanced at the deist and agreed with her words, but in her heart, she had already decided to practice secretly. How could she not practice more? The so-called exceptional talent was a result of her own hard work. The deist didn't know that, so he thought her talent was extraordinary. What if one day she stopped practicing and he thought her talent had suddenly declined? That simply wouldn't do. The deist, naturally unaware of her intentions, softly said to the servant, please lead the way. Certainly, certainly. Please follow me. The servant, respectfully bowing, led the way. Along the way, he spoke in a low voice about his master, as if afraid passers-by might overhear. His master was a military officer responsible for the defense of the capital, in the prime of life. One would expect such a military officer to be adept in martial arts, immune to demons and ghosts as well as other evil entities. Yet, recently, he had been restless and often felt as though someone was watching him while he slept. A reputable military officer, worried about ghosts in his home and evil spirits possessing his body, would likely be laughed at if he spoke of it. Hence, he was reluctant to seek out well-known experts. Instead, he had heard of a young man who had recently come to the capital and, though not widely known, seemed to have some skill. So he decided to invite him for a consultation. Song Yu followed the servant into the courtyard. The courtyard was not large and was located in a modest area. Indeed, living comfortably in the capital was not easy. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Song Yu looked around but did not detect any signs of dark yin qi. Soon, the host came out to greet him. As expected, he was a robust military officer. In summer, he dressed casually at home, and his thin clothes could hardly conceal his muscular physique. He was at an age where his qi and life force was in its prime, and such a warrior would likely keep ordinary spirits at bay. Even if he couldn't slay common demons with one strike of his sword, they would probably avoid confronting him. This was indeed the case. Song Yu squinted and saw nothing unusual about the host. That was until he entered the host's bedroom. On the wall hung a painting. In the painting, the figure was fully armored, tall and strong. Riding a horse and holding a long spear, the figure looked lifelike. Gazing at it, one felt its vitality, as if the figure might leap out of the painting and charge forward to skewer anyone in its path, pinning them to the door behind. The person in the painting was none other than the military officer before him. This painting. What's wrong with this painting? Have you previously consulted any other experts? I consulted a wandering deist, the military officer said, his voice low and his eyes narrowing in apparent irritation. He told me that since I was new to the capital and coming from elsewhere, I was unaccustomed to the capital's auspicious aura and that, as a martial artist, the bloodlust and ferocity in me were being expelled by the capital's auspicious aura. He said it would improve with time. The officer glanced at Song Yu. I actually believed his nonsense and endured for several months. If I ever meet that deist again, I'll make sure he can't walk another step. That's a common deceiver's excuse. Song Yu remained composed, focusing solely on the painting. He was neither intimidated by the veiled threat nor concerned about it. Do you think it's the painting that's the issue? It is indeed the painting that's the problem. What's wrong with this painting? Song Yu did not answer immediately, nor did he look at the officer. He continued to study the painting with awe, admiring its meticulous detail and lifelike quality. He felt a spiritual resonance and vitality within it and asked, "May I inquire where this painting came from?" At the end of last year, I was leading my troops into the capital on imperial orders to take over the city's defense. On the way, I encountered a man being chased by a group of ruffians, apparently for robbery. The ruffians were so rampant around the capital's outskirts that I ordered my men to rescue him, the officer recalled, frowning. He continued, after saving him, the man wanted to give me money as a reward, but I declined. In gratitude for saving his life, he said he was a painter and offered to create a portrait for me. I found it interesting, so I took him to the official's station and let him stay the night, and he painted this portrait for me. General, your righteousness and kindness are commendable, Song Yu said. What's wrong with this painting? The officer turned to look at the painting he had cherished and admired countless times since receiving it, incredulous. Could it be that, in return for saving his life, he intentionally did something to harm me through the painting? Not at all, Song Yu said, still focused on the painting. Your actions were virtuous, and the painter's intentions were likely good as well. However, his skill in painting was exceptional. It's likely that the impression of being saved by you made a profound impact on him. He poured all his effort into this painting, making it incredibly lifelike, to the point where the figure almost seems to come alive. The officer looked at the painting again, considering Song Yu's words. Indeed, it was as if he himself were standing in the painting. Sometimes, when he gazed at the painting, it felt less like a painting and more like a window. Through this window, he saw the scene from that day outside the city, himself charging along the official road, holding a spear, his might unmatched. Recently, during his duty in the capital, he had met several prominent figures and occasionally invited them to his home. Everyone who saw this painting was full of praise, looking at him with renewed respect. Their admiration only grew after hearing about how he had repelled bandits and saved lives on his way into the capital. He cherished this painting deeply. Could it be that the painting is so lifelike it's scaring me? The military officer squinted, observing the deist's profile. Have you heard of the saying about attaining enlightenment through skill mastery? Attaining enlightenment through skill mastery. There is a master qin player in the capital whose music can summon cranes and bring rain or snow when played with extreme emotion. As the music reached its heartbreaking point, the woman playing the guqin couldn't help but lower her head, the deist explained, pausing for effect. He continued, similarly, there's a woodcarver in the distant Yizhu who is said to carve figures so lifelike that if they were given eyes, they would come to life. Are you referring to the renowned qin player, Miss Wanjiang? General, you know her. I have heard her perform on the first floor of the Hexian Pavilion. Before coming to the capital, his monthly salary was only a few taels of silver. After arriving, it increased to only about 10 taels, which had to cover his own expenses, as well as those of his family and servants. There was simply no money to spare for the second floor. This painting is extraordinarily well done, Song Yu said. Though the figure in the painting cannot come to life, it still exudes a certain spiritual charm and vitality. During the day, the vitality is suppressed by the sunlight, but at night, its spiritual essence is unrestrained. Have you tried looking at the painting at night? Who looks at paintings at night? If you were to gaze at it in the dead of night, you might feel as if it's gazing back at you, Song Yu smiled. Given your sharp intuition and exceptional martial skills, such a gaze would naturally unsettle you. The military officer stared at the painting again, as if seeing the gaze of his painted self. He recalled how the figure in the painting had once frightened many Jianghu people into retreating. Little did he know that the painter had captured this intense expression with astounding skill, freezing that moment forever. If the painting were hung on the door, it might even deter minor ghosts. If this was the case, being stared at by it every night combined with his acute instincts could indeed make it difficult to sleep. Is what you say true? Absolutely. Then does the deist have a remedy? Song Yu pondered, continuing to gaze at the painting, feeling a mix of shock and reflection. The image of the wood carvings coming to life in Yizhu remained vividly etched in his memory. It was likely something he would never forget in his lifetime. Although the painting's technique could not match Master Kong's carving skills, it was still incredibly impressive. If it were painted even better, it might have truly come to life. Indeed, there were countless masters in the world. The solution is simple, Song Yu said. Please, do enlighten me. Just don't hang it in the bedroom. Are there any other solutions? Song Yu finally turned his gaze from the painting to the military officer. This was the first time he had looked away from the painting since he arrived, but he had actually been observing the officer the whole time. He didn't think that someone with such thick eyebrows and big eyes would be so narcissistic. Will your painting be passed down through generations? Song Yu asked. Why would it matter whether it's passed down or not? Though the painting appears to only depict you, the details, the grass and trees swaying in the wind, the scattered stones on the roadside, the dust rising from the horse's hooves are all rendered with extraordinary precision. It is precisely these details that create your commanding presence on horseback and infuse the painting with spiritual qi and a profound vitality, Song Yu explained. He added, these details are indispensable. If you do not want to be troubled by the spiritual resonance at night but still wish to display the painting in the bedroom, simply adding a few strokes to the edges of the painting will not greatly affect the overall style, but it will diminish the spiritual qi and thus eliminate the vitality. That's not acceptable. The military officer almost shouted, his eyes widening in anger. He then looked at the painting again, calming down slowly. Adding a few strokes to the edges might not affect the overall viewing experience. At least, those who were not familiar with art wouldn't notice. However, experts could immediately discern such additions, even after centuries, and they would be out of sync with the painting's style and technique. Do you understand art, sir? I don't understand art well. About 2 years ago, while I was in Yizhu, I received some guidance from a master and gained some insights into this field, Song Yu said. This painting. I truly love it and cannot bear to damage it. Is there any other way? The military officer's tone softened. He had come to believe the young deist's words about the painting, even though he had initially thought they were similar to the deceptive claims of the wandering deist he had heard earlier in the year. There is indeed another way. Please, tell me. Based on the guidance I received, there is a method to isolate the painting's spiritual chi without damaging it, Song Yu said. This method won't alter the appearance of the painting, but it won't last forever at most. It will work for several decades. Several decades. Yes, if the painting is still passed down and someone with martial skills and sharp intuition inherits it after several decades, or if the painting's spiritual resonance accumulates over time, it might eventually have an effect even on ordinary people and develop supernatural aspects. I can't guarantee that your descendants will cherish it as much as you do now and keep it. Isolating the spiritual resonance. The choice is yours. The military officer squinted, clearly torn by the decision. Song Yu did not rush him. Instead, he took the opportunity to get closer and carefully examine the painting. He scrutinized the ink tones and the brush strokes. He looked at the composition and the lines. He observed the figures and the background. He tried to discern the artist's thoughts and the exceptional skill behind the painting. He also sensed the subtle spiritual resonance and vitality within it. Sir. Song Yu immediately straightened up, maintaining a respectful distance from the painting, and turned his attention back to the military officer. Have you made a decision? Please cast the spell to isolate the spiritual resonance of the painting. I will ensure that it is well preserved by future generations and never hung in the bedroom, the military officer said. As for other supernatural aspects, I cannot say whether they are good or bad. If such things arise in several decades, we'll deal with them when the time comes. The future generations will have their own fortune to handle. Excellent. Song Yu praised. He then blew gently at the painting. The breath materialized into a grayish smoke, which floated toward the painting and, in the blink of an eye, vanished into it. The painting seemed unchanged at first glance. However, there seemed to be a subtle difference from before. The military officer could not help but widen his eyes. He had been deeply deceived by that wandering deist before. He had been considering that, once this young deist completed his spell, he would likely need to subtly remind him that he knew where the young deist resided. If he dared to deceive him, he would personally bring people to his establishment to confront him. But after witnessing this scene, he could no longer hold such thoughts. He had no choice but to cup his hands and bow deeply, saying, "Thank you very much, sir." "It's no big deal," Song Yu replied with a smile. "Tonight, I should be able to sleep soundly," the military officer said gratefully. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. I live on Willow Street. If you still feel unsettled tonight, you can come find me again, Song Yu offered. "You're too kind," the military officer said, cupping his hands. "May I ask how much silver you charge?" "Whatever you wish to give," Song Yu responded. "Whatever I wish to give." "Yes," Song Yu said with a smile. "I have always been like this since coming to Changing. You can give as much or as little as you like. More is not too much, and less is not too little." The officer was reminded of some medical clinics he knew. In Changing, there were indeed some clinics where the fee varied depending on the patient's financial status. Some renowned doctors, known for their benevolence and truly deserving of their reputation for helping the world, would not charge the impoverished and would even pay out of their own pockets to buy medicine for them. This, however, put him in a difficult position. He wanted to be generous, yet also wanted to be calculating. He wasn't exactly poor, but he still felt that every tael of silver in his monthly salary had its own purpose. He thought he should display some chivalry, but also felt that his wife and children had just moved to Changing and needed some nice clothes. He reasoned that since this deist seemed genuinely skilled, giving a bit more silver would be a way to build a good relationship. But he also thought that someone who operated this way had likely met all kinds of people and probably would not mind if the amount were small. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the deist, who was standing in front of him with a smile. The deist's gaze seemed to pierce into his heart, and the military officer's heart skipped a beat. After a moment, the deist took the 2 taels of silver and thanked the officer respectfully before he left the courtyard with his gains. In the few months spent in Changing, there had indeed been a considerable harvest. In fact, the tasks done in Changing were often similar to those performed at Yinyang Mountain. Cultivators were naturally required to expel evil spirits and exorcise demons. This was independent of their level of cultivation. No matter how high their skill, it remained a necessary task. At Yinyang Mountain, they would also respond to villagers' requests to alleviate some disasters and give them a bit of peace of mind. However, the money earned at Yinyang Mountain was never as much as it was here. Changing was prosperous, and money flowed abundantly. Even the poor in the city had a steady stream of income far exceeding that of the self-sufficient villagers at the foot of Yinyang Mountain. Sometimes, they would receive no money at all, only a small bag or half a basket of grains. Fortunately, they were experienced and would bring sacks when descending the mountain. Otherwise, if they used the villagers' baskets to carry things up the mountain, they'd have to return them next time. At times, they couldn't even receive grains, only rice stalks or wheat chaff. They would have to wait until the summer or autumn harvest, when the villagers would leave a bundle at the edge of the fields for them to harvest themselves. To be honest, Hidden Dragon Temple wasn't lacking in grains, but Song Yu still had to go and harvest them every year. Besides money, there were other gains from being in Changjing. Yinyang Mountain was surrounded by farmers and poor families. Although each person had their own mindset, they were not as diverse as those in Changjing. Changjing had both rich and poor, and one could encounter a botanist in a single-room residence from the Housing Bureau, discuss matters with generals in government-assigned residences, or meet officials from the court, such as the minister, and various unusual people. But today's greatest gain was still that painting. Regardless of who painted it, in terms of skill, it was already rare in the world. Even the court painters would not surpass it. It was a pity that he could not admire it for longer. Under the blazing sun, Song Yu thought about this as he walked back to Willow Street in the Western District. From a distance, he saw a small head peeking out from the second floor and glancing at him, and then quickly retreating. The deist chose to ignore it. Upon returning home, the door was open. Going upstairs, he did not see the little girl, only the calico cat. The sandbox on the desk was neatly arranged, with the willow branches placed beside it, and even the orientation was the same as before. The cat was quite smart. Have you been practicing calligraphy secretly while at home? The deist asked the cat, who was lying by the window with half-closed eyes. Meow, the cat yawned, stretched out its limbs, and then turned its head to look at the deist. What did you say? It seems that you haven't practiced calligraphy at home. Considering your talent, you're already impressive enough without practice. You don't need to practice further, the deist said, sitting down on the long couch by the window. He pondered for a moment before asking, since you have to cultivate, catch mice, and learn to write, you must be quite tired, right? I'm not tired. You're not tired. I'm not tired. It seems you really have boundless energy, Song Yu said, nodding. That's great. Besides learning to read, you'll also need to learn arithmetic. I thought you would be exhausted if you had to learn another subject, but now I realize I underestimated you. In that case, how about I teach you to count tonight? The calico cat maintained its lying position, merely lifting its head to gaze at him. After a moment, it spoke up, did you catch any ghosts? Not ghosts. Demons. Not that either. Song Yu shook his head. It was just a painting that was so lifelike it frightened people. Did you capture the painting? I only used magic to isolate the painting's spiritual resonance and vitality so it wouldn't stare at people in the middle of the night, Song Yu answered truthfully. Did you make any money? Yes. How much? 2 taels of silver. How much is that? 5 of 2 taels of silver will be about the same as the money earned from catching ghosts by the river that night n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. That's very little. Well, it's enough for us to live on for a month. That's a lot. The calico cat suddenly sprang up as if it had remembered something. Oh, right, when you went out earlier, someone came to our home. I turned into a human to go downstairs and talk to him. He said he came to ask for our help to catch mice somewhere unknown. Where did he want to catch them? Somewhere unknown. And where is he now? He left. The calico cat stood up and looked at him. I talked to him, but he wouldn't talk to me. He asked where you went, and I said you went to catch ghosts. He said he would come back later to talk when you returned. I see. The calico cat's explanation wasn't very clear, but it conveyed the general idea. Song Yu couldn't help but pat the cat's head and said, you're quite responsible. Yes. But that person was a bit rude. How can he not tell you just because you're a tiny human? Yes. I'll take a nap now. Okay. The deist lay down on the nearby bed. The calico cat glanced at him, then at the sandbox on the desk. She hesitated for a while, and then lay down. The cat slept by the window while the deist slept on the bed. After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Knock, knock, knock. The deist woke up groggily, feeling a thin layer of sweat on his face. It was already the season where he would sweat while sleeping. He got up, exchanged a glance with the calico cat, and went downstairs. The door downstairs was still open. Standing at the doorway was a middle-aged man dressed as a steward. Despite the door being open, he did not enter but stood outside, knocking on the door frame. He was accompanied by a few attendants. When he saw the deist and the cat coming down, he finally cupped his hands in greeting. Sir, greetings. Please, come in. My surname is Liu, and I am the steward of the Grand Commander's residence. My apologies. No need for that. I've heard that you have a divine cat named Lady Calico who can catch mice, no matter how formidable they are. Steward Liu glanced at the calico cat behind Song Yu, briefly astonished by the cat's beauty, then turned his gaze back to Song Yu with a smile. I didn't know that you can exorcise demons too. Catching mice is Lady Calico's talent. My responsibility is exorcising demons and vanquishing evil spirits, Song Yu explained. We each have our own duties. I'm curious, where do you practice your cultivation? In Yizhu, Lingquan County. Yizhu? May I ask which celestial mountain or immortal abode? It's neither a celestial mountain nor an immortal abode, just a small temple where only my master and I reside. It's not very well known. I see. Steward Liu's eyes flickered a few times. That's quite far. How did you come to Changjing? I'm traveling the world, Song Yu said, also observing the steward. He added with a smile, I heard from my child that you came here to ask for help with catching mice. Exactly. And it's for the Grand Commander's residence. Yes. Steward Liu occasionally glanced at Song Yu and then at the cat behind him. He displayed a look of helplessness as he said, "It seems the mice in the Eastern District are especially troublesome. My master has been disturbed and unsettled by them recently, and he is often disturbed while reading at night. Despite trying various methods, we can't get rid of them. A certain official mentioned that your divine cat can catch even the most stubborn mice cleanly overnight. Honestly, those who have previously asked for Lady Calico's help had similar problems to what you described. Then I'm at the right place," Steward Lu said with a smile. "My master is generally generous. If you can truly solve our problem, we are willing to pay not just 500 chien, but even 5 taels of silver or 50. Upon hearing this, the calico cat's expression immediately stiffened. Although Song Yu hadn't taught her counting yet, having been transformed for a while, she knew that 5 was more than 2. Naturally, 5 taels of silver was more than 2 taels. "When would you like to go? Are you available at this moment?" "Very much so. Then let's proceed. Please allow me to close the door." The deist stepped outside, and the cat immediately followed. Steward Lu, seeing this, was further convinced of the cat's rumored abilities. After the deist locked the door, they set off. The Grand Commander was the highest military officer in the court, the commander-in-chief of all military forces. However, in practice, there could be discrepancies. Often, dynasties or emperors would find the Grand Commander's power too great, either not appointing one or appointing one without real power. For example, the emperor in the current dynasty, being a martial emperor himself, would never delegate the military power and maintain tight control over it. Additionally, above the Grand Commander, there was the Prime Minister. Above the Prime Minister, there was a highly trusted and influential state preceptor, reducing the actual power further. Moreover, it was said that this Grand Commander was quite old and in poor health, and it might not be long before he passed. Nevertheless, being a top official, his residence was naturally in the best part of the Eastern District. The residence was vast, with both mountains and water. As Song Yu and Steward Lu entered the Grand Commander's residence, he stopped and said to Steward Lu, "I will only deliver Lady Calico here. She will handle the mice in the residence and generally finish within 5 days. I will return tomorrow morning to pick her up, and for the next 4 days, I will drop her off every evening and pick her up in the morning. Please take good care of my cat and ensure she is not mistreated." Steward Lu said, "Of course. Thank you." The deist looked at the cat before him, who wore a red rope necklace and appeared very well behaved and endearing. He couldn't help but smile and reached out to pat her head. "Sorry to trouble you, Lady Calico. The Grand Commander's residence is large, so you might have to work harder than before. Please be extra cautious." "Meow, I'll be on my way." The deist and the steward both cupped their hands toward each other, as did the deist to the surrounding servants and attendants. Others from the residence came over, seemingly curious about the famous Lady Calico, and looked at her. Only after they had seen her did he turn and leave the Grand Commander's residence. The evening was cool and pleasant, making it a leisurely walk. The cat remained where she was, watching the deist leave. Although she was happy to be invited to catch mice, this meant she wouldn't be able to sleep next to the deist at night. Moreover, she had recently been learning to write. If she was too busy at night, she would surely have to sleep during the day, which would affect her practice time. If she didn't practice enough and her writing wasn't good, might the deist think her once brilliant talent had diminished? The cat was troubled. A group of people gathered around her. Lady Calico was already used to this. Because of her good looks, she often attracted attention while walking down the street, with many people looking at her or even trying to play with her. Recently, while catching mice in Changjing, she had lined up the mice she caught each day, and people from those households would gather around and watch her with amazement. This had made her feel a bit proud. At this moment, a group of servants and attendants parted to reveal a young man who came forward. He lowered his head to examine Lady Calico, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "Indeed, she is extraordinarily beautiful and has an extraordinary presence. I was surprised when I first saw her, too. Let me touch her." The young man squatted down, his eyes shining with excitement as he reached out to touch Lady Calico. Lady Calico leaned back slightly, avoiding his touch. But it was only a hair's breadth away, so the young man extended his hand again. Lady Calico took a couple of steps back, keeping the distance the same, still avoiding his touch. It remained just a bit too far. The young man smiled. "How interesting. Cats are naturally proud creatures. It's normal that she doesn't let you touch her since you're not familiar with her," Steward Lu said from the side. "I see that this cat is quite bold and not afraid of people. If you feed her some meat, you might be able to touch her. Bring some meat." A servant quickly went to the kitchen to fetch some meat. Before long, the young man was holding several pieces of meat and extended them toward the cat with a friendly smile. "Here, eat." Lady Calico, who had been licking her paw and thinking about the coming night, looked up at him in confusion. She tilted her head to the side, not even glancing at the pieces of meat. "This." The young man looked back at the steward. "Cats prefer fish. Bring some fish." The meat was quickly replaced with fish. The cat still showed no interest. Ugh, the young man seemed somewhat frustrated and impatient. Seeing this, Steward Lu promptly signaled to the nearby servants. They immediately understood and started moving. Some went around to the back of the cat, while others blocked the sides. Interestingly, the cat, initially appearing relaxed and unalert, seemed to have eyes on the back of its head as soon as the servants behind it made a move. It immediately leaped to the side, avoiding their grasp. When 2 more servants lunged from either side, the cat easily evaded them with 2 more nimble jumps. The garden was soon in chaos. Despite the flurry of activity, not only did they fail to catch the cat, but they couldn't even grab a single strand of its fur. After a while, the group stood under a tree, panting heavily. Up on the tree branch, the cat remained as leisurely as ever, licking its fur and watching them with a calm gaze. The cat didn't sense much hostility, it just felt like these people were playing with it. Throughout its life, the cat had grown accustomed to humans treating it roughly and without manners. Now, lying on the branch, it was confused. These people had asked it to catch mice, yet unlike the children from other households, no adults had ever chased it before. Forget it, young master, there's no rush, Steward Lu said to the young man, then led him aside. Once they were a distance away, he asked, how do you find this cat, young master? Her grace and appearance are absolutely exquisite, especially her eyes, they are full of spirit, agile, and lively. She's harmless, truly worthy of the title divine cat that you gave her, the young man said. But she's difficult to catch. SHH, young master, please speak more quietly. What's wrong? That cat seems to have spirituality, and might understand human speech. Its ears are very keen, and I'm afraid it might overhear us, Steward Lu explained. Understand human speech? When the deist brought it over, I saw the deist talking to the cat. Whether the cat really understands human speech or if the deist was just putting on a show, I can't say. We can try some methods tonight to test how much spirituality it has, Steward Lu said. However, according to rumors, it can catch over 40 mice a day in a household, which suggests it might really have some spirituality. Then it truly is a divine cat. And what? That deist seems to be a Dao cultivator. He used to cultivate in a small temple in Yizhu of Lingquan County. Besides raising this cat and catching mice, he also takes on some exorcism and demon-slaying tasks. I believe he probably does have some genuine cultivation skills, though how deep his abilities are, I'm not sure, Steward Lu said while glancing subtly at the young man. Having you personally go there was indeed the right choice. You flatter me, sir. But even if he is a cultivator with some cultivation skills, does he have the guts to be presumptuous before my residence? The young man chuckled. With so many masters at the Juxian mansion, who has ever stirred up much trouble? Of course. But it's also not good to go too far. Your wisdom is evident, young master. Steward Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the family's old master was the current Grand Commander, very few Grand Commanders in the Great Yan dynasty held real power. Now, with his age and poor health, he has managed to hang on to life only by relying on a Jianghu oddity previously recruited by the household, who used a special method to prolong his life. The young master here was a late-born child of the old master, somewhat spoiled, and his reputation among the common folk wasn't great. Now that the old master's end was near, and the young master was still young with only a moderately prestigious position in Changjing, the future of the family looked quite bleak. Fortunately, the current empress loved cats dearly and was related to their family, presenting a potential opportunity. The concern was whether the young master would act rashly. From what was seen so far, despite the young master's lack of education, he didn't seem to be a fool or a simpleton. Regardless, this cat must be presented to my cousin, the young man said, turning to the steward. Try to flatter that deist and don't be stingy. Offer a bit more money. I had initially planned to offer 200 taels, which is already a generous amount. However, after seeing the cat and the deist, I felt it was still insufficient. I'll offer 500 taels of silver equivalent to a 10-year salary of a county magistrate. Considering the cat is meant for making money, I believe he won't refuse. Don't be stingy with the money. Offer 1,000 taels, the young man instructed. If he still refuses, offer more. If he's greedy, I'll let you handle it. I understand. If my cousin is pleased, there will be a substantial reward. Thank you, young master. The steward bowed repeatedly, regardless of his inner thoughts. As a servant, his demeanor had to be perfect. The young man then returned to stand under the tree, watching the cat on the branch with increasing admiration and satisfaction. The sky gradually darkened. The cat, being both sensitive and dull, observed them for a while before coming down from the tree and starting its work. The next morning, the young master and steward walked through the garden, one in front and one behind. Did you manage to catch the cat? Not yet, young master, but there's no rush. I have a plan that I believe will interest you. Oh, I tested it last night, and indeed, the cat seems to understand human speech, Steward Lu said respectfully, following closely. Last night, when the cat was catching mice in the garden, I mentioned that there were many mice inside. It glanced at me and immediately went inside. Later, when mice outside frightened someone, I told it again, and it immediately went outside. Isn't that amazing? Nov. L. B //JNN. Could it be that it has become a demon? It's hard to say, but are there not many things that have become demons in Changjing? So, your meaning is? The two exchanged a glance, hesitant to say more. As they reached the center of the garden, they found a crowd gathered, seemingly to witness something extraordinary. When the young master and steward arrived, the onlookers quickly made way. Upon entering, both were taken aback. There were 2 rows of mice, at least 20 or more in total. Each row was arranged in the same length, with the same number of mice. They were all neatly aligned, with every mouse's head, tail, and face oriented the same way. The mice were even arranged according to their size. Remarkable. The young man couldn't help but exclaim, speaking softly, if we told this to the Empress, she would undoubtedly be amazed. Young master. The young man turned to look at him. I understand. Steward Liu quickly grasped the situation, nodded, and approached the Calico Cat respectfully, saying, Lady Calico, there is another room over there where a mouse is running around. Although you've already caught many, we kindly ask you to catch this one as well. We'll give you more money for your trouble. How does that sound? Meow. This was a common occurrence for the Lady Calico. In order to earn money, when catching mice for others, the household would make requests. As long as she heard them, she would comply. This way, please. The steward made a gesture inviting her. The Calico Cat followed him and entered a room. However, upon entering the room, she looked around and sniffed but didn't find any trace of mice. Just as she was about to turn around in confusion, she suddenly noticed the light at the door dim. When she looked up, she saw many people standing at the entrance. At the forefront was the steward, looking apologetic, and he cupped his hands and said, Forgive me, Lady Calico. Since you have spirituality, I wouldn't want to trouble you. However, your master has sold you to us for 1,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels is a sum that even many rich people might not earn in their lifetime. From now on, you will be our cat, but we will not treat you poorly. Instead, we invite you to live in the palace with the Empress, enjoying wealth and honor, fine clothes and food. At the same time, several attendants entered the room. Swish. The Calico Cat showed a wary expression, instantly turning into a shadow and darting sideways. It climbed up the wall, and leaping onto the beam. The group of attendants looked up, stunned. The cat looked down at them, her eyes filled with the highest level of vigilance, and spoke, Nonsense. Her voice was clear and delicate, but unmistakable. The attendants below, the steward, and even the young man at the door were all stunned by her words. They stared wide-eyed, deeply shocked. Who would have thought? This cat could actually talk. It's a demon. This cat demon has truly gained sentience. Be quiet. Don't startle the Grand Commander. Steward Liu immediately scolded, glaring around angrily. The crowd gradually quieted down. Indeed, the Grand Commander was elderly and gravely ill. The master said that he was most vulnerable to shock. If they startled him, any mishap could jeopardize his life. While they had quieted their voices, the fear in their hearts remained. They continued to cast fearful glances at the cat on the rafters. Even the young man was horrified. Steward Liu, however, remained the calmest. Don't be alarmed, young master, Steward Liu whispered. I've heard that in Changjing, demons and spirits are not uncommon. The court's nobles are not necessarily afraid of demons. Though subtly phrased, the young man understood the implication. Yes, the young man stammered, his hands trembling as he breathed deeply, retreating as he spoke. Princes and princesses have interacted with demons, and the Empress often talks to cats. Perhaps she wants to keep a cat demon. Be cautious with your words, Steward Liu advised. Yes, I'll be cautious. But what you said does make sense, Steward Liu continued. Let us first stabilize this cat demon here. Meanwhile, you should send someone to the Juxian mansion to seek help from high-level masters familiar with the Grand Commander. Simultaneously, inquire with the Empress about her stance. If she likes it, we can still present it to her. If she does not, what if she doesn't like it? We're in Changjing, under the Emperor's rule, we cannot allow a cat demon to run rampant. We'll then transfer it to the city god. Just then, they heard the cat speak from above. I know the city god. Nov, L, B /JNN. What did you say? At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The steward didn't dare wait for someone to report that the deist from yesterday had arrived, fearing that the cat demon might get agitated. No one knew what abilities the cat demon possessed. After giving a few quick instructions, he hurriedly walked toward the main gate. The door creaked open. Standing at the entrance was the steward from yesterday, seemingly named Liu. Steward Liu, the deist greeted with a smile and a bow. I'm here to collect my cat. Ah, sir, you've arrived, Steward Liu said, showing a look of embarrassment and apology. There's something I need to discuss with you. Oh, the deist remained calm, simply looking up at him. Young master is quite fond of cats. Upon seeing your cat last night, he was extremely taken with it. I wonder if you might be willing to part with it. Steward Liu asked. Please rest assured, young master is not the sort to take things by force. He is willing to offer 500 taels of silver to purchase your beloved cat. What do you think? The deist stood at the door, observing carefully. That's not possible, the deist said. Why not? Is the amount insufficient? Steward Liu asked. You must know, 500 taels is an astronomical amount even in Changjing. It's more than a magistrate's salary for 10 years. Even if your cat were to catch mice every day, it might not earn more than 10 taels a year. 500 taels could take decades to earn, and it's unlikely that even catching all the mice in Changjing would earn that much. You are mistaken, the deist replied. Lady Calico is not my subordinate, we are companions traveling the world together. There's no talk of selling her. The deist still looked at the steward and said, under the Emperor's rule, even in the Grand Commandant's residence, there will be no buying or selling by force, right? Indeed, Steward Liu said, his expression of embarrassment and apology growing even more pronounced, now with a touch of shame. To be honest, I misled you. The situation is not as I described. Please explain. Steward Lu felt uneasy under the deist's calm and penetrating gaze, but he continued, "Last night, young master was so taken with your cat that he wanted to touch it. However, the cat refused. Young master, being young and impetuous, insisted on touching the cat and ordered the servants to catch it. Unfortunately, your cat is so agile that despite the many people chasing it, they couldn't catch it. Eventually, in its frustration, the cat jumped onto the wall and escaped. And then, I went after it, but somehow, a flash of golden light appeared, and the cat vanished," Steward Lu said, pausing for a moment. "I was quite startled at the time. Upon reflection, it seems the cat must have been noticed by a passing master or immortal and taken away." Steward Lu immediately bowed, feeling deeply ashamed. "It's all my fault. I should have watched over your cat better, which led to this incident. Young master also feels quite sorry about this, so he's thinking of offering more money to compensate you. If you find the amount insufficient, I can ask young master to add more. Young master is generous and can easily provide you with several hundred taels more. Is that so?" Song Yu glanced at the people standing behind the steward. The few people present were both astonished and admiring. Song Yu himself also felt a degree of respect. Even though Steward Lu was lying, he didn't claim that the cat had harmed his lord and caused his lord to become angry. Instead, he cleverly shifted some of the blame onto his lord, which was quite impressive. "I'm truly sorry, sir. I apologize for the inconvenience," Steward Lu said, bowing repeatedly, and then glanced subtly at Song Yu. "What do you think, sir? Where is Lady Calico?" "I'll go in and see for myself," Song Yu replied. "This. Can't I? I would like to let you in, but this is the Grand Commander's residence. There are rules against letting just anyone enter," Steward Lu said, his face showing a look of embarrassment. He continued, "Moreover, the Grand Commander is elderly and seriously ill. The doctors said he cannot be startled. Even recently, when the Imperial Guards were searching the city for demons, His Majesty specifically ordered that others should come to inspect the Grand Commander's residence instead. What else are you going to lie about? I don't understand what you mean, sir. Although my cat is gentle with people, she has attained a certain level of enlightenment. If you provoke her, those inside may not be able to control her," Song Yu said calmly to Steward Lu. "Please let me in to retrieve Lady Calico to avoid further complications." Steward Lu was momentarily stunned. He then recalled the deist's demeanor since the door had opened and realized that the deist had been aware all along and had been observing him to see how he would handle the situation. At that moment, the deist took a step forward. "Wait." Steward Lu hurriedly stopped the deist. "Please wait a moment." The deist did indeed stop and continued to look at him with the same penetrating gaze. Steward Lu could no longer withstand that gaze, feeling as though he couldn't hide his thoughts. "Her Majesty the Empress adores cats. If you were to present this cat to the Empress, you would certainly gain wealth and honor in this lifetime. You might even secure an official position. Why then, would you labor in the Eastern District with such difficulty? So, you decided to stop lying, huh? Would you agree, sir? This is not open to negotiation. I understand you have some cultivation skills, but this is changing. Even if you disregard the Grand Commander's residence, do you think you can disregard the Empress? Go on. The Empress desires this cat and has specifically requested it. If you obstruct this, you should consider the consequences. Is it truly the Empress who has requested it?" Steward Lu was anxious, feeling more and more uneasy under the deist's gaze, but he gritted his teeth and said, "It's well known in Changing that the Empress adores cats as if they were her own life. How could I lie about this?" "Interesting," Song Yu remarked with genuine interest. The human heart truly was fascinating. But at this moment, Lady Calico was still inside, making it inconvenient to engage in further conversation. Otherwise, he would have liked to stop and have a thorough discussion with the steward to see what other excuses or lies he could come up with. "Please open the door. This is the Grand Commander's residence. The current Empress is young master's cousin. How dare you force your way in? You should be relieved that Lady Calico is still here. If she had already gone to the palace, I would have had to go there to find her." As Song Yu spoke, he had already taken a step up the stone steps toward the door. "Stop him." Steward Liu's eyes widened as he shouted while retreating. Several house servants immediately moved to intercept, but before they could get close, they seemed to lose their souls one by one, collapsing to the ground in succession. Steward Lu was even more shocked and continued to retreat, but he was still a man of courage and insight. After all, my lord the Grand Commander is a high-ranking official and a relative of the royal family. Although he is elderly and in poor health, if you use demonic means to intrude and frighten him, should anything happen to him, neither the Emperor nor the court will forgive you. I see that there is a heavy aura of death here. It seems that the Grand Commander won't survive much longer, even if he doesn't pass not today, the deist said, sniffing the air as he stepped through the door. "How bold of you." Steward Lu nearly lost his voice in his panic. The deist stopped and turned his head to look at him. Steward Liu's legs almost gave out, and he barely avoided collapsing to the ground. "I see you are sharp-minded and articulate, but it's a pity that you use your abilities for wrongful deeds and don't follow the right path. It's truly unfortunate," the deist said calmly, pausing for a moment. "Furthermore, you have lied to me multiple times, attempting to take Lady Calico from me. I am very displeased. I will grant you a lifetime of silence to help you avoid further trouble and reduce your wrongdoing." The steward had just opened his mouth to say something, but no sound came out. In a moment of terror, he not only widened his eyes but also couldn't help but open his arms as if trying to grasp something, flailing wildly in the air. Then, his head drooped, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The Grand Commander's residence, which resembled more of a garden than a house, had flowers, grass, mountains, and water, with countless servants and guests. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, more people hurried over. The deist, however, remained unperturbed. He walked through the garden, his steps unhurried and calm. The house servants and guests who came to intercept him fell one by one to the ground without any visible effort from him. He passed the rockery and walked across the flowing water. Regardless of the visitors' martial skills or physical condition, as long as they approached the deist within a certain distance, they all fell to the ground as if their souls had been sucked out. From above, it would appear as if human-shaped flowers were blooming on the ground. Finally, he reached the courtyard and the entrance of a room. A delicate voice came from inside the room. "I am the cat of the Hidden Dragon Temple. I live on Willow Street and was invited by the deist to help catch rats. I have never harmed anyone. If you capture me, the deist will come after you. Oh, and by the way, I know the city god you just mentioned. The city god from the temple came to speak with my deist recently." The group of people at the door, having already forgotten about the cat on the beam, turned their attention to the approaching deist, the people lying on the ground, and those who were running toward the deist but had collapsed. The deist stopped, a faint smile on his face. Indeed, Lady Calico was quite intelligent. "You're finally here, deist priest." The calico cat gazed at the deist from the beam. Her tone was quite natural, as if she had merely climbed the willow tree to play and happened to encounter the returning deist, rather than being driven onto the beam by someone. The deist walked directly through the people at the door. This time, they did not faint, but they were too startled to make a sound. The deist entered the room, stopped under the beam, and looked up at the cat with his arms extended. "Lady Calico, please come down." The calico cat locked eyes with him for a moment before standing up on the beam. She adjusted her position slightly and then leapt down gracefully, like a delicate swallow. The deist caught her steadily, as promised. Holding the cat, he turned around and scanned the people present, asking, "I am Song Yu from Yizhu of Lingquan County. May I know who the son of the Grand Commander of this residence is?" Though he asked, his gaze was fixed on the young man in the crowd. It was quite easy to distinguish between the master and the servant. The young man swallowed nervously, his fear palpable, but he tried to muster some courage. "Where did you come from, deist? Do you know this is the residence of the current Grand Commander?" "I am aware," the deist replied. "Then how dare you intrude? Such words are useless." The deist shook his head, unwilling to engage in idle chatter about these matters. Instead, he said, "I only ask you, since you know Lady Calico can speak and is not an ordinary cat, why do you still insist on taking her away from me and depriving her of her freedom?" The young man glanced between him and the cat in his arms. Both the deist and the cat looked back at him. The deist's gaze was calm as he pondered whether he would counter with an argument, avoid the topic and continue accusing him of trespassing, or use his noble status to press the issue. The cat, on the other hand, looked quite intrigued with her eyes wide open. "You think you can act recklessly just because you know some deist magic? This world belongs to the Great Yan, and this is the capital of Great Yan under the Emperor's rule. Don't think you can get away with this." "Interesting." The deist met his gaze, shaking his head and showing no desire to continue the conversation. "The steward I dealt with, I have sentenced him to a lifetime of muteness. Since you conspired with him, you cannot escape this fate either. What are you going to do?" "Yesterday, when I returned, I investigated your usual behavior. I heard that you enjoy listening to slander and often oppress the common people. Therefore, I have sentenced you to a lifetime of deafness, hoping to cure your heart's ailments with this affliction. As for the flatterers who used to flatter you, you will have to deal with them yourself." "How dare you?" The young man's eyes widened in anger, his voice growing louder. But before he could say much more, he fell silent. He heard no sound at all. He even doubted whether he had spoken just now. The world seemed utterly silent, and not even a whisper could be heard. The young man's eyes widened further. The deist spoke, and strangely, he was the only one who could hear the deist's voice. "I possess considerable cultivation skills, and the method I have used is rare and difficult to resolve. Like the steward, I hope you will reform and act with integrity in the future. If, after many years of traveling, I return to the capital and hear of your good deeds, I may lift this affliction. If not, then you may remain deaf for life." The young man stood stunned. The deist glanced at the others, not making things difficult for them, and left the residence with the cat. The cat remained content in his arms. This time, no one tried to stop him. At most, some looked on from a distance, but no one dared approach. "Are you enjoying yourself here, Lady Calico?" "Not really. Why not? Last night, they chased after me. This morning, they tricked me into the house, trying to capture me and send me to a place called the Empress. The Imperial Palace," he corrected. "Yes, they tricked me, saying you sold me. And then, haha, they were too foolish. They couldn't catch me at all, nor could they deceive me. Lady Calico, you're brave and invincible, with unmatched wisdom." "Exactly." The deist looked down at the cat in his arms. The cat looked up, both their gazes calm and clear. "But what if they had caught you?" "They can't catch me." "What if they did catch you?" "If they did catch me," this puzzled the cat, which blinked its eyes. Then I'd run away." "And if you couldn't run away?" If I couldn't run away, right, then you would come find me. Lady Calico, you know magic, right? Yes. Why not use magic then? I don't know. You don't know. They are human. When we were in Yuda, you even said you would bite the thieves who stole from us to death. I was lying to you. Even if you might get hurt, you still want to avoid hurting others. Meow. Lady Calico turned her head and looked away. I see. Song Yu had known from the first time he met Lady Calico on the Jinyang Road that she was naturally affectionate toward people and almost never hurt anyone, which led him to deduce that she was the descendant of a pet cat. It had been almost 3 years since then. The wary Lady Calico who had fled the temple and eyed him cautiously was now peacefully nestled in his arms. Time indeed flew. Now you know, not everyone is a good person, and only good people deserve our kindness, the deist said. For bad people, especially those who try to harm you, you must be brave enough to show your claws. This is both a way to protect yourself and to uphold justice. I don't understand. If you encounter bad people who wish to harm you again, and they refuse to listen to explanations, then use magic to deal with them, the deist said. As for whether to injure them or kill them, you can decide for yourself, right? Yes, Lady Calico responded instinctively. She then squirmed in the deist's arms, turning to face him and asked, Are we home now? Of course. Let me down. I can walk on her own. Are you uncomfortable with me holding you? It seems I still need to learn. The area they were passing through was lined with the residences of nobles and ministers. The morning was relatively quiet, with white walls and eaves. The deist walked along the wall, with Lady Calico taking small, dainty steps beside him. Then we won't be able to get the money today. Most likely not. Oh, but if you learn the right way to handle bad people from this, then not getting the money isn't much of a loss. It's not much of a loss. Exactly. Throughout the journey, there was no one around. Lady Calico whispered to the deist, talking about how big the house with a mountain and a lake they had visited was, though it was actually just a small slope and a pond. She mentioned that there were many mice in the house, and she had caught a lot in one night. If she had to catch them all, it might take many days. The deist was a good listener, occasionally agreeing or commenting on her stories. However, his attention was focused elsewhere. By the time they had finished this quiet stretch of road and Lady Calico had finished talking, or rather, could no longer talk because the area had become bustling, he turned to her and said, Why don't I teach you to count tonight? That way, you will know how many mice you've caught and how many more days it will take to catch them all. Your silence means you agree. All right, I agree. Lady Calico stared at him in a daze, turning her head to look at him. The deist, however, did not look at her. It was early morning, and Willow Street was bustling with activity. The shops on either side had already opened, and as soon as the steam basket in the steamed bun shop was lifted, the rising steam revealed the full vibrancy of the day. Stalls lined the streets, and people were coming and going, creating a lively scene. At the entrance of the neighboring house, a woman sat on a small stool with her arms crossed over her chest while leaning against the door wall, seemingly lost in thought. This was unusual. Song Yu rarely saw this heroine in the morning. Although it was still early, according to her usual habits, she should have already been out. At this moment, Heroine Wu noticed them. The deist stopped at the door and greeted her. Heroine, are you not going out yet? I'm free today, so there's no hurry. Heroine Wu casually glanced at them. Where have you been? You didn't come back all night. Lady Calico was out catching mice. Then why didn't you come back? I was accompanying Lady Calico, the deist said as he climbed the steps, getting closer to the woman. He smiled and said, This morning, we offended some influential figures in Changjing. There might be some trouble. If someone comes to search, please act as if you don't know. Heroine Wu's expression stiffened as she looked up at him. Seeing that he seemed sincere and not pretending, she said nothing. She just stood up, took her small stool, and went inside. Song Yu understood and followed her in. Heroine Wu walked inside and then turned around, her eyes wide as she stared at them. Which influential figure in Changjing did you offend? How did you offend them? It's not a big deal. Tell me, I have some connections. Perhaps I can help you. The Grand Commander. Goodness? A first-rank official. Yes. How did you offend them? Is it serious? They wanted to send Lady Calico to the Imperial Palace as a gift to the current Empress. Song Yu explained honestly, I broke into the residence and brought Lady Calico out. Did you hurt anyone? I'm not sure if it counts as injury. How so? I used a minor spell to punish the steward with lifelong muteness and the young master with lifelong deafness, Song Yu replied. The current Grand Commander may not have real power, but he is a royal relative and an elder statesman from the previous dynasty. He had no children for most of his life and only had one son in his old age, whom he dotes on greatly. He is the only heir, Heroine Wu recounted in detail. You've turned his son into a deaf person. How could he possibly let you off the hook? Indeed. Song Yu nodded. The imperial court was an integral part of the human realm, and human affairs were often tumultuous and chaotic. As long as one could not fully transcend the mundane and remain untouched by worldly matters, they would inevitably be involved. Offending the local nobility was indeed a troublesome matter for a deist. Now you'll have to leave Changjing and continue your travels. You should leave quickly, Heroine Wu said. Go get ready, I have my ways. I need to stay in Changjing until next year. What will you do then? Don't worry, Heroine. You're a person of the Jianghu, and the Jianghu has its own methods. I'm a deist, and deists have their own ways, Song Yu replied respectfully. Just remember, if officials come to search the neighboring house, don't pay any attention. If they ask you, you can say whatever you like. Is it really that simple? For the time being, yes. The Hidden Dragon Temple has a certain reputation. If it becomes a big deal, someone will step in to resolve it. Who will step in? Those who allow the powerful and arrogant to run amok. Those who allow the powerful and arrogant to run amok. The heroine looked puzzled. Why would they come to help you? It's a complicated story. Are you really sure? I wouldn't deceive you, heroine. Heroine Wu's eyes flickered as she considered, occasionally glancing at him. After a short while, she nodded in agreement. Nov, L, B // JNN. All right then, I'll go out and avoid the situation. You're decisive, heroine. Let's see what you're capable of. I fear the officials might trouble you. I'm not afraid. I'm a bit tired now, so I'll return to my place. All right. Farewell. Song Yu continued to cup his hands respectfully to her. Then, holding the cat, he returned to his own room. He took his time, went upstairs, and decided to take a nap first. The Grand Commander mansion was filled with a heavy atmosphere and a decayed scent. Grand Commander, I've returned. Did you see that gentleman? I did. Speak. The gentleman said, he said. The messenger hesitated, and upon seeing the old man showing signs of anger, he quickly continued. He said that the young master has been arrogant and domineering, with a bad reputation among the people of Changjing. He believes this punishment is well deserved and even said that the punishment was too light. Cough, cough, cough. Grand Commander. So he is unwilling to lift the curse. Don't be angry, Grand Commander. That deist is extremely arrogant. In my opinion, even if he has some cultivation skills, there's no need to be polite with him or request such a grand favor. This is Changjing, under the Emperor's rule. Just have the county yamen and the patrolling troops arrest him. If necessary, we can even ask for help from the masters of the Juxian mansion. Go to the county yamen, and find someone to go to the military camp as well. Yes. Time passed gradually, from morning to noon. The Grand Commander's mansion remained quiet, only interrupted by the old man's coughing. The elderly man, with all his hair and beard white, was dressed in luxurious robes as he sat in a wooden armchair and leaned on his cane. Behind him stood several servants. The middle-aged steward remained kneeling on the floor in front of him, while the young man beside him looked pale and distressed. In front of them lay a piece of paper detailing the events. The old man had read it over and over again. The officials had gone several times without success, causing their anxiety to grow. Cough, cough, cough. Grand Commander. Someone immediately cast a concerned glance at the old man. It's nothing to worry about. Since taking the master's miraculous medicine the day before yesterday and lying down for a day, I've been much better these past 2 days and can even walk around now, the old man said, glancing at the steward kneeling below and the young man sitting beside him who couldn't hear the conversation. He struck the young man with his cane. You wretch, so useless in accomplishing things and only good at causing trouble. Look at what mess you've stirred up now. The young man lifted his head, his face even paler. He saw the old man's mouth move in anger, but no sound could be heard. The extreme silence was terrifying. At this moment, someone hurriedly entered from outside. Grand Commander. Speak. The officers and the patrolling troops went again. This is the 3rd time. It was the same as before. Just as they entered, it was as if they were enchanted, and they immediately came back out, returning to the county yamen and the military camp. Cough, cough. What about the Juxian mansion? I just went to the Juxian mansion and reported the matter. However, the people there said they needed to consult with the state preceptor. The person speaking hesitated and lowered their head even further. After hearing about it, the state preceptor ordered everyone to stay indoors and said, moreover, that we should not seek out the officers and patrolling troops anymore to avoid causing more trouble. The state preceptor really said that. Indeed. Word for word. He said you did not properly discipline your own family, allowing them to act recklessly in the city. The fact that they ended up as a deaf person was a form of leniency. We should just accept our misfortune and not pursue the matter further. Change Yuanzi? You dare to insult me like this? The old man was immediately enraged. After a moment's thought, his anger intensified. He struck the young man again with his cane, while the steward kneeling on the floor dared not move in fright. But this was his only son. How could he not take action? Before long, someone came in to report that the county yamen had received orders from the state preceptor and dared not send more people. Almost immediately after, another report came that the same was true for the patrolling troops. Bastards. The old man was so furious that he nearly died from rage. But with only a few days left to live and his only son turned deaf, how could he be willing to accept this? Go and invite Master Mew. Yes. Nov, L, B / JNN. Time slowly passed from noon to mid-afternoon. The people seated remained still, the standing ones dared not move, and those kneeling on the floor felt as if their knees were no longer their own but still did not dare to move. The air in the room seemed to have become stagnant. Just then, a middle-aged deist priest walked in from outside. The old man immediately rose to greet him. This person, named Mu Shao, originally studied Daoism at a Daoist temple on Mount Luming. Later, he came down to Changjing with the intention of joining the state preceptor at the Fengtian temple, also located on Mount Luming. Although the state preceptor accepted him, he was not given any significant responsibilities. After a few years of being in the Juxian mansion, he angered the state preceptor over some matters and was expelled, leaving him to wander the Jianghu. Mu Xiao had profound cultivation skills and was adept in spellcraft. After arriving in Changjing and especially after becoming a wanderer, he engaged with various eccentric figures in the Jianghu, further advancing his skills. Previously, he had used his spellcraft to harm a high-ranking official, leading to an investigation by the martial guard and nearly being executed. In a desperate moment, the old man had saved him, and Mu Xiao owed him his life. Upon arrival, Mu Xiao immediately paid his respects. "Greetings, Grand Commander. May I ask why you've urgently summoned me?" "Master, please save my son." The old man quickly recounted the events and requested that Mu Xiao remove the curse on his only son. The debt of saving a life was immense, and Mu Xiao did not hesitate. He approached the young man, examined him carefully, and his brow gradually furrowed. "What's the matter?" "Grand Commander, I do not detect any curse or traces of deist magic on the young master," Mu Xiao said. "However, with the myriad of spells in the world, there are many I have not encountered. What should we do then?" "Those who tied the knots are responsible for untying it," Mu Xiao said, sniffing and frowning as he glanced at the old Grand Commander, feeling uncertain but not voicing his doubts. "That deist is extremely detestable. First, I sent people with great gifts to request his help, but he refused to lift the curse. Then, I sent officials and patrolling troops, but they returned without success. When that Changjai Yuanzi found out, he even insulted me and ordered the county yamen and patrolling troops not to take further action. This is truly intolerable." The state preceptor, Mu Xiao, squinted his eyes. "Is there any way for you to make that deist understand the severity of the situation?" the old Grand Commander said. "I don't seek his life, only that he realizes the seriousness and comes back to lift the curse on my son." "Do you have any items left by the deist?" "No." "Do you know his birth date and time, or his full name?" "I only know his name, not his birth date and time." "That makes things a bit complicated. Is there another way?" "Seeing him once might work, but I'm not skilled in direct confrontations." "From what you've said, that deist may have considerable cultivation skills. Would a portrait work?" "A portrait?" The deist was taken aback, then thought for a moment before saying, "If the portrait can be made exactly the same, it might work. However, finding such a painter may be difficult. To be honest, earlier this year I met a person whose ancestor was the renowned Do Kaiyao, famous for bringing portraits to life and painting tigers with lifelike accuracy," the old Grand Commander said. He continued, "In his generation, although he didn't inherit his ancestor's full talent, his skills are still extraordinary. He can nearly bring to life whatever he paints, especially in terms of capturing the spirit and essence, making it almost lifelike." "Where is this person?" "He is staying as a guest in my residence. He met the deist both yesterday and this morning." The old Grand Commander coughed. "However, he rarely paints people. Although I have offered him refuge, I haven't saved his life. I'm unsure if he would be willing." "What if he refuses?" "This person is timid, I can threaten him with his life." "All right." The old Grand Commander immediately waved his hand to have someone summon Sir Do. Soon after, Sir Do arrived. The old Grand Commander asked him to paint the young deist he had encountered last night and this morning. Although Sir Do was initially unwilling, he complied after the old Grand Commander threatened him with his life. Servants brought in tables and chairs, set out the painting materials, and Sir Do began to paint. A clear and refined figure of the deist gradually took shape, resembling and embodying the essence of the person, awaiting only the final touches. By dusk, Heroine Wu returned. On the way back, she saw a vendor selling baked pancakes. She bought one as large as her face, and ate it as her dinner while reflecting. When she left this morning, she only heard the general details from the deist. However, on her return, she had learned more details. The Grand Commander's residence was filled with people. Those whom the deist had rendered mute remained mute, and those who had lost their hearing remained deaf, like something out of a fairy tale. So many wanted to know who he was. Heroine Wu shook her head. She had known the deist was formidable, but did not expect him to be this powerful. It was still too reckless. As she approached Willow Street, Heroine Wu quickened her pace. Along the way, neighbors were buzzing with conversation. Noticing that the door next door was still open, Heroine Wu casually glanced inside as she passed by. She saw the deist playing with the cat as if nothing had happened. Heroine Wu paused for a moment, looked around to ensure no one was watching, and then slipped inside. The deist was tossing a ball, and the cat was leaping to catch it. Upon seeing her enter, both stopped and turned to look at her. "Who exactly are you?" Heroine Wu asked directly. The deist seemed a bit surprised and turned to face her. "Why do you ask that?" "I'm curious. Who exactly are you?" "I'm a deist from Yizhu." Heroine Wu was taken aback. She had considered many possible responses from him. He might answer, he might not answer, or he might evade the question, but she hadn't expected this. After a moment of surprise, she smiled and asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes, I am." "Did the officials come today?" "They did." "And they didn't arrest you?" "No." "Did the Juxian mansion come looking for you?" "Not at all." "That's impressive." Heroine Wu immediately sat down next to him, her eyes full of curiosity. "How did you manage that? Tell me about it." "Just some minor tricks, nothing worth mentioning." "And at the Grand Commander's residence?" "Also just minor tricks." "What deist temple are you from?" "Hidden Dragon Temple." "What does Hidden Dragon Temple mean?" A dragon lying in wait. It sounds a bit ominous. Heroine Wu pondered. Is your temple very powerful? Quite famous. Thanks to the blessings of our ancestors, it has some reputation. I've never heard of it before, and I usually have good sources of information. It's not commonly known. Then where is it famous? In the mountains and palaces, among demons, ghosts, and gods. Impressive, Daoist master. Thanks to the blessings of our ancestors. At that moment, the Daoist suddenly paused as if sensing something, and looked up at the sky. In the room, although the sky was out of sight, other things were visible. Interesting, the Daoist smiled slightly, took the cloth ball from the cat's mouth, and tossed it. The cat instinctively jumped to catch it but found neither the ball nor its trajectory. The cloth ball, however, had disappeared from the Daoist's hand. Meow. The cat landed back on the floor, looking at the Daoist with confusion. The Daoist opened his hand to show it was empty and smiled at the cat, saying, "It's telekinesis. Would you like to learn?" The cat tilted its head in curiosity. The Daoist chuckled, pulled the cloth ball from his sleeve, and handed it to Heroine Wu. He then leaned back into the chair, resting against its backrest, and said, "I have some matters to attend to. Please entertain Lady Calico for a while." With that, he closed his eyes. In the Grand Commander's residence, the painter added the finishing touches to the portrait, and it came to life, looking almost like a real person. Everyone present was astonished. Just as they were marveling, the figure in the painting suddenly shifted its expression and turned its head to look directly at them. Clack! A brush fell to the floor. The painter's mouth gaped open in shock. The expressions of the others varied, but they were all equally stunned. Everyone had witnessed the servant laying out the drawing paper, seen the painter pick up the brush, and watched every stroke under their scrutiny. The final portrait was astonishingly vivid, almost lifelike, yet no one could have anticipated that the figure in the painting seemed to come to life and turned its head to stare directly at them just moments later. Could the legends of the past centuries about Master Do's ability to bring portraits to life be true? Had a descendant inherited such divine artistic skills after all these years? Everyone turned their gaze to Sir Do. However, Sir Do looked even more shocked than they did. In his astonishment, there was also a hint of fear. No one knew better than he did that he did not possess the divine skill of his ancestors to bring portraits to life. This phenomenon was not due to his own painting skills. As for the cause, it reminded him of the teachings from his ancestors: one should not casually paint people or gods. To paint people casually was to risk imbuing the painting with too much realism, which could lead to unforeseen consequences, good or bad. To paint gods casually was even more dangerous, as gods with high cultivation could detect their likeness in a painting. If the painting was too lifelike, the god might become aware and even manifest in the painting to question why they were depicted. Even powerful demons of great skill could sometimes behave this way. Could this person's cultivation be comparable to that of a god? Sir Do, the elder sitting in the chair, spoke up. What is happening here? I don't know either. Before they could figure it out, the figure in the painting began to move, taking a few steps forward. The flat image rapidly gained dimension, and the figure stepped out of the painting, now fully real. It was a young Daoist, appearing almost identical to the painting. The young Daoist surveyed the room, taking in Steward Lu, the officials of the Grand Commander residence, the elder, the middle-aged Daoist, and the painter. His gaze lingered briefly on the painting of two tigers fighting over a mountain on the back wall before he spoke. "May I ask what you all need from me?" Everyone's eyes widened in shock once again. This. Mu Xiao looked at the painter, who could only shake his head repeatedly. The old Grand Commander was calmer. He coughed twice and asked, "Is this person truly real?" "Although it is a painting, it is also a real person," the Daoist replied. "Why did you come out of the painting?" the Grand Commander asked. "Since you had someone paint me, I used the painting to reveal my true self," the Daoist said, glancing at them with a faint smile. "It seems that you did not intend to invite me, but rather to use the painting to harm me. Are you the Daoist spiritual master who performed the spell in my residence this morning?" "I cannot be called a Daoist spiritual master," the Daoist replied. "What should I call you then?" "My surname is Song, given name you." "So it's Master Song," the Grand Commander said. He lowered his head, covering his mouth as he coughed a few more times, then looked up and said, "I have failed in my teachings. My son is foolish and reckless, having offended you. It is only right that you punish him. However, the punishment of becoming deaf is a bit severe. Moreover, he is my only son. Please, Master, have mercy and lift the curse. I am willing to offer a great reward and will ensure he does not cause trouble in the future." "I'm afraid that's not possible." "Why not? If it's not possible, what will you do?" "I will not easily give up on this matter," the Grand Commander insisted. "Are you the Grand Commander?" the Daoist asked. "That's right," the Grand Commander confirmed. "No wonder the residence is filled with an aura of death," the Daoist said, shaking his head. "Do you know which master extended your life?" "What aura of death?" "Recently, at night or even just when closing your eyes, have you felt disoriented, or sometimes as if you can see yourself?" "How do you know? Have you asked the person who extended your life what the cause is?" The Daoist remained still, only looking at the elderly Grand Commander. "Or do you just think it's due to your own failing eyesight or weakness?" "It's the side effects of the medicine. Dizziness and blurred vision are nothing to worry about," the Grand Commander replied. "Ah, so it's a side effect of the medicine," the Daoist nodded. "Then I suppose the coldness of your body is also a side effect of the medicine." "How do you know this?" the Grand Commander asked. Is the master who extended your life still around? He went out to collect medicine yesterday. I see. What is the meaning of this? This is not a method of extending life. It only temporarily confines your soul within your body and uses secret methods to prevent your corpse from decaying, the deist said, shaking his head. People call this an evil deo. The master who went out to collect medicine probably won't return. Preposterous. The old man yelled angrily, but amidst his anger, he also felt a pang of panic. Even if your cultivation skills are supreme, don't spout nonsense. Have you felt your own heartbeat, Grand Commander? The deist asked. The old man immediately placed his hand over his heart. His eyes widened gradually. Grand Commander, the deist shook his head at him. Do you realize? You have been dead for 2 days. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. The Grand Commander's eyes widened suddenly, but before he could finish his sentence, it was as if he had choked. His face turned pale in an instant. He struggled to breathe and collapsed immediately. Grand Commander. Father. The scene descended into chaos. The young man couldn't hear what others were saying. He saw his father conversing with the deist who had stepped out of the painting, and then suddenly, his father's eyes widened, and he collapsed unconscious. Not knowing the reason, he hurriedly shouted and rushed over to hold his father's body. But as soon as he touched him, he pulled his hand back in shock. It was icy cold. In his panic, he didn't have time to think clearly. He continued gripping his father's hand, calling out several times with no response. He then turned to the deist, his eyes bloodshot and his teeth clenched. You demonic deist? You have harmed my family. You jest, the deist said. The Grand Commander died 2 days ago. How can you blame me for this? Moreover, this sort of situation is contrary to the natural order. For the past 2 days, the Grand Commander might have felt his body was still vigorous. But he would soon begin to feel his body slowly rotting while remaining conscious, thinking he was ill. He might even have waited until his body was completely dead, with his soul still trapped inside, enduring torment. Only on the day of his burial, hearing your mourning, would he realize he had died and finally be freed. The deist spoke to him, and miraculously, his voice was once again audible to the young man. In a way, I have actually helped the Grand Commander. Utter nonsense. You should calm down. The young man looked around in confusion, then ran over to the wall and took down the painting of the 2 tigers fighting over a mountain to shake it. Reveal yourself. He shouted angrily. As the painting was shaken, a cloud of dust emerged, as if the ink had turned to dust and was being shaken out. In an instant, a loud roar was heard, and 2 enormous striped tigers sprang out from the dust cloud and landed on the ground. Their size was much larger than ordinary tigers, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Kill him. The young man pointed at Songyu. Avenge my father. Roar. The 2 tigers immediately turned their attention to the deist. Just as they were about to pounce, they locked eyes with the deist, who casually asked, Do you 2 mountain beasts know that you are just a painting? At these words, both tigers were momentarily stunned. They stood there, unable to move. The deist waved his hand and said, Go back. Poof. The 2 tigers instantly turned back into dust. Strangely, these tigers from the painting were afraid of being exposed like those hanging on to life. Those clinging to life were already dead, sustained only by magic and their own beliefs. Once broken, their beliefs would collapse, and they would be dead, thus they would truly die. The fierce tiger in the painting is but a manifestation of illusion, making it hard to discern truth from falsehood. If you knew it was fake and were completely confident in that knowledge, you could view the tiger before you as nothing but a gentle breeze. If you exposed them, the tiger would naturally be unable to harm you. However, if you were unsure of its reality, or if you understood it was false but still felt anxious and fearful, thinking there might be a chance of danger, then you wouldn't be able to remain calm and confident when the tiger approached, and you might indeed be harmed by it. Thus, with a single sentence from the deist, they were frozen in place. With another wave of his hand, they returned to the painting. The deist's ease in dismissing such massive tigers naturally astonished everyone present, especially the young man, who was nearly paralyzed with fear. The fact that you rely on your high status and act recklessly in the city is already a fault. I only administered a minor punishment, yet you do not repent but instead release tigers to attack me. The deist shook his head at the young man. However, considering your anger due to your father's death and your misunderstanding that I harmed him, it is understandable. I will not take your life. He paused. However, you can avoid death, you cannot escape punishment. After careful consideration, I will grant you lifelong muteness. May you reflect deeply in silence, and if you act benevolently from now on, there may be a day when this curse is lifted. The young man continued to open his mouth, but no sound came out. He was already deaf, unable to hear his own voice or know if he could speak. He could only repeatedly open and close his mouth. From his expression and lip movements, it was clear he was angrily cursing. With a wave of Songyu's hand, he collapsed unconscious. At this point, only 3 people remained in the room. The deist looked at each of them in turn. Thud. The steward knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and waving his hands, unable to speak. The deist waved his hand at him. Please spare me, immortal master. The steward immediately found his voice and, upon hearing himself, was momentarily stunned. He then hurriedly begged, Immortal master, spare me. This matter has nothing to do with me. The deist then turned his attention to the remaining 2. Thud. The painter also fell to his knees. Immortal master, spare me, I am merely a painter. Recently, I was hunted by people from the Jianghu and took refuge in the Grand Commander's residence to escape. If I had gone outside, being caught would be worse than death. The Grand Commander forced me to paint your portrait, and I initially refused, but he threatened my life. I had no other choice. I beg you for mercy. The deist remained silent, only looking at the steward. This is indeed the truth, the steward said tremblingly. Immortal Master, spare me. There's no need to panic, Master. I am not a bloodthirsty person, Song Yu said calmly. Your skills are exceptional. If you are being coerced and have no intention of harming me, how could I dare to hurt you? Thank you, Immortal Master. Please, rise quickly. Thank you, thank you. Song Yu then turned his attention to the middle-aged deist. His intent was clear, to settle accounts. The middle-aged deist's eyes flickered, but he still bowed and asked, My name is Mu Shao, with the deist title Ping Kaiuzi. I studied Dao at the Jinyan Temple on Mount Luming. May I ask where you cultivate, fellow deist? At Hidden Dragon Temple on Yinyang Mountain. The middle-aged deist's expression immediately darkened. He quickly bowed deeply, so you're the immortal master of Hidden Dragon Temple. I've failed to recognize your true status and offended you. Please punish me. Why are you here? To be honest with you, the Grand Commander saved my life. Today, when the people here were punished by you, he summoned me, intending to use the painting to cast a spell on you, the middle-aged deist said, bracing himself. He wanted you to know that the Grand Commander's residence is not to be trifled with and hoped I could come and lift the spell. What were you planning to do to me? n/o/vel/b/c/om. The Grand Commander told me not to harm your life, only to make you aware. I intended to cast a minor spell to make you aware. You are lying. The middle-aged deist lowered his head and, after a moment of silence, admitted, I originally planned to cast a rotting curse to make you suffer, with your body decaying until you had to return to the Grand Commander's residence to lift the curse in exchange for lifting it. What do you think I should do? The Grand Commander saved my life, so I must repay him regardless. Since I have offended you, I will accept whatever punishment you deem appropriate without complaint. Since you are a deist from the Jinyan Temple on Mount Luming, why not cultivate on the mountain instead of causing trouble down here? The mountain is too dull and austere, I cannot stay there. Does the Jinyan Temple teach these kinds of spells? I learned from Jianghu sorcerers after I came down the mountain. I see. Please, Immortal Master, punish me. An eye for an eye. Song Yu paused. But fighting should not be settled with one act of retribution for another. Therefore, be mute for the rest of your life. You won't be able to speak or cast spells. Return to Mount Luming for proper cultivation. If you achieve great progress in your cultivation, the curse will naturally be lifted. How does that sound? The middle-aged deist was silent for a moment before cupping his hands and saying, I will follow your instructions. Song Yu waved his hand and turned to step back into the painting. The others lowered their heads, not daring to look any longer. The room fell into silence. When they looked up again, they saw the young deist in the painting, exactly as he had been depicted. Then, with a whoosh, the painting suddenly burst into flames, burning to ashes in moments. Except for the painter, everyone else was rendered speechless. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The middle-aged deist began to feel an itch on his body. At first, it was just an uncomfortable sensation on the surface, as if ants were crawling on him. But within moments, it felt like coarse grass scraping against his skin. He frowned and pressed his lips tightly, glancing at the painter beside him. His eyes flickered with a glint, but after a moment, he gave up and shook his head. He then took a brush and wrote on the table, You possess an unparalleled treasure, and being involved in this matter makes it difficult for you to extricate yourself. Please leave quickly. The painter was taken aback upon seeing this. He quickly bowed and said, Thank you, sir. The middle-aged deist said nothing more and waved his hand. The painter did not dare to say anything further and hurriedly left the place. At this moment, the deist felt as though his body was being bitten by insects. He was all too familiar with this sensation. Since coming down the mountain and mingling in the Jianghu of Changjing, he had used such curses on countless people. Experiencing it himself now, he considered it retribution. On Willow Street, inside a small building, the deist opened his eyes. A cloth ball, about the size of a steamed bun, flew through the air. The cat leaped up and caught it steadily, then brought it back. Initially, the cat was running toward the woman. But upon seeing the deist open his eyes, it immediately changed direction and walked over to him, placing the cloth ball on his lap. Look at you, how heartless. What a waste of the time I've spent playing with you for so long. Heroine Wu pretended to be angry, though her tone was light-hearted. She then turned to the deist and asked, What were you doing just now? I just went to handle a small matter, the deist replied, picking up the ball from his lap and tossing it. Heroine Wu, curious, asked, Did the Grand Commander's estate send someone to deal with you? Were they planning to fight you with spells? You're quite perceptive, heroine. Don't use the same words you used to coax the cat to try and charm me. It's a habit. How did the Grand Commander's estate deal with you? Did they use a curse? Did you resolve it? How did you resolve it? Heroine Wu seemed particularly interested in these matters. Tell me in detail. Pretty much, Song Yu answered. The Grand Commander's estate invited a deist to cast a spell on me. So, it seems you resolved that situation. Indeed. You see, I told you the Grand Commander's estate is not to be trifled with. Besides the government, they can also hire talented eccentrics from the Jianghu, Heroine Wu remarked. Money talks. You'll have trouble later. I am skilled in magic battles. Troubles with strange techniques are actually simpler for me. That's quite a boast. Heroine Wu laughed. What if the government catches you with a wanted list? How would you deal with it? There are many ways to handle it. Do tell. For instance, I am somewhat adept at transformation techniques. Wow, that's great. That's great. Heroine Wu exclaimed twice, then continued. I thought you might leave changing early due to pressure and continue traveling, but it seems I was overthinking. At least I'll stay until next year. That's good to hear. I'm actually a bit reluctant to see you go, but we'll part ways eventually. Yes, Heroine Wu replied, feeling a bit sentimental. But that's a matter for the future. Let's focus on the present. Heroine Wu paused. You have quite a bit of skill. Since they've wronged you, will you seek revenge? I have already sought it. I have already sought it. How did you go about it? I gave them a minor punishment, advising them to correct their ways. You didn't make the Grand Commander deaf and mute, did you? Not quite. That's good. By the way, Heroine, are you familiar with Dou Kaiyang from the Dou family? Dou family. Heroine Wu frowned and glanced at him sideways. Why do you ask about that person? I encountered his descendants at the Grand Commander's estate. So, he was hiding in the Grand Commander's estate? No wonder so many people from the Jianghu couldn't find him. I see you know about this. I do. Heroine Wu pursed her lips and said, Dou Kaiyang was a master painter from several hundred years ago. It's said that his skills were divine, with the ability to bring his paintings to life. However, he rarely painted people, and no paintings of people have survived to the present day. Some say that there are surviving paintings, but they are all collected by powerful families. Others say that because his paintings brought people to life, those people simply walked out of the paintings, leaving them empty. In any case, I've never seen any of his paintings of people or animals that have survived. Was it the paintings left by Dou Kaiyang that the predecessors you mentioned were competing for? How did you know? Just a guess. Clever. Heroine Wu nodded and continued. A long time ago, there were rumors in the Jianghu that Dou Kaiyang left behind a masterpiece, more valuable than any previous work. It was said to have been kept by his descendants. Whether it's true or not, Dou Kaiyang's paintings were worth enough to support many Jianghu people for several lifetimes. At first, the Dou family was quite formidable, and many Jianghu people didn't dare to openly steal from them. I heard that some thieves secretly infiltrated their residence but found nothing. Later, the Dou family declined, but their descendant was clever and quickly went into hiding in the Jianghu. It's hard to find someone in this vast world. Recently, there have been rumors that the Dou family descendant's former bride leaked some information. As a result, a large number of Jianghu people came searching, forcing the Dou family descendant to pack up and flee once more, his whereabouts unknown. The last news I heard was from a year ago. Who would have thought that the Dou family descendants was hiding in the Grand Commander's estate? It's likely that the painting ended up there as well. This is actually good, as it reduces disputes in the Jianghu and fewer people will die. I doubt they would dare to steal from the current Grand Commander's residence, right? I see, Song Yu said, nodding repeatedly with a smile. Since his arrival in Changjing, he hadn't specifically sought out many things. Most of what he learned was by chance seeing things when he came across them and hearing things when they came up. As a result, he had gathered many scattered pieces of information. Today, many of these pieces had connected. He had pieced together a picture in his mind. After the Dou family's decline, Dou Kaiyang's descendant hid in the Jianghu. It was unclear whether there was any real treasure or they were just rumors. However, some Jianghu people stirred up trouble regardless, leaving the Dou family descendant with no choice but to hide and move around. Last winter, the descendant chose to hide in Changjing. It was uncertain how the information was leaked and how the Jianghu people managed to track them down, but before he could even reach Changjing, he was intercepted by Jianghu people. Fortunately, Dou Kaiyang had left behind some treasures, such as the painting of the two tigers fighting over the mountain. Sir Dou, who had been fleeing and hiding, was almost surrounded outside Changjing but was fortunately rescued by a righteous military officer who was on duty in the capital. The officer brought them into the city. Unfortunately, Jianghu people had their own information and considerable skills. In Changjing, he was frequently visited by people seeking treasures, especially at night, which left him exhausted. The previous occupant of this room was one of them, who ultimately died under the claws of the two tigers. It wasn't until Dou Kaiyang hid in the Grand Commander's estate that things settled down. As he was thinking, Heroine Wu's voice sounded, "Hey, this isn't fair." Song Yu's gaze returned to calm as he turned to look at her. "What's wrong? You ask me all sorts of questions, and I give you a bunch of answers. But when I ask you something, you just drag it out and hesitate, barely saying anything. You don't satisfy my curiosity at all." Song Yu thought for a moment and then said, "I'm sorry about that." Heroine Wu widened her eyes and stared at him, as if the words sounded familiar but she couldn't quite place them. In the end, she just let it go. Having nothing more to discuss, she stood up and patted her bottom, adjusted the dagger in her hand, and gave a formal farewell to the deist. She told him to call on her if he needed any help and then walked out. Left alone, the deist sat in the room, playing ball with the cat while contemplating. Today had been quite interesting. He had witnessed the painting of a general by a divine master painter and heard about the Jianghu disputes, full of blood and gore. He had also seen the current Grand Commander, unwilling to die, seeking a way to extend his life and ultimately being manipulated by a Jianghu master. The Grand Commander had become neither fully human nor ghost, and would have suffered greatly if not for his encounter with himself. Whoosh! The cloth ball was thrown countless times. Outside, the setting sun gradually sank. As dusk fell, the air was filled with the sounds of flapping wings, either of swallows or bats. The limping deist passed through the palace gates and met with the emperor that night. I was just about to summon you, State Preceptor, the emperor said. I apologize for disturbing your majesty's rest, the state preceptor said, bowing with a hint of a smile on his face, but something interesting happened in the city today. I thought your majesty might like it. I'm not sure if you've heard about it yet. I've heard some rumors, but I don't know if they match what you've heard, the emperor said. I would guess they are different, the state preceptor replied. O, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. I apologize for my rudeness. Your majesty, you can speak first. I've heard that Grand Commander Chang has passed away. I've heard that as well. It is said that he died suddenly. That is correct. I also heard that a demon plotted against Grand Commander Chang. Indeed. With what you've said, it seems the news I heard is quite different from what you've heard, the emperor said with a chuckle. Please, enlighten me. I've heard that Grand Commander Chang, with his life running out and worried about his only son's future, refused to die and sought out Jianghu masters to extend his life. He eventually found a demon. This demon pretended to have a divine elixir, deceived Grand Commander Chang into taking it, but actually used dark arts, the state preceptor said, walking in the palace garden, slightly bowing. He continued, after Grand Commander Chang died, his soul was trapped in his body, and the body was kept temporarily functional to make him believe he was still alive. In reality, he had been dead for 2 days. As for the so-called master, he took the opportunity to flee with a large sum of money, pretending to collect herbs. Indeed, it is quite different. The emperor continued to stroll leisurely, his face showing no surprise. It seems you know more. Although your majesty has heard that Grand Commander Chang was killed by a young deist, I believe your majesty already understands the situation, the state preceptor said. I assume the martial guards have already begun their investigation. Nothing escapes your notice. Your majesty, you flatter me. Is the deist from Hidden Dragon Temple? The emperor asked. Indeed, the state preceptor confirmed. Please, continue, the emperor requested. The only son of Grand Commander Chang, in an attempt to win favor with the empress for his future, became interested in a divine cat. Unbeknownst to him, the cat was a child of a fellow deist from Hidden Dragon Temple. The son of the Grand Commander, taking advantage of his position, acted with arrogance and extortion. Eventually, he encountered a master, who punished him by taking away his hearing, the state preceptor explained succinctly. He continued, when Grand Commander Chang learned of this, he first sent gifts and begged for mercy at the deist's residence, but the deist did not agree. He then sent officials 3 times, with no result. In desperation, he sought the help of a deist known to me, intending to use spells to force the Hidden Dragon Temple deist to yield. My deist friend used a painting as a medium, but the deist from Hidden Dragon Temple manifested from the painting and revealed that Grand Commander Chang was already dead. The dark arts were broken, and he was freed on the spot. Manifested from the painting, the emperor asked. Yes, that sounds like a god manifesting. Among those who cultivate, although they are not gods, high-level cultivators sometimes have abilities that resemble divine manifestations. And the others? Besides losing his hearing, Grand Commander Chang's son also received the same punishment as the estate steward. He was rendered mute for life. I see. The state preceptor said, the deist invited by Grand Commander Chang to perform the spell was originally from the Juxian mansion and cultivated with me on Mount Lumming. However, I found his intentions corrupt, and his spells were mainly harmful. I expelled him, and he wandered in the Jianghu of Changjing, reportedly causing harm to many. He was punished by the deist from Hidden Dragon Temple, who declared that he would be mute for life and could no longer perform spells. He was also tormented by his own harmful spells. I heard that the deist from Hidden Dragon Temple told him to return to Mount Lumming to cultivate properly, but with so many enemies in Changjing, it is uncertain if he can return to Mount Lumming. The emperor asked, what kind of spell is this? I know little about spells. I only heard that the deist from Hidden Dragon Temple did not perform any spells directly but imposed punishments simply by declaring them, making them deaf when declared so, and mute when declared so. There was also a painter who, having no intent to cause harm, was not punished because Grand Commander Chang threatened him with his life. Interesting, the emperor squinted his eyes. Do you think that these tales of gods and immortals in popular folklore are like this? Yes, the state preceptor's voice trailed off, showing some disappointment. The first thing this emperor asked about was the methods of deist techniques, followed by inquiries into the fate of the others, satisfying his curiosity about the cultivation world. As he grew older, his interest in these matters deepened. The emperor asked, the realm is ultimately our great Yan's domain, and Changjing is also our great Yan's capital. Even gods should not cause chaos in Changjing. Tomorrow, it's certain that the ministers in court will discuss this matter. Grand Commander Chang was an elder statesman and a royal relative of the former dynasty. State Preceptor, what do you think? The emperor finally turned to look at the state preceptor beside him. What should I do? I believe that by tomorrow morning, the martial guards will have uncovered the full details of the incident. And what about the odd alchemist from the Jianghu? I have already sent someone to find him. What is your view on this matter? I have some reflections, the state preceptor said. What reflections? It is natural for people to fear death, but it is both ridiculous and lamentable that a dignified Grand Commander would be manipulated by a Jianghu oddity to the point of losing his life without realizing it. Grand Commander has lost his mind. Does your majesty know about this dark art? I would like to hear more about it. The state preceptor said, in the first 2 days, those subjected to the spell will feel a revival, their bodies improving. Even if they were previously bedridden, they might be able to walk. However, the spell soon loses its effect, and the body will begin to decay. The victim finds it hard to recognize or believe they are dead, and they will seek doctors to treat their illness. The most severe and stubborn will only realize they are dead when their body is fully decayed, unable to move, and placed in a coffin, hearing the mourning of their family. Only then will their soul be freed, making the entire process an excruciating ordeal. Is it really so terrifying? There are even more terrifying aspects, the state preceptor said with a smile. Some, after their bodies decay, lose all senses. They are neither living nor dead, unable to hear anything, and are trapped in a place of perpetual darkness and silence for an unknown number of years before they are released. So, in a way, that deist did save Grand Commander Chang. Indeed, deist magic can be both benevolent and malevolent. Magic itself is neither, it is the cultivator who determines its nature. Fascinating. The emperor continued to walk slowly. Their conversation, while appearing to cover various topics, was actually the state preceptor's way of subtly revealing his stance. The emperor walked a few more steps before saying, I have a question for you, state preceptor. Please, feel free to ask, your majesty. The emperor said, our great Yan has 1,000,000 elite soldiers, and our famous generals have the ability to exorcise demons and ghosts. Chen Ziyi, just by his reputation and a painting, can intimidate minor ghosts. The Juxian mansion has thousands of masters, and there are many capable people both in the court and among the people. All the great mountains, temples, and palaces revere me as the ruler of the world. How do we compare to the people and immortals of Hidden Dragon Temple? The state preceptor said, Hidden Dragon Temple is an ancient legacy, favored by the heavenly Dao, and has been walking among the mortal world for generations. Unless the people suffer greatly, they rarely interfere in worldly affairs. Right now, Great Yan is strong and prosperous, so why should your majesty worry about Hidden Dragon Temple? I'm simply curious, having heard that Hidden Dragon Temple is renowned for its immortals and their many stories. The state preceptor chuckled. Having been acquainted with this emperor for many years and having assisted him for a long time, they naturally understood each other well. The emperor had a penchant for expanding his territories and was often compared to Emperor Wu One by poets. When he heard of unknown small nations, he would first be concerned with their military strength. Now that he encountered a pinnacle deist cultivator, his thoughts were no different. In other words, he had a competitive and combative attitude. It seemed that this attitude had not mellowed with age. The state preceptor pondered for a moment before saying, the abilities of those in the deist tradition are ever-changing and diverse. Some are deeply mysterious, those who reach a high level of cultivation are no longer easily harmed by worldly martial forces. Although the Juxian mansion boasts thousands of masters, half of them are merely Jianghu oddities, and the other half are simply cultivators from common temples and monasteries. Even if there are a few exceptional ones, they are still not comparable to the immortals of Hidden Dragon Temple. The state preceptor said with a modest smile, as for myself, the Fengtian Temple on Mount Luming where I am from only teaches astronomy, geography, military strategy, and various classics. We are more like advisors and strategists. At most, I am only familiar with some divination and calculation skills. How can I dare to compare myself with the disciples of Hidden Dragon Temple? Is it really that impressive? I have heard that the disciples of Hidden Dragon Temple differ from generation to generation, each with their own strengths. Regardless of the path they take, they are at the pinnacle of the world. I have heard such things before, the emperor nodded. In the early years of our dynasty, there was a person skilled in exorcising demons and slaying gods. Nearly a century ago, deist Tianshuan was said to be able to see 500 years into the future. I wonder what this person is skilled at. I do not know, the state preceptor admitted. Even you do not know? No, the state preceptor shook his head and paused for a moment. However, this person has spent a night on Yending Mountain and then overturned the weather in Changjing, nourishing all things. I have never heard of such supernatural abilities before. Alas. The emperor sighed. The state preceptor said, every being has its own Dao, mice have their own Dao, immortals have theirs, gods have theirs. The senior from Hidden Dragon Temple who assisted in opening the dynasty, though skilled in slaying gods and demons, does not have the ability to sweep across armies or stabilize the empire. As the sovereign of the world, you, your majesty, have your own skills. Why should you compare yourself with others or follow their Dao? The emperor said, not quite. What do you mean? It is just that as I grow older, I increasingly wish to cast aside the complexities of state affairs, to pursue the Dao and alchemy, seeking immortality and freedom. Yet, I am bound by national matters, which naturally makes me envious. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Your Majesty, there is an opportunity at this moment, the state preceptor suggested. If you wish to have a long conversation with this person, now would be a good time to invite him to the palace. The only issue is whether he will agree. How should we extend the invitation? The emperor turned to look at the state preceptor. This is changing, after all, beneath the emperor's rule. Though that person has vast powers, he has been punishing evil and promoting good without informing the court, which is quite improper, the state preceptor said. He continued, however, Grand Commander Chang and his son have indeed disrespected the imperial authority by relying on their status and showing disregard for the law. Offending an immortal? Is it not a crime? No matter what, I should seek him out and clarify the matter. The emperor was very pleased with this response. Speaking of which, Hidden Dragon Temple has had many connections with our imperial family. It was with the help of Hidden Dragon Temple that our founding emperor established the dynasty, and Emperor Zhongzong also received assistance from Hidden Dragon Temple to rejuvenate the empire. No matter what, I should have hosted a banquet to properly thank the immortals of Hidden Dragon Temple. Yet, I did not expect that within the capital, there would be people so bold and lawless by relying on their status. This is indeed my fault and a disservice to the founders of Hidden Dragon Temple. Your Majesty, you're a little too harsh on yourself. Please, State Preceptor, go on my behalf to invite the immortal to the palace for a meeting. I would like to apologize to him, have a drink, and converse. Wouldn't that be delightful? However, this person is naturally aloof. State Preceptor, please make it clear that I do not insist. I understand. Regarding tomorrow's court, the State Preceptor said, Your Majesty need not worry. Grand Commander Chang has long been dead. The disciples of Hidden Dragon Temple have actually helped him leave the suffering early. As for that Cheng Yin, who has long acted without regard for law or discipline, he should have been punished long ago. There are many reasonable people in the court. But at most, some of the nobles who frequently break the law themselves fear that one day they might face the same fate, which is why they are pushing the Ministry of Justice to arrest someone. I will personally refute them. The Emperor said, having the State Preceptor is indeed my great fortune. You're too kind. The State Preceptor soon took his leave. A day passed without incident. It was much as Song Yu had expected. Firstly, Hidden Dragon Temple had considerable ties with the Great Yan imperial family. However, speaking of it, Hidden Dragon Temple had connections with every dynasty. Deist Fuyang helped the founding emperor defeat the previous dynasty, and wasn't the new dynasty established with the help of another grandmaster? Perhaps many years later, Great Yan might have fallen into corruption, with the emperor incompetent, the people living in misery, and the land divided with warlords rising up. Then, another disciple of Hidden Dragon Temple might descend the mountain, believing it's time for a change. He, too, would help another person establish a new dynasty. Nevertheless, Hidden Dragon Temple had indeed provided assistance to the Great Yan imperial family. Secondly, the issue was indeed with the Grand Commander's household's rudeness. Moreover, the arrogant behavior of the nobility within the capital was not Song Yu's problem but rather an issue with the court. He had already been restrained in his actions. Thirdly, although Song Yu was not an immortal, it was almost impossible for a mundane realm to do anything to him. However, he also could not do whatever he wished. The court naturally could not touch him, but Song Yu also could not annihilate all the officials sent to capture him, nor could he enter the palace and threaten the emperor without reason. If it became too troublesome, he could only use other methods to avoid disturbances from the court or leave Changjing. For now, this was the best outcome. However, the State Preceptor should be coming, right? Song Yu waited for a long time but did not see the State Preceptor. Instead, he saw the return of Heroine Wu. She came back quite early today, just past mid-afternoon. It seemed Heroine Wu had been up the mountain, as she returned with a wild chicken, a rabbit, and a lot of wild mushrooms. After asking if there had been any trouble today, she set down the ingredients and asked Song Yu to help prepare the meal. They decided to work together, with one providing the ingredients and the other doing the cooking. Mushrooms and chicken went perfectly together, so they made a mushroom soup and a hot pot for dipping the rabbit meat. Heroine Wu even bought a bottle of good wine. But, Song Yu remembered that she rarely drank. Impressive, deist, she remarked. What do you mean by that? I heard this morning that you had killed Grand Commander Chang. I was surprised and thought I might not see you when I came back. Oh, don't misunderstand, I meant that I thought you might have changed your appearance. Heroine Wu, you have the wrong information. Song Yu corrected her quietly, heaven cherishes life, and I seldom take lives, even less so the lives of people. That Grand Commander was deceived by a villain who used sinister methods to extend his life. He had long been dead. All I did that day was reveal the truth of his death. I neither caused his demise nor can it be said that I killed him. Then how did he die that day? Revealing the truth was what caused his death. Tell me more. Heroine Wu was immediately intrigued. This kind of dark magic forcibly binds the soul within the body, preventing it from dissipating, while keeping the corpse from decaying and functioning normally. However, this magic fears one thing the most. Knowing she enjoyed such stories, Song Yu continued, if the cultivator realizes they are already dead, the magic fails. If they do not realize it, the body will decay while the soul remains trapped. If they do realize it, the soul will leave the body immediately. Oh, that's so amazing. The world is vast, and there are countless wonders. All sorts of magic are like this mysterious beyond comprehension. Then why hasn't anyone come to find you? It must be that the Emperor and the State Preceptor are reasoning things out. Ridiculous. Heroine Wu gave a slight smile. Song Yu dipped the rabbit meat in the golden hot pot, watching the ripples in the soup and the changing colors of the evening sky. Once the meat was cooked, he served it to Lady Calico and glanced at Heroine Wu. Having had some wine, her face was slightly flushed. Heroine Wu, you seem to be in a good mood today. Deist, you have a keen eye. Is there some good news? Indeed, there is. May I hear about it? It's nothing much. Just that I had something I wanted to do when I came to Changjing, and I walked a bit more. Heroine Wu smiled, raising her cup to drink. She continued, on my way back this afternoon, I saw some mountain hunters selling their game, and they had some wild mushrooms they'd foraged. A few days ago, I was thinking that it's the right season for mushrooms and had planned to go up the mountain to gather some. However, I've been busy lately and haven't had the time. So when I saw them, I just bought them. I thought maybe you foraged them yourself. I don't have that much spare time. Perhaps. I just hope I can fulfill my wish soon, return to Yizhu, and do what I want to do. What do you want to do? Find a place where there are no taxes, live a leisurely life. During busy farming seasons, work hard in the fields. When it's not busy, go up the mountain to catch rabbits and birds, and live freely and comfortably. Hehe, it would be like living the life of an immortal. As she spoke, she looked up at the sky, her face flushed and with a naive smile, as if she was already picturing that scene. Won't you return to the Zishan sect? It's not easy to go back. What do you mean? I was naturally gifted, hardworking, and had the best martial skills on the mountain. I had good relations with the elders of my sect, and I was expected to become the next leader. Alas, I've come to Changjing. When I was on the mountain, learning from my master, I was never mistreated. Heroine Wu shook her head. After mastering my skills, instead of staying on the mountain to serve the sect, I just walked away and came to explore Changjing. That was already wrong. By the time I return to Yizhu, who knows how long it will be. At my age, what would I even do when I go back? Do I expect the sect to support me in my old age? That would be far too much. That makes sense. Right. Song Yu raised his cup to toast her and said with a smile, then I wish you'll soon get to fulfill your wish. Then, the deist drank from his cup, while the cat drank from its bowl. Everyone felt content after hearing Heroine Wu's words. One Emperor Wu, the martial emperor, is the posthumous name of numerous Chinese rulers. That was satisfying. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I guess Lady Calico and I have taken advantage of you again. I was just about to say the same about taking advantage of you, Heroine Wu replied, shaking her head. We're old friends, so there's no need to talk about such things. As long as we've eaten well, that's enough. Indeed, it was quite satisfying. You have great skills. It's all thanks to you? Heroine Wu burped again and said, for people like us from the Jianghu, a meal of mushroom chicken soup and hot rabbit meat is already very satisfying. I wonder what divine delicacies that old emperor eats every day. Perhaps they're not that special. Impossible. It's just a guess. All right, I'm leaving. Please take care of the cleanup. Heroine Wu stood up and left the room. Song Yu watched her leave. Despite having had some wine and her face being a bit flushed, her steps were steady, and her tone was as calm as ever. One had to be very observant to notice any sign of drunkenness in her words, just as she had cheerfully imagined her leisurely life back in Yizhu. Song Yu shook his head and was about to look away when he suddenly spotted a figure outside on the street. A middle-aged deist with a limp was bowing to him. The deist smiled and returned the bow. At last, he had arrived. After tidying up the table and chairs, the two of them sat down facing each other. This place is quite simple, and I don't have any good tea. I hope you'll forgive me, Song Yu said respectfully. A mountain's worth lies not in its height, and a body of water's value lies not in its depth. Wherever you are represents the hidden dragon temple, the state preceptor replied, looking down. It is my good fortune to be here. Did you come for the matter of the Grand Commander? The Grand Commander was unwilling to die and sought methods to extend his life, but he fell into evil practices. His son abused his position to oppress the people and was punished by a divine immortal master. The people are greatly relieved, the state preceptor said with a smile, seemingly disinterested in discussing the right or wrong of the matter or the Grand Commander's family. He simply sighed, once this matter spreads, there will likely be another tale of the divine immortal in the capital. What does His Majesty think of it? His Majesty has already issued orders to restrain the young nobility of Changjing, but no matter how wise the emperor is, how can he cover every aspect? The state preceptor sighed, appearing quite helpless. People say that the world under the heaven is the emperor's, and the land is the emperor's domain. But in my view, this world belongs neither to the common people nor to the emperor alone. You're right. If one day, there is a world that truly belongs to the people, that would be a real golden age. You're a true deist. Song Yu felt a deeper respect. Such words were not something the nobles of this era could easily express. The current era under His Majesty's rule is actually the most peaceful time for the nobility of Changjing, the state preceptor said, pausing for a moment. However, on one hand, His Majesty is very busy with state affairs. On the other hand, it is difficult for him to manage everything too strictly, as there are those who feel that the Chu family is unwilling to share the rule with them. He continued, your presence has served to deter the Changjing nobles, which is a great benefit to both the country and the people. His Majesty is a wise ruler and mentioned last night that he wishes to thank you more. Song Yu merely smiled in response and did not comment further. He then asked, since you did not come here for this matter, what else is the purpose of your visit? His Majesty is indeed very ambitious, the state preceptor said. Is that so? Song Yu smiled again. The state preceptor continued, besides being ambitious, His Majesty also admires the immortals and seeks the path of longevity and leisure. I had heard of your deeds and was deeply impressed. Knowing the connection between Hidden Dragon Temple and the royal family, His Majesty had long wanted to invite you to the palace as a guest. However, I knew that you might not appreciate being disturbed, so I persuaded His Majesty to hold off. Now that we've heard you were offended by the rascals of the Grand Commander's residence, His Majesty feels deeply ashamed and has asked me to extend a personal invitation for you to the palace for a night of drinking and conversation. He paused and added, His Majesty understands that the disciples of Hidden Dragon Temple prefer to live freely. If you are unwilling, he will not insist. The state preceptor glanced at Songyu, prepared for a possible refusal. But the young deist asked, must we go today? Of course not. When then? It depends on when it is convenient for you. Will there be a banquet at the palace? Haha, of course. Whatever the disciples of Hidden Dragon Temple desire, as long as it can be provided by the palace, we will not neglect to provide it. I am quite free recently. The state preceptor was momentarily stunned, then said, in that case, let's schedule it for 3 days from now. Even though it's just a night of drinking and conversation, the palace will need to make some preparations. All right. I will come to invite you 3 days later. May I bring my cat? Of course. Thank you, state preceptor. Even as the state preceptor left, he remained puzzled. Based on what he knew, the state preceptor had expected that Songyu, being naturally indifferent and averse to trouble, would likely just express gratitude for the emperor's good intentions and gently decline. But to his surprise, Songyu agreed. In the evening, the streets were still bustling with people. The state preceptor walked and pondered. Could it be that Songyu had sensed the current emperor's connection with the underworld and wanted to test him? Or perhaps he saw problems within the Great Yan dynasty, such as corruption among the scholars of Changjing, the arrogance of the nobility, or the northern wars causing suffering among the people, leading to a sudden increase in population and food shortages, and intended to issue a warning or offer counsel. The disciples of Hidden Dragon Temple varied greatly. Some would engage in such matters, while others would not. The state preceptor couldn't be sure. Despite his deep thinking, he couldn't figure it out. Surely, he didn't just purely want to see the palace? 3 days later, the state preceptor entered the palace. It was evening, and the setting sun cast a golden hue, adding a majestic touch to the already grandiose palace. 2 deists walked slowly within the palace grounds, accompanied by a calico cat. The palace was particularly quiet that day. Songyu frequently looked around, while his cat also paused often, stretching its neck to observe the surroundings. The accompanying eunuchs cast occasional glances but dared not even suggest that the cat shouldn't wander. Changjing had been an ancient capital through various dynasties, and this palace, built in a previous era and maintained with some expansions and renovations, had weathered centuries of change. It had played a pivotal role in shaping the destinies of countless people and impacted the world at large. This was the center of worldly power. Songyu had previously visited a palace in his past life. But by then, the Forbidden City had become a tourist attraction, with scattered visitors and little of the solemnity and majesty that once characterized it. It seemed to have been discarded by the times, and thus, it had died. The palace before him was starkly different. Not only was it still alive, but it was also filled with authority. The imperial guards in their heavy, black armor stood imposing. Their visors were obscuring their faces and only their eyes were visible, like ghosts or gods. Occasionally, palace maids and eunuchs walked through the palace grounds with their heads bowed and taking small, careful steps, not daring to make a sound. This palace was unlike anything Songyu had seen before. Looking up at it now, the experience was quite extraordinary. He wondered if every disciple of Hidden Dragon Temple had visited such a place. Songyu speculated that his own master had probably never been here, and he could only imagine what the other ancestors might have thought when they visited. In any case, his feelings upon arriving here with the state preceptor were quite unique. What met the eye was not just the exquisite architecture and the grandeur of the palace but something more. As the sun set, its light moved across the palace, casting a clear line on the courtyard's flagstones. One side was bathed in golden sunlight, while the other gradually sank into darkness. Soon, only a sliver of daylight remained, reflecting off the glazed tiles with a glimmering light. The world grew dimmer, and the Onal Palace was quiet and serene. There was no music or dance, no throngs of palace maids, only the bright lights of the day and a few tables set for the banquet, along with a few imperial guards standing watch. At the head of the room sat an elderly man in black and gold robes, looking vigorous, who stood to greet his guests. Songyu followed the state preceptor in and couldn't help but glance at him as soon as they entered. This emperor was no ordinary ruler. While most emperors were considered supreme with no higher status or power in the world, among these supreme figures, many were mediocre. This emperor, however, was anything but ordinary. Even if he were not exceptionally capable, he was far from mediocre. The Great Yan dynasty was indeed the most powerful dynasty in history, and this was the height of its power. No matter how much credit for this flourishing era belonged to the emperor, he was destined to be remembered through the ages, a name frequently seen in history. Greetings, Your Majesty, said the state preceptor, stepping forward to perform a bow. At last, I have fulfilled Your Majesty's request and brought the disciple of Hidden Dragon Temple. Songyu immediately followed suit, bowing as well. I'm Songyu of Hidden Dragon Temple, greetings to Your Majesty. Ha ha ha, Immortal Master, there's no need for such formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty. Beside the Immortal Master is. This is Lady Calico, who travels the world with me. So, this is Lady Calico. She is indeed beautiful and extraordinary. No wonder someone might have harbored ill thoughts, the Emperor said with a laugh. But to act under the Empress's name, that is quite bold. Please pardon me, Your Majesty. Please, take a seat. The Emperor invited the two and the cat to take their seats. He continued, I have long heard of the great name of Hidden Dragon Temple and of the deeds of the Immortal Master. It is a great fortune for me to finally meet you today. You're too kind, Your Majesty. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Speaking of which, when the Great Yin dynasty was first established, it greatly benefited from the assistance of the ancestors of Hidden Dragon Temple. Decades ago, when the dynasty was in decline, it was again thanks to the immortals of Hidden Dragon Temple who offered strategies, the Emperor flattered. He added, whether it is for the world or the imperial family of Great Yan, Hidden Dragon Temple has been indispensable. This meeting is also a matter of fate. Let me first toast to you, Immortal Master. Your Majesty is too courteous. Song Yu quickly raised his cup in response, offering a toast from afar. Song Yu then looked to the other side. There, a tall man was already seated. When the Emperor had stood, he had risen as well, but had remained silent. This is General Chen Xinyi, the renowned Chen Ziyi, the state preceptor said with a smile. I wonder if you have heard of his name. Indeed, his name is well known. Song Yu responded by cupping his hands in a salute toward General Chen. It is an honor to finally meet you. Greetings, Immortal Master. Chen Ziyi returned the salute with a cupped fist, then squinted and examined Song Yu for a moment, asking, you seem familiar. Have we met somewhere before? When the apricot blossoms first bloomed just outside the East Gate, you had just been recalled to the capital, and I had just returned from appreciating the flowers in Changshan. We had the fortune to meet briefly then, Song Yu said, still feeling a sense of wonder, as if meeting someone from a rumor. Now, sitting face to face, drinking tea and conversing with him was a remarkable experience. Is that so? No wonder you seem familiar. General, you only recognize me from then, but to me, you're quite familiar, Song Yu remarked. Oh, I enjoy listening to stories. Not long after descending the mountain, while staying briefly in Yudo, I listened to your tales at the theater for half a year, Song Yu explained. Over the next 2 years of traveling, I often heard of your military exploits. The world tends to exaggerate. I dare not accept such praise, Chen Ziyi modestly replied. However, I have long heard of your deeds, which are said to be like those of an immortal. I have always admired you greatly. Upon hearing that His Majesty was hosting you, I took the liberty of requesting a seat to witness such a personage. I hope you do not take offense. Not at all, not at all. With the Emperor present, the two could not speak further. As the Emperor invited Song Yu and the state preceptor to take their seats, General Chen also settled back down. He soon returned to his silence, eating, drinking, and listening to the casual conversation around him. A rectangular table, draped with a cloth embroidered in golden threads, was laden with imperial dishes. Each dish was modest in portion, served in small plates and bowls, but the sheer variety was staggering, more than 20 different dishes at least. There was fine wine served in luminous goblets, and even the chopsticks were inlaid with gold. The Daoist priest, as usual, first picked some food and placed it before Lady Calico. When did you descend from the mountains, Immortal Master? The Emperor asked. In the late summer of the first year of Ming, the Daoist replied respectfully. After a brief pause, he added, I am merely a humble Daoist and cannot bear the title of Immortal Master. Moreover, Your Majesty is an emperor for the ages, far above offering me such a lofty honor. If Your Majesty would follow the customs of this dynasty and simply call me sir, it would already be a tremendous privilege. Very well, then I shall call you sir. The Emperor's face brightened with satisfaction, seemingly pleased by the praise of someone from the Hidden Dragon Temple. He continued with another question, Sir, do you plan to travel the world, exploring the vast lands of Great Yan? More or less, the Daoist answered, all the while picking a piece of food and placing it in the cat's bowl. He could feel the gaze of the general across the table. Sir, you truly live a carefree life, the Emperor remarked with a chuckle. I'm merely idle, the Daoist replied simply. I have been burdened with military and political affairs for most of my life, the aging Emperor remarked with a touch of wistfulness. At my age, I truly envy you, sir. It's amusing when you think about it. This world is said to be my empire, yet I fear I've seen far less of it than you have in just a few years of travel. I wouldn't dare to say so, the Daoist replied. I am but a humble Daoist. A Daoist has their way of seeing the world, and Your Majesty has yours. How could they possibly be the same? Ha ha ha. Well said, sir, the Emperor exclaimed. You flatter me. I've heard tales that you once cultivated on Unbeknownst Mountain, where a single night passed as if a year, truly the work of an immortal. It was merely a coincidence, the Daoist replied. Oh, the Emperor probed. Unbeknownst Mountain is rich in spiritual resonance and retains the marvelous legacies of those who came before. When I arrived there, I was deeply moved by its spiritual resonance, and my spirit resonated with the heavens and earth. That is how such an extraordinary experience came to be, Song Yu explained, lowering his gaze. In this matter, the harmony of time, place, and people was indispensable. I was merely a small part of the equation. Sir, you are far too modest, the state preceptor interjected. I've long heard of the divine legends surrounding Yunding Mountain, the emperor said with a hearty laugh. But though I sent people to search for traces of immortals there several times, they found nothing. It seems, perhaps, that Yunding Mountain was waiting for the right immortal, just as I have. You flatter me. I've also heard, the emperor continued, that to the north of Yuezhu, there is a place covered in Chinese parasol trees, each one an ancient tree towering into the sky. Some say they've seen a phoenix there, perched atop a Chinese parasol tree, preening its feathers. Do you know of this, sir? I have only been out in the world for a few years and traveled through just 5 prefectures. I have not yet been to Yuezhu and know nothing of this, the deist admitted. Does Hidden Dragon Temple not have any records of such things? The emperor asked. Your Majesty may not know this, but although the disciples of Hidden Dragon Temple have wandered the world for generations, we never leave records of what we see and experience on our travels. Oh, and why is that? So that each generation may see the world through their own eyes. Marvelous, the emperor declared, clearly impressed. The emperor couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh, though he soon sighed with a hint of regret. I once sent people to the north of Yuezhu to search. They did indeed find towering Chinese parasol trees that seemed to have stood for millennia, but they saw no phoenixes. I can't tell whether it's because I lack the destiny to encounter them or if this tale is merely a fabrication of the people. I had hoped to hear the truth from you, sir. I've let your Majesty down, the deist replied. I've also heard rumors that the blood of a phoenix, if consumed, grants immortality. Is there any truth to this? The emperor asked curiously. Immortality is not so easily obtained, the deist said with a faint smile. Then it's likely just another falsehood, the emperor concluded with a nod. Finally, Song Yu had a moment to taste the food. These dishes were mostly intricately prepared, with a level of complexity that only the palace where such refinement was necessary to signify status could support. Outside the palace, there were few environments where such elaborate cuisine could thrive. Song Yu couldn't even name most of them. Some, when tasted, revealed hints of their craftsmanship and ingredients, while others were so unfamiliar that he couldn't discern what they were or how they had been made. None of the dishes were unappetizing, all could be considered delicious. At worst, they could be described as mild. However, there weren't many that left a particularly strong impression. Given the emperor's advanced age, his palate had become accustomed to lighter flavors. These dishes prioritized appearance and, in some cases, auspicious symbolism and elegant names over pure culinary excellence. Throughout the meal, the emperor refrained from bringing up any matters of state. Instead, he spoke of immortality, gods, and ghosts, and strange tales from across the land. This suited Song Yu just fine. Song Yu was neither a loyal minister nor a wise scholar. He lacked knowledge of governance and would struggle to provide meaningful answers if asked. Casual conversation like this, however, allowed him to feel at ease. The incident at the Grand Commander's residence wasn't mentioned either. By the usual rules of conversation, the deist should have shown deference to preserve the emperor's dignity, perhaps offering an apology, even if insincere, for the previous offense. The emperor, in turn, could have dismissed it. Alternatively, the emperor might show his magnanimity by expressing concern over the offense the deist suffered in Changjing, admitting his regret for failing to discipline his subordinates properly. The deist would then feign humility and let the matter drop. But neither side did any of that. Not a single word about it was spoken. As for the state preceptor and General Chen, the state preceptor occasionally chimed in with a comment, while General Chen Ziyi remained mostly silent, more of a background presence. Only when something piqued his interest would he glance at Song Yu. Time passed, and the night deepened. Outside the palace, the stars filled the sky. It's late, Song Yu said, rising from his seat. I should take my leave, Your Majesty. You're leaving already, sir, the emperor asked. It's not early anymore. Very well. A delightful night's conversation with you has swept away the fatigue of governance that has burdened me for years. Since you are eager to leave, I won't ask you to stay further. The emperor looked toward the state preceptor and General Chen. I shall escort our guest out of the palace, but you two must stay. Once I return, we shall continue our candlelit discussions until the third watch of the night. As Song Yu prepared to leave, he spoke again. I have one last, small request. Please, speak freely, sir, the emperor said warmly. Among the dishes at your Majesty's banquet, there are a few that I am particularly fond of. May I take some with me? Song Yu asked. Why not? The emperor responded without hesitation. Though the food on the table has gone cold, the imperial kitchen has fresh preparations ready. Please stay a while longer, I'll have someone heat them up and send them to your residence by carriage. Thank you, Your Majesty, Song Yu said, bowing deeply. Not long after, the palace was illuminated by countless lights, their glow resembling fireflies, casting their light over the white marble railings and the intricate carvings on the tiled floors. The elderly emperor and the young deist strolled side by side, their steps unhurried. The calico cat, unconcerned with palace decorum, scampered ahead, darting left and right in search of palace mice. Behind them trailed a number of eunuchs and palace maids, carrying food boxes. They followed at a respectful distance, not daring to make a sound. Occasionally, one or two would lift their gaze to steal a glance at the deist and his cat before quickly lowering their eyes again. Will I, too, be remembered in the annals of history? The emperor suddenly asked. Your Majesty, you jest, Song Yu replied with a faint smile. What emperor is not remembered in the annals of history? The current territory of Great Yan far exceeds that of previous dynasties. Its population is the largest in history, and the prosperity of its people is unparalleled. No era has afforded its citizens a better life than the present, the emperor said, waving his sleeve with a hint of intoxication. He turned to the deist and asked, with tributes from all directions and nations coming to pay homage, do you think future generations might bestow upon me the title of the emperor for the ages? The affairs of future generations are beyond my knowledge, the deist replied, calm as always. Not even you know the answer, the emperor asked with a smile. Merits and faults are for posterity to judge, Song Yu said simply. Well said. The emperor laughed heartily. But at present, I have 3 concerns and questions that I must seek your advice on. I am young, with shallow learning, unversed in governance or military affairs. I fear I may mislead you, your majesty. That is not true, sir, the emperor countered as they continued walking. I have sat on this throne for decades, hearing countless voices every day, some right, some wrong, some beneficial, and some harmful. When it comes to great matters, there is never a shortage of opinions. Do you think I am so easily swayed? Your majesty is wise. Moreover, the emperor continued, the affairs of the nation can be discussed with scholars and officials, just as they can be discussed with merchants or commoners. Naturally, they can also be discussed with deists and immortals. As for what to adopt, that decision is mine alone to make. By now, the scent of alcohol on him had dissipated. So please, speak freely, without burden. Then please, your majesty, go on, Song Yu replied, finding the emperor's reasoning sound. This emperor, if he were the sort to believe whatever he heard, could never have presided over such a flourishing era. Whatever he himself might say would simply become one more voice in the emperor's ears. At most, his voice might be slightly louder. And he was curious to hear what troubles weighed on the emperor's mind and what he wished to discuss with him. The first of my concerns is the rapid population growth in Great Yan, the emperor began. Indeed, Song Yu responded simply. In other dynasties, this would be considered a blessing. Any other emperor sitting in my position would likely think it a good thing. Even many senior ministers in the court take pride in this and boast about it to foreign envoys, the emperor said, glancing at Song Yu. But you must know, sir, that an overabundance of people can lead to disaster. If this continues unchecked, chaos will surely engulf the realm. You are correct, Song Yu acknowledged. Decades ago, your master's master saved Great Yan from a calamity. I wonder, sir, if you might have any divine methods or wise strategies to address this crisis, the emperor asked. By coincidence, I do have something to share, Song Yu said after some thought. What kind of coincidence? The emperor asked, intrigued. In the 2nd year after I descended the mountain, I visited Anking in Suzhou. There, I encountered a great demon with nearly 1,000 years of cultivation. Known for its many good deeds, it was revered by the local people as the Swallow Immortal. Might your majesty have heard of this being? Is it the same Swallow Immortal who, during a great drought, stole grain from government warehouses to relieve the suffering of the people? The emperor replied without hesitation. Song Yu wasn't sure whether the emperor's knowledge stemmed from his interest in matters of the supernatural and immortality, or from his meticulous awareness of the empire's affairs. Either way, he couldn't help but offer a word of praise. Your majesty is truly a wise ruler. What does this Swallow Immortal have to do with the matter at hand? The emperor asked, curious. When I arrived in Anking, the Swallow Immortal heard of my visit and invited me as a guest, Song Yu began. During our conversation, we discussed the path to divinity. At the time, I thought of the very issue that troubles your majesty now. Considering that the Swallow Immortal of Anking is naturally gifted with the ability to traverse oceans and possesses vast knowledge, coupled with a desire to benefit all people and thereby ascend to godhood, I proposed that the Swallow Immortal journey overseas in search of superior crop varieties. If successful, it might alleviate Great Yan's urgent crisis and bring immeasurable merit. Oh, the emperor was taken aback, leaning forward with interest. Do you believe there are superior crops overseas? It is merely speculation, Song Yu admitted. If a crop can be found that surpasses the yield of eastern rice and addresses this urgent need, I will thank you on behalf of all the people of the realm. The emperor, moved by the prospect, began to rise to perform a formal gesture of gratitude. Your majesty, such a grand gesture is unnecessary, Song Yu said quickly. It is far too early to know the outcome. I cannot say whether the Swallow Immortal will succeed. Moreover, if something is discovered, it will be the result of the Swallow Immortal and their descendants' arduous efforts overseas. Any thanks should rightly be directed to the Swallow Immortal of Anking. Both you and the Swallow Immortal deserve my gratitude, the emperor replied earnestly. If they indeed found something, I would ask that your majesty quickly implement its use to relieve this crisis, Song Yu said after a pause. I also made an agreement with the Swallow Immortal. They will seek to benefit the people, and I will safeguard their merit. If your majesty truly wishes to express gratitude, then please confer a formal recognition upon the Swallow Immortal of Anking. This deed, though immeasurable in merit, is entirely the Swallow Immortal's doing and must not be credited to others. I will honor this request, the emperor promised. If nothing is found, I fear I have no other solutions. I only ask that your majesty does not hold me accountable for the failure, Song Yu added. Even your intention to help is a great kindness, the emperor replied. Thank you, your majesty, Song Yu said. Inviting you to the palace for a conversation was indeed a good decision, as is escorting you now. In just this short time, one of my greatest worries has been eased, and I can now look forward to some restful sleep, the emperor said with a smile. However, I still have two major concerns in my heart n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Your Majesty, please speak. The first is the great threat from the north, the emperor began. Though years of warfare have deterred the people of the northern frontier from invading, and the western regions have also stabilized, the unrest in the northeast and northwest is not a problem of one reign or one dynasty. It has been the enduring scourge of every Central Plains dynasty for millennia. During times of prosperity, peace can be maintained, but when the Central Plains weaken, they inevitably descend southward like a flood, threatening the court, pillaging the people, and plunging the land into chaos. Many dynasties during their golden ages have managed to repel them, but only for a time, years or decades, never permanently. Does your Majesty wish to launch an offensive? Song Yu asked. Indeed, the emperor replied firmly. The ruler was dressed not in the dragon robes of the dynasty's founding days but in simple attire, strolling casually through the palace grounds late at night as he conversed with the deist. Yet the words he spoke carried the weight of life and death for countless thousands and the fate of millions upon this land for centuries to come. Perhaps this moment would become a brilliant pearl in the annals of history. In this time of peace and prosperity, with a skilled state preceptor and valiant generals at my side, I wish to dispatch troops first to subdue the northern frontier, then to conquer the western regions. My hope is that, within my lifetime, I can rid the north of its great threat and secure peace for generations to come. The elderly emperor's voice was resolute and powerful. Song Yu narrowed his eyes slightly as he listened. The emperor's ambition was grandiose, but even if he could secure peace in the north for just 100 years, it would still be a monumental achievement worthy of being called a legacy of unparalleled greatness. At this moment, what the deist saw was no longer the palace in the depths of night but a pivotal turning point in history. He could only sigh, wondering what virtue or ability he possessed to be part of such a moment. However, after years of war, the northern region is in chaos, and the common people are living in extreme hardship. No one wants to fight anymore, they just wish for a few days of peace. The emperor's tone softened, losing the vigor from before. I wish to wipe out the northern tribes in one decisive strike, yet the ministers in court have advised a more gradual approach. I also believe that Great Yan is weary and needs to recuperate, but I fear there is not much time. When the next emperor takes the throne, I cannot guarantee he will have the same ambition as I do. I don't know what to do. How could the deist provide an answer to that? If he could accomplish such an extraordinary feat, it would naturally be excellent. But behind such achievements, there were often countless lives lost in suffering. Looking back at these historical achievements provided a different perspective. The unbearable hardships had been smoothed over by the passage of time, leaving only the glorious highlights. Yet, going through it in the present, one could truly grasp that every step in history was paved with the lives of countless beings. In his view, there were three kinds of wars. One was unavoidable, where the benefits outweighed the costs. A battle fought for a period of long-lasting peace. When this battle was won, peace followed. If you refused to fight, there would be no peace for a long time. Another type was not necessary, where the pros and cons were hard to discern. Some say it should be fought, others say it shouldn't. Some say it would be good to fight, while others say it was better not to. Different people, standing from different viewpoints, would give different answers. The last kind was a pointless war. Either the timing was wrong, the chances of victory were too slim, or there was no real need for it at all. It was a conflict driven by the emperor's personal desires or whims, bringing no benefit to the country or its people. If the current emperor were to launch another war against the north, Song Yu couldn't clearly distinguish which kind it would be. Was it truly unavoidable? Was it optional? Or was this emperor merely seeking to satisfy some personal desire or to achieve everlasting fame in history? Song Yu wasn't certain whether it should be fought now or left for a later generation. Would this war bring victory or defeat? Would it exhaust the nation's resources and lead to decline? He truly didn't know. Besides, no matter the outcome, countless lives would be lost. The deist was just a deist, not an emperor, nor a politician. It truly wasn't his place to offer counsel. It was much like the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld. Song Yu could only speak honestly. This matter is of great importance, but I lack the knowledge and understanding to offer any meaningful insight. Then let it be. The emperor seemed somewhat disappointed and sighed inwardly. He knew that his ancestors had relied on the hidden dragon temple to establish the dynasty and to overcome crises that threatened the livelihood of the people, leading to periods of prosperity. If the deist in front of him could provide advice, it would undoubtedly bolster his confidence. However, he also understood that the deists of Hidden Dragon Temple were known for their detached nature. Unless the situation of the common people was dire or directly affected them, they rarely interfered in political matters. Therefore, the emperor didn't press further. I have one last question. Please, go ahead. Sir, you must be knowledgeable in divination, the emperor said. Earlier at the banquet, you conversed with Chen Ziai. I wonder, what do you think of him? I see, Song Yu immediately understood and said, so, your majesty invited General Chen tonight to let me observe him. Precisely. The emperor looked straight ahead with a calm expression. I have always believed in not doubting the people I use. And if I doubt them, I don't use them. However, Chen Ziyi has achieved such high military merit that ministers in the court often submit reports based on mere rumors, either accusing him of harboring ambitions to seize power or suggesting he has rebellious intentions. I know in my heart that these are all false. Oh, yet, news from the border states that Chen Ziyi holds unparalleled authority within the army, and his soldiers yield to only their general, not their emperor. It's even said that he has earned great respect among the northern Jianghu. Now, it seems as if the court's money and rations are being used to support Chen Ziyi's private army. I feel that, even if the reports are exaggerated, there's probably some truth to them. So, Your Majesty summoned him to the capital. First, I wanted to gauge his thoughts, and second, I intended to put him to use again. So I ordered his return. He also returned to the capital swiftly and decisively. Haha, his actions really echo that storyteller's phrase, a man of boundless courage. I see. Song Yu felt momentarily dazed. So, the young general he once heard about from storytellers had now become such a formidable figure? The emperor then asked, I wonder, could you tell if there was anything unusual about this man? He was likely asking about traits like rebellious intent or if he had the bearing of an emperor. Your Majesty misunderstands. I'm not skilled in fortune-telling or divination, Song Yu replied. I cannot predict the future of Great Yan, nor can I see anyone's fate. If Your Majesty is asking me whether General Chen harbors rebellious intentions or possesses some extraordinary regal bearing, you've asked the wrong person. You don't understand divination. I do not. Then how did you know about the great seeds overseas? It was just an educated guess. You wouldn't have sent Swallow Immortal to search for them without a high degree of certainty, would you? I have other methods. I see. Hearing this, the emperor didn't want to press any further, though he felt another wave of disappointment. I've heard that the state preceptor is skilled in such matters, Song Yu asked. Why not consult the state preceptor? I've spoken to him as well. However, the state preceptor values his reputation. Unless the matter is of great importance, he usually only offers advice that benefits the nation and its people. On matters like these, he tends to remain silent. He says nothing at all. Sir, you are a human immortal of Hidden Dragon Temple. I have nothing to hide from you. When I spoke with the state preceptor about Chen Ziyi, he said Chen is a loyal man. However, he also mentioned that Chen Ziyi indeed commands unmatched authority in the army, and his soldiers deeply respect him. These 2 points, I already know. I heard that the charity clinic and the care home were both established at the state preceptor's suggestion. That's correct. The so-called charity clinic, care home, and communal burial ground were all welfare institutions of this era. The charity clinic was a medical aid institution in Changjing, primarily providing medical services to the poor and sick. The care home was akin to a combination of a retirement home and an orphanage from future generations, usually divided into separate sections. The portion that cared for the elderly was also called Anlao Home or Anhua Home, while the part caring for children was known as Saiyu Home. The communal burial ground, on the other hand, was a public burial institution, mainly responsible for burying unclaimed corpses. The establishment of these state-run social welfare institutions, although proposed by the state preceptor, also reflected the Great Yan dynasty's emphasis on the well-being of its people. These institutions were made possible by Great Yan's highly developed economy, its well-structured social system, and the ruling class's concern for the livelihoods of the common people. Such institutions had never existed before, and perhaps, if Great Yan were to fall and the next dynasty failed to inherit these traits, these symbols of civilization would also cease to exist. When Song Yu first heard about these institutions, he was somewhat shocked. Nov. L.B.//JNN. In an era often portrayed as dark and ruthless, where the upper class disregarded the common people, it was hard to imagine that the rulers would establish such humanitarian institutions to care for the lower classes. The state preceptor's role in creating these institutions was certainly a significant merit. Of course, due to various limitations, the reach of these welfare institutions was also restricted. The charity clinic couldn't treat all the poor patients of Changjing. This was why some, like those who had been possessed by evil spirits earlier, were still unable to seek treatment. The care home couldn't take in all the orphans and elderly of Changjing, so there were still old people sleeping on the streets, and baby girls were still being abandoned in the river. As for the communal burial ground, while they did manage to bury all the unclaimed corpses, they could do no more than find a place to cover them and offer the dead only the most basic dignity. Yet, as long as the charity clinic cured one patient, the care home cared for one orphan or elderly person, or the communal burial ground buried one corpse, it was already considered a good deed. One should not refrain from doing a good deed, no matter how small. Returning to the matter of Chen Ziyi, perhaps the state preceptor knew what his future held, or perhaps he didn't. But if even the state preceptor, skilled in divination, could not provide an answer, then Song Yu certainly couldn't either. Your Majesty, I will take my leave now. I wish Your Majesty restful sleep and good health, and for Great Yan to last long, with its people living in peace and prosperity. Thank you for your kind words, sir. I shall take my leave. Take care, sir. Song Yu climbed into the carriage the emperor had prepared. The cat followed him, hopping in and curiously looking around, its head swiveling from side to side as if finding everything new and exciting. Move. The horse's hooves clattered, and the wheels rumbled. The cat was even more fascinated now, sticking its head out to observe the scene. Meanwhile, Song Yu sat still with his eyes half closed. Thanks to his elevated status, he had a naturally higher vantage point, making it easy to witness things that ordinary people could not. Just like tonight. The Peak dynasty that thrived in its time, an elderly emperor with grand ambitions, the undefeated general who had conquered lands, the emperor's suspicions, the general's responses, the state preceptor in between. Whatever happened next, or was happening now, would likely become a significant chapter in history. And here he was, so close to history, yet unable to see it in its entirety. It was truly a strange feeling. What made this moment remarkable could not be put into words. In any case, he didn't know what might happen in the future, whether the emperor, driven by suspicion, would choose to execute the renowned general or continue to trust and employ him, whether the emperor would wage war in the north, seeking eternal glory in victory or risking the weakening of the empire in defeat, or if he decided to forego warfare altogether, even if General Chen were to rebel years later. But Song Yu's visit to the palace tonight, brushing against such monumental events in history and witnessing the writing of its chapters firsthand, had already made it all worthwhile. Centuries from now, countless people would be filled with admiration and curiosity about this era. They would recite and write stories of this time, memorize the famous poems and works created in this age, and debate whether that legendary general harbored private ambitions or whether the emperor's actions were right or wrong. And here, centuries earlier, the Daoist priest had witnessed it all with his own eyes. It almost felt as if he had become part of the history books himself. When he came back to his senses, the cat was already perched on his lap, her face so close to his that her mouth was practically nudging his chin. Daoist priest. What are you thinking about? You wouldn't understand. Oh. The cat nodded obediently, then stared at him again and asked, "What is this? What do you mean, what is this? The thing we're in, what is it?" "A carriage. We often see them on the road," the Daoist patiently explained. "But the ones on the road aren't as nice as this one. Why don't we get one of these and put it on the horse? Then we can sit inside while we walk." The cat's eyes were full of confusion. Meeting her gaze, many answers flashed through the Daoist's mind like, "Then it wouldn't be us walking anymore, or carriages can only travel on main roads, they can't climb mountains," but none of these seemed convincing enough. The cat would probably come up with many different responses or ask even more questions. So after thinking it over, he simply said, "That would make the horse very tired." "Oh, right." The cat immediately nodded in agreement, finding it completely reasonable. "We've arrived at Willow Street. Here is fine." "Yes." The young eunuch lifted 2 food containers out of the carriage. The Daoist and the cat both stepped down. "Thank you. Then, I'll take my leave." With the crack of a whip, the carriage rumbled away again. It was already deep into the night, and by the faint starlight, they could barely make out the road. The Daoist picked up the 2 food containers, while the cat stared curiously at the door next door. "Has the heroine gone to bed yet?" the Daoist asked. "Not yet." The cat answered. "Not yet," came a voice from next door as well. Suddenly, the door swung open. The heroine, who had been pressed against the doorframe and eavesdropping ever since she heard the sound of the carriage, appeared in the doorway. She stared at them and said, "Where did you 2 come back from? And why did you take a carriage? Have you eaten yet, heroine?" "Of course I've eaten. It's so late already." "And how was your meal?" "I had gruel and pickled vegetables, decent enough." Heroine Wu sniffed the air. "What's that you're holding?" "We went out for a meal and brazenly packed some food to bring back," Song Yu said, extending the food containers toward her. "Please try some, to repay you for the mountain delicacies you shared with us the other day." "Where did you pack this from?" Heroine Wu reached out to take the containers. Although it was too dark to see, the moment she felt their weight, she realized something was off. This container alone must be worth quite a bit, she thought. "It's from the palace." "What?" "Please, have a taste of the food the emperor eats. Come in and we'll talk." Heroine Wu turned and walked into the house. She blew on a tinder and lit the oil lamp. The lamp quickly brightened the room. Song Yu glanced at the lamp, sniffing the air. The room clearly smelled of oil smoke. Looking down, he saw several short, rope-like things made of dry grass. They smelled like the materials usually used to make mosquito coils. He thought back to when they had first entered Willow Street and vaguely noticed faint, nearly imperceptible lights in this direction. It seemed the heroine had been downstairs earlier, likely weaving these grass ropes with the lights on. However, she could have done that during the day. The fact that she stayed up late, lit up her lamp and wasted her oil to continue weaving probably meant either she had an urgent need, or she was waiting for her neighbors as she was worried because they hadn't returned for a long time. Hearing the sound of carriages outside more than one, she quickly extinguished the light and pressed her ear to the door, showcasing the vigilance of someone from the Jianghu. The Daoist pulled his gaze back as the heroine fixed her eyes on the food containers. "Why are you weaving these grass ropes, heroine?" he asked. "They're fire wicks. Don't you use them?" "I've never used them." "Then what do you use to keep mosquitoes away?" "There are no mosquitoes in the temple." "There are no mosquitoes in the mountains." "Not in the temple. That must be a heavenly place, then. So these are for repelling mosquitoes." "Yes, summer's here and the mosquitoes are getting worse. Once you light these, the mosquitoes won't come near. Just be careful not to burn down the house," Heroine Wu said, looking up and down at the food container. The surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the light from the oil lamp with a fine purple-red sheen. Her eyes widened gradually. "Oh my, sandalwood. You recognize it? I've been in Changjing long enough, do you really think I've seen so little?" "I would never suggest that." So, you really went to the palace? I wouldn't dare lie. How did you get in? Heroine Wu asked, her curious eyes fixed on him. If it weren't for the fact that the eunuchs and palace maids just escorted you back, I'd almost think you stole this from the palace using some deist magic. The deist replied honestly, since two of my masters from Hidden Dragon Temple had some connections with the imperial family of the Great Yan dynasty, and the emperor heard about my involvement with the Grand Commander's residence, he specially invited me. Coincidentally, I'm traveling around the world, and I wanted to witness the heart of power and see the emperor's demeanor firsthand to broaden my knowledge. So, I took the opportunity to visit. During the meal, I remembered how you had once been curious about what the emperor eats every day, so I shamelessly asked for permission to bring back a few dishes that I thought were either particularly tasty or suited to your palate. She said, so, you guys even have ties with the imperial family. No wonder you're so bold. More or less. Alright, Heroine Wu thought it over, but it wasn't too surprising. The Great Yan Emperor was known for his fondness of associating with cultivators. If the emperor learned that a highly skilled deist with some connections was in Changjing, it was entirely normal for the emperor to invite him to the palace for a late-night conversation. 1 liang of sandalwood, 1 liang of gold. This box alone is worth quite a bit. Since those eunuchs and palace maids didn't take it back, they probably won't come asking for it later either. You could sell it and never have to worry about money again. I'll still need to worry. I heard the emperor is as awe-inspiring as a god, and that ordinary people tremble with fear when he looks at them. Is that true? Not at all. What does he look like? Just an old man. Oh my, this smells wonderful. These dishes were specially prepared, not leftovers. You're quite thoughtful, deist. Heroine Wu had already opened the food containers, setting out dish after dish, and fetched some chopsticks from inside the house. Moments later, the two sat across from each other by the lamp. One enjoyed the food, while the other spoke. The matter regarding the Grand Commander seems to have been resolved, but there are many rumors circulating among the people of Changjing. It is likely that there will be a period of unrest to come. Indeed, Heroine Wu mumbled through a mouthful. The food, brought over from the palace, was still at the perfect temperature. She ate quickly and said, I already heard the rumors outside a few days ago. According to them, although they say the Grand Commander died from a poisonous longevity pill, some claim it was a deist who scared him to death. They said it was the same deist who punished the steward and the young master, and who was invited by the Grand Commander's residence to rid the place of rats. The rumor even says that this deist had a calico cat with him. It won't take long before they track you down. After a brief pause, she added, if it were any other deist, they'd probably be thrilled. Business would boom, and people would pay a premium for their services. But you, I imagine, are more concerned about losing your peace. I've decided to temporarily take down my exorcism sign and head outside the city for a while. Oh, what's this? It's so good. I'm not sure. It seems to be a combination of venison and chicken, fried and then steamed. Does the emperor eat like this every day? Not always. Where will you go to lay low? Well, back in Yudo, I often traveled to visit famous mountain temples or masters outside the city. I've been in Changjing for quite a while now, and it's only getting hotter, making it harder to go out. Besides leaving the city to see the apricot blossoms and catching a few demons, I haven't ventured out much. Now seems like the perfect time to do so, Song Yu said with a smile. I'll go out to search. Search for what? Who? What kind of master? Heroine Wu fired off 3 questions in a row, then lowered her head to devour more food. At today's palace banquet, the conversation touched upon the mysterious and fantastical places of the world. Song Yu then asked the state preceptor which master and talented eccentrics resided in Changjing. The state preceptor first offered a few compliments before saying that, to his knowledge, there were 4 distinguished individuals in Changjing who could perhaps be called masters, even in the presence of an heir of Hidden Dragon Temple. The first was Lady Wanjiang of Hexian Pavilion, whose mastery of the qin was unparalleled. She could cause phenomena like rain on a sunny day or snow in the summer with her music. Such a skill, even an heir of Hidden Dragon Temple would likely marvel at. The second was a painter who arrived in the city just last winter, a descendant of the legendary Master Do. Though he had not inherited all of Master Do's divine skills, his abilities were still remarkable and might pique Song Yu's interest. The third was a divine doctor who lived outside the city. It was said that he could bring the dead back to life. He was also skilled in butchering, bone setting, and performing cranial and thoracic surgeries to treat illnesses, which could be considered extraordinary techniques. Many aristocrats in the city had sought his services, including the emperor himself, who had invited him to the palace to treat both the emperor and the empress. Despite his great reputation, he was often hard to find for the wealthy. However, he was frequently encountered by the poor in various regions, providing them with free medical treatment, a testament to his kindness and goodwill. People revered him as a god in human form, and some believed that after his death, he might truly ascend to godhood. The fourth was a snake immortal who resided 300 li outside the city, in the mountains. This immortal had been conferred the title by the founding emperor of the dynasty. It was rumored that he had the bearing of a true dragon and often performed good deeds, though he was difficult to find. Some said that the divine doctor and the snake immortal were connected, though whether through friendship or something else was unclear. It was said that when the doctor ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs and encountered danger, the snake immortal, grateful for the doctor's virtuous deeds, would often come to his aid. The state preceptor also mentioned that the snake immortal likely had a past connection with the state preceptors of Hidden Dragon Temple. Song Yu had already met the first two individuals, so only the latter two remained for him to seek out. I've heard that if you head north outside the city, there's a divine doctor. His methods can be shocking, but his skills are extraordinary, and he has an upright character. I plan to search for him and see for myself. Dr. Cai. You've heard of him too, Heroine. Heroine Wu furrowed her brow. Song Yu then stared at her, waiting for her to finish eating. Fortunately, Heroine Wu was a woman of the Jianghu, with a carefree character. An ordinary woman might have found it difficult to eat under such scrutiny. She chewed and swallowed the food in her mouth before saying, Dr. Cai lives on Mount Baikan, over 100 li north of the city, but he's rarely home. The path up the mountain is difficult to find, and many nobles have sent people to look for him multiple times without success. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I've gone twice myself, but I wasn't lucky enough to find him either. And lately, things have been a bit chaotic there. If you go now, you're unlikely to find him. He asked, and what was your reason for seeking Dr. Cai? I had my reasons. I see, Song Yu nodded, not pressing further, but he did ask, and why has Mount Baikan been so chaotic lately? It's related to you, actually. How so? Heroine Wu said, the matter with the Grand Commander's residence, though the rumors among the people are wild, and the authorities have issued an order to silence them, they can't hide it from us. I heard that on the day the Grand Commander died, right before his death, he asked a servant to lay out paper and prepare ink as if he were about to paint something. This naturally made those in the Jianghu think of the elusive descendant of Master Do, who had been searching for years but suddenly vanished in Changjing. But, truth be told, someone probably already discovered that Master Do's descendant was hiding in the Grand Commander's residence and had sneaked in to investigate. Otherwise, your cat wouldn't have seen a tiger chasing someone on the street in the middle of the night. Sir Do fled to Mount Baikan. Some say he's been spotted there, Heroine Wu replied. That's why it's chaotic over there right now. You've got warriors employed by the nobility, skilled fighters from famous martial sects, and maybe even some low-profile but highly skilled individuals like Shu Yufan. Plus, the usual riff-raff. In short, it's a mixed bag. Even if Dr. Cai is home, he'd likely be laying low to avoid trouble. So that's how it is. Are you still going? I am, Song Yu said with a smile. Figures, Heroine Wu nodded. You've got nothing else to do, and you were planning to leave the city anyway. If I can't find Dr. Cai, I'll head further north and deeper into Mount Baikan to look for the legendary snake immortal. I've heard he may have had some connection with my master's master. It wouldn't hurt to pay my respects to a senior. Sounds like a good plan. Heroine Wu molded over, her eyes lowered in thought. After a moment, she suddenly said, I'll take you there. It just so happens I need to look for him again. Hopefully, you, the so-called divine immortal among the common folk, will grant me a bit of luck this time. If I manage to find him, you'll be doing me a huge favor. Then I'll thank you in advance, Heroine. Belch. Take your time eating. I'll take my leave. Thanks for the meal, by the way. You're welcome. With that, Song Yu, accompanied by his cat, left and headed back home. After a round of washing up, the deist lay down on the bed. The cat stood on the coffee table by the window, occasionally turning its head to glance at the night outside, then looking back at the deist on the bed. Lady Calico, you should go to sleep early. Was that person today the Emperor? Yes, he is the Emperor. The deist, lying on the bed with his eyes open, looked into the darkness and said to her, if you had received his imperial edict back then, you could have remained a cat god by the Jinyang Road without fear of being captured. You wouldn't have to wander around like this with me. I enjoy wandering around with you. The cat immediately turned around to respond. The deist couldn't help but smile. The calico cat back then didn't think that way. Unknowingly, a long time had passed. Deist priest. Will people still come looking for me to catch mice in the future? Of course they will. The deist remained still on the bed, his voice the only sound that came through. And no one will dare to harbor ulterior motives anymore. But you should learn how to interact with people. Not just as a cat, but also as a demon, as a person. I will do my best. Are you going out to catch mice tonight? I'm full tonight. Then you should sleep early. I need to absorb the moon's essence. But there's no moon tonight. Nov, L, B //JNN. Oh, right. The cat then turned around and jumped back onto the bed, crawling around until it found a comfortable spot near the deist's waist. After adjusting its position to make itself more comfortable, it closed its eyes. The deist also shut his eyes. At this time, some movement could be heard from next door. He wondered what the heroine was doing in Changjing. He only knew that she was very aware of all the happenings in and out of the city, many events that occurred in the morning. She had already heard about by the time she returned in the evening. Even those matters that were usually hard to hear about, as long as she inquired, she could easily get to the bottom of it. It seemed to be part of her work in Changjing and the work she did for the nobility. However, it appeared that her reason for coming to Changjing wasn't just for riches and glory. Interesting. The deist calmed his mind and drifted into sleep. The room was lit with many candles, emitting a calming fragrance. The square lanterns were adorned with poetry, and layers of white gauze curtains created a hazy ambience, casting silhouettes of the people inside. Two individuals sat across from each other at a chessboard. One was a graceful and noble woman, around 40 years old. She had great skin, though she had a bit of wrinkles. At this moment, she was playing the white pieces. The other, dressed in white, was as beautiful as a celestial fairy. She was playing the black pieces. Behind them stood a maid in attendance. The sounds of chess pieces being placed echoed back and forth. The noble woman spoke, "You've been in changing for a few years now, and you seem to have grown even more beautiful. My appearance hasn't changed, perhaps I've just become more like the people of changing after staying here for a long time. Sometimes I truly want to hire someone to find those rumored pills that guarantee eternal youth. Unfortunately, even your gold feeder ghosts here can't bring my youth back. Princess, you have grand ambitions, how could you get involved with such trifles? You are quite clear-headed. But you, who can retain eternal youth, wouldn't understand what sacrifices women make to preserve their youth and beauty." The princess shook her head. The princess said, "It's a pity my 2 younger brothers aren't as clear-headed as you. They've even incited demons to eliminate my subordinates without knowing who orchestrated it or who guided them. Haha, how can one aspire to be an emperor during peaceful times while acting in such a manner? What you say is indeed true. Recently, we discussed why the city god of changing suddenly woke up and became diligent. Have you found out the reason? Princess, forgive me, but there's still no news." "That's fine. The city god has been complacent for too long, he will eventually realize that this is not a sustainable path. However, for him to wake up now and intervene in the struggle for the crown prince, even as a deity, requires some courage," the woman said, her fingers pinching a chess piece as she examined the board for a potential move. She continued, "If it weren't for someone enticing him with benefits, there must be a master urging him on. The heavenly palace wouldn't have intervened all these years, and it probably wouldn't now either." "Your words are quite correct," the princess spoke calmly. Miss Wanjiang glanced up and smiled. Her smile was so bright that it was as if the candlelight dimmed a little. "Judging from your words, you already have someone in mind. Do you remember the auspicious signs that descended in the capital at the end of spring, when the spiritual rain soaked everything?" "I remember. Have you heard about the incident at the Grand Commander's mansion a few days ago?" "I've heard." Miss Wanjiang squinted, recalling their encounter on Mount Chang, and her quick glimpse of the person at the Hexian Pavilion. The rumored Daoist master who punished the Grand Commander's son had also brought a calico cat. Is there a connection between those two? "I don't know," the princess said, placing her piece and furrowing her brow. She continued, "However, tonight, His Majesty invited a Daoist into the palace to drink and discuss matters with the state preceptor and General Chen Ziai in the Onal Palace. He specifically instructed the concubines and eunuchs not to roam around to avoid disturbing the palace's tranquility. I've heard that the Daoist brought a calico cat with him. So, you've planted a spy around the emperor?" "Not exactly," the princess replied. "But the palace is so small, how could any incident escape anyone's notice?" "I see. Do you know when such a master arrived in Changjing?" "I don't know for now," the woman answered quite candidly. "Go look into it." "Yes. What time is it?" "It's almost the 3rd watch. It's so late." Wanjiang asked, "Do you want to return, or stay here to rest?" "I should go back for a while. I'm not sure if that Daoist has left the palace yet or is still inside having a late-night conversation with His Majesty. In any case, I need to return to find out." "Are you not going to finish this game? You've already won." The princess stood up. The woman quickly got to her feet as well. After seeing the princess off, her expression changed swiftly, losing its respect and becoming indifferent. With large, elongated eyes that seemed almost otherworldly, her beauty was unlike that of an ordinary mortal. Her lips resembled a boat turned upside down, and when her expression became indifferent, it immediately exuded an air of cold disdain for the world. She turned to gaze at the night sky outside, squinting her eyes in contemplation as she murmured, "Hidden Dragon Temple." She called for her maid to bring her a painting and opened it to take a look. The painting depicted a mountain full of apricot blossoms, with a long corridor circling the mountainside, yet only a corner was captured in the artwork. On the corridor sat the Daoist and the cat side by side, the cat leaning slightly toward the Daoist, the scene quiet and beautiful. Even some ill-intentioned individuals would find their hearts softened for a moment upon seeing it. In the distance, the mountains and flowers appeared faint. Nearby, the apricot blossoms extended their branches, with petals gently falling in the wind, drawing the cat's gaze upward. It was truly a rare and exquisite painting. When it was first completed, she felt it should be gifted to the Daoist, believing that would be the best outcome for their fated meeting. But after bringing it home and frequently admiring it, she found herself liking it more and growing increasingly reluctant to part with it. Though it couldn't compare to the masterpieces of the great Master Do, nor to those of Master Do's successors, it could still be considered a remarkable work, right? If asked if she would give away this painting, the woman would definitely refuse. Not even to the princess. If the gift were to be returned to the figure depicted in the painting, it would be a delightful matter, but at this moment, her heart wasn't as decisive as before. Sigh, the woman revealed a look of helplessness. She put away the painting, poured herself a pot of wine, and sat back down at the chessboard. She picked up a piece again, saying to the maid beside her, "Come play a game with me." "Master, I am you. How can I possibly win against you?" the maid replied with a cheerful laugh. Sigh, how boring. The next morning, the game of chess the night before remained, while the spring wine lay half drunk and empty. The woman gradually awakened. The maid refused to play chess with her, so she had to play against herself. Of course, even if the maid did play, it would still be her playing against herself. Unfortunately, her own thoughts were at odds. She had no choice but to continue playing alone until midnight, with neither side winning. After drinking some wine, she found it lacked sweetness while drinking, and upon waking, it felt bitter. How annoying. The maid returned to report that she had found the gentleman's residence. Are we going today? Not today. Why not? It's cloudy today, it's not suitable to go out. When will we go? In a few days. He should be quite busy these days. All right. The maid withdrew, and the woman continued to lie back down, occasionally fiddling with the chess pieces on the table. Her eyes seemed to be observing something, yet appeared distant. Her mind seemed to be contemplating, yet also emptied of all thoughts. Willow Street attracted many gazes. In Changing, there were numerous individuals fond of the immortal Deo and idolizing masters. Many could not tolerate the Grand Commander's luxurious lifestyle or his lack of control over his children. Likewise, there were many who simply wished to befriend master cultivators. Common folks only knew that the Grand Commander sought to extend his lifespan, mistakenly consumed a poisonous elixir, and was poisoned to death. It was most commonly said that the arrogant son of the Grand Commander had offended a master, who then cursed him to become deaf and mute, pleasing the public. Gradually, some began to say that the master might have descended from the heavens, but after all, it was just hearsay. No one knew who the immortal truly was. But if one were among the powerful and wealthy of Changing, they would know a thing or two about this. Some were eager to witness the demeanor of the master, yet feared incurring the displeasure of the Qing family. Others were unafraid but did not know how to make a visit. Some found a reason to visit the master, but then hesitated, wondering if many others had thought of the same approach. Some worried that the master or the Qing family would blame them since they had introduced the mouse-catching divine cat to the Grand Commander's family. Some were typically calm and observed from the shadows. Some were naturally straightforward and came as they pleased. Yet, those who arrived at Willow Street could only find a closed door. The original sign that had exorcism had been removed, leaving only rodent extermination. The deist rose early and boiled a few eggs, then he took the calico cat and bought some baked flatbreads, steamed buns, and mantou. He filled his water containers and then followed Heroine Wu to fetch her beloved yellow mane horse, and together they left the city. At this point, they were already on the road to Mount Baikan. In midsummer, when lush greeneries surrounded them, today was particularly cool. The sun was hidden from view, and walking along the dirt path with the wind blowing felt truly delightful. The cat took little, quick steps, darting here and there as if it hadn't been outside the city for a while. It was in high spirits, occasionally following the sound of cicadas to find its way up a tree, which only improved its mood further. The deist priest was also in a good mood, feeling as if the world was his oyster. He cast aside all thoughts of changing. He just wanted to enjoy himself, without caring about the heap of troubles. Today's cloudy, it's a great day to go out. It's nice and cooling. Indeed. As long as it doesn't rain. It won't rain today. How do you know? I guessed. Then I believe you. Thank you. The deist took a glance at Heroine Wu, who was carrying several fire wicks on her horse. She was likely worried about spending the night in the deep mountains where there might be many mosquitoes, and wanted to use them to ward them off. That was great, it saved him some worry. The cat ran ahead again, sniffing the grass by the roadside. It sniffed and then took a couple of bites. While chewing, it glanced back at the two people and the horse behind it. Heroine Wu was leading the horse and pointed to a path, saying, "If we go this way, we'll reach the famous Changing Ghost Market." I've heard of the Changing Ghost Market as well. Where did you hear about it? At a tea house. Have you been there? No, I thought so. Yeah. The ghost market was located outside the city and only opened at night. If they were to visit, they definitely wouldn't return until late. With the soundproofing of the small building and this woman's vigilance, she would likely know if he didn't return home one night. I'd like to take a look at it, but I'm not sure how to get there, what makes it special, or if there are any particular customs. Song Yu wanted to ask her for guidance. Heroine Wu didn't hesitate and replied, "The ghost market opens on the 4th, 7th, and 10th days of the month. Today is the 14th of May. We'll need more than a day to reach Mount Baikan, and if we find Divine Dr. Cai, it might take some time. If we don't find him, we won't be returning right away. If we can make it in time for the market on the 17th, I can take you there. But if you want to go deep into Mount Baikan to look for the snake immortal, I won't accompany you. You can go by yourself, and if you return by the 20th or 24th, you can also visit the market then. Is it fun?" It's not exactly fun, but it's different from an ordinary market. At this point, they had already passed the small road they had just taken, so Heroine Wu had to turn back and point to that road, saying, "Follow that path all the way. There's a fissure in the ground, several zhang wide at its widest point, at least 2 zhang at its narrowest, and about 10 zhang deep in the deepest areas, stretching for dozens of li long. It doesn't get any sunlight except at noon. Is it naturally formed?" It's said that during the late years of the previous dynasty, when the world was divided, and demons were causing chaos, gods descended to the mortal realm. Some extraordinary divine immortals or demons fought here, splitting the earth and creating this fissure. That's quite miraculous. I'm not sure if it's true or not. Have you heard of it? I haven't heard of it. You haven't heard of it? It's probably just a rumor, maybe it came from the earth dragon turning over, Heroine Wu said. She added, since the fissure is outside Changing City, people gradually started doing some shady business here. Originally, it was just some outlaws and shady people coming here, but it grew bigger over time. Now, a lot of brave and curious townsfolk sometimes come to join the excitement, calling it the ghost market. I've heard that sometimes real mountain demons and ghosts come here to do business. I see, she said. There are some special features about it too. Once you step inside, it's quite unique. There are stone caves carved out on both sides of the fissure, and it's often shrouded in mist. The goods sold there are strange and varied. You can find things that aren't commonly seen in Changjing, and even things that aren't allowed to be sold on regular streets. If you're capable, you might even acquire some secret information. However, there are often government officials mingling around, so those strictly prohibited items are hard to come by, like armor. If they do show up for sale, the place will be surrounded by guards the next day. Does the government usually not interfere? They do, but not too much. That's how the government operates. They enforce strict regulations within the city, but once you're outside, it's quite lenient, Heroine Wu explained. They usually conduct major inspections every few years, and routine minor checks are of little consequence. The ghost market has been around for hundreds of years and is entangled in too many affairs. It won't easily be shut down. I understand now. As they were talking, they had already walked quite a distance. Suddenly, a chorus of cicadas quickly approached, intermittent and loud. The deist couldn't help but look down. He saw the calico cat trotting back toward him with lively little steps, holding a cicada in its mouth. The cicada let out a few feeble cries, as if pleading for mercy, but they did nothing to sway the cat's cold heart. The cat walked right up to the deist and pawed at his pant leg. He bent down and opened his hand, and the cat dropped the cicada into his palm, then looked up at him. Eat the cicada. I won't eat it. People eat cicadas. The calico cat stared at him and continued. There are people in the city who eat cicadas, roasting them over a fire. You should roast it too. I won't roast it. I'll help you roast it. I appreciate your kind offer, but you should eat it yourself. You're hungry. I'm not. You're tired from walking. I'm not. The calico cat stared at him for a long time, then took the cicada from his hand and bit into it, not wanting to waste anything. With that, it trotted off ahead again. Your cat really cares about you, she remarked. She's afraid I'll starve, came the response. How interesting. Heroine Wu couldn't help but smile. Such warmth could influence those around her. At this moment, the morning had gradually shifted to noon. Although it was overcast, lacking the blazing sun, there was still a bit of sultriness. Amidst the heat, there were occasional breezes that brought refreshing coolness with each gust. The small path was lined with scattered summer flowers, which lacked the delicate charm of spring blossoms but possessed their own brilliance. Accompanied by the cicada sounds echoing from all directions, it felt much like every summer she remembered. It was a bit surreal. This summer was already half gone. She had been bustling about almost every day, enduring the scorching sun and the summer heat. Today was the first day she had the leisure to admire the summer flowers by the roadside and listen to the cicadas by the path. It wasn't until half the summer had passed that she truly felt the essence of the season. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound, almost imperceptible like a kettle coming to a boil. Not just her, but the bouncy, carefree calico cat ahead was also drawn to the sound, stretching its neck to gaze in the direction from which it came. As they walked over, they saw 4 or 5 village children walking barefoot along the road. 2 of the children were wearing pants that were only half length, while 3 others had rolled their pant legs up to their knees, their feet caked in mud. One of the children was even carrying a basket, likely heading to the river to catch fish or loaches. Each of them also had half a pea pod in their mouths, producing various bright or deep sounds when blown. The cacophony of noises was quite jarring. Hey, kids. Heroine Wu called out to them, where did you find that Jiao Jiao? Huh. The children immediately stopped, looking bewildered. Although Heroine Wu spoke in a feminine voice, she had her face covered with cloth. She stood tall and was leading a horse while carrying a sword, which gave her an imposing presence. I'm asking where you found that Jiao Jiao. What? The Jiao Jiao, the horse dung Jiao Jiao, Heroine Wu clarified, then realized the term might be different in Changjing. She pointed to her mouth, the one you blow. There's some further up the road. Let's go. Heroine Wu waved her hand. A group of children immediately quickened their pace, glancing back at them as they walked and continued to whistle. The calico cat also stood in place, staring at them intently. It wasn't until the children had walked far away, along with the deist and the heroine, that it withdrew its gaze and hurried after the deist. After a while, the calico cat had transformed into the shape of a little girl, and like Heroine Wu, she had a wild pea-pod whistle in her mouth. The two walked side by side, the small girl and tall woman producing sounds reminiscent of a kettle, making the feeling of summer in her memories even more complete. The deist was surrounded by the noise but wore a smile. In the distance, the shadows of mountains could be seen, seemingly unreachable in the far horizon. As they got closer, the mountains loomed nearer, their silhouettes growing clearer. However, upon approaching, more indistinct mountain shadows appeared behind them. Indeed, there seemed to be no end to the mountains in this world. After resting by the roadside at night, they arrived at the continuous Mount Baikin the following morning. The majestic mountains rose high, and within the depths of the white clouds, there were homes. Toot toot toot. The little girl continued to blow her whistle, walking in an unsteady manner. She swayed deliberately toward the deist, bumping into him before straightening up, only to sway back again and bump into him once more. It seemed she found this very amusing. The path up the mountain was indeed hard to find and navigate. One could easily stray if not careful. Fortunately, there were many houses up the mountain, as well as temples and monasteries. The path was not narrow, and in some places, stone steps had been built. Heroine Wu had come here twice, leading the yellow-maned horse, chatting with him while diligently searching for the way. Thus, amidst the great mountains, a small path slanted deep into the woods. Just then, the four of them, 2 persons, a cat, and a horse, slowly made their way up the mountain. Sometimes it was a dirt road, and other times it was stone steps. The roadside was overgrown with unknown shrubs, covered in tiny thorns, bearing small blue-purple flowers. In the distance, the silhouette of an ancient temple could be faintly seen at the mountain peak. The mountain breeze filled the air, causing the grass and trees along the path to sway. The scenery was beautiful, the world appeared both clear and dim, the sultriness gone, and her mood became exceedingly pleasant. The group ambled along, gradually entering the depths of the white clouds. They would occasionally encounter some Jianghu folk, seemingly coming to seek Sir Do, who might regard them as competitors and would exchange fierce glances with them. Song Yu usually ignored such encounters, focusing earnestly on the path, while Heroine Wu insisted on meeting their gazes, waiting for them to shift their eyes first or for them to pass before she turned away. If I remember correctly, it should be up ahead. So he's a recluse living deep in the mountains, huh? Not exactly a recluse, Heroine Wu's voice rang out. Don't be fooled by his residence in the mountains, he actually lives here to facilitate gathering herbs and sampling various plants. He spends only a few months at home each year, usually wandering around to provide consultations. Wherever he goes, he's treated as a guest of honor, so it doesn't matter that his residence is somewhat remote. There's a house. The little girl temporarily took the whistle from her mouth, pointing ahead. After speaking, she wiped the saliva from the whistle and stuffed it back into her mouth. Toot toot. Pfft. She couldn't keep it in and it fell to the ground. The little girl immediately reached out to pick it up, but was swiftly stopped by the deist, who grabbed her hand. My whistle. It's dirty. No, it's not. There are more on the way. Oh, indeed, in the distance, there was a thatched cottage. As they approached, they saw several thatched houses with their doors closed, one of which had a pair of fishtails pasted on the door. No one is home, the little girl said softly. Knock, knock. Heroine Wu tapped on the door, but as expected, no one responded. Looks like we've come at a bad time. Heroine Wu furrowed her brow and bent down to look at the entrance, running her hand over it before checking her fingers. There's a layer of dust in front of the door. Even if the wind is strong up here, it seems like no one has come in or out for quite some time. I've let down your trust, Heroine. He must have gone out to treat patients. Heroine Wu shook her head. What do you think? I came here on a whim. If I find the person I'm looking for, that would be great, but even if I don't, I've already had my fill of enjoyment, Song Yu replied with a smile. Besides, I was originally trying to escape the troubles of Changjing, so not finding him is no big deal. But you, Heroine, seem to have something more important to seek from Dr. Cai. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. What can I do? Heroine Wu sighed. I plan to wait here until tomorrow afternoon. If no one comes, I'll head back and try again next time n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Then I'll wait until tomorrow afternoon as well. All right. Not minding the dirt, the two sat down by the door, leaning against it as they enjoyed the mountain breeze while waiting for nightfall. Today, the sky was overcast, with no sunset in sight. The deist sat cross-legged at the entrance of the thatched cottage with his eyes closed, quietly listening to the sound of the mountain wind sweeping through the air, the rustling of grass and trees, and the cicadas gradually being replaced by the sounds of insects and frogs. The little girl curled up beside him, indifferent to the dirt and unbothered about staining her clothes. She was lying sideways on the ground, resembling a cat. Heroine Wu leaned against the doorframe, cradling her sword, occasionally opening her eyes to glance into the distance. The yellow-maned horse was tied nearby, munching on grass. As night fell completely, the sounds of calls from the mountains echoed, the wind rustled the grass, and occasionally, the commotion from wandering martial artists could be heard. The night passed like this. The next morning, Heroine Wu opened her eyes to find green mountains and white clouds before her, a picturesque scene. Turning her head, she saw her horse standing quietly. The deist still sat a few chi away beside her, but the little girl was nowhere to be seen, leaving behind only a small bowl filled with half a bowl of water. That bowl was made of exquisite blue and white porcelain, of considerable value. The deist used it to feed the cat, while he himself used a coarse bowl. At first, she thought the bowl was a gift from someone or obtained from the palace, but upon asking, she learned that he had specifically gone to the West Market to buy it for a full 1,000 chien. Why not buy two? Because I didn't have enough money. Heroine Wu had been puzzled at the time, but now she no longer found it strange. Noticing that the deist had opened his eyes, she asked, "Where's your cat?" "It went out." "Where to?" "Not sure." Recently, many Jianghu martial artists have come rushing here upon hearing the news, searching the mountains like they're picking up gold. Be careful, your cat's good looks might catch their attention, and it might get taken away. That's unlikely, the deist replied calmly. Just call her, and she will return. Then call her. Before the deist could speak, there was movement on the path. A little girl dressed in a tricolor outfit slowly walked back, holding something in her hands. Looking around, she spotted the two people at the entrance of the cottage, and she immediately quickened her pace. She ran over until she stopped in front of the deist. She stretched out her hand, opening her soft, white palm. She held a handful of wild pea pods, displaying them for the two to see. I found this again. This type of grass mostly grew low to the ground, blooming with small flowers and bearing fruit that resembled pods but was much smaller. Once ripe, the pods became round and elongated. Breaking one in half and extracting the seeds allowed you to blow through it, creating a sound. Alternatively, you could simply take the seeds and blow through a bamboo tube for fun. In certain regions of Yizhu, people refer to this blowable item as jiaojiao, a simple and vivid reduplicated term. Since this grass often grows near horse dung, it's colloquially called horse dung jiaojiao. In reality, it had no relation to horse dung. Normally, without the presence of a heroine, Songyu would play with these things alongside the calico cat. But today, with the heroine around, he handed them over to her. The heroine leaned in to take a look, selecting some plump, long pods while discarding the rest. Just like at the Pingzhou Mountains, the little girl couldn't bear to part with them. As soon as the heroine threw them away, she remained silent and immediately picked them up again. It wasn't until the heroine explained that the flat, short ones hadn't matured and wouldn't make a sound when turned into jiaojiao that even if they did, the sound would be too small that she still clutched them stubbornly in her hands, refusing to throw them away. Before long, a whistling sound emerged again beside her. Toot toot toot. After blowing for a while, the little girl seemed to remember something and turned to the deist, saying, I saw a tiger last night, a very big tiger, and there were two of them. Heroine Wu, just having stuffed the horse dung jiaojiao into her mouth, took it out again and turned to stare at her. Where? Right over there. The little girl pointed in a direction. Is it far? Not far? Exactly two. Two, more than two is three. Why didn't I see it? People are blind at night. Is it the same as the tiger you saw before in Changjing? The deist beside her asked. It's the same. Then the news must be true. That Serto really escaped to Mount Baikan, probably hoping to take advantage of the complex mountain paths to flee, Heroine Wu said, raising an eyebrow. These poor people in Changjing are still able to find him even with so many people coming and going all day. Toot toot toot. The little girl continued to blow on the horse dung jiaojiao, but as she blew, a slightly strange sound came out, and she turned her head to look at the grass nearby. The sound then returned to normal. Heroine Wu also looked in that direction. Who is it? The grass fell silent for a moment before half a head poked out. It was a gaunt middle-aged man. The man shifted his gaze, looking at the little girl, then at the yellow-maned horse, at the woman, and finally at the young deist, his eyes widening in surprise. Immortal Master. The man immediately rushed out with a bundle. Xing. The heroine drew her long knife, frowning slightly as she turned her head, glancing sideways at the deist beside her. What did he say? He called for me. Heroine Wu's gaze shifted, and she retracted her long knife. The middle-aged man stumbled toward them, navigating through the grass and thorns. In the height of summer, the vegetation was lush and stood taller than a person, blocking the view from less than 10 chi away. The middle-aged man, however, paid no attention to the thorns and wooden spikes or to any snakes or insects that might be hiding in the grass, and he kept running in their direction. Before long, he had pushed through the grass and arrived in front of them. Immortal Master, save me. The middle-aged man immediately knelt down, but the deist supported him. This man was indeed Sir Do, whom they had met at the Grand Commander's residence. Heroine Wu also recognized him and shifted her gaze to the bundles that Master Do was carrying, focusing particularly on two long boxes wrapped in oilcloth. Sir Do, please rise. Immortal Master, save me? My life is in danger. Why do you say that, sir? I've been pursued and is in imminent danger. Calm down. The deist picked up a water pouch beside him and noticed Master Do's cracked lips. He gently asked, would you like some water, sir? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Thank you, Immortal Master. Master Do took the water pouch and tilted his head back to drink, careful not to spill a single drop. Heroine Wu chuckled softly and stepped back a couple of paces while leaning against the doorway of the thatched hut, keeping an eye on them while also glancing into the distance. Since parting from the Grand Commander's residence, I thought I would never see you again. I came today seeking Dr. Cai, but unexpectedly found you instead. It must be fate. It is my good fortune to meet you. It is also my good fortune. Thank you for the water, Immortal Master. No need to be polite. Songyu took the water pouch, sealed it, and asked, how did you end up here, sir? It's a long story. No need to rush, take your time. Songyu simply sat down cross-legged, ready to listen attentively. Sir Do looked back, noticing the open view around them. Even distant wanderers could probably see this place, but seeing the Immortal Master beside him with his calm demeanor brought a sudden sense of peace to his heart, as if he had found a safe haven. A flurry of thoughts crossed his mind, from the surprise and awe of seeing the Immortal Master emerge from a painting that day, to the Immortal Master's words and demeanor at the Grand Commander's residence, and even the final urging from deist Master Mu to leave quickly. When he came to his senses, he found the deist smiling at him. The heroine had turned her gaze elsewhere, seemingly watching for any approaching Jianghu people. The incredibly cute little girl also stared at him, her eyes filled with curiosity and innocence. They were all remarkably trustworthy individuals. Sir Do immediately resolved to speak up. My family possesses a treasured painting, passed down from a famous ancestor. However, due to lax family discipline, news leaked out among my descendants and attracted the covetous eyes of the Jianghu people. He explained everything, and the deist listened intently. Compared to what the deist had heard before, there were both similarities and differences. For instance, there was a righteous military official outside Changjing, which matched what they heard. The heroine had heard rumors that his wife was the one leaking secrets, while Serdo stated it was his unworthy descendants who let the information slip, suggesting a distortion of the truth in the Jianghu tales. Mr. Mu knew I possessed a rare treasure, but he harbored no greed. Instead, he advised me to leave. However, with many Jianghu wanderers gathering in Changjing, and most being aware of my presence there, I felt I could not stay within the city any longer. Master Do shook his head repeatedly. Fortunately, while at the Grand Commander's residence, I heard about Dr. Cai. He's known for his divine medical skills and could likely help me disguise myself. Thus, I intended to leave Changjing under the cover of night and seek out Dr. Cai, hoping for his assistance. Oh, so you came seeking Dr. Cai's help. I thought you intended to exploit the terrain of Mount Baikan to escape from Changjing, Heroine Wu said, glancing at him. But you should know that Dr. Cai often travels around to practice medicine and is rarely at home. I was just hoping to take a chance. Dr. Cai indeed possesses the ability to help people change their appearances. I've also heard of someone like that, a well-known figure in the Jianghu known as Dr. Disguise. However, there's a fundamental difference between them, Heroine Wu said while glancing at the movements in the distance. She said, Dr. Disguise is a talented eccentric in the Jianghu, famous for his ability to change people's appearances. In contrast, Dr. Cai is a legitimate renowned doctor. Although he has this skill, he is known purely for his exceptional medical expertise and broad knowledge in various fields, not for that ability. The difference between them is as great as that between clouds and earth. Dr. Cai, unlike Dr. Disguise, won't just do anything for money. Even if you are fortunate enough to find him today, he might not agree to help you. I understand that Dr. Cai must have his principles, Sir Do replied, his voice trembling. It's just that, on one hand, I have no other options. And on the other, I've heard that Dr. Cai possesses divine medical skills and a kind heart. If I explain everything to him, he might be moved. Song Yu found this interesting. In Sir Do's words, divine medical skills seem to have become a term to describe one's character. However, even though I may not be fortunate enough to meet Dr. Cai, I have encountered you, immortal master. Indeed, no one knows the outcome until the very end, Sir Do continued, turning to Song Yu with a pleading look. Please, immortal master, save my life. Song Yu didn't ask what kind of treasure it was, he simply inquired. How can I save you? I'm not one to fear death, but the Do family has no successor left. I took on a disciple in my early years, intending to pass down my ancestors' painting skills, but he died at the hands of Jianghu wanderers while trying to protect me. If I die, my ancestors' unique painting techniques will be lost, Sir Do said, nearly in tears. Please help me leave this place and find a quiet spot to hide away. After I pass down my teachings, I will gladly serve you, working as hard as an ox or a horse in return. Leave this place. Please, immortal master, assist me. How far do you consider far enough? The further, the better. Song Yu revealed a smile. Although his first encounter with Sir Do a few days ago at the Grand Commander's residence hadn't been friendly, he knew that Sir Do was being coerced. As a deist, Song Yu naturally held no grudges against him. Moreover, he felt a sense of connection with Sir Do, understanding his exceptional painting skills and respecting the legacy of the Do family ancestor. The ancestor of the Do family was also renowned for his divine techniques, a talent that was indeed rare. Just like Master Kong from Yizhu back in the day, Song Yu certainly didn't want such skills to be lost. From Sir Do's account, he could glean one thing. The reason he had come here to seek Dr. Cai and believed that the physician would most likely help him, was not only because he knew Dr. Cai had a kind heart and was willing to save people, but also because of Dr. Cai's exceptional medical skills. Sir Do believed that Dr. Cai was also a person of divine skills and would surely understand how rare such techniques were and how regrettable it would be for them to be lost. Thus, by revealing his identity and explaining that his life was in imminent danger, he thought Dr. Cai would likely offer his assistance. This kind of thinking was hard to articulate. Yet, it was something that he could sense. If a simple act could save a life and preserve a divine skill, why wouldn't one want to do it? Dr. Cai would be willing to, and so would the deist.nov, l.b//jnn. But alas, if Song Yu had the ability to travel 1,000 li in a single day, he wouldn't have to worry about not seeing the old deist in the temple for the last time. After a moment of contemplation, the deist finally spoke, Sir Do, your painting skills are already among the finest in the world. Given time, it's not impossible for you to attain the level of your ancestor. I am naturally willing to assist you. However, I, myself, am still traveling the world step by step. I do not have the ability to wave my hand and send you 1,000 li away. I do have some methods of illusion to change appearances, but I only have a superficial understanding of this skill. While I can barely use it on myself, applying it to you would probably only last for a day at most. The deist looked at Sir Do helplessly. How far can you get in a day's time? Upon hearing this, Sir Do momentarily fell silent. Yet, he did not show any signs of disappointment. Instead, he widened his eyes and remained still, as if rapidly calculating something in his mind. After a moment, he finally regained his composure. Immortal Master, you intend to travel the world. Every generation of my temple's heirs have been traveling the world, experiencing life. Song Yu smiled at him. It seems you have found a new method. Do you know what kind of treasure I have at home? I've only heard it is a painting. Without saying another word, Sir Do took out his travel bag from his back. Inside, there were 2 long boxes wrapped in oilcloth. One was shorter, likely containing the painting of 2 tigers fighting in the mountain, while the other was longer, about the length of a person. He opened the longer box, and indeed, it contained a scroll. As he untied the red string and slowly unfurled the scroll, a fantastical and beautiful depiction of a mountain village gradually revealed itself to the eyes of those present. The heroine next to them cast a glance in that direction. The scenery in the painting was distinctly near and far, with strokes that appeared casual yet brimming with spiritual chi. It was neither the currently popular freehand landscape painting nor the lifelike portraits of the deist and the general that Sir Do had painted a few days earlier. Instead, it seemed to find a mysterious balance between realism and impressionism, with scenes that felt somewhat authentic while also overflowing with artistic conception. In the foreground, there was only a small dirt path, seemingly growing along the lakeshore by the still waters. The path was lined with tall reeds, which in the deep autumn had blossomed into white tufts, forming a gentle, cozy expanse like a soft blanket. The entire patch of reeds leaned in one direction, allowing one to perceive the traces of the wind in the painting. The small path by the lakeshore, however, was quite dry. It was well trodden by frequent visitors, creating a smooth surface that appeared very inviting, making one want to take a stroll along it. The path slanted gently, leading forward. But where did it lead? It was toward a towering mountain wall that stretched from the far left to the far right. Although the peaks varied in height, they were generally similar, forming a nearly flat ridge. At the base of the mountain, countless houses and cottages sat on the slightly sloping ground, with the dusk settling in and casting a dim light, and wisps of smoke rising sporadically into the air. It was deep autumn, so people were continuously burning straw. A series of bluish-gray smoke columns rose into the air. Amidst the hazy dusk, the smoke appeared gray and blue but didn't rise straight up. It was either being blown by the wind or simply because the mountains and the villages below were too far apart, the smoke couldn't reach the peaks. From this perspective, it seemed to linger just above the rooftops of the villages at the foot of the mountain, then was stretched by the evening breeze into a smoke line running from south to north. It was spreading along the ground and draping over the gentle curves of the mountain base like a thin veil, covering the cottages beneath the twilight. This painting was vast yet rich in details. There were returning geese, cows making their way home, the colors of the sunset on the horizon, and the first star peeking out. None of it was missing. Even a woman unfamiliar with art stood entranced, and even a cat was filled with curiosity. As for the deist, he sensed an indescribable, profound charm radiating from this painting. It was full of life. While the image appeared still, it felt as if everything was in motion. This was not a painting, it was clearly a real world. This was not a paper, it was clearly a door. The deist gradually widened his eyes. Just seeing this one scene made the journey worthwhile, even if he couldn't find Dr. Cai, and even if it were just to escape the turmoil of Changjing for a while. Seeing this was worth even more than just this trip. Even traveling another 1,000 li would be worth it. Indeed, our ancestor possessed the ability to bring paintings to life, but it's not as simple as waving a brush to make it real. Sir Do's voice broke the tranquil atmosphere. Not only are the right timing and location essential, but inspiration and deep emotional resonance must also come from within. Only by pouring one's heart and soul into the artwork, imbuing it with spirituality, can life be birthed within it. This painting is my family's treasured heirloom, renowned in the Jianghu, worth more than all the artworks our ancestor created in his lifetime combined. This is it. Sir Do paused, his expression complex as he gazed at the painting. Indeed, it is more precious than all our ancestors' works put together. Quickly put it away. Though there is no wind at the moment, it must not be allowed to gather dust and lose its spiritual resonance. Understood. Sir Do only temporarily stowed the painting away. The deist reflected on the scenes in the painting and the profound sensations he felt, still savoring the moment. He said, "This painting is truly extraordinary, rich in spiritual resonance and immeasurable in mystery. The painting has likely formed its own world, surely created by Master Do with his lifelong dedication." Hearing this, the heroine was momentarily stunned. The painter was even more shocked. Ordinary people looking at this painting would only appreciate its beauty, while those with sharper senses might feel an inexplicable allure, as if they could step right into it. Most would sense the profundity but couldn't articulate what made it so profound. Few would dare to think of it as a world unto itself. But this was indeed the truth. Deist, you're indeed truly remarkable. You're able to discern its spiritual resonance and profundity with just a glance. I am in admiration. I don't possess such extraordinary insight, Song Yu replied honestly. Several years ago, I encountered another master sculptor in Yizhu, whose skills were unparalleled. After gaining some insight and a touch of inspiration from the master, I acquired a bit of skill, particularly in this area. Is that so? May I ask, where is this painting depicting? It is of the Do family's ancestral home in Yunzhou, Zhao Commandery. I must visit there in my lifetime. Regrettably, I have lived in seclusion in Hangzhou with my father since childhood and have never returned to our ancestral home. A look of regret filled Sir Do's face, but this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. He shook his head and continued, "The world knows that the Dou family has passed down the art of painting since this ancestor, yet few know that we served as court painters 1,000 years ago. It was only due to a foolish emperor demanding unreasonable things that our ancestor chose to resign, returning home. Since then, no remarkable painter has emerged from the court, for those who truly pursue the art of painting often leave such environments." "Your ancestor was noble in character," Song Yu replied casually, focusing intently on Sir Dou's narration. The little girl beside him stretched her neck, standing upright and staring unblinkingly at the painter. Although Sir Dou feared that people from the Jianghu might come looking for him, he also recognized this person's skills and knew that his immediate priority was to persuade this deist. To convince someone like him, one must be patient. Thus, he maintained his composure and spoke slowly. "Since leaving the court and being free from constraints, our ancestor devoted generations to mastering painting techniques, pursuing the mysteries of mountains and waters. He indeed made rapid progress, gradually developing the unique technique of the Dou family. To reach the pinnacle of painting beyond just skills, the choice of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone must also be taken to the utmost level. It is said that an ancestor once traveled the world, befriended immortals, and journeyed with them. He obtained the everlasting Chinese parasol trees that once sheltered the phoenix from the northern region of Yuzhou to make paper, producing a total of 4 sheets truly exceptional paper, rich in spiritual resonance. That ancestor used 1 sheet for himself back then, and though the resulting painting was remarkable, he felt his skills were lacking. So, he passed down the remaining 3 sheets, advising his descendants not to use them lightly until they reached the peak of their craft. Later on, 2 more ancestors, believing their skills to be exceptional, used 2 sheets of this paper. However, like the earlier ancestor, they began with confidence. But upon completing their works, they found the mystical qualities of it exceeded their expectations, yet it was precisely this unexpected mystic that led them to regret their decision. Even one ancestor painted a masterpiece and then died, leading to even stricter warnings to future generations against the misuse of the Chinese parasol wood paper. It wasn't until later that another ancestor, gifted with extraordinary talent, was said to create miraculous works on ordinary paper. By middle age, he had even brought figures to life in his paintings and made tigers come to life. He far surpassed all previous ancestors. However, there was only 1 sheet of painting paper left, and he did not dare to use it recklessly. So, he packed his bag, left his hometown, and traveled across the world to witness countless mountains and waters. It is said that he waited for 6 months just to see an exquisite scenery. Yet, after seeing so many extraordinary sights, the more he saw, the less he knew how to put brush to paper. He increasingly struggled to find what he truly wanted to paint. When the ancestor returned home in disappointment, he was already in his twilight years. Amidst the turmoil of war, he had squandered half his life, the old dynasty had fallen, and the new dynasty had risen, yet he had found no resolution, and the paper remained blank. At this point, Sir Dou shook his head. Song Yu seemed to already know the outcome. As expected, Sir Dou emotionally, that was a deep autumn in the 6th year of the new dynasty. Just as my ancestor returned to his hometown, he looked up and saw the very scenery depicted in this painting peaceful and serene. He was instantly stunned, tears welling in his eyes. After a while, he took up his brush. Within half a day, he completed this painting, which moved the heavens and earth, astonishing both ghosts and gods. The deist felt a surge of emotions, finding it beyond words to describe. Song Yu had a rough understanding of Sir Dou's approach. "This painting is so extraordinary, and you've previously painted my portrait in the Grand Commander's residence. How could you dare to entrust this painting, along with your life, to me?" Sir Dou said respectfully with a deep bow. "As the saying goes, it's easy to paint a person or a tiger, but hard to capture their bones. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. If you want to portray the essence and spirit, you must first learn to observe people before painting them, and learn to observe tigers before painting tigers. Although I lack my ancestors' divine abilities, I have my own insights into observing and painting people. Although I have offended you, I have also come to know that you possess great virtues and cultivation skills, akin to the divine immortal. Your heart is calm, and your character is noble. I believe you wouldn't covet this painting of mine." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Moreover, at this moment, countless people from the Jianghu are searching for my whereabouts on Mount Baikan. I am at my wit's end. If you truly desire this painting, it would be better to give it to you rather than handing it over to them, where it might be destroyed or collected by officials and nobles. Perhaps entrusting it to you is a better fate than keeping it in my hands." Upon hearing this, Song Yu revealed a smile, not out of joy but rather out of intrigue. "This painting is indeed an unparalleled masterpiece and should be preserved properly for future generations," the deist said. "Sir Dou, you and your family's unique painting skills should also be passed down. Will you agree to assist me, immortal master? I only wish that in countless years to come, people will still be able to see this painting, and that the unique painting skills of the Dou family will continue to exist in the world. Thank you, immortal master." "Sir, I'm guessing your approach is related to the painting. You're quite insightful, immortal master. Do enlighten me. This painting is connected to the brush left behind by my ancestor. By lightly touching the painting with the brush, one can step into the painting and live within the landscapes. Inside is like a true world, though it may seem small. There are over 10 li from east to west, and dozens of li from north to south, with over 100,000 villagers inside. My wife is among them. It's truly a paradise on earth, he exclaimed. I can carry my belongings into the painting. I kindly ask you to take the painting down the mountain and store it properly, immortal master. When the day comes that you leave Changjing to travel the world, wherever you find suitable, you can use the brush to open the world within the painting and release me, Sir Do said respectfully. This painting is 4 chi long, so I would trouble you to carry it. If you agree, I would be immensely grateful. If you do not, I will accept this fate. Song Yu said, it's just a painting, it's no trouble at all. Thank you, immortal master. As Sir Do spoke, he bent down and was about to kneel. It's just a small favor, you needn't be so formal, Song Yu said, helping him up. Moreover, this painting possesses incredible spiritual resonance and profound mysteries. If I could be with it for a while, it would not only be my fortune but might also yield many insights that would aid my cultivation. I'll consider the benefits I'll gain in exchange with you, sir. Sir Do had already risen but paused at these words. He was not a foolish person. Song Yu's assistance was already a great kindness. Now, he even took care to consider his feelings, how kind this man was. For a moment, he was at a loss for words and wanted to bow again. Sir, please don't. I can never repay you, immortal master. My surname is Song, and my name is Yu. I cultivate at the Hidden Dragon Temple in Lingquan County, Yizhu. I am just a deist, unworthy of the title immortal master, Song Yu corrected him. You may simply call me Mr. I am Do Xian, with the style name Miao Xian. I was truly so frightened earlier that I forgot to introduce myself to you, immortal master. It was my mistake, please forgive me. Please step into the painting, sir. Song Yu was reluctant to prolong the conversation. It's still early, but after a while, I fear that people from the Jianghu will come looking. All right, Sir Do repeatedly agreed. He then took out a brush that had not been used for many years from his bag and unfolded the painting again. He held the brush, being careful as he applied it to the canvas. The intricate connections revealed profound mysteries, and the spiritual resonance surged. The deist's expression remained calm. The little girl stretched her neck, staring intently. The heroine, standing a bit further back with her arms crossed over her sword, also watched without blinking. This painting can only be opened from the outside. When you wish to use it, just lightly touch the paper with the brush. If you need to enter the painting to seek me for something, please make sure to provide prior instructions from the outside. I understand. I will forever remember your kindness, immortal master. I shall take my leave for now. The painting was over half a person wide, nearly the size of a regular household door, and more than a person long. When hung up, it resembled a door. Sir Do handed the brush to Song Yu and picked up all his belongings except for the box holding the painting. Under the watchful gaze of the two and the cat, he stepped toward the painting while carrying his things. It was truly unfathomably mysterious. The painting seemed to truly become a door, and this person really passed through the canvas, entering the painting. The woman and the little girl widened their eyes, and the three of them all gathered around. The scenery in the painting had hardly changed, only the geese that were in the sky before had vanished, the water buffalo had shifted positions, and the dusk haze along the mountain had slightly altered. The village at the foot of the mountain was too far away for them to see any differences since it was painted so small. However, up close, there was an added figure. He was a middle-aged man with a thin frame, carrying a bag while standing still on a small path. Remarkable. Wow. Both the woman and the little girl were astonished. The middle-aged man's figure remained frozen in the painting. The deist did not respond but simply put the painting away. While he was putting it away, he suddenly stopped and opened the painting again to take another look. The additional figure had already walked a distance down the path, seeming a bit uneasy as it glanced back. However, it was unclear what scenery the one in the painting saw upon looking back. Only then did Song Yu carefully put the painting away and place it back in the box. He looked at the remaining ancient brush, considered it for a moment, and also placed it in the box. The brush held little spiritual resonance or mystery, perhaps it had indeed absorbed some spiritual chi when it was used by that Sir Do back in the day, but now it had mostly dissipated. Yet, since this painting was created with this brush, it naturally became the key to unlocking the world within the painting. In truth, Song Yu could have done without it. The blessings he obtained from Master Kong back in Yizhu, while different from bringing a painting to life, had many similarities. With this mystical ability, Song Yu could open the world within the painting. That Master Do back then must have had the same ability, naturally able to open the world within the painting and enter or exit freely, even while within it. Now, however, others could only use the brush to unlock it. Song Yu shook his head, feeling regretful for not being able to witness the splendor of that master firsthand. Not having entered the painting only fueled his curiosity. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The heroine beside him then spoke up. This painting is worth a fortune. It may be worth even more. Do you really not have the slightest greed? None at all. You're truly deserving of being a master cultivator. And you, do you have any? Of course, quite a bit. Oh, I just never thought of competing for it before, but this painting could sustain me for 8 lifetimes. Heroine Wu shook her head and sighed. If it weren't for you, I would have come here alone to find Dr. Cai and, even if I didn't kill him, I would have snatched the painting to exchange it for money. You are quite honest. Are you really planning to take the painting back, wait until you leave Changjing, and then release it back to him? I've already promised him, how could I go back on my word? That's true. Heroine Wu smiled. Their acquaintance back then on Lingbo was built on trust, after all. I think it's quite accurate that he calls you a divine immortal. Not at all. Needless to say, the heroine had no idea that while Song Yu was not coveting the painting, he could experience its charm and grasp its profound mysteries just by simply bringing it back to hang in his room to admire. It would be immensely beneficial to him. How are you going to bring it down? Do you have some kind of spell that lets you store things in your sleeves? None. Then how will you take it down? This box clearly looks like it holds a painting, and there are so many Jianghu heroes on the mountain, the heroine said. Oh, since you were in the Grand Commander's residence, I heard that many of the Jianghu heroes and guests there were also among those you knocked out. You weren't afraid of them at all. They're about the same. Are you still going to wait for the divine doctor? Of course. All right. The two then sat down again, hiding the box carefully. They began to light a fire to boil water for breakfast, waiting for Dr. Cai to return as planned the night before. From time to time, Jianghu heroes would come by and ask what they were doing. The heroine would say they were looking for Dr. Cai, and when others asked if they had seen a frail middle-aged man, she quickly replied no. The Jianghu heroes would leave skeptically, thus the deist could avoid lying or getting into trouble. In truth, he should be thankful to her. Gradually, midday passed. The little girl was so bored that she transformed into a cat to catch a rabbit and foraged some wild chicken eggs. After changing back, she picked a small twig and started practicing writing in the muddy soil, and she clung to the deist, asking him to teach her new words. The heroine quietly watched from the side as the sun slanted halfway across the sky. The deist peeled a boiled wild chicken egg, ate the egg white himself, and stuffed the yolk into the little girl's mouth. The little girl sat on the threshold, not looking at the deist but simply opening her mouth when he offered it, chewing away while continuing to focus on the lines of the words on the ground. Even before finishing, she mumbled, "One goes 2 or 3 li, a smoke village has 4 or 5 houses, there are 6 or 7 pavilions, and 8 or 9 10 towers. Flowers. Flowers." After correcting herself, the little girl turned to him, eager and inquisitive. "What does it mean? Don't you know the meaning of each word? I don't know when they're combined. Read it 100 times, and its meaning will become clear." "Do I really have to read it 100 times? If you do that, its meaning will become clear." "Oh." The little girl responded and genuinely started reading softly, counting with her delicate little fingers as she did so. The deist paid her no mind, allowing her to read. The woman beside him, still holding her sword, asked, "When did you start teaching her to read?" "Not long ago." "How long is that?" "Probably at the end of spring." "So, 2 months ago." "About that?" "She knows quite a few words. Lady Calico is very smart and diligent in her studies." Song Yu glanced at the little girl beside him, who was also peeking over at him with a sideways glance. When she noticed him looking, she quickly averted her gaze and continued to read earnestly. He smiled. "She basically learns all the words I teach her in one go, and she can write them quite well very quickly." "Pretty clever." "Yeah." The child's desire for praise was truly endearing. "Learning more words is a good thing." "It's already afternoon. Are you still waiting?" "I'm not waiting anymore." "Then I won't wait either. What's your plan? Are you still going to Mount Baiken to find that snake immortal related to your sect?" "I'm content with this trip, so I won't be going." "Just like that, you're not going." "I'll go another time." "When will that be?" "Probably in winter." "Why? This mountain is vast, the scenery in winter will surely be beautiful." As he replied, the deist had already taken out the box for the painting and slung it over his back. He called to the little girl and headed down the mountain with the woman. Deist priest. I've read it 100 times, yet I still don't understand its meaning." "Really? Really? I was afraid of miscounting, so I read it over 100 times." "I see. Why do I still not understand its meaning?" "It's my mistake." The deist thought for a moment before recalling. "I forgot to tell you that in ancient sayings, numbers like 100 and 1000 are generally used metaphorically." "Metaphorically. It doesn't mean its literal meaning. 100 doesn't actually mean 100, and 1000 doesn't mean 1000 either. Then what does it mean?" "It refers to a large quantity." "A large quantity. Reading 100 times means you should read it many times, not literally 100 times." The deist patiently explained. "Sometimes it could be 100 times, sometimes more than 100, or even 10,000 times. However, you don't need to worry. First, this matter is like cultivation, it cannot be rushed. If you want to finish in a day, no matter how many times you read, it may not work. It should follow the natural flow." As the deist spoke, he reached out to pat the little girl's head, feeling warm in his heart. Secondly, poetry doesn't always have to have a clear meaning. Sometimes, just understanding the artistic conception within is enough. "I don't understand." "You'll slowly understand it naturally." "Okay." At that moment, a few people from the Jianghu appeared ahead. They were all dressed in coarse linen clothes, wandering along the mountain path, looking left and right. Occasionally, one of them would dash up to a nearby height and stretch their neck to peek into the dense grass. They appeared to be searching the mountain, hoping for luck. "There are people ahead." The heroine lowered her voice to remind Song Yu. "This group of people looks somewhat familiar. I ran into them yesterday afternoon." "I see." The heroine wanted to remind him not to show any signs of weakness, to be more composed, perhaps they could muddle through. But when she glanced at the deist, she found him as calm as ever, his steps and breathing unchanged. There was no need for her to remind him. She still wanted to discuss a strategy for how to handle any potential conflict that might arise, to find the simplest, quickest, and cleanest way to resolve it. However, after sizing up these people, she figured that even if they weren't small fry in the Jianghu, they didn't seem like top-notch experts either. With the backing of the Grand Commander's estate and the deist's calm demeanor, she felt there was no need for her to worry. So she just walked alongside him, looking ahead. When Song Yu and his group saw these few Jianghu heroes, they noticed them as well. At first, they didn't think much of it, just feeling that this group seemed somewhat familiar. But they quickly realized something was off when they spotted the long wooden box wrapped in oilcloth that Song Yu was carrying on his back. Jianghu people coming to this mountain were wary of such long, wrapped packages. Someone immediately nudged a companion next to him, gathering the group together. They stopped and exchanged glances, then turned their attention to the approaching group. There was a young deist leaning on a staff and a masked woman wielding a long knife. There was also a small, cute girl, blowing a whistle and looking at them with pure eyes, as well as a short horse that was hardly bigger than a donkey. The group continued to close the distance between them. The Jianghu heroes stood their ground, almost rotating their heads in unison as the others approached. Some were scrutinizing the group, while others kept their eyes fixed on the package behind the deist, their roles clearly defined. Heroine Wu could keenly sense that although none of these people had their hands on their weapon hilts yet, they were all tensed and ready to spring into action. Hey, you. No one was willing to risk their lives blindly, so an older Jianghu hero stepped forward, his face beaming with a smile as he clasped his hands together and asked, "You just went up the mountain yesterday, and now you're coming back down." "Yes," the deist replied, returning the greeting, "but I didn't find the divine doctor. Since we've met twice, this must be fate. I haven't introduced myself or asked for your names yet. My fault," the Jianghu hero said, bowing to them again. "I'm Zukui, and these are my 4 sworn brothers." In the Jianghu, they refer to us as the 5 heroes of Angzhou. After he spoke, 2 of the men behind him also introduced themselves. The other 2 seemed colder in demeanor or perhaps were aware of the situation. They didn't wish to engage and just watched Song Yu and his group in silence. "I'm Song Yu, not a Jianghu hero, but a deist. I cultivate at Yinyang Mountain in Lingquan County, Yizhu. I've brought this child on a journey here, having heard that there's a divine doctor in Changjing, and came specifically to seek him out to broaden my horizons." "Ah, so you're Mr. Song. It's a pleasure to meet you." "A pleasure indeed. And this person behind you is?" Zhu Kui looked at the woman with the knife behind Song Yu. He had sensed yesterday that she was probably not someone to be trifled with. This is Heroine Wu, without a sect or affiliation. A heroine doesn't seem like someone without a sect or affiliation. If she doesn't want to say, then don't ask. All right, no questions." Zhu Kui waved his hands repeatedly, appearing easy to talk to. But then, narrowing his eyes, he looked at the package on the deist's back. "However, what is that object you're carrying? I didn't see any of you with such an item when you went up the mountain yesterday." "It's something entrusted to me by a friend." "Oh, so it's something a friend entrusted to you," Zhu Kui grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Since it's something a friend entrusted, and it's wrapped so tightly, it would be unreasonable for us to investigate. But you must know we're searching for a treasure on this mountain, something more precious than life itself. I wonder if you could open it up for us to take a look." As soon as he finished, he added quickly, "I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. After we've seen it, we'll pretend we didn't see it and leave at once if it's not what we're looking for, no matter what it is and regardless of its value. It is precisely the object you seek." The deist raised his hand in greeting, sincerely informing them. It was just such a sincere remark, delivered in a tone as gentle as ever. But his words were so frank that the group of Jianghu heroes instantly tensed up, staring at the deist who bowed, hands moving toward their blades. Some had just started to reach out, while others had already gripped the knife handle, and some had pulled their blades out half a kun, but that was as far as it went. Everyone froze in their positions. It was as if the scene had been paused. All 5 remained rooted in place. Even the expressions on their faces were held as they were, some surprised, others enraged, and a few looking fierce, with their gazes darting in different directions, all frozen in time. Upon closer inspection, it was rather amusing. Heroine Wu was startled at the sight. "Is that a time-freezing technique?" "Indeed. Impressive, deist master." Once again, her tone, light and casual, didn't sound like praise or flattery, it was more like a catchphrase. "Toot toot toot." The little girl blew her whistle and walked up to one of the men, gazing up at him curiously. At that moment, another sound broke through the air. Whoosh! An arrow flew from a distance, slicing through the air. In the blink of an eye, it crossed Tenjong.nov, L.B//JNN. Whoosh! The heroine drew her knife and swung it in an instant. Suddenly, in a time frame where an ordinary person wouldn't be able to react, the gleaming blade was already in front of Song Yu. With a sharp thwack, the arrow was accurately intercepted by the long knife. "Thank you, heroine." Song Yu smiled and bowed to her. Heroine Wu, however, paid him no mind. With a flash of her knife, she chased after the direction from which the arrow had come. Song Yu's smile grew even more pronounced. Though the Jianghu heroes in this world didn't possess the ability to defy gravity or split mountains with their blades, deists were not omnipotent either, most merely learned some deist techniques. To put it bluntly, 99% of the deists in this world wouldn't necessarily win against Jianghu heroes in a conflict. The techniques of cultivators from the deist sects were indeed mysterious, leaving Jianghu heroes defenseless, but they themselves struggled to withstand the swords and blades of those Jianghu heroes. Even if there were deists who could summon wind and rain with their prayers or call forth thunder with a wave of their hand or easily subdue vengeful spirits, as long as they lacked the skill to be impervious to blades and bullets and had no other means of self-preservation, they could still be killed by a single strike to the head or shot through the body by an arrow. They might think that deists would attain enlightenment after getting killed by weapons, but how many deists truly achieve enlightenment after dying by swords and clubs? Life was but 100 years, and mastering Deo was difficult. Few could excel in all aspects. Therefore, while this heroine appeared relaxed on the surface, she remained vigilant. She was prepared for a sneak attack, fearing that this powerful deist might be shot dead by a hidden arrow. Although Song Yu did not need to be saved, he should be grateful to her. Moments later, accompanied by a series of pleading voices, heroine Wu returned, dragging a burly man whose arms were thicker than his legs. She casually tossed the man at Song Yu's feet and replied, "You're welcome." Song Yu looked at the man on the ground and smiled, asking, "Are you also one of the 5 heroes of Angzhou?" "Yes. Yes. Turns out there are 6 heroes instead of 5 heroes of Angzhou." Song Yu nodded and remarked, "You all are quite clever. Spare me, deist elder. That arrow was aimed directly at my heart, how could I let you off the hook?" "Spare me, deist elder? Ah, right. I aimed for your leg. I aimed for your leg. It's all because I'm not skilled with a bow." The burly man repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, "Spare me, deist elder, spare me." Clever indeed. "Everything I said is true. Spare me, deist elder. I don't enjoy killing. I'll only ask you one question. Answer correctly, and I'll let you go." Song Yu stated, "Answer incorrectly, and it'll be an eye for an eye. I'll make you return to the earth and sky as dust." "Spare me, deist elder. Just answer correctly. Have you killed anyone?" Song Yu paused for a moment before adding, "Innocent people." The burly man was taken aback, and he quickly began to bow his head even more fervently, answering, "Deist elder, please see clearly. I've mostly only done things like stealing or causing trouble for others. How could I have killed any innocent people? Though, there was one time when we encountered mountain bandits by the roadside who wouldn't let us pass. We fought back and ended up killing a few, but if we hadn't killed them, we would have died ourselves." "Are you lying?" "I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. Raise your head." The burly man nervously lifted his head to look at the deist. As soon as their eyes met, he was startled. The deist's gaze was as calm as water, yet as vast as the sea. "Have you killed any innocent people?" the deist asked again, his tone unchanged. In the burly man's heart, it seemed as if a sea had emerged. At first, the waters were calm, but soon waves began to rise. The smaller ones were ripples, while the larger ones were surges, countless layers crashing against each other, each one splashing water as they echoed the deist's question. This left him stunned, unable to tell a lie. "I have." "How many?" "2, 3. Boom. A surge of flames erupted from within, engulfing him. "Ah!" A scream immediately echoed. The little girl was very close to him and found it strange. There was clearly fire, yet it didn't feel hot. She couldn't help but cautiously reach out to touch it but found she couldn't touch it at all. When she looked again, the deist had pulled her close and covered her eyes. Yet the fire was indeed real, burning the burly man as he rolled on the ground, crying out in pain. "Deist master, you have quite the skill." Heroine Wu squinted her eyes, staring at the figure gradually being burned to nothing, leaving only his clothes behind. She chuckled, "I've heard that many extraordinary people in the Jianghu spend their whole lives mastering just 1 or 2 skills, while the high achievers in palaces and temples usually only learn 3 to 5. Yet you, deist master, are so young and already possess so many spells. It's just a few minor tricks, not worth mentioning. What about these 5? Heroine Wu turned her gaze to the remaining 5 Jianghu men. "Hey, you," the deist looked at them, paused for a moment, and asked, "Have you ever killed any innocent people?" The wind rustled, but no one answered. The 5 Jianghu men were frozen in place, some turned their eyes this way, catching glimpses with their peripheral vision, while others looked away, unable to see what was happening here. Yet they could hear the sounds, and from the sounds, they understood what was transpiring and the deist's abilities. At this moment, upon hearing the deist's question, their hearts were filled with extreme fear. Fear, anxiety, and regret churned within them. At times, they felt they were facing a divine immortal. At others, they recalled the innocent lives they had recklessly taken, believing that their retribution had finally arrived, leading to an even deeper sense of dread and remorse. Their hearts were in chaos, burning as if on fire. Boom! Immediately, flames erupted from the bodies of 3 of them. However, unlike the first victim, these 3 could not move or make a sound, they simply stood there like wooden stakes, reduced to ashes. What the other 2 were thinking remained unknown. What kind of technique is this? The fire element spell. So impressive. It's not that impressive, the deist explained calmly. The first person that the heroine brought back was already terrified and filled with unease. He was fearful and suspicious, and upon my provoking of his regret, it was easy for the heart fire to consume him and turn him to ash. The next 3, upon witnessing that person's fate, felt the same anxiety and fear. The fire ignited from their own hearts, not from my hands n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. What about these last two? The heroine turned her attention to the remaining two. The deist should not create more killings. I am not one who enjoys slaughter. Besides those who openly bear malice toward me, I do not take the lives of others, the deist said patiently. These two have managed to evade my questioning, so they likely haven't killed any innocents. However, since they are also part of the 5 heroes of Ongzhou, they cannot be considered good people. Let's leave them here. How long? For 1 day and night. How interesting. Though there were people here, they were still high in the mountains. During the day, it might be safe, but at night, there were wolves. Moreover, with so many Jianghu people gathered in these mountains, surviving a day and a night in this place would be no easy feat, yet it wouldn't be impossible either. It seemed like a test of fortune was in order. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled sound rumbled overhead. The girl and the woman both looked up. It's going to rain, the deist said to them. The girl blinked her eyes, and the woman frowned. That won't do, my divine steed cannot get wet. If it rains, it might fall ill. Heroine Wu pointed ahead. I remember there's a pavilion by the roadside where we can take shelter from the rain. Let's go. Are you coming too? Of course. Aren't you in a hurry to descend the mountain? I'm not in a hurry. Some Jianghu people are reckless and would give up their lives for treasures. Exactly, it's a good chance to observe. The deist took the lead and began to walk. The mountain wind rushed toward them, causing their robes to flutter and their hair to dance in the breeze. The grass and bushes along the path bent low, and looking out over the mountains, it was a vast and spectacular sight. Indeed, there were many Jianghu people in the mountains. As they walked along, they encountered countless figures, both visible and hidden. Some Jianghu people, seeing the deist, offered a mix of courtesy and deception. They introduced themselves and asked questions before making any decisions. Whether to engage in combat or to establish rules for a duel varied among them. Others, confident in their abilities, drew their blades without a word. Some hid in the shadows, preparing their hidden arrows. Some, seeing that the deist man possessed great skills, dared not approach. They took a few glances and then quietly slipped away, not knowing where they went. Different choices inevitably led to different outcomes. Gradually, they spotted the pavilion that the heroine had mentioned. Though it was halfway up the mountain, it jutted out over a cliff, built by some cultured individual. It was the perfect place for enjoying the scenery. The 3 people and the horse entered the pavilion first. Before long, the rain began to fall. It came down heavily and suddenly. The deist sat calmly in the pavilion, neither annoyed by the earlier disturbances from the Jianghu people nor troubled by having burned 7 or 8 individuals. He seemed entirely unfazed. Looking out from the pavilion, each raindrop appeared like a short streak, hanging all over the air between heaven and earth. The rain pattered on the leaves and struck the pavilion roof, creating a symphony of different sounds. There was a constant thick mist in the mountains, and when the heavy rain poured down, it rose like vapor and enveloped the layers of green mountains in a semi-transparent veil. The already beautiful scenery transformed into a scene from a landscape painting. The Jianghu people began to arrive at this location one after another. Perhaps some knew about the pavilion and came to seek shelter from the rain, while others, having heard from those who slipped away, gathered specifically to seek treasures. However, no one acted rashly. They stood outside the pavilion, getting drenched in the rain while staring intently at the people inside. Gradually, more and more gathered. What began as a dozen turned into 20, then from 20 to 30 or 40, eventually growing to nearly 100, perhaps even more. They continued to multiply. Some came alone, while others arrived in groups of 3 or 5. Some stood scattered along the front path and halfway up the slope, while others clustered together, forming a dense, dark mass in the heavy rain. The Jianghu people each wielded different weapons: knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. They had it all. Not only were their weapons diverse, but their attire varied as well. Some dressed well, while others looked disheveled. Some wore straw raincoats, others sported bamboo hats. Some stood in the rain, their hair soaking and clumping together. Faintly, the sound of galloping horses could be heard from below the mountain, indicating that someone was hastily rushing over after hearing the news. It truly highlighted the immense allure of this legendary masterpiece. These Jianghu people either stood alone and clutched their weapons as they stared at the deist and the woman in the pavilion, or they huddled together and whispered, though their voices were drowned out by the heavy rain. The multitude of gazes and weapons converged, creating a rare atmosphere of tension, mingled with the din of the downpour. Inside the pavilion, the seated and standing figure spoke quietly to each other. There must be 200 or 300 people out there. With so many, not just me. If we called in Shu Yufan and Lin Dihei together, we still might not hold them back. It'll be up to you, deist master. If you can't manage, I won't be of any help. Thank you, heroine. The seated deist remained unhurried, enjoying the rain and observing the Jianghu people, a smile creeping onto his lips. What do you think, heroine? What? Doesn't this feel like the great Liujiang gathering back in the day? Heroine Wu looked up and examined the scene carefully before replying with a smile. There were many more people at the great Liujiang gathering than here, but I do see quite a few skilled individuals from the Jianghu. The deist did not respond further. At that moment, someone stepped forward from the crowd. It was an older Jianghu man with graying hair and a beard, wearing a bamboo hat. He raised his voice and called out, "Deist elder inside, I am Ling Yun. Greetings." As he spoke, he cupped his hands in greeting. Ling Yun, formerly of the Jindao sect. He now roams in Changjing, known by the nickname No Mercy. A few years ago, he served as a guest in the household of the Minister of Rites. I wonder if he came here on his own or was sent on a secret mission from the minister to seek out the painting, Heroine Wu whispered from the side. I've heard that your powers are formidable and your guards are skilled as well. But with so many of us, we are no pushovers. Since you possess such great cultivation skills, why bother contesting for treasure with us mortals? Hey, he says I'm your guard. I'm Guan Shaoji. A slightly overweight middle-aged man stepped forward. Elderling's words make sense. Since you're a master, why risk your life's cultivation fighting over treasure with us? Losing would ruin your cultivation, winning would only invite a life of being hunted down either way. It's a loss, he stated. He's Guan Shaoji from Yizhu, we are fellow townsmen. I don't know which sect he's from, but he has a brother named Guan Mikey. His brother has been in Changjing for many years and is quite particular about his work. Another similarly stout middle-aged man stepped forward. I've heard that you just introduced yourself as being from Lingquan County in Yizhu, Daoist elder? Hehe, although I haven't visited your Yinyang mountain or burned incense, I can still consider myself half a townsman. There's really no need for us to come to blows, right, Daoist elder? That would be Guan Mikey. I'm Kui Fengji from Changzhou, a young man stepped up. I'm not trying to offend. No matter how great your cultivation skill is, you should consider that we have so many Jianghu heroes gathered here, many of whom carry bows and arrows. Don't even mention hundreds of knives rushing at once. Even if they all drew their bows and shot arrows, you haven't attained immortality and might not be able to withstand it. Daoist master. Kui Fengji is a pseudonym, his real name is Kui Miao. He often hangs around the ghost market, pretending to be an expert fighter. He looks impressive, but those in the know realize he can't even catch up with a dog. I'm Shi Yishang, here to watch the show. I just wanted to say, please don't accidentally harm me, Daoist master. Shi Yishang is from the legendary biggest Jianghu sect, the Yunhe sect. He's from the Shi family. You must have seen his brother at the Great Liujiang gathering before. The Yunhe sect is stationed just outside Changjing and has numerous connections within Changjing and even at the court. Among so many people here, he's the one you definitely shouldn't provoke. Song Yu quietly watched the scene unfold. He had heard Heroine Wu mention at the Great Liujiang gathering that the Yunhe sect was a disgrace to the Jianghu. However, later during storytelling sessions, the narrators spoke highly of them, and the Jianghu people in Changjing treated them with considerable respect. When Shi Yishang suddenly declared his identity, it caused a stir among the crowd of Jianghu people, who began to whisper and glance around. Those further away, unable to hear Shi Yishang's voice over the sound of the rain, quickly inquired with those in front. Upon learning that someone from the Yunhe sect had also arrived, another wave of commotion ensued. The commotion took a long time to settle down. Finally, someone spoke to Song Yu. I've heard that you are not a Jianghu person, Daoist elder? From my perspective, even if you are entrusted by someone to keep the item safe, there's no need to be so persistent. At this moment, we are essentially coercing you. In life and death situations, you wouldn't be breaking your promises? Please hand over what you have, and we will decide its fate. Please hand over the painting, Daoist elder. You can freeze one person in place, but can you freeze several people at once? Can you freeze all of us, several hundred? Hand over the painting, and consider it a purchase. We will gather some money to thank you. Once we leave, regardless of who the treasures belong to, everyone will agree to say we seized it from you, Daoist elder. How about that? Daoist elder. Outside the pavilion, the wind and rain grew fiercer, and thunder rumbled. More and more Jianghu people stepped forward, each contributing their thoughts. Some were urging, others pressing, some leaving room for negotiation, while others held sharp remarks, each exhibiting their own character. This, perhaps, was the essence of Jianghu culture expressed through their words. The Daoist listened, finding it all quite amusing.